And to those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here!
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Oh, fresh off the round table at Chase Center. Look at us. Those who work late into the night and show up early in the morning deserve a cookie. We deserve a brownie. We deserve a $20.15 Bud Light. Because that's what I paid for a Bud Light last night at Chase Center. I hope everybody had fun. I hope you all tuned in. You, the sports leader heads, formerly known as KNBR. I hope you guys all enjoyed the round table. Little spice from JD, John Dickinson, to make it fun. And then the game. Wow. Somebody signed number 30 to a long-term deal. He's pretty good. Entertainment out the wazoo last night. Absolutely brilliant. If you miss it, if you gave up, the Golden State Warriors won last night in overtime. Comeback in the fourth quarter. And yes, there were standard, legendary Steph heroics on display. Everybody happy. Overtime win over the Nuggets. Their nemesis. They get them 137 to 131. We'll call it in just a minute. But I just saw this guy a few hours ago.
Ooh.
By the way, he's looking great in his final hoodie.
Rep it.
That's a good. You know what I love? I love a good understated hoodie. That's that final. That's our favorite new sports bar that just opened. Obviously, reopened after a little makeover. And Marcus, it wasn't final until overtime last night. So, good morning, brother. Good to see you. I haven't seen you in about 15 minutes.
Well, I will say good morning after Steph Curry tried to drop a final good night celebration last night after Jimmy Butler hit the dagger, but then left Steph Curry hanging on the night celebration. But yeah, Murph, long time no see. Good to be here on a Friday morning after being at the game on a Thursday night. Shout out to everybody who showed up to the Dubs Roundtable, Harmonic Brewery, and everything that went on yesterday. It was a great vibe that led to a great home opener for Steph Curry.
We had a decent smattering of humanity. I think some people were just there to drink beer and like, who are these people? What are they doing here?
Yeah, this guy's in the way of my beer.
Why are these people talking when I'm trying to have a beer? But there were actually some legit listeners out there too. So thanks to all y'all who came by and said hi. We do appreciate you. We love you. And it was a precursor. Man, listen, we have our neighbor Fresca here who lives for Fridays. Like I told you guys, she starts talking about Fridays on Mondays. Like she really, and but can I maybe introduce her to the concept of a Thursday night Warrior game? Ooh. You know what I mean? There's like that anticipatory vibe that Friday's coming, and the place was packed to the gills, and the music was bumping, and I went down on first of all, I got my credential, thank God, thanks to my boy Jimbo Kincaid. My favorite Padre fan.
That's your guy.
I triggered Jimbo because I saw him. I go, hey, F the Padres. And I was hugging him. He goes, F the Padres? What about F the Giants? I was like, oh, Jimbo, calm down. It's all
calm
good.
down,
It's all
Jimbo.
good. It's all
Calm
good.
down.
But then he handed me my credential and it was all good. But I went down. We split up a little bit. You guys were going to hang for one more beer. I went in early. I just went down to the floor level about 10 to 15 minutes for a tip. Bro, the energy was insane. First of all, the music was bumping, right? Loud music. Everybody's dressed to the nines. Ladies looking their finest, dude. The tech billionaires out there with their eye candy on their arms, dude. The Warriors are warming up. Steph Curry's on the court shooting right across the way. There's Nikola Jokic shooting. I was like, bro, the NBA, for a league racked by a legendary betting scandal, has a vibe, dude, on opening night when the Warriors and Nuggets get together. So I really got a big chunk of that. Then I headed up to just found a little spot on the mezzanine level to check out the game. But man, did you feel the energy?
Well, I felt like there was a good vibe, a good energy. And then once you get to overtime, I mean, that was a whole different ballpark. Like, that to me felt like more playoff energy. Like, I get what you were saying, like, early on, like, there was some of that excitement. Everybody was out there with their free hats, us included, after Jimbo came by with some of those hats. So I thought it was a very, very good level of energy yesterday at Oracle.
But like you said, overtime in the final minute, almost, do I say freaking playoffs in October?
Yeah, that to me was a different level of intensity.
This is October. They didn't used to start the season until like Halloween or November 1st. They're starting it earlier and earlier now. I mean, bro, there's nothing more meaningless than October. I said this yesterday on the round table. I said February spring training baseball might be more meaningful than October NBA regular season basketball. But that was insane entertainment last night. And again, the league needed it, bro. Because right now, man, oh man, I mean, I'm assuming last night's game was on the level. Nobody was on the take.
I don't know. I mean, I had Aaron Gordon on all of his overs. Murph.
I mean, was the guy guarding Aaron Gordon last night on the take? By the way, Aaron
possibly.
Gordon. Aaron Gordon, you must chill, dude. You must chill.
Dude.
You are turning the Warriors into your absolute whipping boys. My God. 50 after his career 41 last year.
That's it. The kid from the 408 has now dropped 40 and 50 in the 415. Aaron Gordon was feeling some of those vibes that you were talking about, being back in the Bay Area, hearing some of those slaps being played during the game. He actually gave a shout out to DJ D Sharp after the game, and Young Tony cut up some of this audio if you want to hear Aaron Gordon talking about that environment and what led to him dropping a 50 burger last night.
Man, the DJ was playing slaps. You know what I mean? So I'm vibing the whole game, you know what I mean? He's playing just a straight Bay that I grew up with, you know what I mean? Just like hyphy music, you know what I mean? So I was just out there getting hyphy.
There it is, Murph. I'm telling you.
I hadn't heard that.
It's a lifestyle. It's a culture.
That's tremendous. Well, I'll tell you what, man. DJ D Sharp or whoever's running is it DJ D Sharp?
Yeah.
Dude, please, when the Nuggets are in town, no more hyphy. Dude.
Yeah,
I don't need to get.
Yeah, we need to chill on the D-Lo and the E40 when Aaron Gordon's back in town.
I think somebody said, Rory the Greek told me last night, he said that it's the most efficient 50-point game in NBA history. That's what he said in terms of like shooting percentage. So he was last night. Aaron
He
Gordon,
went 10 for 11 from three-point range.
and 17 of 21 from the field.
So, yeah, and he started off like 7 for 7 for 8 to 8. How many did he hit in a row before he finally missed?
I mean, so I guess for whatever metrics they use, it is the most efficient 50-point game in NBA
and
history.
Murph, just because you asked if anybody was on the take for last night's game and Aaron Gordon's big performance, did you see the stat that was going all around social media yesterday?
No.
That Aaron Gordon is the first player to hit 10 three-pointers in a season opener since Terry Rozier.
Oh, dude.
I'm not even joking.
Oh, my gosh.
Like, I didn't even need to hit a laugh track
kill that
for
stat. NBA's Adam Silver's like, kill that stat. Kill that stat. I'll get it out, dude. That's incredible.
Of all days for this stat to pop up.
Oh, my God,
Terry
dude.
Rozier in 2020 was the last guy to do it.
Ooh, that's curious timing for that stat. Okay.
That's interesting.
Adam Silver, nothing to see here. Guys, I mean, I know we're focused on the Warriors and, of course, the 49ers and Vitello, who remains a lightning rod topic here. But man, this betting scandal is unbelievable. Although, Overnight Dave printed out, it's a great reminder of just the human beast. Overnight Dave printed out just history of sports scandals. Bro, it's like a 6-page printout. I mean, the human beings are flawed creatures who do bad things. And generally, it involves money. Yeah. People like money, as it turns out. So and we go all the way back. This goes all the way back to 1919. But dude, I didn't know in 46 and 48 that the hockey was racked by game-fixing scandals. Hockey Hall of Famer Babe Pratt. He was fixed.
The Babe.
He was set up.
The great Pratt Bino.
He was suspended for gambling. Dude, Billy Taylor and Don Gallinger, lifetime bans in 1948 for gambling on games, dude. And then I told you guys about CCNY. Don't even remember Italian soccer. Serie A, as they call it. Italian soccer is the crown prince of sports gambling, and so it's just on and on. I forgot about Tulane in '85. They all shaved points. I mean, it's been going on and on and on. It just happens to be the latest, and it happens to be the NBA. Yeah. So I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know about lifetime bans, all that stuff. All I know is the Warriors are in Portland to play a Blazers team that doesn't have a coach. How about that?
Which is crazy.
Yeah.
And Murph, that's why something like this would never happen in the world of baseball where, Shohei Ohtani is starting the World Series tonight.
Rest in peace, Pete Rose, buddy.
Yeah.
Is he starting game one?
No, I was just saying, Ohtani, just the fact that we're talking about this big betting scandal, and Shohei Ohtani is now playing in back-to-back World Series. And Major League Baseball, maybe the best thing that Rob Manfred has ever done is kind of swept this Shohei gambling scandal under the rug.
Man, oh man. So the Warriors are in Portland. I did, Raymond Ritter had texted at midnight. I was sound asleep, and he was suggesting maybe us getting a guest today. And then he was like, no, we're getting in too late. I wrote him back and said, hey, man, thanks for thinking of us when I woke up this morning. And I said, enjoy Portland. Avoid any poker games while you're up there, buddy. Yeah. By the way, Tiago Splitter is the interim coach for the Blazers tonight. Tiago Splitter. You like the Warriors' chances tonight?
Yeah, come on.
Yeah.
I'm taking the Dubs against the Splitter.
Old man Al Horford sitting it out, though. He doesn't play back-to-backs.
No, and logged up 28, 29, 30 minutes last night, playing a little overtime, hitting a couple of big shots.
Part of that closing lineup that was so interesting. Steph, Jimmy, Dre, Al Horford, and Johnny Kuminga, everybody's new favorite Warrior. Everybody's new favorite Warrior. We got to call it in. Maybe we should have Kuminga call him in. He hands the phone to Frazier, hands the phone to Kuminga.
Yeah,
And Silver's like, who is this? He says, this is Jonathan Kuminga, everybody's favorite Warrior. Put it in the books, skinny boy. In overtime, Golden State Warriors 137, Denver Nuggets 131.
Beautiful basketball.
Man, the DJ was playing slaps.
Okay, I see it. It's already starting to build. Now, is it okay to include Aaron Gordon?
I think it's fine because he's from the Bay.
And it happened at Chase. It's fun.
I'll allow it. I will allow it.
Yeah.
And also, shout out Aaron Gordon. I saw some sound after the game. Maybe we'll roll it in. They offered him the game ball after his 50-burger last night, and he said, nah, I'm good. I don't want to take an L home with me.
I like it. Shout out San Jose, Midi.
Midi High School.
He was treating that game last night like it was a Midi game. Like that's how, like, dude, this is the NBA. You can't go ahead and just drop 50 on us, bro. But he did. He must chill. He must chill. We got it. By the way, Jokic missed several big shots down the stretch last night.
And shout out Draymond Green and that defense, that final possession at the end of regulation, the switch that he got from Jamal Murray on the Joker, one of the best plays of the game. And that's just vintage Draymond Green showing why he's one of the best defenders in the league.
Jokic had some looks, though, and he missed them. So it's a make or miss league, and he missed some. And everybody who was present will not forget after his 120, after Gordon hit the shot to go to 120 to 117, it felt dead, and then Steph hit the 36-footer, which was just crazy. It was crazy. I heard somebody on ESPN this morning said, "Muscle memory, practice your craft, kids." I mean, Steph's body just said, "Okay, I'm going to shoot this," and it went in. And that's when he did was that when he did the shoulder shimmy, that one, or I can't remember. He did so many different things last night. He did shoulder shimmy. He did a night for Jimmy. But they won the game. They're 2-0, and the vibes are high. They play at Portland tonight. All right, 49ers at Houston Sunday morning, 10 a.m. on Fox. I feel like between Vitello and our round table, we sort of underrated this Niner-Texan game.
Bro, there's so much going on this week with Tony Vitello, with the Warriors starting off the season, with the 49ers playing this weekend, with the NBA gambling scandal. Shout out to San Jose Sharks, got their first win of the season last night. Macklin Celebrini with a hat trick.
I guess it's good luck for him to be interviewed by a whacked-out woman on the streets of New York before every game in Madison Square Garden.
Dude, we got to play some of that audio.
We got to play some of that. Yeah. If everybody missed it, the young kids, and they're both under 21, right?
Dude, it's the baby Sharks.
Will Smith and Macklin Celebrini were just chilling on a New York sidewalk, and some woman who runs some crazy TikTok account just starts grilling them a Q&A. I almost thought it was like a setup. People say it's not. It's just some woman who roams the streets of New York. And she interviewed Will Smith and Macklin, who are so innocent. They patiently answer all her crazy questions. But apparently it's good luck because he dropped a hat trick in Madison Square Garden, and the Sharks won. See, it was a good fight last night, too.
Yeah.
Ryan Reams.
Yeah, Sharks got a dude that's like 6'1" that's just like willing to fight everybody.
I heard somebody
took
say
on a
on the way
6'9" dude yesterday.
He's a fighter.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah,
he's gotten into a few scraps this year.
All right, guys. It is a Friday. It's a 2010s Friday. We're trying to bring in the young demographic. Young demographic.
The youngsters, young Tony.
Some people keep you. Every time we do a Decades Friday, somebody writes in, "When's my 60s and 70s Friday?" I'm like, bro, you are not the target demo. Although you can't beat a good old 60s and 70s Friday. Maybe we'll mix one in just for fun one of these days. But anyway, it's a 2010s Friday. We'll get the guest list from Tony. We've called in the Warrior win, and it's Friday on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. We got a new contest this week. You got to listen between 7 and 10 for your chance to qualify to go see Rush. We're going to qualify one person today, and this is the last day we're doing this, and then we're going to pick a winner for the grand prize, which is 2 tickets to go see Rush back on tour. It's all furnished by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Shot clock at 5. Catch and shoot. Curry. It's good. First three. Here's Curry coming up that green string. Back-to-back threes for Steph. Good passing by the Warriors. Count the basket. Curry and one. Green setting multiple screens for Curry, who fires and hits and ties the game. Curry, a little airspace. That's all he needs. 38 for Curry. He has got the last 16 points for the Golden State Warriors. Nobody picks up Curry. Takes it all the way and lays it in. 40 points for Curry. Since the 2:45 mark of regulation, Steph Curry scored 17 points. He outscored Denver during that span by himself. And the Warriors win it in overtime. 137-131. Curry finishes with 42, 7 assists, and 6 rebounds.
Oh, man, listen to that. That stat's incredible. He outscored the Denver Nuggets. Of course he did. And in our 2010s Friday, what better way to open than the biggest song of 2014, the best-selling song of 2014, number one, and Steph makes freaking people happy. That's what he does, man. It just makes people happy. So shout out Pharrell and shout out Steph. After the basket was made, that made it 120-120. I was home. You guys were at the arena. Dude, the crowd shots were insane. In fact, one of the guys I know, shout out my man Dish, Mill Valley Golf Club Winter League president, they cut to the crowd. I was like, there's Dish. And dude, the guy was losing his freaking mind. I rewound it and filmed it and sent it to him. Like, look at you, dude. But he was happy.
Yes, and that is the effect that Steph Curry has had on the Bay Area for over a decade now. And, like, with all these sports scandals going around, like, maybe we got to check the birth certificate of Steph Curry. Like, I don't know if he's pulling a Danny Almonte on us because it does not seem like he's 37 years old, Murph.
Yeah.
We keep talking about Steph Curry and the window and if the Warriors can win another championship. Steph Curry has shown zero signs of slowing down, and last night was just another example, another feather in the hat. That is Steph Curry.
All right, let's go to a little sound from Steph last night after the game. This is on ESPN, and yeah, man, the West is crazy, he said. So already they're thinking about every win. Cut C, Tony, in the West.
Honestly, not a lot. Just that there's a sense of urgency for us to try to get off to a good start. We got a game tomorrow up in Portland, so we're trying to keep it going. But we understand the task at hand. The West is every night it's going to be something. So try to get as many wins as possible.
I mean, that was one of the things when it looked like they were going to lose the game. There was a point where it looked like Denver was up, I think, like 6 or 8, under 5 minutes to go.
What was this, like after Aaron Gordon's 9th or 10th three-pointer of the game?
Bro, Aaron Gordon must chill.
Yeah, bro,
and
chill.
DJ D Sharp can't play the hyphy to get him going. All right, we can no more. It's going to be Barry Manilow and Yacht Rock.
Yeah,
all right, next time Aaron Gordon comes to town. But there was a point they were going to lose, and Fitz and Buki came back, and shocker, Fitz was spitting positive as he does. And the Warriors have cut it to 13. Timeout, Timberwolves. That was the sounds of the early 2000s. But they came back and he was saying, listen, this is a tough game tonight. The Warriors are playing really well. But at the time, the narrative was the Warriors just weren't shooting as good from three as Denver. And Fitz just said to the camera, he goes, listen, the West is going to be tough. every night. And I was like, yeah, I'm buying, I'm buying what you're selling, Fitz. It is going to be tough. It's disappointing that the Nuggets own them. That was going to be the story this morning. The Nuggets own the Warriors.
Again.
They'd won 9 out of 10 against them. And so it's what Steph said. This West is going to be nuts.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be a gauntlet.
That's all we talked about at the roundtable.
I mean, the entire roundtable, we were talking about our Mike Sando NBA tiers, and everybody essentially agreed that, yeah, it's OKC and Denver as the top 2 teams in the West. Now, me personally, I'd throw the Houston Rockets into that conversation also with Kevin Durant, but, like, those are the teams that you now have to compare yourself against. So, yes, we can sit here and joke about how the NBA season doesn't start until Christmas or the All-Star break, but at the end of the day, all these games matter when you're looking at tiebreakers and potential playoff seeding on the line. Like, these are huge matchups to win early on in the season, as much as we joke about October basketball.
It's a very good point, because they could easily face Denver in the playoffs, and it could easily be, they could easily tie in the win total, and it might be who has the head-to-head. And that counts last night. That was huge in that sense. One more from Steph, then we'll get the guest list. About long way to go, but this new club and maybe more Johnny Kuminga. What, 36 minutes for Kuminga last night? Everybody's new favorite Warrior. Here's Steph on building the early chemistry here.
There's 80 games left, so you kind of understand you don't want to get too ahead of yourself, but building blocks on an understanding of how to win, the selflessness of a team that can have 8 or 9 guys in a closing lineup, realistically. I was telling somebody, I don't think that closing lineup, Al, Jimmy, Draymond, JK, and myself had gotten any real reps in training camp. But when you understand who you're playing against and what it takes to win this particular game, the collective IQ and just toughness got us over the hump. So great start. Haven't done anything yet, but we're building a winning mentality.
Yeah, there it is. Steph says it all, man. So it's a new thing where he's going early in the post games. You can hear he's still a little tired, maybe, but he used to go late, and they're like late. The writers would be like, bro, it's like midnight. Steph hasn't done his press yet.
Yeah, no, let Steph get priority.
Yeah. So I wonder if they're going to do so he can get home a little earlier. But yeah, man, Johnny Kuminga last night, 14 points, 36 minutes, only 5 rebounds, but, we'll take it. 3 assists. I'll tell you a guy who contributed late, Will Richard.
Yeah, he definitely did.
He had a huge assist at one point late in the game when the Warriors are making their comeback, and he was on the floor with like 5 minutes to go in the game.
Yeah, he's been big in these last 2 games without DeAnthony Melton out there, but that's guys stepping up and taking advantage of these opportunities, just like Jonathan Kuminga. And we talked about how significant it was for him to be in the starting lineup on the first game of the season against the Lakers. He started again last night, but to me, it's even more significant that he closed out the game last night with that big lineup with Al Horford and Draymond Green out there, because it was just a couple months ago when we were talking about Jonathan Kuminga getting DNPs because he couldn't fit in with these players. Yeah. Now he's playing in the game in overtime in crunch time and doing a pretty damn good job in the first 2 games.
Like I said last night, it ain't rocket science. They can figure it out, man. We're not building a freaking ship to the moon. We're just playing basketball here, guys. We can figure this out. By the way, just interesting. I don't know if I just haven't noticed this before, but right before the game starts, when everybody's gathering at the jump circle and dapping each other up, everybody dap. I was just watching. Buddy Hield was on the court in his sweats shooting threes, and it was getting dangerously close to tip time. Like the ref had the ball, Jokic and Draymond were, and he was still shooting threes. And I was like, buddy, you got to get off the court, dude. What are you doing, man? But the thing is, he made 4 straight threes, and I was like, wow, look at Buddy. He's doing, and then finally, right before the tip, he runs over, like daps everybody up and runs off the court. And I was like, buddy, you kind of pushed the limit there. Then he goes out 1 for 7 from 3. 1 for 7.
You saw him hit more threes in that 10-second span before the game than he did during the game.
It's kind of funny, man.
Yeah.
That's Buddy for you.
That's the Buddy Hield cycle.
Hield, the cycle.
That's
the Buddy Hield cycle.
Yeah, you saw the cycle in one day.
All right, guest list on a Friday, October 24, 2025. 1 week from Halloween. Look at this. So I'm going to talk to a kid named Young Tony he's just lighting it up everywhere he goes. The Guardian Angels were dying to meet him last night. Dying to meet him. He's showed up in his bus stop hat. He was ready to go. One of the Guardian Angels said, wow, he's handsome too. I said, that kid? Are we talking about the same kid?
Yeah, I said, are you surprised?
Then he goes the distance last night in his new city abode, and he's looking at Halloween a week from now in the city. There's a young man whose ship has come in.
Oh, definitely.
Ship has come in.
I mean, move over Jonathan Kuminga. Young Tony's in town.
Good morning, Young Tone.
Yeah, we're worried about like right here, right now. It's 6:28 on a Friday. You can't think anything more than that. I'm here right now.
Listen to this kid.
Yeah.
He's focused.
You are where your feet are.
Correct. Shout out Gene and Karen, the Guardian Angels. They were like, you got to get Murph to tell you the story.
Yeah, well, it's true. Wrigley Field.
Yeah.
Me and Paulie, we showed up in the bleachers. We didn't have seats. We didn't know where to go. There was nowhere to sit. And these lovely ladies, Murph, man, come on up. We're like, what? Who? What? Huh? They're like, we have seats for you. We're like, you do? And we sat down and we partied. We drank Old Styles all day in the sunshine. And I said, you guys are like our guardian angels. And boom.
Boom.
That's it.
There's your origin story.
There it is.
And they still are. They were there last night. So shout them out. But dude, you are diving into your city life full bore. I couldn't be prouder of you.
It was awesome being there yesterday, dude. Incredible atmosphere. The arena's unbelievable, obviously. Shout out Joe Lacob. Freaking doing the whole thing outside Chase Center's a vibe.
Yeah.
You know, it was an incredible game.
And we weren't even down at Splash, which by the way, that's my first look at Splash open.
Oh, you just saw from the outside.
My God, it's very glorious, spacious, pretty,
2
handsome,
stories,
good looking.
yeah.
It's all very
it's
like
fancy.
It's all very like, ooh, yeah, ooh, you know, ooh, Splash.
Yeah, it's a little bougie. Definitely a little bougie.
But I mean, you know, you look comfortable.
Yeah,
I'll say that. And there was no shortage of televisions.
Oh, it's packed. I mean, it's like you're watching games at a sports book. That's really how it feels. Like you're out in Vegas with the big screen TVs and everything. Splash has a ton of TVs.
You know what's depressing though, dude? When I was walking in, so I got there like 3:45, and I was like, look at Splash. I was checking it out. And of all the TVs, you know, about 100 TVs, 50 of them were showing the FBI speaking at a podium. I was I was kind of looking for like a sports highlight, you know? Dude, there's some guy in a suit with an American flag behind him and a podium. And I was like, yeah, kind of killing my vibe here, buddy. Yeah.
Wasn't looking forward to seeing Cash Patel on my screen today.
It wasn't Cash, but it was like his henchman.
All right.
But Cash would have taken it over the top.
I seen it.
All right, so great job, buddy. Great job.
Phenomenal.
And how was getting out, by the way?
Not fun. Not fun. I mean, it's like there's one way in, one way out. It kind of is what it is.
So
but,
you
it's worth the trip.
You were trying to get a ride share.
No, I was just trying to catch a lift, which I ended up doing.
No dice, right?
Yeah, just trying to get the hell out of there.
I got one. You just got to kind of walk further down, and then you got to just, find a little alley.
I was going to say, I probably should have just had you, like, walk back with me towards my neighborhood and call an Uber from there. That's probably the go-to move, but we'll figure that out off air.
I'm not going to tell everybody where I parked, but I had a good experience last night.
There you go.
Yes.
Good.
It was all good.
Good.
All right, what do we got today, buddy?
All right, well, coming up at 6:30, Brian and Bobby step in for you guys. Talk about best bets for this weekend.
Who the blank are Brian and Bobby?
Yeah, who are these guys placing bets? We have no idea who they are. No connection at all.
Can't believe we're doing a betting set.
Yeah, right? Shout out Chauncey Billups and Terry Rozier. They must love Splash.
What are we doing?
Yeah, I wonder if they're listening this morning.
We're part of the demise of the nation. But as I have from this 7-page printout here, it's as old as time itself, everybody. All right?
We're honoring America.
There you go.
So that's at 6:30.
Europe, too. Yeah. And Australia. It's like Australia's in here. Everybody's in here. Everybody.
Big story.
Wants more money.
No, I'm saying the history of sports scandals.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Dude, there's a Welsh rugby match fixing scandal. Wales rugby. Shout out Wales rugby. They're actually pretty good. But yeah, they're in this list.
Oh, if there's a way to fix it, they'll find a way.
Oh my gosh. All right, what else?
All right, well, coming up at 6:50, if you missed John Lynch, we're going to replay that interview for you. Justin Allegri, our guy, is going to call the Niners game. He was calling the Cal game Marcus and I were at. He's going to join the show at 7:30. Big Hit's going to be at 7:50. We'll have Susan Slusser live from London.
Oh, we're going to have Sluss.
She's going to come on at 8:15 this morning.
Well, she wrote the definitive background piece on Tony V.
He's for real.
JD's favorite manager. St. Louis sports royalty. We told you his dad is in the Missouri Sports Hall of Fame as a coach. So this is where he came from. He comes from the coaching tree.
Dude, and nice little nugget that I'm looking forward to talking to Susan about. She has in her article that Eric Miller actually played for Tony Vitello's dad.
Yeah.
How cool is that connection?
Shout out the Millers, because if you go back to the 90s, Giants third baseman Bill Miller played for him too. Wow. So a lot of Millers. Different spellings,
We're
same
the Millers.
pronunciation. There you go.
No regrets.
All right, let's go.
And then at 8:30, we're going to have cooler content. We're going to talk to Sam Warren, who is a reporter for the Houston Chronicle. Give us the Houston perspective.
Nice Marin County boy.
Is that
a rival
right?
high school. He's one of those kids who, when he was a senior in high school, reached out to me and said, Mr. Murphy, my name is Sam Warren. I work at the Redwood Bark. Can I talk to you about journalism? I was like, here we go. I'm going to go. And I met him down at the depot in the Mill Valley Plaza. And the kid was so freaking earnest. And he was so hardworking, and he was everything Jack Loader isn't.
Oh,
all right?
man.
I'm kidding, Jack. We love you, buddy.
Damn.
I'm kidding. Loader's parents here, they say get upset.
Yeah.
All right. We love Jack, of course. But
shout out Sam Warren, you helping out a kid from Redwood.
And now I know. I ain't gonna lie. Part of me was like, do I do this?
Yeah.
But anyway,
Did you hit him with the drip chant?
he's now. I did. Yeah, I'm a raindrop. He's. I actually did that at the Hall of Fame. I said, should we do that? No, I just briefly mentioned it. But he's works for the Houston Chronicle.
Yeah.
And he covers the Texans.
Yeah.
So he's doing well.
Perfect.
He's doing well.
Awesome.
Yeah,
How about that? Pretty cool. 8:50 this morning, Sam Warren going to join the show. And then at 9:15, ladies and gentlemen, the Pop Culture Showdown returns.
Oh, yes. World Series champion will be determined by 10 a.m. because it's undefeated.
It's undefeated.
Never lost.
That's a fact. All right, buddy. So we'll good. We'll get it. We'll get entertained, and we'll get the result all in one fell swoop.
I mean, it's undefeated, right?
That's
Just look at the
100%.
record books.
Speaking of not undefeated, Brian and Bobby's best bets next on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Brian and Bobby gave me the opportunity to really learn.
KNBR heads, you ready for your weekend picks?
Yeah, baby!
It's Brian and Bobby's best bets on the sports leader. But wait, who the are Brian and Bobby?
Who are they? Oh, I missed that old G. Cosell, buddy. Hey, we still love you, buddy. 2010's Friday. What better song for Brian and Bobby than Get Lucky by Daft Punk? Because I'm looking to get lucky after another 1-1 week last week. Still puttering along at 6-8. I got to get there. Marcus, I didn't even knit. I'm so mired in mediocrity. I didn't even check you last week. Did you go 1-1 also, buddy?
1-1 last week, Murph.
We're just 1-1ing our way through the entire season.
You're not losing money, though.
Nah, this is all true. Well, the VIG. What do they call it? The VIG? The juice? You lose money when you got to give some juice to the house.
Yeah, you got to give some juice.
To the house.
By the way, Daft Punk, is Pharrell on this song also? Are we doing a little Pharrell Friday here?
I think you might be right.
Yes,
100%,
this is Pharrell on this
That
track.
was not the intention, but I guess he dominated the 2010s.
Yeah.
All right, very good. Young Tone, this meets with your approval, this one.
This is an all-time banger. I mean, I listen to this all the time, yeah.
All right, good stuff, man. So we got Happy and Get Lucky. Everything's very positive in the 2010s. That is before society came to an end.
Be positive, bro.
All right, guys, so here we go. We go into the forecast, into Brian and Bobby's best bets. I told you guys last week 1-1. I got the big win with my Bruins, who grinded out a cover over Maryland, and I lost with Marcus Boucher and Tony Farias' Cal Bears, who did not cover against North Carolina last week.
They got the win,
Dude,
but
they
did
almost
not
lost the
cover.
game.
Yeah, I know.
Which leads us to this week. So 6-8 overall, 1-1 last week, and leads us to me looking at the Cal Virginia Tech game. Because the Cal Virginia Tech game is the only show in town tonight. It's on ESPN, and here we go again with Ron Rivera and Justin Wilcox and JKS, our crew, Oski, LaRussell, the whole deal that's over there, right? And Cal is at Virginia Tech. Virginia Tech's not good. Virginia Tech's 2-5, and they really have done nothing of renown this year. They don't have very many good players. They have no real quality wins. They lost to Georgia Tech. They lost to Old Dominion earlier this year. And Virginia Tech is a 6.5-point favorite. I'm totally baffled by this game, and I should probably stay away from this game. Because one of my first instincts was Cal's just not that great betting. When you go with Cal, it just doesn't work out. Then I looked, they're 2-1 on the road this year. And as a road dog, they're 1-0. So actually the San Diego State game, I'm sorry, was the only loss. They won at Oregon State this year, and they won at Boston College this year. So I start getting intrigued. But, dude, the spread it opened at 4.5, and it moved to 6.5. Cal's getting 6.5 points on the road. My initial instinct was to pick against them because I didn't think they looked good against North Carolina. But if you're going to give me 6.5 points, that's a lot of points. So I think I'm going to wind up taking the large number of points and against all of my better instincts. My first instinct was to take Virginia Tech because I don't think Cal's that good. And they're 5-2, and they're probably due to sort of course correct because they're not that good. But 6.5's a lot. So I'm going to take it. I'm going to take Cal in 6.5. And we'll see if they can piss me off yet again.
That is the most Cal thing ever.
They probably will piss me off yet again. But I'm doing it because I think 6.5 is too big of a number against a bad team.
Roll
like
on Friday, Murph.
And here we go.
That is the most Cal thing ever.
And then I got to do it. I mean, my Bruins. I won with them last week. They're the hottest team in the nation. And now the nation is telling them to stop and go home, take your ball and go home. Because they're playing the mighty Indiana Hoosiers, who are arguably, if not arguably, literally the best story in college football this year. They were an amazing story last year. They're an even better story this year. They went to Oregon and won, dude. What the hell was that? They're undefeated, and Kurt Signetti, their coach, even though he looks like the guy who lives 2 houses down from you, who you offer to bring in his garbage bin for $5 when you're a kid. He's like, yeah, I'll pay you $5. Take my garbage bin. The guy looks like the most nondescript dude of all time. He's just like, Kurt, coach has got to have flair, flavor, Jerry Neuheisel doing his thing, or, Nick Saban being pissed on the side. This guy's just the most average-looking guy, but he talks so much S, dude. This guy, Kurt Signetti, is a trip, and they locked him up to the big deal, and he's got Indiana believing that they'll blow anybody out. They're 25.5-point favorites over UCLA. Tim Skipper and Jerry Neuheisel have this cute little story. 25.5 is a lot of points. Now, look, last year, Indiana beat UCLA 42-13. That's 29 points. But I don't care. I'm going to go ahead and say that the mighty little Bruins are going to hang within 24 points of the Indiana Hoosiers. Give me the points. Give me the Bruins, even though Kurt Signetti is an ass-kicking, S-talking machine, and even though the Bruins kind of slowed down last week against Maryland, 25.5, buddy, we got more pride than that. We will cover.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. I win. Google me.
There it is. That's Signetti. So there I go. Marcus, I'm going with 2 Pac-8 teams on the road and taking the points.
And you have no fear that Fernando Mendoza is going to go 98 yards with his boys against
I have plenty of fear. Dude,
I remember going 98 yards, my boys.
Nice, Tony.
I'm not very good
Way
at
to
this.
have
I
that
have
on
plenty of fear.
standby.
Go ahead,
All
Marcus.
right, switching over to our Sunday slate, Murph. Last week, week 7, we went 1-1. Was able to cash in on the New England Patriots and Mike Vrabel getting a little bit of a revenge against the Tennessee Titans, but lost on the Washington Commanders, losing straight up to the Dallas Cowboys, watching Jaden Daniels go down with an injury. So here we are again, back in action this week. And Murph, I'm going back to the homeland. I'm going technically out to Houston, and I'm starting off with the 49ers and Texans as one of my best bets of the week, Murph, because this year, having a 6-8 record, I don't like it. I don't love it. And so I said, Marcus, what's your origin? What do you know? You know that you like to bet on underdogs when you think they have a chance to win. Well, look at the matchup this weekend. The 49ers are a 2.5-point underdog. It's a spread that's been moving back and forth. I would love to see if the spread moves to 3 by the time we get to Sunday. Personally, I will be buying 0.5 point to get it up to 3, but I'll take the 2.5 because I think the 49ers outright win this weekend out in Houston. It's Kyle Shanahan versus DeMeco Ryans. Both of these guys know each other, but the 49ers have the advantage, having Robert Saleh literally being the Jedi to teach DeMeco Ryans his defense. So I feel like they have a better understanding. And the Houston Texans coming off a short week. That offense has been bad. C.J. Stroud has been struggling behind that offensive line. They're bad on short weeks. And Kyle Shanahan, since 2022, has a 13-1 record against teams on a short week. So I'll take the 2.5 points, and I'm looking for an upset victory, whether it's Mac Jones or Brock Purdy. Most likely going to be Mac Jones. Look for Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle to control the run game, and the 49ers to get an upset victory this weekend.
It's an interesting matchup because the Houston offense is terrible.
Awful.
And the Niner defense couldn't be more banged up. And then you go, the 49er offense is pretty good against an amazing Houston defense. That's the number 1 scoring defense in the league. So the matchups are odd. You're not quite sure who has the advantage in these, but you just said Kyle does.
Yeah, I think Kyle has the advantage here. I think it's going to be a close game, and I like getting the 49ers plus the points. It's not often you're going to get Kyle's squad as an underdog, so I'll take him plus the points here, Murph, to cover and to outright win as our first bet. Bet number 2, I'm going with the Baltimore Ravens minus 6.5 against the Chicago Bears.
So Ravens again, what?
Minus 6.5 on the road, taking on the Chicago Bears.
Okay.
Now, I got to put out a warning. This is not for your casual bettor. This is getting deep. This is going to be a wild ride because most people think the Baltimore Ravens should not be 6.5-point favorites. They're 1-5 on the season. They're taking on a Chicago Bears team that now has won 4 straight games in a row and has covered the spread 4 straight times. So why the hell would I be taking the Baltimore Ravens? I'll tell you why. Because they have been abysmal this year without Lamar Jackson, without Roquan Smith, and without Kyle Hamilton. They're all due to come back this weekend. Those are the 3 best players for the Baltimore Ravens. They're coming off a bye week. I think this is a statement game for the Baltimore Ravens. They're 1-5. We were having a couple beers last night. I said, young Tony, I still think this team can go out and win the division and still be a Super Bowl contender this year. So I think the Baltimore Ravens have to come out and make a statement. Derrick Henry, Lamar Jackson, run the rock. I think they win this game by more than a touchdown. I'll take them minus 6.5 on the road out in Chicago.
No,
Lamar
it's
Jackson.
in Baltimore.
Oh, I'd like that even more then. My apologies. At home, coming off
It was
a
late
bye
night
week,
last night.
6.5.
Yeah.
A lot of beers going down
Even
last night.
better.
But I'm taking that. Ravens by a touchdown coming off a bye week.
Even better.
I like it.
You're
I like
in
it a lot.
more. Yeah. Well, dude, that is interesting because the Ravens have been so bad. Is Lamar playing?
So he was at practice yesterday. He's projected to play. I'm crossing my fingers because that's my best bet. I'm not going to back out and say, if Lamar doesn't play, then I'm not going to take this bet. But it sounds like Lamar should play coming off the bye week.
I continually rebuke Rory the Greek because all he wants to do is make trades in his fantasy league. Dad, should I make this trade? Dad, should I make this trade? Dad, should I make this trade? I'm like, why don't you just leave your freaking team alone and let's see how good. But he wanted to trade Derrick Henry. And I was like, no, dude, I read that Derrick Henry's going up against some bad run defenses the next several weeks. And then he said, oh, no, it was Zay Flowers. He traded for Zay Flowers. I'm like, Zay Flowers, the Ravens are 1-1. He goes, Lamar's coming back this weekend. I said, I don't think he is. We had an argument about it. He was limited in practice yesterday. You think he is coming back? We don't know for sure.
I mean, they've held him out for a couple of straight weeks now. The plan has been all along to bring him back after the bye week. I think you got to pay attention to that practice report today, but he was out on the field yesterday. I think he's going to be out on the field on Sunday.
Speaking of bye weeks, that leads us to our Couch Potato Guide, the 5 best TV football games on the weekend. By the way, you know what's sticking in my throat all week was the guy rebuked me on the text line and said, dude, you left the Lions and the Buccaneers off your Couch Potato Guide. You suck. And I was like, man, he's right. I do suck. And I was very upset. And then I was driving home. That was a Monday night game.
Yeah.
So Texter, while I may suck, I wouldn't do Monday night games on the Couch Potato Guide. I was redeemed.
Yeah.
So I'm walking in confident,
And
like
also-
Conor McGregor.
Also, that game kind of sucked. Yeah, Buccaneers got blown out.
I'm walking in confident, like Tony Vitello.
Nice and loose,
All right,
Murph.
dude. Yes, firm but loose. Right, hold the ball. So honorable mention. We got to mention. I was just saying. Speaking of buys, I always look for NFC West games. Seahawks, buy. Rams, buy. Even the lousy Arizona Cardinals, buy. Dude, how about the entire NFC West except the Niners getting a buy?
Bye.
And the Niners don't get their bye till much later. That's a problem, actually, with this season, which we'll have to talk about later. But anyway, so that's no NFC West games to watch. Honorable mention, I'm going to put the New York Giants-Philadelphia Eagles game. It's an interesting game because the Niners do play the New York Giants next week. Get a little scattering report. Plus, see if they can beat the Eagles again. That's for fun. But it just missed out on my top 5 because it's on at the exact same time as the Niners, 10 a.m. I'm going to be focused on the Niners. And then the other honorable mention is, of course, World Series Game 1 tonight, everybody. Come on, man. The Fall Classic. It's our last chance to watch baseball. We get nostalgic and sentimental.
But you got to watch the Dodgers.
Yeah. Well, go Jays, go. Okay. Blue Jays, let's play ball. My 1-star pick is I'm going to go down south, baby. It's just my 1-star pick. I'm not a huge Texas A&M guy. They really move me in no particular way, although I did walk out of a UCLA-Texas A&M game when UCLA was down 30, and then they had the greatest comeback in school history, and my family and I were driving on the 101 on the Hollywood Freeway. I listened to it. My worst walkout ever, 2017. Missed the biggest comeback in school history. So LSU, Texas A&M, 4:30 on ABC. It's a really, really, really good game. A&M's number 3 in the nation now. LSU's desperate. Tiger Stadium at night is my selling point. Tiger Stadium at night. The Athletic just did a whole thing on best college football stadiums in the nation, and Tiger Stadium in Baton Rouge was number one. I got to go there once in my life. It was not a game day. It was there for the NC2A track championships in 1987, don't you know? And I went to Tiger Stadium. I sat there in the day. I'm like, this place is pretty cool, man. So, and they got a live tiger outside the stadium. Live freaking tiger in the cage. I don't know if they still do. Probably the woke crowd probably took the tiger away.
Is that legal?
Well, he was just hanging out. Mike the tiger. I have pictures of him. I took him with my little photo. And then you had to take the film, Tony, to the photomat and wait a couple days before you got the pictures back.
Wow.
All right, buddy?
Did you see,
and then like 5 days later, I got a picture of Mike the tiger in a cage.
Did you get a picture with Joe Exotica also?
He's in Oklahoma.
My
which also did
apologies.
not make the list,
Yeah.
even though they have a big game against, they're playing somebody big this week. I forget. Ole Miss, I think. Anyway, they didn't make it. So 1-star LSU A&M. Enjoy Tiger Stadium at night. That's pretty good. 2-star game. I'm going to go with Cal. It's tonight. It's Friday night. It's on against the World Series, which is a little tough, but 4:30 on ESPN because Ron Rivera's our guy. Ron Rivera, Oski's our guy. La Russell's our guy. Cal's our team. That's the 2-star game tonight. 4:30 on ESPN. Start your cocktailing with a little Golden Bears football.
Oh, I got no problem with that.
My 3-star pick, I'm going to go with the Bruins. They're the big noon. It's the big noon game. You got to love, when those, whether you watch College Game Day or Big Noon, everybody watches College Game Day. What are we talking about? Then noon comes around and you got your first game and it's UCLA at Indiana, man. It's going to be a packed house. We're 25.5-point dogs. Jerry Neuheisel and his blonde hair's coming in. What the hell? Why not? Should be a good TV game, though. It's 9 a.m. on Fox Saturday morning. My 4-star game is the Sunday night game, man. That's all they're talking about nationally. The Green Bay Packers at the Pittsburgh Steelers, the Aaron Rodgers game. See, Rodgers turned on the charm yesterday with the Green Bay media?
I did not see
Oh,
any of
yeah.
that.
He did like long, fun, warm memories, nostalgia, like the best version of Aaron Rodgers. It's like, you could be like this more often.
I was going to say, I didn't know that version existed.
You don't really have to be a D all the time, dude, which makes me not like you.
Not going to San Fran.
And it's like guys who choose when or not to be good guys. Like Ronnie Lott doesn't choose whether or not he's a good. He's just a good guy. Steve Young doesn't choose. Steve's like, I'm going to be a D today. No, Steve's a great guy every day. Why is Aaron Rodgers a D 6 days of the week and then he turns on the charm? It was like, oh, look at how great Aaron Rodgers. No. He's just picking and choosing when he's a nice guy. Anyway, he was like charming Aaron. Talking about Green Bay this, Green Bay that, telling funny stories. I'll always love Green Bay, blah, blah, blah. Go Packers. Go kick this guy's ass. It's Sunday night at 5:20 on NBC. It is a really good game. Micah Parsons trying to sack Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, dude.
You like it, Micah's chances?
Yeah,
they say
Rodgers
gets
gets
rid of
Rodgers.
it. Rodgers gets rid of it quicker than anybody.
He does, and he can still sling it. That's an interesting spread. 2.5 Packers are favored in that game. I almost went with the Steelers at home.
Really?
Yeah, home dogs, Aaron Rodgers. Anytime I can get Aaron Rodgers plus the points, that's a bet that I like to take.
You stayed away from it, thankfully.
I stayed away, though. I stayed away just for you, Murph.
And, of course, that's a Sunday nighter, 5:20. It's a good game. Good helmets, good unis, good the whole thing. Everything's good about it. And then finally, the 5-star. Of course, our 49ers at Houston, 10 a.m. on Fox. You'll hear it on KNBR 680 and 104.5. Justin Allegri and Tim Ryan on the call. Don't miss it. Marcus took the Niners. He took the Niners. And that means that we're going to have Justin Allegri on the show at 7:30, which means we better get out because we're late. We got to get to John Lynch. But Brian and Bobby's best bets, no Chauncey Billups, no Terry Rozier, just Brian and Bobby on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we're talking Warriors, the first half hour of the show. It was awesome last night. We'll get back to that a little bit later on, too. You're listening to KNBR AM, KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. This is 2010s Friday, y'all. Can't write 2010s without your gal, Bill Eilish. She's doing her thing here. John Lynch isn't a bad guy. He's a good guy, right? Yes.
I'm a bad guy.
Is it a funky little... I enjoyed the track. Did you guys enjoy it or no? Is that verboten amongst the millennials here or what?
No, I would say it's an acceptable track. But then again, like, doesn't her brother write all of her music?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay,
Pretty much, yeah,
so
yeah.
he's the bad guy.
He is, yeah. Wait. There it is. Thank you, young Tony. John Lynch joins us every Thursday. He's great. He's a good guy. And we began by talking to him about, listen, John Lynch, former minor league baseball player for the Florida Marlins, and a guy who jumped to a job with no experience being a GM of a football team. Said, perfect guy to talk about. He's a baseball fan. He's a Buster Posey fan. And he jumped to a job he didn't have experience. So we began by asking John, your thoughts on Tony Vitello taking a job for which he has no experience. What'd you think of Buster making that big hire?
Well, first of all, I'd tell you that Vitello does have experience, just not at this level. And I think some level of baseball is baseball. Are there some nuance, some differences to running a big league team and then, running the University of Tennessee? Sure. But I think Buster was pretty forthright in the comments I saw. They needed to take a big swing. They did. I've had the opportunity to meet Tony, on one occasion, and a really impressive guy. Spent some time with him, and he carries himself. He's kind of like when people say a guy's got that it factor. He has that. He's got a big time presence to him. Comes off as very easy guy to talk to. So I commend them for thinking outside the box. And when I jumped into this, people did say that the lack of experience in terms of a front office experience. But I've said it many times. I knew that I knew football, and I knew that I knew how to lead people and bring people together, and I felt like I could supplement the rest. And you have to be, I think, strategic about maybe supporting him. For me, obviously, working with Kyle was a big thing for me. We linked up first, but then it was important that I had somebody like Martin Mayhew, a guy I trusted implicitly. He was a teammate. He was a mentor of mine, but he had sat in my chair before. He had been the GM for the Detroit Lions. And so someone who's done that to guide you through. And so I think like if Buster and them can come up with somebody who's been a manager maybe before as a bench coach at the big league level, there's ways to kind of supplement the lack of experience and support that.
Yeah, and John, we've been talking a lot about the success that Tony Vitello had at Tennessee and how he established a championship culture, and that's the culture that Buster Posey wants to build here with the San Francisco Giants, but it also reminds me of a culture that you and Kyle have built in San Francisco, because you look at your season, you look at the 5-2 record with the amount of injuries that you dealt with, it felt like that you guys could rely on your culture to get you through some of these hardships early on this season.
Yeah, culture, we've always said, is it's the people you surround yourself with. It's that's your culture, because that's your character and your grit, and it's going to show up in good times, but it's more importantly going to show up when you face some adversity. And that is one thing we're really proud. We're proud of the people that we've brought into this organization. You see it the other night. Guy's not even playing, but Fred Warner had an impact on that game because he was there for his teammates. He lifted that stadium. But then it's the amount of guys who have qualities like Fred, and that's really important. Talent is one thing, and you have to have that requisite amount of talent. You got to be in the club, as Kyle will often say. But beyond that, it's you're looking for special people because tough times are going to come, and those are the people that can guide you through and forge through those tough times.
Talking to John Lynch as the 49ers come off the big win Sunday Night Football. They improved to 5-2. What a defensive. I know we want to look ahead to Houston and ask you about this week's practices and all that, but just let's talk about that defensive performance without Fred Warner and Nick Bosa, dude. I mean, Robert Saleh, we've talked about him over and over and over again, but what he did, I don't know if there's anything you could share with us about the game plan and also your reaction to how, we talked so much about Bethune and Curtis Robinson who had to come in for him and those DBs who had to come in with all the injuries. John, you must have, that was a defensive masterpiece with so many things stacked against them.
Yeah, and probably most importantly, the challenge that the other side presented. That quarterback can play. You give him time, he can light you up. You saw Kyle Pitts. He's starting to ascend into the top 10 talent. Drake London, top 10. Bijan Robinson, and their head coach has said it. He could have, coming into that game, laid claim that he's playing better than anybody in our league. A really good offensive line, with Pro Bowl players. Is a really well put together offense and one that is extremely explosive. Bijan had every play you hold on to your breath and say he could break it. And we knew collectively we were going to, not one guy is going to make that difference, but collectively we were going to have to hit them and let them know, hey, when there's space, we're going to take it away and you're going to get punished. And our guys did from the beginning. The swarm, the gang tackling that was going on, you could see it from early in that game, and to Bijan's credit, he never backed down, the space never really presented itself, and they got some yards and all, but we held them to the points, and then our guys found a way. Christian was just phenomenal. In my opinion, I know that Christian thinks very highly of Bijan. He kind of mentored him during this offseason, but he kind of was, I think that was a little bit of not so fast, I'm still here. And, that was an epic Christian McCaffrey game, just so good running the football between the tackles. And then, what he's done, all year and throughout his career on the receiving side, just a difference maker. And so it was a tremendous team win and a much needed one at home.
Yeah, and Christian's performance on Sunday night resulted in him not only being the NFC Player of the Week, but earlier this week, John, he was the Murph and Marcus Player of the Week. And I asked him on Tuesday morning about the Monday anniversary, about how it had been 3 years since you guys made that trade, bringing him over from Carolina. Now, Christian said he didn't even realize that it had been 3 years, so I'll ask you the same question, John. Have you had a chance to kind of reflect over the last, 3 years, just seeing what Christian McCaffrey is able to do for this franchise?
It's been awesome. From the very first game he played in, I remember here against Kansas City, he showed up on a Thursday. We thought maybe we could we thought maybe we shouldn't even play him. The next thing you know, okay, maybe we give him 10 plays. And then he ends up playing 20 to 25, I think, and, played really well. He's been impactful from day one. Christian is that rare breed where he's got unique Hall of Fame, different type talent, but then he mixes it with kind of a walk-on mentality. And when you mix that, my old coach Herm Edwards used to say, man, when will meets skill, you've got something special. And I think Christian embodies that as much as anyone.
Yeah, it was funny. We tried to get him to say, hey, man, you competed with Bijan, and as cool as it was to change jerseys, you beat him, bro. You beat him soundly. And Christian's like, no. You got to be humble in victory. He said, if I say any, he said, Bijan might go for 350 next time I see him. But he was just, that everything you're saying, the guy just had a brilliant performance, NFC Player of the Week, and he's like, you have to be humble in victory. That's the Christian you know and love, right?
Oh, it is. He's got an incredible amount of humility. He's a class act all the way around, and just a fantastic football player. He's done it at every level. I think I've told you guys before. I watched him play high school football. I think he's right up there with Junior Seau as the best high school football player I've ever seen. College, I watched him up the road here at Stanford, and he was dominant there. And then he's taken that on to this level. It's so fun to watch.
So Steve Young told us, as much as he loves it, he wonders, is it sustainable? 17 weeks now, and I know we can't predict the future. It's kind of a hypothetical, but is there any concern about durability? And I guess the question would be, do you use Brian Robinson that much more and or any of your other young running backs just to give him longevity, CMC?
Yeah, I think we're always cognizant of that. Made a move for Brian Robinson before the opening of the season, and in part because we wanted to add something to help Christian, but then also Jordan James, who we have really high hopes for, was banged up early on. Now Jordan's getting healthy. He hasn't hit the field yet, but we're loving the things he's doing. So we have plenty of other players that can play in, as running backs, and we think perform at a high level. I think Brian did the other night. Brian ran the ball extremely well. Christian was just in his zone, and we needed that game. And so, but we are always cognizant of the amount of touches, and it's just hard to take that dude off the field. But we understand that's part of it as well.
John, last week we talked about the return of George Kittle and how much of an impact that he can have in the run game, and we immediately saw that success on Sunday night. But I want to ask you overall about the impact that he makes, not just on the field, but also in the locker room, and the timing of getting him back a week after losing Fred Warner.
Yeah, I think one of the coolest things in life and in sports and football, leadership manifests itself in so many different ways, and George is unique because he's just, he's like Stone Cold Steve Austin, one of his favorites out there. He just brings energy. He's a ham with the cameras, but don't think for a second this guy isn't. He's not trying to bury the guy in front of him, and that is contagious. He's a contagiously competitive human being, and he's incredibly skilled, and he's made himself into an extremely complete player. Look, the catches will come for George, but I was so happy and proud and grateful for him the other night because he was paving the way for, along with a lot of other guys, by moving people. And I think also people aren't as prone to crowd the line of scrimmage when you have an explosive guy like Kittle that can run by them. And so that backs the defense up. So it all works together. And, George is a huge part of our success, has been over the years, and he brings so much energy and just fun. You can't forget that this game should be fun when you're playing it. I used to look across the field at Lambeau Field, and Favre would be doing the YMCA during the course of the game. It was always a good reminder for me. This is supposed to be fun, and you should play it as such. George does that as well, and I admire him for it. He's a tremendous player.
It's incredible, man. So it's hard because it's $1 billion industry and lives are at stake, but you got it is a game at heart. And man, Brett Favre doing the YMCA did that piss you off, John, when you say that? Because he's running around, he's hard to tackle, and you're like, he's doing the YMCA right in my face.
Brett was something, man. He was great to play. People forget how good that guy was, and tough. And he didn't miss, and he played tough. He played physical, and I think he was kind of an inspiration for people because he'd have so much fun. It would be in a tight game, and he'd be messing around, and the guy was an incredible player.
So he was a Niner killer too. Okay, so the big question about the quarterback. We have Steve Young on KNBR every week. He alternates afternoons and mornings. I asked him about Brock Purdy, and are we getting worried now? So this is what Steve had to say, just a shortcut from yesterday. Steve Young on Brock.
The fact that it's just dragging on has us all pretty worried, right? Because it's just one of those things that even if it starts to feel better and then you go out again and then it becomes a chronic thing, then because the problem is if you don't heal the first time, the body wants it to heal and then you get healthy. You hurt it again. The ability for the body to heal appropriately kind of gets diminished. And so every time.
There you go. Just that's what Steve has to say. Your reaction to what's going on with Brock and the timeline that's dragging on.
I understand what Steve's saying, that it's worrisome. What I can tell everyone is that we're being incredible. And we've gotten so many opinions on this thing, and it's been pretty consistent. So he's doing a really good job. We're taking the appropriate measures. What I can tell you is he gets better each week, each day. So I do think we're getting closer to him returning. A hard timeline because it's kind of a feel thing and how he feels. That's still out there and TBD. But we're getting closer. We do know that. I think this week in particular, last week, I think we made some progress, and so that has Brock encouraged. It has everyone encouraged.
Are there any specific benchmarks or milestones that maybe you want to see Brock Purdy check off before you guys clear him for his return?
Yeah, there's all of those, and namely, it's like, hey, do you feel like yourself? Do you feel, So I always, there's doctors, and sometimes doctors have to hold the player back, and so there's those benchmarks and things the type of testing that you can get past that. But I think the athlete knows their body extremely well, and I think Brock Brock knows he plays a certain way, and you can't change the way you play to make it easier to play. And he's not going to. He's only going to play one play, so he's got to be right to play that way, both from a medical standpoint and all that. So we're trusting Brock, we're trusting the doctors. We'll make a good decision on it, and that's why it's taken some time.
It's never fun just asking you for updates on health. We love talking football and Fred Warner's appearance in Levi's and all that fun stuff, George Kittle's return. But we do have to ask about Brandon Ayuk because he's so important to your future. You guys are now in a position to make a run. You're now, and Ayuk could really help you, and we just haven't heard anything, and 49er fans would love to know, is there any hope he plays this year?
Oh, yeah, there's hope he plays, and, there's more importantly than hope, there's some, evidence. He's making really good progress. He's been putting in the time, and I think that it's coming nearer as to when he's going to be out there.
John, just a question on kind of the big picture of your defensive backfield. We saw Demo did not practice yesterday. Renardo Green and Upton Stout also limited. We saw Chase Lucas step up this past weekend. Mustafa's getting more snaps. Just your big picture view of your defensive backfield heading into this weekend's matchup against the Houston Texans.
Yeah, I think Demo, I'll never want to trivialize just a quad bruise, but those happen, like a Charlie horse and so sometimes you need early in the week just to kind of continue to stretch that thing, loosen it up. So he missed a day because of that. Renardo hurt his toe the other day in the game, but, responded fairly well. So he practiced yesterday. Malik's doing great in his comeback. Upton is feeling good this week. So I think the prognosis back there is we still have practice today and tomorrow, but those guys are all trending in the right direction.
And center's such an important job, and Jake Brendel went down, unfortunately, with a hamstring. Matt Hennessy stepped in. What can you tell us about him and him working with Mac Jones? And that's the deal Sunday in Houston, man. Matt Hennessy's the center.
Yeah, so Brendel, he's been a really consistent kind of stalwart for us right at the core. You just count on him being there every week. He got his hamstring in that game. Going to be a couple weeks, but much like having Mac Jones, a guy who can go in and play like a starting high-level quarterback, Hennessy was a really good pickup for us last year because this guy has started games. You go back always to the draft process when we studied him. We had really high grades on Hennessy. He played center and guard with the Falcons, and we thought came in and played at a really high level the other day. So that's a nice luxury to have a guy like that, especially at that position. There's a lot of communication going on. They have the ball in their hands every play. So when you have a backup that you can really trust, has started a lot of games, that's a huge benefit. And Matt, that was really nice to have him the other night, and I commend him on the way he went out and performed.
Looking ahead to this weekend's matchup against the Houston Texans, John, I always love when you get a matchup of former coaches and coordinators battling against each other, the chess match and them trying to outsmart each other. Familiar face you'll see this weekend, D'Amico Ryans. Just talk to us about the job he's done out in Houston and some of the challenges that Kyle will have facing off against his defense this weekend.
Yeah, I love D'Amico. Love everything he stands for, his family. He gave us a lot of really good years here. he came. Obviously, people remember him as a player. I sure do. Every time you talk to a teammate, they talked about one of the greatest leaders that they ever had the opportunity to be around. Coaches would say that about him. I was broadcasting then and had an opportunity to meet with D'Amico as a player on a number of occasions. And then, Sala and Johnny Holland and them talked him into coming on, joining our staff when we first got here. And he really just ascended incredibly fast. Wonderful person. But man, his guys play, and they play violently. And you see it when you turn on this Houston team, this Houston defense in particular. They're extremely talented, and they play extremely hard. They're hard to move the ball on. They're hard to score on. They take the ball away. So I know their record doesn't really dictate that and speak to that, but that defensively, they're a very good football team. Offensively, they've had their struggles this year, but they do have a lot of talent, and I think they have a new coordinator, and they're waiting to put it all together, and we just can't be the team that allows that. We have a lot of respect for this opponent. We know a lot of the people on this team, former players, former coaches like D'Amico that have been here, so a lot of respect coming from us, and we got to go in there and earn and take a big time win away from Houston.
John, we can't end it without asking about the Bryce Huff situation. I mean, man, he has the big sack, and now he goes down. So frustrating. And it also leaves you with just a cupboard that's even emptier. So we've been asking you about pass rush trades since the Bosa injury. Now we add Huff. How could you characterize to us and the fans out there about the urgency that you have to make a trade to beef up your D-line, question mark?
No, we don't have to. If, like I've said consistently, if it can make our team better and things align, speaking with other teams, with how it benefits us long term, the analysis of what kind of compensation does it take from future drafts and all that. But we've got plenty in this building. Bryce has been a big part of what we do. Played a fantastic game. Unfortunately, it was like the second to last play of that game where he got his hammy, it's just gonna be out a couple games is kind of what it's looking like right now, and we'll hold down the fort until then. And with respect, I've spoken at great length on the other stuff. If it can help our team, we won't hesitate to do it. But nothing has presented itself that is aligned completely to this point.
You guys are 5-2 and leading the NFC West with the tiebreaker advantage over your rivals after all that. That's pretty amazing. So we'll see Sunday. Yet another story will be written. I mean, who knows what Mac Jones and CMC and Alfred Collins and Tatum Bethune are going to do. So thanks for all the time, John. It's wide-ranging. We took a lot of your time. We appreciate you, and have a great trip to Houston.
Yeah, thanks, John.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
There he is. Business like John Lynch today from Tony Vitello all the way through. Don't have to make a trade for the D-line. Brock Purdy, sort of murky, a lot of sniffing.
A lot of sniffs.
I love John, though. He's great. We're lucky to get a GM who's that generous with his time, so we appreciate you, John. You're not a bad guy like Billie Eilish. You're a good guy. You make us happy. Okay, we got a short break. We got Justin Allegri, who's calling the game at 7:30. Tony Vitello spoke to the Knoxville media. Just a quick break on that, a quick update on that, and then Allegri on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
2010s Friday, bringing in the young kids here. Little pop hit from the 2010s. 21 Pilots.
That's who this is.
Taking my time. You know it. Drop the needle, buddy. Yeah, this was a big hit in the mid-2010s. I'll ride with it. Harmless pop. Yes, sir?
I was never really a 21 Pilots guy.
I can see that.
Yeah.
Wait, little raga, a little sort of a white raga rap here.
Now, young Tony behind the glass looked like he was feeling it.
I mean, it's like a fun song, fun beat. I mean, I wouldn't play it like in my off time, but I mean, it's a good song.
We're just going to the 2010s, y'all, and I was looking at the hits. All right, guys, here's the deal. Tony Vitello, he spoke to the Knoxville media briefly. It's almost like he kind of felt like he owed it to. I got to give you guys something, you know. Nothing too huge and smoking gunny in here, but it says he gathered a stack of papers, handwritten notes scrawled on the back of the daily schedules in his final days, and met a handful of media members yesterday in Knoxville. Quote, "It was selfish," Vitello said. It was selfish. It was personal reasons. I have always tried to be a good teammate, but I feel like I made a selfish decision. That was one I needed to make. It was the right decision. Well, I hope so. Yeah. Jeez, my God. Can't be saying that was the wrong decision.
Yeah,
Then he talks a lot about just Tennessee and what it meant to him. But he does say that it did go up all the way to the end. He says Saturday there was no decision whatsoever. That's when he says it picked up on Sunday the 19th, which is kind of like, okay, and then gained momentum. He said he revisited the discussion with his players on the 21st, which is Tuesday, and talked them through some things. Quote, "There was a lot of factors," Vitello said. "There was a brand new stadium I'm going to miss out on," I guess in Tennessee. And he says, anything to do with San Francisco, anything to do with Tennessee, at the end of the day, was not relevant to the decision. His quotes are very vague. "If that's the last time I ever set foot on this campus or this field as an employee or as a Vol wearing our orange, I'm just so thankful for the people that showed up. It will be forever ingrained in my memory. And what made it was the last day on the job very, very special." That was what we saw. The encouragement to do what was in my heart was next level. The freedom I felt from the other coaches and players that I didn't know was there and didn't expect to be there on the level that it was. I think that if anyone invests in being an VFL, Vol for life, they are just that. That's what I am in my mind. For me, I am a VFL.
VFL.
There it is.
I like it. Selfish decision, of course, but this was just too good of an opportunity to pass up.
Dude, he's managing the show.
Yeah, you only have one opportunity to be a manager. There's only 30 teams, and there's only one team in the league that has nearly half of your first-round draft picks that you ever produce. The guy has produced 10 first-round draft picks. 3 of them are in the Giants organization.
Bro, the guy just joined the franchise of John McGraw, Christy Mathewson, Willie Mays, and Barry Bonds. Oh, and Buster Posey. Mm-hmm. So we'll get into it. Thursday is the day. We'll be out there.
John Tamargo.
Oh, I meant to tell you guys. Thank you so much, Tony. The statements were made at, wait for it, Lindsey Nelson Stadium. I said, wait, Lindsey Nelson's a broadcaster. One of the great broadcasters. He used to do Notre Dame football, Tennessee. He was a Tennessee guy. He was the Giants broadcaster when the Giants moved from KSFO to KNBR. They hired Lindsey Nelson from Tennessee to come out here. He's the one who said in 1979, John Tamargo, which led to Lee Hammer's impression.
John Tamargo.
Which is one of the great. This is Lee Hammer doing Lindsey Nelson.
John Tamargo.
And Vitello spoke at Lindsey Nelson Stadium.
John Tamargo.
So maybe it was all meant to be.
It's all meant to be, and not a coincidence that it happened after I renamed my KNBR fantasy team Jamar Lamargo.
John Tamargo.
It's all happening. Justin Allegri. Next to talk 49er football on the Sports Leader.
John Tamargo.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
So we had to throw Tony a bone in the 2010s Friday. Couldn't just all be me dialing up Pharrell Happy. We had to give him a little of his EDM, beloved EDM from the 2010s. Swedish House Mafia tone. This is for you, bud. My gift to you, bud.
This is on my running playlist.
This is you down the Marina. You live in the dream, running the Marina Green, buddy.
Don't you worry, child. You know?
All right, good stuff, man. 2010s Friday, giving you the sounds. We're bringing in the young demo, baby. Kids are like, Dad, listen to this station more. They play cool music. All right, good stuff. Swedish House Mafia helping us through our 2010s Friday. Okay, 49ers at Houston. Do you worry, child, about going down there with no Fred Warner, no Nick Bosa?
Don't you worry, child.
No Bryce Huff. Oh, my God. Demo Lenore has missed the last few practices. Oh, my God. But if they can win this game and get to 6-2, holy moly, it's like a jailbreak. The man who's going to be on the call is our next guest, Justin Allegri. Now, talk about a hardworking man, because I do believe he has an assignment tonight in that bustling burg known as Blacksburg, Virginia. And then he'll have to get from there down to Houston, Texas through the miracle of modern travel. Justin, welcome back to Murph and Marcus. You are having a fun weekend. Good morning. How are you, brother?
Hey, what's up, Justin?
Weekend, 2 football games, but nothing better than more football.
Oh, you're living the dream, dude. Give us a little Blacksburg, Virginia breakdown. Of I got to travel a lot as a sports writer. I never got to Blacksburg, Virginia. What's the scouting report?
Well, I'll have to tell you that when we get there tonight. We're actually staying in Roanoke, about 45 minutes outside of Blacksburg, because it is a small town, and it basically shuts down for home football games for them. So we're going to get into town later this afternoon and get the vibe of that stadium, which is supposed to be one of the best in college football. You know, the loud atmosphere, the Enter Sandman that they do. So I'm really looking forward to it. It's kind of one of the stadiums that I had on my list when Cal entered the ACC that I wanted to see for a home football game. So I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, and Justin, now you're be calling games for 2 separate teams that both have a 5-2 record. So let's back it up a little bit and go back to Berkeley on Friday night. Just your thoughts on that big win over Bill Belichick coming to town.
Ooh, yeah, that was a tight one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was a game where, you know, you looked at the record of North Carolina and thought, well, they're coming off of a bye. They're probably going to be geared up. There's been a lot of talk about Bill Belichick and what's going on off the field. They're going to try and get a win as desperately as they needed one. And, you know, Cal has played some inconsistent games, and that was probably one of the more inconsistent ones all season. But the fact of the matter is they were able to get a win, and we've seen Cal teams in the last few years not be able to close out games like that against whatever the opponent is. So the fact that they did enough, they executed enough to get some turnovers, and the key one at the goal line at the end of that fourth quarter was a big one from Paco Austin. But you know, it's a win, and it's a 5-2 start, which we haven't seen in a while for Cal, and certainly not under head coach Justin Wilcox. So now you try to make it 6-2, and you can go home, and you're facing a Virginia team next week that's ranked at home. So that's the next step in this stage is just try and stack these wins together.
Yeah, I truly don't know what to make of you guys. I mean, the 5-2, the Ron Rivera imprint and everything, because we do picks, and I try to stay on the West Coast. I don't want to pick like LSU, A&M, or whatever. So I try to pick it, but man, I know you're not going to touch point spreads because you're a man of integrity. You're not an NBA head coach. But it's a really baffling game because Virginia Tech's bad. They're like objectively bad, but they're 6.5-point favorites. And like there's so little faith in Cal to like get it done. But I am taking Cal in the points. Justin, you don't have to comment. I'm just going with my pick there, buddy.
I'm with you, though, on I can't understand why the inconsistency is there, because I always think back to the Minnesota game this year for Cal, which I think was their best and most complete game. And you look at that and say, all right, well, now it's a team that looks like they can beat some top-tier opponents, but they haven't shown 4 quarters of that level of play again since the Minnesota game. So I think that's part of the reason there's just too much up in the air to try and predict what this team will look like over the course of 4 quarters. And you know, Lane Stadium is difficult to play in, so that's a big part of it too.
Yeah, it's true. Maybe I'll change my pick. All right, Justin, speaking of like inconsistency versus consistency, the 49ers this year have been a consistent. Steve Young told us maybe early in our season, because maybe their identity is they're going to be a tough out. They're going to be a gritty, grindy, grimy bunch. Because, my God, you can't have many more hands tied behind your back than losing Fred Warner and Nick Bosa. And they go ahead and they beat the Atlanta Falcons, who feature Bijan Robinson, one of the great players in the league today. And so they get the win. They're 5-2. And now they lose Bryce Huff. And I don't know about Demo Lenore's status. Now, the good news is, Justin, and you can tell us from your scouting, Houston's offense has been terrible. So weird matchup this game. A weak Houston offense against an incredibly injured Niner defense.
Yeah, and I think what it boils down to in this particular matchup is just the defensive lines for both teams. You mentioned the injuries, and that's been, unfortunately, the story of the season for the 49ers. But like you said, they're gritty, so they figure out a way to get it done, and that is kind of their identity this year. You know, you go through the middle of the season, you try to pinpoint an identity for a team because that's where it kind of shows its face. And I think we knew about this team early on that they were just if there was going to be adversity dealt to them, they were just going to brush it off and say, next man up. We're gonna take it on with the guys that we have, and that's what they've been able to do. But in this matchup, you look at the Houston Texans defensive front. I mean, they can cause a lot of problems. There's a lot of veterans on that team. They've caused problems for quarterbacks already this season. They can get to the edge. They can get up the middle. They can cause a lot of problems for the opposing quarterback. But like you mentioned, their offense has not been able to move the ball, and in particular, they're really poor on third downs this year. One of the worst teams in the NFL. So I think the team that's going to win this game is the team that's going to have the better defensive line this week. And I don't know what that's going to look like in terms of the pass rush. I think it's going to kind of be by committee where they're going to bring their pressure, and maybe it's going to come from the secondary a little bit more this week from the 49ers. But whoever plays better on that defensive front is going to win this game.
Justin, outside of the injuries, the number one storyline for me is Kyle Shanahan facing off against D'Amico Ryans for the first time since he was a DC. Hell, for the first time since he used to be a linebackers coach underneath Robert Saleh. So how do you think that dynamic plays out? Both of these coaches know each other extremely well. How do you think that matchup plays out this weekend?
Yeah, I think it adds to the level of chess being played with the players out and the struggles on offense, because D'Amico Ryans is going to have some sort of defensive scheme that is going to be a wrinkle that he's thinking that maybe Shanahan hasn't seen or isn't expecting, and then vice versa, Shanahan's going to bring something on offense that maybe D'Amico Ryans hasn't seen or isn't expecting. So there will be varying levels of moves and counter moves in this game that I think the deeper cuts for these two coaches, because they know that each of them intimately knows one another and what they're kind of thinking over there. So it's going to be fun to watch, and we won't really know until after the game when both of them can make some comments on it, what it was like to get ready for that, because it is another layer to do you overthink things, or do you just go into it with what you're trusting in terms of what you've already played out and what you planned for this season. So it's going to be a fun chess match to watch, that's for sure.
Just how real is this Houston defense in your prep and studying leading up? I mean, the pass rush is real, the stats are real. I mean, they're not winning this year, but that defense is robust. What are you seeing, Justin?
Yeah, they're not winning, but the reason that they have won some games or even made it close sometimes has been because of their defense. I mean, they had that strip sack fumble recovery in the end zone last week where you were thinking that the Seahawks were going to run away with it, and then it was like, okay, well, Houston's still in this game because of their defense. So I think it's certainly their strength. They're developing turnovers. They have 7 interceptions this year, which is one of the top numbers in the NFL. And like I mentioned, you look at those 4 on the defensive front, in Danielle Hunter and Settle and Rankins and Will Anderson, who's a third-year player. There's 32 seasons of NFL experience on their starting 4 up front. So that's going to be a problem. I think it's a real defense. The linebackers they have been excellent this year at sealing the edge and not allowing much in the second level. I don't know what it's going to look like for Christian McCaffrey in this game, because we saw the best he's been last week, but that was really the first example of what this team could be on the ground and what we've seen them be on the ground. But now they're taking on a defensive front that's one of the best in not allowing yards on the ground this year. So, that is the ultimate puzzle piece this week, how that defensive positioning and scheme will look like against this 49er offense.
And another Mac Jones Sunday, before I let you go, Justin, back to the college football, just another Mac Jones Sunday, man. I mean, I mean, there's Manic Mondays from the Bengals, and there's Mac Jones Sundays for the Niners. It just Brock's nowhere to be seen, and this guy's banged up. But he's out there just doing his thing. What's your take on Mac? What do you see?
Yeah, I think he's not your typical backup quarterback. He has been a starter in the past, so there's that layer to it where you say, all right, he's winning some football games. That's great from your backup, but he is a guy that knows how to win games because he's been a starter before. So I think that also gives a little bit more leeway to Brock's injury, because it is something that just seems so small, but it can cause so many more problems throughout the course of his career if it's not handled properly. And then I also look at the looming game next week at MetLife Stadium, where we know there have been a long list of injuries to players over the years. And maybe they're thinking, well, Brock probably shouldn't be playing on that playing surface next week if he's not 100%. So it would be a lot different if they didn't have confidence in Mac Jones. It would be a lot different if he wasn't winning football games. But the fact is, he's going out there, he's putting this team in position to win every week, And I think there's confidence there that they can say, hey, Brock, let's sit back, make sure you're 100% ready to go before we put you in a game. And we don't want to have another setback like we did after that Jacksonville game. So Mac Jones, he's going to be the operator, and I think he'll do a great job.
As will you, Justin. Your calls will be great. We'll be playing them on Monday morning. We're going to come right out of the gate playing those calls. So have a really fun time. Living the dream, buddy, doing big-time Division I football on a Friday night and then doing big-time NFL football on a Sunday. So well done for us. The kid out of Santa Cruz, Justin Allegri, right?
Appreciate it. Always rep the A31.
All right, buddy. We'll be listening to you. Thanks for the time and enjoy the day.
Thanks, Justin.
Thank you.
Justin Allegri. Yeah, living the dream, man.
Mm-hmm.
Living the dream. Dude,
Pretty
doing
damn
Cal
cool.
football on a Friday night, 49er football on a Sunday. That's truly a Bay Area dream. So that's
Living the
awesome.
life.
All right, big hit. Speaking of dream, that guy 30, he's not bad. What a party last night at Chase Center. That's our big hit. 808 KNBR is the phone number. How you guys are feeling after Steph did it. What was his finishing flurry last night? Come on. Who is this guy? Steph Curry? We'll do it next. The big hit. Warrior Party Thursday night on the Sports Leader.
Do you want to race?
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. We're still giving away these Rush tickets. We're going to qualify one person today, and then we're going to pick a winner to receive 2 tickets to go see Rush, who's back on tour. They're going to be in San Jose next year, believe it or not. So these are tickets for next October. I don't even know if I'm going to be alive next October, but you got to stay tuned between 7 and 10 a.m. for your chance to qualify for these 2 tickets to go see Rush. It's all furnished by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
ElCerritoHonda.com. Why don't you do that this weekend? Why don't you go to El Cerrito Honda? Say, yeah, I heard Murph on KNBR, the sports leader. Send me to El Cerrito Honda. Is it true? And Sharif will say, yeah, it's true. We like having you here. We have great deals for you. It's all awesome. El Cerrito Honda. I would go. How about this for a starter to just open the conversation? How about leasing a 2025 Honda Accord SE for just $169 a month? What a deal. I'll give you more details on that later. These are all part of hundreds of new and pre-owned Hondas in stock and ready to take home today at El Cerrito Honda. Where is it? Easy. El Cerrito, California, right off of 80 on San Pablo Avenue. You can go online at elcerritohonda.com. You're like, do they have what I'm looking for? The answer is yes. They have what you're looking for. elcerritohonda.com. I love my 2025 Honda CR-V Hybrid. And tell them I sent you. It's more than just a car dealership. We're family. Now, that lease is an example. VIN 555124, 24 months, $49.95 due at signing, 0 security deposit, 10,000 miles per year. See dealer for full details. Offer ends 11/3/25.
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Shot clock at 5. Catch and shoot. Curry. It's good. First three. Here's Curry coming off that green screen. Back-to-back threes for Steph. Good passing by the Warriors. Count the basket. Curry and one. Green setting multiple screens for Curry, who fires and hits and ties the game. Curry, a little airspace. That's all he needs. 38 for Curry. He has got the last 16 points for the Golden State Warriors. Nobody picks up Curry. He takes it all the way and lays it in. 40 points for Curry. Since the 2:45 mark of regulation, Steph Curry scored 17 points. He outscored Denver during that span by himself. And the Warriors win it in overtime. 137-131. Curry finishes with 42, 7 assists, and 6 rebounds.
Man, did we need that after that day in the NBA yesterday when we completely lost faith in the National Betting Association and a horrible federal scandal engulfing the sport. Steph Curry brought us back. That's the big hit, everybody. On a 2010s Friday,
Damn
Marcus
right.
has the aux cord. Do tell us what fabulous beat we got going here.
Murph, if you give me the aux cord, there's a good chance you're going to hear a little Uncle Larry. This is Larry June. Smoothies in 1991, which dropped in 2019.
Okay, good. Yeah, I was going to say, I thought Larry just dropped something recently.
Yeah,
but
so this was
sounds great, by the way.
One of my favorite songs and one of the few songs that we can actually find by Larry June that's censored and clean. So we're playing it on a 2010
It's called
Friday.
Smoothies in 1991.
Smoothies in 1991.
Just a quick digression now. San Diego Mike, one of my great friends in life since third grade, he's a very chill, relaxed dude, right? And when there was a Super Bowl in San Diego in the early 00s, and he was down there, and I met up with him to have some lunch, and he encountered the great Mike Silver because the NFL was in town for the Super Bowl, and he didn't know Mike. And Silver's like, yeah, dude, he's this guy. And I was like, this is my friend Mike. He's one of my childhood friends. He's like, cool. And then he goes, all right, dude. He goes, I'm just going to go do this interview over here. And then Silver sniffed and pushed his shades up and said, then let's go get a smoothie. And, dude, my buddy San Diego Mike was like, bro, is this guy for real? And so for years now, he'll just say to me, dude, I'm going to do this interview. And then let's go get a smoothie.
Let's go get a smoothie. Smoothie's underrated in my opinion. It doesn't get a lot of love.
How many times have you said to your buddies, I'm going to do this thing, then let's go get
Never.
a smoothie?
I don't think ever.
Right, so
I mean, I used to go get
since
I used to go
1991.
get Jamba Juice all the time, like before like a baseball game, but I don't think I ever dropped the line. Got to go get a smoothie.
That's so good. Man, oh man. Well, smoothie. Steph is our smoothie, right? Hey, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. We are going to do some Vitello at 8:15 with Susan Slusser, even though she's in London doing her full UK residency that she does every offseason. She reported the hell out of a big story about just who Vitello is from St. Louis, Missouri, so we'll get into that. But, man, we were all there. Let's start with the round table. Thanks to everybody who came out. Thanks to the several of you who came out to the round table. No, it was great to see everybody. We got lots of love and lots of people saying hi. And you guys are always welcome at those things. We don't have those things in public for you to stay out of the limelight. Come out and see us.
Come on down.
Wait, did I say limelight? Have we given away the Rush tickets yet? Have we? No? Okay, one more day. So it was great to see everyone.
It was awesome.
It was fun to debate it. And we just spent basically 2 hours talking about where do the Warriors fit in the Western Conference. Mm-hmm. Then we grabbed beer and barbecue. Shout out Harmonic and the whole crew that had us out there. And then we went inside and saw the exact thing we're talking about. The Denver freaking Nuggets.
Yep.
Who are just a tough matchup for the Warriors. Well, I mean, they're a tough matchup for a lot of teams, but they're a just particular problem for our Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, and the size of the Denver Nuggets.
9 out of 10. They'd beaten them 9 in a row until last April when the Warriors got one. And the way that game was playing out in the second half, Marcus, I was like, here we go. I had the tweet ready, locked and loaded, like, ownage is ownage.
Oh, you had it in the draft ready to go?
I didn't actually have it in the draft, but I was thinking, I was like, well, I got to send out a tweet just because I felt like I sent out a tweet just to talk to the masses. And I was like, it's just ownage. Well, guess what?
Not
Steph
so fast, my friend.
freaking Curry. And in the closing lineup, Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah.
The closing lineup was Steph, Dre, Jimmy, as one would expect, Johnny Kuminga and Al Horford out there. You needed Horford for the size.
Absolutely.
To guard Jokic. And as it turns out, that closing lineup was able to come back in the final seconds. Now it took. Steph had to hit a 36-footer, which was crazy, which was insane. And then the Nuggets had the ball, and they had the last shot. And everything told me that the Nuggets were going to score on the last shot because they own the Warriors. And they got the ball to Jokic in the key. And Draymond D'd him up. Jokic did not make the big shots down the stretch yesterday.
I mean, one of my favorite plays from the game, of course, we can focus on Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler hitting the dagger, but Draymond Green once again proving that he's one of the best one-on-one defensive players in the league. Hell, one of the best help defenders. The way he was able to pick up Jamal Murray off the dribble. Here comes the Joker setting a screen, pick and roll. He shifts off him, picks up Joker, contests the shot, and next thing you know, we're in overtime where Steph Curry continues to go off, but that's the key. We talk about Steph being the heartbeat of the offense, Draymond Green being the heartbeat of the defense. You saw both of those on display last night.
Yeah, and so let's get a little Steph Curry here on this whole thing here. Dude, cut O, Tony, on the final lineup that they had because he does talk about Aaron Gordon, who we got to discuss.
Bro.
And I'm going to say right now at 7:58, Aaron Gordon, you must chill, bro. You must chill. This man is a savage. He has now set 2 career highs at Chase Center on the Warriors. Last year, he dropped 41.
We don't want to see that psycho back in the Bay.
We don't want to see that psycho from the South Bay.
We don't want to see that psycho from the South Bay.
Shout out to the Midi crowd and the San Jose crowd. My God.
Jeez, I felt like I was watching him in high school when he was dunking over all my buddies.
He went for 50 on this. In fact, why don't we actually jump ahead to what Aaron Gordon had to say, a very Bay Area response to when he was asked, dude, you went for 41 last year, you went for 50 this year. What's going on here?
Man, the DJ was playing slaps. I mean, so I'm vibing the whole game, you know what I mean? He's playing just straight Bay that I grew up with, you know what I mean? Just like hyphy music, you know what I mean? So I was just out there getting hyphy.
Okay, so DJ G Sharp, you now have a mission. Do not play the hyphy stuff that gets him going.
Yeah, but here's the
thing,
thing,
I need Yacht
Murph.
Rock and Barry Manilow next time he's in town. Right?
Because when you get DJ D Sharp playing that hyphy music, that's what really sets the atmosphere at a Warriors game. And this has been going on since the days back at Oracle. And we've heard opposing players from around the league being like, yo, it's different when you come out to the Bay Area. They have different music. They start playing hyphy music. Next thing you know, the whole crowd's gigging and going crazy. They're like, yo, this is a different environment. It's tougher for opponents, but a little bit easier when you grew up in that lifestyle with that type of music.
We should spend a minute talking about the environment last night because Marcus Thompson wrote a column, our buddy, about Chase Center being, not Oracle, and that it's just so wealthy. It's hard to get hyphy and crazy like that. But that last night, Steph, 2 minutes ago, actually it's kind of sad that he had to ask the crowd, but the crowd's response was great. And it seemed to be from the moment Steph, with 2 minutes to go in the game, this is when he got fouled on the three-pointer before he shot the 3 free throws, which, by the way, he made them all, which was a big moment in the game because they were down 6. And then he cut it to 3. And then he asked the crowd for a little love, and the crowd responded. And from that moment on, it felt like the Oracle bones came back for a few minutes.
It felt like a playoff atmosphere. During that final stretch when Steph Curry is taking over the game, I mean, he was cooking. He scored 20 of the Warriors' final 30 points. 35 of his points came in the second half in overtime combined. It was the Steph Curry show last night, and we were all there to witness it.
Let me correct it. Those 3 free throws cut it to a point. So there was a time, I mean, honestly, when you were at the game, did you think Denver, for most of that game, was going to win?
Yeah, I thought when Aaron Gordon wouldn't miss a shot. I mean, it's one thing when he's out here competing in slam dunk competitions, which he still should have won at least one, if not both of those dunk competitions. But the fact that he was out here like a sharpshooter, hitting 7, 8, 9 3-pointers a row, 10 for 11, that was absolutely unbelievable. It just felt like it was Aaron Gordon's night and overall the Denver Nuggets night, but there was Steph Curry playing spoiler.
Here's Steph himself on Aaron Gordon. Check it out.
I mean, he played this out of his mind. I'm sure, when you're in that kind of zone, I don't know how he talk about it. He probably expects it just because of the work he put in over the summer. But for a championship-type team like they are, a team that has a lot of continuity from year to year, and then you have a guy like that play the way he did, and for us to still win, like that says a lot about where we're at right now. But it also says we got a lot of work to do to, keep doubling down on just finding a way to win no matter what the situation is. It's kind of like a playoff type vibe where somebody has an out-of-body experience and you dig deep and, steal one pretty much. And that says a lot about what we're trying to do.
You got to love Steph talking like that, too. By the way, my kid, Rory the Greek, tells me, because he's got all these apps, He goes, Dad, that was the most efficient 50-point game in NBA history. I'm like, what? Dude, I just double-checked it. Yes. According to the robots out here, Aaron Gordon's 50-point game was the most efficient 50-point game in NBA history based on true shooting percentage, which I confess I don't even fully understand. 17 of 21 from the field, 10 of 11 from three-point range for a true shooting percentage of 105.8%, which is a new NBA record. So you guys saw one of the greatest shooting nights in the history of the league last night.
Yeah, and it was outdone by Steph Curry dropping a 40-burger of himself. Like, that's how impressive Steph's performance was last night, that Aaron Gordon was out there in the locker room refusing the game ball because he didn't want to take an L home with him.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, they asked him. They're like, they offered me the game ball because I dropped 50. He's like, no, why would I take the L home with me? He wanted no part of that game ball.
Oh, man. Well, Steph talked about down the stretch, because they had to just start doing – I saw there was a quote after the game that Chris DeMarco and Terry Stotts told Steve Kerr, because Kerr is worried when he plays J.K. and Jimmy and Dre, J.K., Jimmy and Dre, there's no real three-point shooting out there. Now, Kuminga can make a three.
Yeah.
But he's not a three-point shooter.
No,
you know what I mean?
no. Like, if you can get him shooting like he did in game one, I know he missed a couple shots yesterday, but we saw a little bit more of that 3-and-D on display in game one. But, yeah, to your point, theoretically, no.
The thought was we have a good big lineup out there with Al Horford. Well, Horford can make a three, but Draymond and J.K. out there, and Jimmy can't shoot the three, although he made a big one. And they said, Terry Stotts and Chris DeMarco said to him, and Kerr was like, we don't have enough offense out there. And Stotts and DeMarco said, they're going to figure it out. That was literally their coaching advice was they're going to figure it out. And here's Steph about down the stretch just hooping here. Check it out.
At the end of the day, he was going crazy in the first half, kept it going. And then down the stretch, it was, again, decisiveness, just trying to figure out how to get the best shot on every possession. I don't necessarily look at it as, a one-on-one type back-and-forth battle, but it's more so the game called for us to kind of abandon any, fancy play calls and just get to spots where we could try to pick them apart. And, I was able to finish a lot of the possessions just because that's the way the game went. So the talent like that in a game like that rises the level of the whole arena, on both sides. So you kind of feel that for sure.
That's Steph trying to explain himself. I don't know. I just got to the spot. I had to make some buckets,
It's funny. I was chuckling to myself during that entire cut, listening to what you said before you threw to it. Yeah, maybe the Warriors don't have enough offense out there. Yeah. They have Steph Curry. Yeah. Steph Curry is the offense. Yeah. Joel Embiid might be the system. Steph Curry is the offense.
I mean, this is stuff we talked about all during the roundtable of what do you do to maximize Steph's, and whether or not it's going to be, we're going to talk about it at the trade deadline. Do they have enough, and do you ride with Kuminga or not? All that stuff. But man, oh man, we talked about Steph and treasuring every minute and his final chapters. I mean, when he hit that shot at 120 to 117 to tie it, the crowd reactions. I told you I had a friend in the crowd. Shout out Mill Valley Winter League Golf President Dish.
Because we are THC, you're in the lineage.
There it is, buddy. I saw him in the crowd. He was losing his mind. I'm like, that's my guy. And I'm like, look at him. He's losing his mind. I'm like, well, everybody's losing their mind. And that's what Steph does to you.
That's the Steph Curry effect. Yeah. And that's why yesterday when Cobes asked us at our Dubs roundtable, he goes, is this the final chapter for Steph Curry? And I was like, whoa. I've even started to think about a final chapter. And we were throwing out some riffs. You were bringing up him ending his career with the Charlotte Hornets. Yes. But I threw out the idea that I always envisioned Steph Curry ending his career being like Ray Allen at the end of his career, where he's just a post-up sharpshooter from the corner. Steph Curry's 37 years old, and nobody in the NBA can even keep up with him running around on the court. Nobody is doing what this guy is doing at age 37, turning 38. He's in better shape than he was as a rookie. He's not slowing down anytime
soon. And there are
soon.
times when he takes the ball to the rack and gets so banged to the ground, and he doesn't get the call. There were two last night in the second half where he went in, went into the forest, got thrashed to the ground, and he's always doing this. Like, where's my whistle, But then he pops up and frickin' sprints his ass down the court, and I was watching him going, is he going to tire? Is he going to tire?
I don't think so.
But, I mean, that's why Pop always has Brandon Payne on. Brandon Payne's one of the two of the most important guys in Bay Area sports history are the surgeon who fixed his ankles in 2012. Literally, that guy changed Bay Area history, the surgeon who fixed, because the ankles were Tony, when you were in middle school, bro, his ankles were a huge problem. Everybody thought he can't do it. Yeah. It's like some guys are injury prone. They're like, he doesn't have the ankles to do it. He kept injuring his ankles. Some surgeon fixed him. And then Brandon Payne's conditioning. And it's Steph obviously doing it, but the conditioning it's outrageous.
And to have this level of conditioning after having those ankle issues, after playing his entire career braced up like he's Forrest Gump. And it's actually something that I thought maybe we should have thrown in the cooler of content from him and Bryson DeChambeau in the Breaking 50. Steph talked about his ankle problems and how it's a goal for him in his career to play a game without the ankle braces.
Dude, I didn't know this.
Great minds think alike.
He just whispered in my ear that we have a cut from Bryson. Did you?
Dude, me and Tony did
synergy,
not
baby.
Look at
sync
us.
up on that one.
Look at us.
baby.
Look at us. Who
Look
would have thought?
at us golf guys.
Look at us.
Look at us golf guys.
I want to hear the sound. Yes.
I had 2 surgeries early in my career that reinforced the tendons in my right ankle.
Yeah.
And then I had basically a different tape job, and I wear braces over top of them. And so it's more, I'm like a Forrest Gump out there with his shin.
Run, Forrest, run!
The braces.
Do you ever break out of them?
That's like my goal before I retire. I want to be able to be in a situation where I play without braces, just for the accomplishment of it, because it's been almost 11 years with the setup I have now.
Wow, that's really interesting. Okay, I confess, I was reading a text, the start of that. Give me that again. What does he put on his ankles? Let me hear that.
I had 2 surgeries early in my career that reinforced the tendons in my right ankle.
Yeah.
And then I had basically a different tape job, and I wear braces over top of them.
Okay.
And so it's more, I'm like a Forrest Gump
Okay,
out there.
so tape job and braces.
Yeah.
All right.
Double duty on the ankles.
That's what goes on before the game.
Every single game.
And then he's doing that. Oh, my God.
And he's still out here running circles around 21 and 22-year-olds.
A lot of people checking in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Let's finish up the big hit by going to you guys out here. 831, pardon me, that was somebody asking about fantasy football. 415 says, is it just me or does J.K. and Will Richard look a little too timeliney? Is that a positive thing that you would have J.K. and Will Richard in the stable ready to go?
I would say them showing flashes early on is a good sign.
415 says the fact that it took Aaron Gordon's 50 points for the Nuggets to be in it says a lot about the way the Warriors are playing. 415 says, yeah, but Aaron Gordon was still -1. All right, there you go. 415 says the commish loved that game. Hell yeah.
Yeah, he did.
We opened the show by talking about, man, did the NBA need that? The National Betting Association. In fact, Curry did have a comment on the whole Chauncey Billups, Terry Rozier. It's cut to V, Tony. It's unbelievable. I mean, literally, listen, if we were in a different market and the Warriors didn't play last night, we could be talking about the demise of the NBA right now. Although, Overnight Dave printed out a 7-page history of sports betting scandals in the world. Bro, I got one consistent theme for human beings. They will do things for money beyond the rules. Freaking every sport on every continent has been tainted by a betting scandal. It's unbelievable.
You ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
I mean, we have Dave printed out this thing. There's Brazilian soccer, there's Italian soccer, there's Welsh rugby. There's freaking everything, bro. So here's Steph Curry on the scandal.
Everybody's very mindful of, what to do, what not to do, and understanding the landscape of, sports right now in general. And that's not just an NBA thing. It's, this is new territory for everybody. So I think on the whole, we all are very responsible. The integrity of the game is fine. And then obviously we'll let the situation play out, whatever happens. But I wouldn't worry about that too much.
Okay. All right. Steph's good. Checking in. Everybody's mindful. Everybody except for Terry Rozier, Damon Jones, and Chauncey Billups.
Yeah, but Murph, that's a great point. I think that Steph Curry and Aaron Gordon did a great job of distracting the rest of the NBA world away from this gambling scandal, until after the game where we got the stat about Aaron Gordon being the first player to hit 10 3-pointers in a season opener since Terry Rozier.
Bro. Silver's like, kill that stat, kill that stat.
He's like, I'll pull the plug. Inside the NBA is talking about the stat. No more. Pull it.
ESPN stats and info. Pull them out. Pull. Go to commercial.
Which, by the way, I think it was hilarious yesterday. I was watching a little bit of ESPN First Take, and they were talking about the gambling scandal, of course. And like, like this is a new world that we're in with sports gambling. Like ESPN used to try to shy away from this stuff, and literally they had the ESPN bet graphic on the bottom of the screen.
Yeah.
And dude, they took it off mid-segment.
Dude, that
as Greeny is talking about, they're like, we got to get rid of the ticker. They pulled the ticker mid-segment.
It's like anytime you've been in an embarrassing situation where you realize, I don't know, something as simple as your zipper's down or something like that. You're like, turn around. I mean, just like you realize you said the wrong thing in a conversation. You're like, I better get out of this conversation.
Yeah, somebody get that ESPN bet graphic off the screen.
They were like, get it, go get it, man. All right, well, just a few more checks checking in here. 8925 says, how about Curry racing the length of the court for that end-of-game layup as the Nuggets walked back exhausted? I wondered what was going on in that play. I was like, did the Nuggets think there was a foul or something? Because it was in overtime.
Yeah.
And there was a loose ball, and the Warriors were up 6, and Curry just no Nugget went with them. I was like, wait, did they just concede that basket, dude? They did.
Can't keep up with stuff.
Oh, man, so much fun. This guy, the best, the antidote to a betting scandal, Steph freaking Curry. All right, well, that's your big hit, everybody. Tony Vitello is the new Giants manager. Susan Slusser did a huge background piece on him. That's what we'll talk about next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We have still not given away those Rush tickets. I know everybody's worried about that. Just want to kill the big hit music. All right, so let me tell you the rules. You got to listen between 7 and 10 a.m. for your chance to qualify for 2 tickets to go see Rush in San Jose next year. Today's the last day we're doing this, and we're qualifying one person today only. We did it for the entire week, and we're going to pick a winner to receive the grand prize, which is 2 tickets. You get to bring a friend to go see Rush. It's all furnished by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher on a Friday morning with Prize Picks, because Prize Picks is the best way to win cash on the San Francisco 49ers and Christian McCaffrey this football season, because you know that this weekend is another opportunity to maybe add Christian McCaffrey to your lineup. And hell, throw that maybe out the window. You should make this pick, because I've been telling you to pick this line for 7 straight weeks. And for 7 straight weeks, Christian McCaffrey has cashed in on his receiving yards. He's currently 6th in the NFL in total receiving yards. So why not add him to your lineup this weekend against the Houston Texans, where you only need him to have more than 43.5 receiving yards? I will be adding Christian McCaffrey to my lineup once again, and you should do the same thing on Prize Picks right now. So download the app and use code WORDLEADER to get a $50 bonus in bonus lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code LEADER to get $50 in bonus lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Our 2010s Friday. This is perfect. Ready, Tone?
Oppan Gangnam Style.
So it's perfect because Psy, Gangnam Style, but this was the 2012 anthem for the Giants World Series run. This is what they played at every game, and the fans all did the crazy dance. Remember John and Dave did the dance at City Hall? There's a picture of them in the booth that we broadcast from. There it is. So 2010's Friday continues. So that's where Tony Vitello is trying to get the Giants. Get it? Get it? Good. Let's talk about it. Do we have Sluss? I gotta love Sluss's UK cell phone international plan because while she is doing her UK residency, she's still reporting on baseball in America. So, Susan, we'll get into your big story on Tony Vitello, but first and foremost, good morning. How are you?
Hey, Susan.
Good afternoon.
I was going to say, I have been on those calls where in fact, I came on with Paulie and Marcus once at the Aaron Judge signing, and it was nighttime in Dublin. And they're like, yeah, good morning. I'm like, what do you mean?
Yeah.
Dude, it's night.
Murph is outside of a pub, yeah.
So, I'm with you.
I'll have you know it's tea time.
It is tea time. It is tea time. So, well done. Way to work from London and get this story in. So, first and foremost, Susan, you've been around the game a long time, and you've seen it all, but you haven't seen this. So, before we get into your reporting on Vitello's background, I need the full, unfiltered Susan Slusser take on Buster Posey making this unprecedented historic hire.
It's very bold, and I was surprised, even though our good friend Andy Baggerly has been talking about this possibility for quite some time. You know, even brought it up at the press conference after Bob Melvin was let go. You know, would you consider somebody out of the college ranks? And I think our eyebrows all kind of went like, what? That's just not something you do, right? For obvious reasons. Are the superstars going to be okay with somebody that's got no pro experience of any kind, the bullpen management, all the obvious things. But the more, I think about it and the more I learn about Tony Vitello, and as you mentioned, I did a big profile of him. I talked to a lot of people that know him. I'm enthusiastic about this hire, and I certainly can see why he made such an impression on the Giants front office. There's no doubt about that. And he does seem like he's been a very strong motivator, a very good recruiter, which sounds like a weird thing to say, except for San Francisco has shown that recruitment can be a very important thing and something that maybe has been lacking. I don't know how you would beat Buster Posey, Tony Vitello personality kind of onslaught if you're a free agent.
Susan, just to track the timeline of this signing with Tony Vitello, there have been reports that Buster and him have been talking for 2 months, going back to a Giants game out in Colorado where he went out to go see some of his Tennessee players. But are we looking at a scenario that played out by Buster Posey trading Tyler Rogers to go get Drew Gilbert and Blade Tidwell being one of the reasons why Tony Vitello is going to coach the Giants?
I don't think it's quite to that extent. I think they got to know each other, and remember, their first-round pick was from Tennessee, too. I think that things have been kind of percolating a little bit in terms of mutual admiration for a while. I don't think that there was any, like, let's meet up in Colorado, let's start talking about the job. I don't think that that was on the horizon. I certainly don't think that it was at the time that those trades went down. I think Buster really, really likes the job he's done with that program, which is why he's gone and gotten players from that program, and has really hit it off with Tony Vitello. I mean, it's just all kind of comes together. So we're all sort of, the other orange team suddenly is looming very big for the Giants franchise.
Susan Slusser live from the UK, where she reported on Tony Vitello's background. Let's talk a little bit about Buster. Next Thursday is going to be fascinating to hear all these discussions or all these answers from Tony Vitello and from Buster. So, Susan, it's been a year and 20 days since Buster took the job. He sure has done some big stuff. This is probably the biggest, even bigger than the Devers trade, I would say. So what does this say? Like, in the year you've studied Buster, and now that you're getting more and more evidence, what's your sort of detective's profile of Buster Posey? Why would he do this? Is a guy who's a total pro, and how he would trust somebody who's not a pro. What's the Susan take on all that?
Yeah, I think he likes to take the big swings, and he is not afraid to do that. So many front office people in every sport, I mean, leaders in all sorts of industry, are cautious. They listen to maybe outside noise, and I'm not sure that that's necessarily always a good thing. Buster is clearly going to go with what he thinks is the best thing to do. He is absolutely listening to the other people in the front office. Don't get me wrong, and I know that there are big Tony Vitello fans in that front office, but I think he is not going to listen to, like, oh, fans are like, who's Tony Vitello? He's not going to, think, hey, maybe the superstars aren't going to love this. He's going to do what he thinks is best for the team. I think that's what we all expected. I just don't know if we thought he was going to be thinking, I think as Scott Osler put it, so far outside the box, it's more like outside the factory where they're making the boxes.
Well, Susan, that's definitely one of the questions that we've been asked a lot is how are players going to react to Tony Vitello walking into that clubhouse where he doesn't have any experience as a manager or even as a player at the major league level, which I find a little funny because the guy that ultimately hired him is Buster Posey, who's a 3-time World Series champion. So he's got Buster's respect. But what are you hearing from people either around the organization or just around the baseball world of how players can maybe receive Tony in his style of coaching at the major league level?
Well, I think we're really going to need to see him in action for a while before that becomes apparent. It's tough to make a guess. That is a clubhouse that has a lot of sort of positive, upbeat, peppy guys, I think, who might be a match for that. Willie Adames jumps out. Chapman's got some of that in him. Rafael Devers is a guy who's always got a smile on his face. I think that this could work from a personality standpoint, but you just never know. 2 or 3 months in, if a team is playing poorly, we've seen other managers with that kind of big personality. Suddenly, that starts to get a little old. Guys look like, maybe this is a little bit of a shtick and stuff like that. Can he gauge things like that when you ease up a little bit or you tone down the sense of humor? And it sounds like, you guys have probably seen the clips on YouTube and TikTok. He's very funny. He does some wacky things. He's going to be a very fun person, I think, to interview on a daily basis. That's all going to be great. But for players, that stuff can wear if a team's not playing well or if a player is in a particular funk. And that's going to take a little bit of, he's got to know how to gauge that. I suspect he does. I mean, he's been a very successful coach, as his dad said, like, if you can coach, you can coach at every level. And we will find out if that's the case.
Yeah, Susan Slusser is a voice you hear on the UMA guest line. Everybody should go to sfchronicle.com and read her deep profile. It features the trivia that Eric Miller, Giants lefty reliever, played for Vitello's dad, as did Bill Miller, the Giants third baseman from the 90s. So there's a strange St. Louis Miller connection there. His dad was some sort of epic Missouri Sports Hall of Fame coach, and I guess that's where Tony got it all. Susan, I want to talk to you about the blend between NC2A baseball and Major League Baseball and center it around what Marcus brought up, Drew Gilbert And that is, like, Gilbert brought to the Giants something they'd never seen before, which is that college wackiness. And we were sort of surmising on the air with a number of players, not every player, but more players are going quicker from college. I believe the Blue Jays are starting Trey Savage tonight. He was in college last year at East Carolina, I think. So do you, in the time you've been around baseball, has the gap between NC2A baseball and Major League Baseball lessened, and is that a factor?
I think that is some of it. I think in some cases it's a little bit cost related. I think sometimes it's cyclical. Sometimes there are an awful lot of great young players that come out of colleges and they make it really quickly. We're seeing all of those things right now. I think, but for a really good team like the Blue Jays, it's not really a cost factor. Obviously, that's a talent thing. I do think that we have seen an enormous number of very talented college players coming out in recent years, and they're coming out. Vitello is really big on development at the big league level, which sounds funny since he has not been at the big league level. But saying that is one thing that, from what he can tell, is lacking. And I've heard coaches say that that there isn't enough emphasis on things like actual development fundamentals, working on things like that at the big league level. Ron Wotus is happy to talk on that subject and the pros and cons of things like that. I don't think he's going to be out there running guys through wheel plays or PFPs every day or anything like that. But I do think that there is room for not just sitting in a video room, but maybe going out and doing some more fundamental work here and there.
What's come to mind? I know, Susan, last minute or two here, but what's come to mind is Kai Correa. He had one Arizona Fall League with Cleveland, so he did have one little cup of coffee in the pros, but other than that, he was from Puget Sound, and he didn't have any of this stuff, and yet he was a big developer guy, and now he's with the Mets now, I believe. He just went from the Guardians to the Mets. Did that come to mind at all for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's not, I think, unprecedented for guys to go from colleges to coaching staffs. But Kai is certainly a very, very good example of that, and really highly regarded around the game. Thinks deeply about things, has lots of really interesting ideas. On that Kapler staff, that was also sort of, Kapler and his staff, that was some very outside of the box thinking from the previous administration. And it worked. Look what happened, in 21. That things all kind of came together with a lot of different, unusual things during the Gabe Kapler year. So, hey, maybe things get hot and he comes out of the gate hot and everyone responds and they could have a fun year.
Do you have any idea who he would hire on his staff? Is there any inkling on that?
Well, I think if he could get Jace Tingler on the staff, they played together at Missouri. Tingler obviously has managerial experience at the big league level. They're very close friends. Jace Tingler lives in Kansas City, and he's working in Minnesota right now. I think if there were family concerns when he was the Padres manager about spending so much time away from his family. So I don't know necessarily. It seems the obvious choice, really, but I do think that there's. It's not necessarily a slam dunk. And I've been saying throughout, I really hope that particularly J.P. Martinez and Garvin Alston are back with the Giants. They did such a nice job with the pitching staff. It would be nice to see some holdovers, and I know the Giants have said they'll recommend everyone. I mean, honestly, I would be happy with any and everyone on that staff who the front office and Vitello are comfortable with coming back, but he does need somebody with some real experience managing as the bench coach.
All right, Susan, I'll leave it at this. I just Googled what are the best live music acts in London tonight. Sting is at the O2 Forum with Sophie Gray. Erykah Badu is at the Royal Albert Hall. There's a group, Banks. Is that one of your DJs, Banks? Isn't that one of your EDM guys? Banks?
Tony?
Isn't he an EDM guy, Tony?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's at Exhibition. So there's just some starter sets there for you.
Huh. I was at a show last night at the Electric Ballroom that was very good. And tomorrow I'm going to Brighton for a show.
Oh, look at you. When you drop a Brighton, I know you're talking real stuff here. All right. All right, Susan. You're the best. Thanks for hopping on from the UK. And everybody should read her story in the Chronicle. Good background on Tony Vitello. Thanks, Sluss.
Yeah, thanks, Susan.
Fantastic. Thanks, guys.
She's awesome. All right. She said she was skeptical and then more enthusiastic the more she dug into it. It's going to be, that Thursday thing's going to be interesting, man.
Yeah. We got to wait a whole week.
I know. I hated that. I don't know what is it the stupid World Series thing? I got news for the freaking Major League Baseball. You need all the pub you can get.
Yeah, I mean, the Angels were able to sneak in Kurt Suzuki's presser.
Yeah, the 1 year deal.
Yeah, 1 year deal.
Okay, we got a big finish here, though. We got cooler at content. We're going to get a Houston Texans scouting report from Marin County's own Sam Warren, who's working for the Houston Chronicle. And then we got the Pop Culture Showdown. You will know who wins the World Series by 10 a.m. today. It's over.
Guaranteed.
As the late, great Joe Betts would say, it's done. It's already
Consider
done.
it done.
It's already taken care of on The Sports Leader.
right, everyone. Chill. This is the cooler.
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something.
Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, happy Friday, everybody. What a Warrior game last night. We've been talking about that. That was the big hit. Cooler Content is, of course, sponsored by Marin Health. With top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay, Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. A little late, but we got our 2010s Friday in. Would you be surprised to know that your boy really digs this tune?
Really?
Yeah.
I would be a bit surprised.
Are you down?
I mean, I'm down with this track.
Panda.
Panda, 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 panda.
Yeah.
A lot of pandas.
When this one hit, I was like, I kind of like that one.
Did it remind you of Pablo Sandoval?
I ain't gonna lie, it did.
Panda, panda, panda.
This is our 2010s Friday. We've had some fun with this one, whether it's Pharrell being happy with Steph Curry or Smoothies since 1991 with Larry June. 21 Pilots was lukewarmly received by the crowd. Billie Eilish got more love than 21 Pilots.
Black t-shirt, Billie Eilish.
But this one, you down with Panda, designer, buddy?
Absolutely. Are you kidding?
Yeah.
Of course.
This one bumps in the club for
Banger.
you kids out there.
Yeah, I'd say probably for young Tony's generation a little bit more than mine.
Wait, here it is.
Panda.
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 Panda. Panda. Panda. Panda. Panda. Panda. I get broads in Atlanta.
I like it. I like this one. It's a good one. All right, guys. He's English, isn't he? Sounds English. Sounds like he's from the UK. Maybe Slush should go see him tonight. There you go. All right, guys. Cooler of content. Guys, we talked about this a little bit, but we didn't play it. The wacky woman, and I say this with great affection, Judy Jupiter, who's one of these people. There's just these people, Marcus.
Wait, say her name again?
Judy Jupiter.
That's a hell of a name.
Sort of like the Andrea, the astrologer of New York.
Dude.
But
I was thinking the same
with
thing.
an Instagram account and a pair of brass ones. She doesn't care. She'll walk up to anybody, anywhere, and just start saying, "Hi, I'm Judy Jupiter. Who are you?" And we looked at her feed. She did it to Kyrie Irving. She did it to Sabrina Carpenter on the streets of New York. She's done it to a bunch.
Yeah, and so she's not like legit paparazzi. She's just somebody that's out on the streets.
A New Yorker with a pair of brass ones who just doesn't care.
Yeah, those are Judy Jupiter streets.
And she found, of all people, Macklin Celebrini and Will Smith, these two kids.
Unreal.
They're just sitting in these chairs on like a sidewalk cafe or coffee shop in New York.
Which I got to say, like, we talk about all these great friendships in the Bay Area. Young Tony and John Lynch, Buddy Hield and Jimmy Butler. Macklin and Will Smith, they are everywhere together. I've seen them at Giants games, taking batting practice. I've seen them at 49er games. Those two guys are always hanging out. That's the future of the Sharks right there.
They won last night.
Yes, they did. First win of the season.
In New York. In the Garden, maybe because of Judy Jupiter.
Yeah.
So here, if you have a video, YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, this is why you should watch us on these multimedia platforms. Here it is. These two kids. I actually thought this was like a setup or something. Well, we're gonna play a bit where she explains it, but just enjoy your two young Shark stars, wide-eyed kids in the big city with the wacky Judy Jupiter here.
Guess who's performing at Madison Square Garden on Thursday? Thursday the what? What date is that? This Thursday. This is the 20th, 21st, 23rd. October 23rd, this team, what's the name of your team?
San Jose Sharks.
Who are you playing?
The Rangers.
Oh, you gotta be kidding. Wow. And how long have you been playing for the team?
This is my second year with the team.
Are you good? What position?
I'm a forward.
And who are you?
I'm Will, and I'm a forward too.
Okay. What's your Instagram?
Mac Celebrini. Will Smith too.
Okay, stand up, please. We're going to see what real athletes look like. Okay, do a spin. Turn around. Wow. Now, these are
That's sexist.
Perfect specimens. They're athletes. These are like Olympians. And where are you from?
I'm from Vancouver, Canada.
Oh, I love Vancouver. I used to go to Victoria.
Yeah.
I almost got in a car accident with a woman in a Rolls Royce. I went through a red light. I mean, not red light, stop sign. She was petrified. And where do you live now?
I live in San Jose.
That sounds nice.
Yeah.
And how about you? Where are you
from? I'm from Boston, Massachusetts.
Where do you live now?
San Jose.
Wow. Do you like San Jose?
Yeah, it's nice.
Perfect weather.
Very good weather.
Warm all the time?
Yep.
Wow. How are the women? Gorgeous?
Yep.
Yeah. And how about you? You're single?
I'm single, yeah.
These guys are single. Now, don't blow up their Gmails, but come on, girls. These and guys, these are real babes. Okay, what do you want to say to my followers?
What's up?
What's up? And how about you?
Have a good night.
Okay, and why don't you say hi? Give me a hi.
Yeah. Oh my God, they're still sitting there.
Bro,
they sat there the entire
unreal.
time. These nice boys. These nice boys. Macklin Celebrity and Will Smith.
Dude, it's like they're going to prom and they're sitting in the living room getting interrogated by their prom date's grandma.
Dude, this is classic. So I was like, this showed up on my feed, and I was like, what the hell is this?
Why? I've got so many questions. How did she even recognize them? How did she know that
she
they
just
were
saw
Sharks
they were
players?
good-looking guys. By the
Yeah.
way, Macklin is 19. Macklin is 19 years old, okay, dude? I have a 17-year-old soon to be 18, okay?
What do you want to say? What's up?
That was really good. She made him turn around?
Dude, she went full Drake on us. Baby girl, let me see you twirl.
Baby girl, let me see you do your dance. Let me see you twirl.
Stay tuned.
Hey.
Stay tuned.
Hey now.
By the way, Will Smith's 20. He's 20.
Yeah.
So unbelievable. So I thought this was like someone set, like the Sharks set this up or something. She's just a woman who roams the streets and finds. This is right up there, by the way. Greatest Bay Area, New York City street moment since Klay Thompson was interviewed about the scaffolding. Do you remember that one?
Yeah,
Because Klay said they were doing a story on too much scaffolding on the streets of New York, and Klay was on a walk, and they stopped him. They're like, "We talked to Klay Thompson." They're like, "What's your name?" He's like, "Klay." I'm like, "What do you think?" He's like, "I don't know. There's a lot of scaffolding around." I don't know. They were like, "Wait a minute." He got interviewed.
That's
like
Klay Thompson.
There was like ABC News in New York or something. They're like, "We interviewed a man on the street about the scaffolding." He's like, "Yeah, there's a lot of scaffolding out here." This is her on a podcast. Do you have the name of this podcast here? I don't even know. I'll try to get it for you. But she explains the backstory here. Check it out.
Well, I was sitting there having a Guinness at my favorite place with two of my friends who are also photographers. I saw this hot blonde guy pass me. I said, "Oh, I got to get him." He went in the bathroom and he came out. And I said, come on over here. I want to videotape you. And I did 2 videos of him. I did the first one. And I just, and I didn't know anything. He didn't say he would. I said, "What do you do?" He goes, "I go to college. I study communications." And then after the video ended, I started talking to him. He said, "Well, I'm a hockey player." And I said, "Why didn't you tell me that?" I said, "I got to do the video again." So I did the video again. My friends kept talking in the background, but that's okay. It doesn't matter. And then he said, "Oh, my friend's outside." And I said, "Oh, okay." And my other friend, who's a photographer, said, "Come on, let's go outside." So we went outside, and the 2 of them were there. And I said, "Do you mind if I always ask, do you mind if I can photograph you?" And he said, "Yeah." So I did the video. And after we were done, I started talking to him. He goes, "Well, we're playing the Rangers." I said, "Why didn't you tell me that?" So I did another video. So I did 4 in all.
How do they differ? Are they similar?
No.
Wait, so there's more.
It's called what? It's called Whatcha OSS How? Whatcha Osh Show? I don't know. It's Whatcha O Show. Whatcha O Show interviewed her. By the way, go to her Instagram, JUDI Jupiter. She was at the Garden. She filmed them skating off the ice and tagged them. This is incredible.
I mean, it's unreal.
I honestly think this is very good for the Sharks.
I need to find the lost
very good for the
files of
Sharks.
the 3 other videos that they did outside of the one we just played.
That's right.
Like, how long were they hanging out with Judy Jupiter?
Oh, man, dude. 408 says, yeah, I know. 408 says, I'd be in big trouble if I asked women on Santana Row to stand up and take a twirl.
Yeah.
All right, there you go. 831 says, these kids need more street.
Let me see you do your dance. Let me see you twirl.
Easy now. 831 says, these kids need more street smarts. I disagree.
Yeah.
I love the unvarnished innocence.
I think this is great. And, like, if you're talking about the popularity, like, this blew up on hockey Twitter. This is going all over the place. This is big for Macklin and Will.
Dude, multiple people saying it's cringe, 415 and 408. I couldn't disagree more. Yeah. I think it's fantastic.
But also, the cringe makes it funny.
Yeah, and no, cringe
that's part
is like,
of the key.
No, this is epic.
This
is epic.
It was a little cringy when they made them stand up and turn around.
But it's
that's
epic.
a little cringy.
The whole thing is epic.
But it makes it funny.
The whole thing. Easy. You're giving away everything. 408 says, I'm listening to this right now as I'm driving by the Shark Tank, and there's a giant billboard of Smith and celebrating. I think this is great for the Sharks. I really do. Of course, maybe I'm not the demo. I thought it was hilarious. I thought their innocent reactions were classic. And it's New York to the T, right? This woman having a Guinness, this hot blonde walks by. Can I film you? And they're like, yeah, sure. Well, listen, Kyrie and Sabrina Carpenter, but Sabrina's walking away.
Yeah. But hey, next thing you know, Macklin Celebrini's dropping a hat trick, and the Sharks are getting their first win of the season. So, Judy Jupiter, come on down.
Judy Jupiter Particles.
Well, I was sitting there having a Guinness. I saw this hot blonde guy pass me. I said, oh, I got to get him.
831 says it's cringe to the point of hilarious.
Yes, exactly. It makes it funny.
And 415 says, hey, shoddy, do a twirl. Let me see that dump truck. 415 says, I'm pumped. Our Sharks are so young. The future is bright.
The future is teal.
Another 831 says, no, it's not a bad. It's the one who wrote about the cringe. He says, no, it's not a bad thing. And also, talk more Sharks.
Yeah, go Sharks.
It's true.
Go Sharks.
They're up against Steph Curry, Tony Vitello, and the 49ers.
Yeah, and Mac Jones.
And we'll do the 49ers. That's it for the cooler of content. We couldn't get to the rest because...
Okay, stand up, please. We're going to see what real athletes look like.
Oh, my God.
Okay, do a spin.
Oh, my God. We got to get to the Pop Culture Showdown at 9:15, which means we got to get to our 49ers Texans preview with Sam Warren, the kid out of Southern Marin who went to Redwood High School, who now covers the Houston Texans for the Houston Chronicle. That's pretty cool. So we'll get a little preview, 49ers Texans, next on the Sports Leader.
Okay, do a spin. Turn around.
Baby girl, let me see you do your dance. Let me see you twist.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
All right, let's talk about Amici's, East Coast Pizzeria, and National Pizza Month. And Amici's ain't going to let this go by without a great deal. How about this? So this is Monday through Thursday. I know today's Friday, but let's already plan next week. Monday through Thursday, Amici's is offering 20% off all dine-in and takeout orders, $30 or more. That's a really good deal. I like 20% off. Monday through Thursday. This is all through October 30th. So next week, all next week. You got to mention the promotion or order directly via amicis.com or using the mobile app, which you should use. Enter the code PizzaMonth at checkout. Pizza Month at checkout. Or if you're in person, mention it to your server, and Amici's gives you 20% off your entire order, and that includes salads and pastas and wings and all that good stuff. So it's awesome. It's National Pizza Month. We're going to go Pizza Month. Mention it to the server in person or use it as a code via the app or at amicis.com. And 20% off any order of $30 or more between now and the end of October. We want a great deal for National Pizza Month. Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Our 2010s Friday rolls on with one of those anthems from the 2010s, right? Is this like the high school graduation montage video, Tony? Is this the one?
100%. Yeah, you can use it for a lot of things.
Yeah, you use it. Tony's graduating from Trinity High School in Lexington, and everybody's crying. This is little Tony as a baby.
Yeah.
This is little Tony in Little League.
A lot of people will make like a meme out of this from the last scene of Fast and Furious where Paul Walker drives off from Vin Diesel. But like anytime like a big free agent leaves the team, you'll get like Klay Thompson leaving the Warriors and they're driving off separately. So, yeah, it gets used a lot, Murph.
It's 2010s Friday. It's been fun and a nice little refresher on some modern history. And we ain't done yet, but that was a good one there. Charlie Puth and Wiz Khalifa. See you again. What are you doing, the golf or the Rush? We're doing Rush?
Rush.
Despite not playing Rush, because we're playing 2010s Friday.
Yeah, I mean.
All right, last day to qualify. Last day to qualify right now. Call John Joe Curley. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. And you'll see you again October 15, 2026. All right, October 15, 2026, when you can qualify to win these 2 tickets to see Rush at SAP Center in San Jose, the home of Macklin Celebrini and Will Smith. Maybe Judy Jupiter will be at the concert with Will and Macklin. Who knows?
Sharks territory.
And this is the final day to qualify, and then we're going to pick a winner. So if you want to buy tickets the real way, go to Ticketmaster.com. There's an artist sign-up time frame that actually ended yesterday, so I'll scratch that. There's an artist pre-sale starting Monday at noon that goes through Wednesday at noon, so you want to check that out. And then the official sale is Friday, Halloween at noon, Ticketmaster.com. Call Curly, 415-896-KNBR, caller number 10. Pop Culture Showdown around the corner. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader and Cumulus Media Station. You had a thought, buddy?
No, I did not.
You did not have a thought. Okay, connection made? All right, Marcus, how about this young kid? He was a high school senior. I think he called me Mr. Murphy.
Mr. Murphy.
He said, can we, do you mind talking to me about the future of journalism? I said, yeah, there is none, kid. There is none.
Yeah.
So we met down at the Depot in Mill Valley at the Plaza. Despite his credentials as a member of the Redwood Bark, our rival newspaper. But he was such a nice kid and such a productive kid. Went to Syracuse, walked onto the football team there.
Okay, Sam.
And then pursued his journalism career and is now crushing it. He's been at ESPN, the Chronicle, and now he's at the Houston Chronicle covering the Texans. Hey, when we met at the Depot, Sam, did you ever think you'd get such an elaborate intro on KNBR? Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Sam?
Hey guys, definitely not. Quite a full circle moment. I appreciate you guys having me on.
What was that meeting like at the Depot? What advice did I give you, buddy? I don't recall.
I think you just told me to keep going for it. But yeah, that's definitely a trip down memory lane for sure.
Told him that's my big advice, Marcus. Keep going for it.
Yeah, keep going,
buddy.
Keep going, Murph.
All right, man. All right, man. Well, let's get into it. Uma Guestline, Sam Warren, Houston Chronicle. Who are these Texans, man? I mean, this was a team that a couple years ago, people were so high on C.J. Stroud and everything, and it seems like the train has been derailed a little bit. Before we get into the nitty-gritty of the Niner-Texan matchup, what's the big picture story on sort of the slowdown of the Texans the last year and a half or so?
Yeah, so when you ask who are these Houston Texans, I think they're still trying to figure it out themselves. They've got a lot of things that are kind of going on with this team that seems like there's a lot of confusion going on. I think you saw a lot of that on Monday night against the Seahawks. This was a team that is coming out of their bye week. They had 15 days to prepare for the game, and they were just kind of making mistakes all over the field. So things haven't looked pretty offensively for this team. New offensive coordinator with Nick Caley, but they had two good games against the Titans and the Ravens where they put some things together, but those teams are not great teams in the NFL right now. Pretty much against any other competent team, the offense just has not been able to put it together. This defense is a world championship defense. They had 4 turnovers against the Seahawks, and they've been dominating teams kind of up and down the field all year, but just they haven't been able to play a complete game, and there's a lot of confusion going on as to why they can't get things going pretty much.
I mean, I should note, of course, they were 10-7 last year, and they won the AFC South. So it's only been this year, but it just feels weird. By the way, I'm looking at the standings, Sam. They're plus 39 point differential. I mean, I know it doesn't really matter, right? Because you got to win games. But does it feel like that's still out there for this team, even though the Colts are sort of running away with the division? Is there still a belief that they can salvage this season?
I mean, a lot of that rides on those 2 wins over the Titans and the Ravens. I think they outscored them like 70-10 in those 2 games. So that's where pretty much all the offensive production came from. But yeah, this defense, as long as they keep playing the way that they can, the offense just needs to give them any semblance of competency, because I think I saw the stat the other day that this is the first time a team has led the NFL in scoring defense through week 8 now, and they have a losing record. So I think that speaks volumes as to what's going on with this team, and they're just playing one half of the side of the football that's really good, and just the offense can't really keep things up.
Yeah, Sam, to your point, it really feels like the identity of this team is their defense, and it all starts with D'Amico Ryans. Now, we're familiar with D'Amico from his time being a defensive coordinator out here in San Francisco and also being a linebackers coach under Robert Saleh. So how big of a matchup do you think this is for D'Amico facing off against Kyle Shanahan for the first time?
Yeah, I think he's definitely sentimental about this matchup a little bit. This is the first time that he's facing off against the 49ers since he moved over to Houston. He talked about it earlier this week about how Kyle Shanahan kind of instilled that confidence in him to be a head coach. He didn't really have that idea in his head before Kyle had a conversation with him, sat him down, told him that he believes that he could one day be in his spot. And he credits Robert Saleh for teaching him kind of the finer details of coaching and really, teaching him how to be a coach rather than just what he was leaning on from being a linebacker in the NFL for so many years. So I think it definitely means a lot for him to play against this 49ers team, just given the start that it gave him in the NFL coaching ranks.
And we know that he has some horses on that defense also. Let's take a look at that front 7. Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter. Do you feel like that's one of the key matchups going up against the 49ers offensive line?
Absolutely. I mean, those 2 guys can really get after the quarterback. And I know that the 49ers have been dealing with some offensive line injuries throughout this year, but it seems like they've been able to protect Brock Purdy, Mac Jones, whoever's back there pretty well. So seeing Danielle Hunter go up against Trent Williams is definitely something that's going to be fun to watch this weekend. Will Anderson will be able to get after Colton McKivitz a little bit too on the other side. But yeah, those 2 guys can be, game wreckers. So those are 2 of the guys that you definitely have to pay attention to if, the 49ers start to get into trouble there.
Sam Warren's the voice you hear. He's a Bay Area kid at a Redwood High School who is covering the Houston Texans for the Houston Chronicle. You can follow him on Twitter at @SamWarren_3. A couple more things to get to, Sam. One is just C.J. Stroud and the journey. This guy, I think a lot of people thought this guy's the next great superstar. Where are we at right now with C.J. Stroud? How's he handling himself? How's he handling the frustration with the offense?
Yeah, so I think against the Seahawks, we saw some things kind of perk up that we saw last year with the Bobby Slowick offense. He was getting hit so many times last year. The offensive line was pretty terrible. He wasn't handling pressure well. And then against the Seahawks, as you guys saw in week 1, they have a pretty solid defensive line, and they were getting a lot of pressure on CJ. And you saw kind of that happy feet indecision stuff going on. He's still adjusting to a new offense. Nick Caley, they've described it as a death by 1,000 cuts offense, where they're trying to be efficient on first and second down, get the little yards so that they're setting up third down and manageable. But they really haven't been great at doing that this season. So the offense just is kind of inefficient, and it seems like it's starting to frustrate CJ a little bit, because all the success that we saw in his rookie season, he was probably the most efficient passer in the NFL and throwing balls deep downfield, hitting those explosive plays. And it just doesn't seem like there's a whole ton of opportunity for him to do that in this offense. So he's trying to figure out the identity. The Texans are trying to figure out the identity, and it definitely seems like there's some frustration starting to creep in.
Sam, what can you tell us about Nico Collins' status for this weekend? We know that he's in a concussion protocol. Do you think he has a chance to play?
Yeah, so we haven't seen him at practice on Wednesday or Thursday. I'm actually in the bowels of NRG Stadium right now, so I didn't see him at practice to start today. But it isn't looking great given that they played on Monday night. He sustained the concussion in that game. It's a short week. He has to, come back and pass all the protocols. So it's not looking likely that Nico's going to be out there. And same thing with Christian Kirk, who's dealing with a hamstring. So I think the Texans are probably going to be out 2 of their top pass catchers against the 49ers.
How much do they let you guys watch practice, Sam?
We're out there for a good 15, 30 minutes every day, just kind of looking at individual drills, looking at warm-ups, those kinds of things. We've got Nick Caserio as the GM here, who's spent many years with the Patriots, so they're kind of closed off on access in a little bit Patriot way-ish. But I try and see as much as I can out here.
And just in general, D'Amico, on a personal, just as a covering, you've been around a little bit now. You've got, you're still a very young man, but you've had a little bit of experience around. What's the covering D'Amico Ryans experience?
Covering D'Amico's great. He's a really articulate guy. Will give you good answers. He is a little bit closed off on some injury stuff, but he's very well put together and knows kind of how he wants to get his message across. And he's been very good at that so far in his 3 seasons at cover and being a head coach in the NFL.
And then just wrapping it up, if just going into this game, the Texans are favored in this game, right? I know Vegas, we probably shouldn't talk point spreads given the NBA story right now. But the Texans are favored. They're at home. It is a short week. They do have these injuries on offense. They do have this great defense. Do you think Texans Nation, as it were, Texans fans are viewing this as a game they got to win? Or are they like, oh, man, the Niners are coming in with Kyle Shanahan. We're probably going to lose. What's the general temperature of Texan fan going into this game?
Yeah, I think absolutely they feel like this is a game that needs to be won. They've really, this team is hitting kind of a standstill with where they are in the AFC South. They've won it the past 2 years, and now you have the Colts who have the NFL's best record. So it kind of feels like every game is a must-win from here on out for the Texans just because of the hole that they found themselves in. I think that Texans fans are probably looking at some of the injuries that the 49ers have had and like this is a matchup that they could win, but I think it's definitely going to be a chess match between D'Amico Ryans and Kyle Shanahan, that battle of that offense and the defense. So I think it's going to be definitely a really fun matchup to watch. Could be a little bit of a stalemate, but I think this, not only the Texans fans, but I think the Texans team itself feels like this is kind of a little bit of a must-win game.
Good stuff, Sam. Now I'm going to end it. I got to bring the hammer. I got to give you the score report from October 11, 2025 at Sam Chapman Stadium. Tamalpais 7, Redwood 2, by the way. 2. Oh, Sam, for the 3rd straight year, the trophy stays in Mill Valley, buddy. Do you have any response?
Well, that sounds like a pretty low-scoring affair, but I will say when I was the starting quarterback of the Redwood Giants, we were 2-0 against Tamalpais High. So.
Ouch! Didn't you? I thought you were a receiver, didn't you? I thought you broke loose for a deep ball one time, didn't you?
Yeah, so I was the starting quarterback my junior year, beat the Hawks, and then my senior year, my first game at receiver, went to Sam Chapman Stadium. I had, I think, probably like 100 yards and a touchdown. Also had the game-sealing interception, playing deep safety for the first time. So sorry to flex on Tamalpais High, but just have to stick up for Redwood a little bit.
Oh, that's good. But right now, you guys are reeling 3 in a row, baby. So you got some work. You're gonna have to come back and give a pep talk to the crew. All right, Sam. Hey, we're proud of you, man. We love to see the local kids doing good, and we'll read your coverage in the Houston Chronicle. Thanks, man.
Yeah, thanks, Sam.
Thanks so much, guys. Appreciate it.
There he is. You have to see a young kid succeeding there.
And look at you bringing on a Redwood kid.
It's a big deal. It's a big
That's
think
big
about,
of you, Murph.
There's it's like certain people from SC that you tolerate. Ronnie Lott, obviously.
Tim Ryan.
Yes. There's a few.
Your father.
My late great father, of course. And then Redwood, the list is a little tighter. Would we have Pete Carroll on if we could?
Pete Carroll,
Would
yes.
we have Gavin Newsom on if we could?
I don't know if that's appropriate for
he
our
might
show.
divide the room a little bit.
Yeah, I think so.
But he used to come on.
Yeah.
When he was mayor of San Francisco.
You're not wrong about that.
Speaking of the mayor, he's been making phone calls, huh?
Yeah. He's been having some
I've been
conversations.
talking to friends. I have many friends there.
Such a great city.
This list of Redwood. I'm going
Your
to start
station's incredible.
We have that sound. That's maybe the biggest drop of all time.
The lost files.
That we lost that sound.
That's what I need.
Donald Trump, 2005, AT&T Pebble Beach Pro-Am, walking out of the interview room. We just missed him, me and Creative Tony. We have a lousy little mic and tape recorder. And Tony's like, we got to get him. He's on The Apprentice, dude. He's really funny on The Apprentice. You're fired. That whole thing. So we go, oh, Donald, KNBR. He goes, I can't do it, but your station's terrific. Getting into a town car, getting away. How did we lose that sound? We played it.
Yeah.
Where did it go?
Where'd it go?
Did Barista take it?
It's in the files with Judy Jupiter and the 3 other Macklin celebrating Will Smith video she recorded.
All right, this was all prelude to the tradition. That is the Pop Culture Showdown. What's the story? The story is World Series, Super Bowl, Final Four, you name it. We don't know who's going to win. You want X's and O's, you go to Krug Niners Nightly. He'll explain to you that 4th string practice squad D tackle that's going to make the difference. Us, we don't know. So we go to what we know, which is pop culture. Those 2 cities pitted against each other. The one that wins is the champion. And oh, by the way, it's undefeated.
Never lost.
By the way, Curly just checked the record book, by the way. He just discovered it, Dusty and all that good stuff. Still undefeated.
Mm-hmm. Still undefeated.
We got Curly crunching numbers.
You will know who wins the World Series by 10 a.m. Let's go. Pop Culture Showdown. Toronto versus Los Angeles. Next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. Let me tell you a bit about some golf going on in the city. The Bay Area's most unforgettable golf experience is back at Oracle Park, and we are giving away 2 tickets to the Ballpark Back 9 on November 9th. Marcus and I are going to try to go to this thing. You can tee off from 9 iconic ballpark locations, aiming for greens on the field, and you get to finish with a 10th hole putting challenge. Before or after your round, you can go to the Gotham Club, get some food, some drinks, and live sports on over 20 TVs. Tee times are limited, so get all the info at sfgiants.com/golf. This is all furnished by Giants Enterprises, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Oh, there it is. I get the butterflies. I get the excitement. The tradition continues. Yes, the crowd's going crazy for the Pop Culture Showdown, a tradition that's damn near 20 years old at this point in time. I'm in, buddy. This is it. It's the World Series. It needs to be determined. And like we said, you want X's and O's, go listen to Krug on Niners Nightly. He'll tell you which practice squad D tackle from the Jacksonville Jaguars could help the Toronto Blue Jays beat the Dodgers.
Yeah, go check out Dub's OT with JD.
That's my guy, JD. That's my guy. Too soon. Okay, so here's the deal. We don't know. I don't know what you want to talk about. Pitch sequencing, swing tunnels? No. I don't know. So we're going pop culture. Toronto Blue Jays, Los Angeles Dodgers. We identify certain items, and again, these items items identify themselves. There's no preset thing. It's just the heavens speak, and that's why it's undefeated. We should note that there is one asterisk on that. In 2010, that's how long this thing's been going. In the 2010 World Cup, we did a World Cup one, Holland versus Spain, and in the critical category, better whacked out artist, Spain's Picasso versus Holland's Van Gogh. And Van Gogh won because of the incredible story about him cutting off his ear because he got syphilis from a hooker that he was in love with. Holland won the Pop Culture Showdown. Ready for this? We went off the air, and like an hour later, some freaking aquarium in Germany had an octopus named Paul, and they would drop 2 soccer balls in, and whichever one the octopus grabbed would win, and Paul grabbed Spain. And then Spain won the World Cup. And we were stunned here at the Pop Culture Showdown. Dude, I guarantee, look at it. The next day, Paul died. Paul the octopus died.
Chopped his legs off and turned him into calamari.
That's what happens when you take on the Pop Culture Showdown. You do not live to see the sun rise, dude. So there you go. That's the only time. Other than that, undefeated. So let's go. You guys ready? I am the judge. The jury is, or I should say, what am I? The jury? I don't know what the hell is. I'm the lawyer. You guys are the jury. Whatever. The voters.
Yeah, we vote. That's what we're doing.
Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, clap it up for him.
That's me. Clap it up.
Weighing in
Clap
at 6'2.5", undetermined weight, depending on the previous night's beer intake.
How many beers did I have?
And the other one, young Tony Farias, clap it up for him. 5 foot, whatever, bantamweight out of Lexington, Kentucky. Here,
if you know Louisville. If you know, you know. Do we got any cheesesteaks in this Pop Culture Showdown or what?
Well, that's where we start then. Let's go right in because we always start when you go to somebody's house. What do? You offer them some food. Would you like something to eat? And you say, well, no, I wouldn't know you have to eat. Nana's going to feed you no matter what. So when we go to Toronto and you walk in and they say, welcome to Toronto, better food offering. Tony and Marcus are going to take you to a restaurant. I don't know about the name of this joint. It's called Nom Nom Nom. What? No. Anyway, it's known for the world's best poutine, Poutine, poutine. It is a fresh, hot fries piled with fresh cheese curds topped with a rich liquid gold gravy. You can customize with toppings like Montreal smoked meat. I want to note that the people say the fries are noted for their crispness. The cheese curds are fresh and squeaky. The gravy is described as perfectly balanced and not too heavy. Poutine at Nom 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 in Toronto. Think about wolfing that down and enjoying yourself in your Walt Vlad Guerrero Jr. Blue Jays jersey.
Oh, sounds tasty.
Now I'm going to take you to Los Angeles, and they're going to counter with their own. And you could have gone a number of ways now. But I decided to keep it local because at Dodger Stadium, if you go 1.4 miles away, there is a pregame tradition. And it's a French dip restaurant called Philippe. Ooh. And I did it with the Murphys, and the line was out the door. And it's a French dip sandwich. This is USDA prime roast served on a lightly textured French roll, dipped in the natural gravy of the roasts. You can get it single dipped, double dipped, or what we call wet.
Ooh.
Hey now.
I didn't know you like to get wet.
You can also add cheese if you would like. But we're going to start with age before beauty. Marcus Boucher, better food offering Toronto's poutine or LA's French dip at Philippe, which is right outside of Dodger Stadium.
Well, I got to say, Murph, you're really pulling at my heartstrings here. As a French-Canadian man, I love me some poutine and I love me a French dip. So you're really putting me between a rock and a hard place. But there might not be anything I love more than just loaded fries. And poutine, or apparently poutine.
No, that's me. Everybody's calling me. You know what I'm doing? I'm pronouncing the Irish moonshine. That's my bad. Irish moonshine is called poutine.
I was confused.
That's my fault. It's poutine.
So
I'm an
poutine.
idiot. I'm an idiot.
All right. So
yes,
I'm a poutine guy.
Yes.
Give me the fries. Give me those cheese curds. I love a cheese curd. Throw a little gravy on top. There's actually a food truck down the street from my house that has these great duck gravy poutine fries.
Whoa.
I get them all the time.
Whoa.
Phenomenal. Give me the poutine up at Nom Nom Nom.
My man is passing on beef? You're passing on beef.
Well, yeah, that's the French dip, but you also said I can get some of those smoked meats on top of my
You
poutine. So
can.
give me the smoked meats on top of my poutine. I love me some
to
cheese
the poutine
fries.
crowd.
Yeah.
Irish moonshine curly is called poutine. That's called Irish. It's it's like turpentine, by the way. It's like gasoline. So they made out in the bogs back in the day. So anyway, Young Tone, better food offering Toronto's
The poutine army is like attacking you. My God.
I was so confused. I was like, have I been saying this wrong my entire life?
Who knew there was a poutine army?
Yeah.
They're out there.
Now we know.
They're out there, buddy.
But I think I'm going to go with the poutine. I love some fries. I've always been a French fry guy. Back in the day when I was, as a youngin', not that I'm not young now, but I'd go to In-N-Out. I'd legit just order fries and never ordered burgers. I don't know why.
Have you ever had poutine?
I've never had poutine.
With the cheese curds and the gravy?
That sounds phenomenal. Let me get some of the Montreal smoked meat on top. Not a big gravy guy, but I'll allow it. The French dip sounds good, but I never really it sounds great. I've like French onion soup, for example, like nice little, bread and some French onion soup, but I'm going to go with the poutine here.
Okay, look at that. Strong statements. The French dip takes a blow.
That's it, dude. We're dissing the jus.
I've done it. It's a very soggy sandwich. It's a very soggy sandwich.
By the way, you a single dipper or a double dipper, or do you like to get wet?
I only wanted to go single dip on this. By the way, we were amidst a sea of Dodger fans, and we were wearing our Giants jersey. And all of us, the Murphy family, mom, dad, 2 boys, and there was long, stony silence in the line. And finally, the line was snaking, and some guy looked at me and he goes, "You guys are pretty brave." That's what he said.
Yeah. Surprised they didn't use your jersey as a napkin.
Oh, they might have, dude. All right, now on to the next category. Each city has a legendary World Series home run. That's right. We're going into history here. And we're going to start with Toronto. In 1993, a man named Joe Carter came to bat. They were playing the Philadelphia Phillies in the 1993 World Series, up 3-2, but they were losing 6-5. And if they lost that game, they were going to Game 7. And Mitch Williams is on the mound, only 4 years removed from coughing up the single to Will Clark. The wild thing, Toronto radio man Tom Cheek takes you the rest of the way.
Joe has had his moments. 2 balls and 2 strikes on it. Here's the pitch on the way. A swing and a belt. Left field. Way back. Blue Jays win it. The Blue Jays are World Series champions as Joe Carter hits a 3-run home run in the 9th inning, and the Blue Jays have repeated as World Series champions. Touch 'em all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Well, there it is. That's the famous line. Touch 'em all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run. It's a great story that Dave Feldman, the A's stat king, he's the best stat guy in the business. I got to work with him at the A's. He was on a bus with the A's, and they were stuck in some traffic. And for some reason, the 93 home run in Toronto came up. And people were going on the bus. The players were saying, where were you when Joe Carter hit that homer? And most of them were like in grade school or in middle school. And from the back of the bus said, Ricky Henderson said, me? I was on second base because he was on second base when Joe Carter hit that home run. So there you go. Toronto's moment is Walt crying out there?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Let me ask a better question. Does Walt even know they won the World Series in 93?
No.
Oh.
He was alive in 93, but...
Does Walt even know who Joe Carter is? Oh.
Does Walter even know a single Blue Jay? Oh.
He's storming in now. He's coming. Get on the mic, buddy. Get on the mic here, buddy. Do you even know who...
Do I know about Joe Carter? Come on now. What are we talking about?
Come on, Walter
Come
knows
on,
ball.
93 World Series, baby.
Did you hear the play? Did you hear it?
Yeah, that's why I came running in here.
Did you get emotional?
I did. I started crying a little bit.
There you go.
Now get the hell out of the studio with your Blue Jay jersey on.
Okay, well, you're like, Toronto has the best, right? Uh-oh. 1988, Game 1. Sorry, A's fans. Here we go. Dennis Eckersley on the mound. Kirk Gibson was the National League MVP that year, Tony, but his knee was blown out and his hamstring was strained. He couldn't even play in the game. Dude, when the MVP can't play, you're screwed. It's the ninth inning. The Dodgers are up, or the A's are up 4-3. There's 2 outs, and Mike Davis is on first base. Dennis Eckersley is the best closer in the game. He's unhittable. And Tommy Lasorda says, I'm just going to roll him, baby. And he tells Kirk Gibson to grab a bat. Dodgers Stadium erupts. What you're going to hear now are a lot of sounds. You're going to hear Vin Scully on the NBC call, and for bonus, you're going to hear Jack Buck on the national radio call, because this is LA's entry into the legendary World Series home run category.
And look who's coming up. Sachs waiting on deck, but the game right now is at the plate. High fly ball into right field. She is gone. In a year that has been so improbable, the impossible has happened.
We have a big 3-2 pitch coming here from Eckersley. Gibson swings and a fly ball to deep right field. This is going to be a home run. Unbelievable! A home run for Gibson. And the Dodgers have won the game 5-4. I don't believe what I just saw. I don't believe what I just saw.
Oh, man, that's the Dodgers. That's such an incredible moment in Major League Baseball history. I heard the Jack Buck call. Wow. I was in a car. I had flown down. We had covered a Cal-UCLA football game. Me and my buddy Tom Sullivan flew down, got to LAX, got in a car. We were driving up 405. I heard Jack Buck say it, and I was rooting so hard for the A's. I was so pissed, dude. All right, next up, young Tony, you go first. Better legendary home run.
It's a tough one, man.
Toronto's Joe Carter, LA's Gibson.
Both incredible calls. 3 great calls, frankly. But I will say the best thing in baseball is a 3-run Jimmy Jack and a 3-run World Series walk-off home run. That's got to be like, that's it, right? Like, that's what you dream about as a kid.
Okay.
So I got to say here, I'm going to go with Toronto, the legendary Joe Carter 3-run World Series walk-off.
This is why we ask for your answer. And Marcus?
Yes, no disrespect to Joe Carter, but the answer here is Kirk Gibson. 1988, I know I'm going to piss off a lot of A's fans. I know I'm going to piss off a lot of Giants fans going with this pick. But this is one of the most iconic moments in baseball history, in my opinion. The circumstance, you laid it out perfectly. The scenario, the fist pump, him hobbling around the bases, the Vin Scully call on top of it. Like, this is one of those moments in baseball. And I just want to thank you personally for not selecting Freddie Freeman's walk-off grand slam as a home run instead. I will go with Kirk Gibson, 1988, as my answer.
All right, well, there you go. Okay, we're just getting started now. We got a big, long segment coming up, so stay tuned. We're just easing into the Toronto-LA Pop Culture Showdown. We're off to a good start. Dodger fans are crying with joy. Walt just learned who Joe Carter was.
Yeah, congrats, Walt.
And A's fans and Giants fans are pissed.
Yeah, they're mad.
And Marcus already made Shohei a hum baby, too.
Yes, I did. Stay tuned for Monday morning. He might be there again.
Some fun stuff coming your way. Pop Culture Showdown continues. Stay tuned. Rip off the knob on the Sports Leader.
Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
You know the deal. The crowd is going crazy, louder than Dodger Stadium for the Kirk Gibson home run for the Pop Culture Showdown. Young Tony, well done with the theme song. Here we go. Toronto versus LA. You know the deal. We've been doing this for years. We don't, what, X's and O's, swing tunnels, bullpen management? We don't know that. We do know pop culture, though, and it's Toronto's pop culture versus LA. Just to catch you up, in case you just got in your car, better food offering. Toronto's poutine swept LA's French dip sandwich at Philippe, the legendary Philippe, which has been around since like 1900 down by Dodger Stadium. They went with the poutine, and then better legendary World Series home run. Young Tony went with Joe Carter for Touch 'em All Joe because of the walk-off. Marcus went with the Kirk Gibson fist bump. I don't know. Maybe ever since Freddie Freeman, you're a Dodger guy.
Stop it, Murph. It's iconic.
Yes.
And yes, the pop culture showdown, you have to answer with authentic answers.
right.
I'm saying it's authentic that I'm picking Kirk Gibson here.
That's what they say, that Tony Vitello is authentic and the pop culture showdown is authentic.
Look at that.
Category 3, each city has produced a mid-1990s movie comedy star. Each city has produced a mid-1990s movie comedy star. Where were you in the mid-90s when Los Angeles gave the world one man named Pauly Shore? That's right, Pauly Shore. Whether it was In the Army Now, whether it was Biodome, or whether it was him dating a Midwestern farm girl in the epic Son-in-Law, and leads to this entry, Pauly Shore, the LA dude at the Midwestern dinner table, getting the peas from his girlfriend's father. Please enjoy this iconic moment in film history.
Mr. Morgan, if you're edged because I'm wheezing on your grind, it's just chill. Because if I had the whole Brady Bunch thing happen at my pad, I'd go grind over there. So don't tax my gig so hardcore, Custer.
English, they only speak English.
Dad!
There it is, guys. The legendary Don't Tax My Gig So Hard, Cruster. Dude, that is, for Pauly Shore fans, one of the iconic, once again, if we can get this here, just only...
So don't tax my gig so hardcore, Custer.
He's saying, don't sweat me for being who I am at your table, dude, okay? So that's the LA mid-1990s movie comedy star. Toronto answers with their own mid-1990s movie star. That's right, he's a Maple Leafs fan, Saturday Night Live's own. He broke the game and changed the game when he put on bad teeth and mid-1960s swinger gear to be the James Bond character Austin Powers. That's right. Toronto has Mike Myers, and this is what he has to say.
Let me ask you a question, and be honest. Do I make you horny, baby? Do I? Do I make you Randy? Yeah.
Once again,
make you Randy.
So once again, we replayed Pauly Shore. Give me Toronto's entry once again, mid-90s.
Let me ask you a question, and be honest. Do I make you horny, baby? Do I? Do I make you Randy? Yeah.
All right, Marcus, you go first here, buddy. Better mid-1990s movie comedy star.
You know, Murph, I've never really fully understood, I should say, the Pauly Shore comedy style. It's definitely different, but I can tell you, as a kid that grew up in the 90s and the early 2000s, I could understand Michael Myers' comedy. We're giving me Austin Powers versus Encino Man. This one's easy. Michael Myers wins alone just for Austin Powers, but I will also throw in his work as Shrek, the voice of the world's most famous ogre. So give me Michael Myers, no questions about it.
I mean, dude, he was also Wayne in Wayne's World.
Yeah.
And the guy had an unbelievable run, but still, you can vote elsewhere. It's open for voting. Tony, the ballot is open. The choice is yours. I'm not trying to influence votes here, buddy. Better mid-1990s movie comedy star.
Yeah, I mean, while I respect Pauly Shore, I've seen a lot of the Austin Powers stuff, dude. He was also Dr. Evil in the movie, which always threw me off. I thought there were two different characters, like two different actors. Found out later on in life that they're the same person, dressing up as one
What
another.
did young Tony learn today?
I know. No, dude, they're phenomenal. Mike Myers by a landslide here. I've seen all the movies. My dad loved them all, so I got to go Mike Myers.
By the way, that entire segment opened with him saying, while I respect Pauly Shore, comma.
Yeah.
All right, give me one more. Just for Pauly's losing effort, can I get one more? Don't tax my...
So don't tax my gig so hardcore, Custer.
English, they only speak English.
Dad!
Dude, the first time I saw Pauly Shore in the late 1990s on MTV, I was like, yo, this guy's stealing Bolinas' act. I knew guys from Stinson and Bolinas who talked like that. Shout out Whittabra, that whole crew. And I was like, dude, Pauly Shore is stealing they were called the Scroats. The guys who hung out at Stinson and Bolinas, they were the Scroats. They were all surfers. They had their own language. And I was like, dude, Pauly Shore is biting the Scroats' style. So he always made me laugh because he reminded me of the Stebo crowd. All right, better rock and roll Hall of Fame band. That's right. That's the next category. You know we're going to music. Each city has a band that's in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. We're setting aside the comedy here. We're going to rock out with our sock out. All right, buddy? So, hey, Los Angeles, why don't you get together the greatest guitar player of all time, one of the greatest showmen of all time on the front mic? Why don't you tell him to go down to the Sunset Strip and turn it up early 80s style, late 70s style? Los Angeles gave you Van Halen, and they ain't talking about love. Turn it up. Yeah. Just rock out, guys. Los Angeles rocking.
Damn, that sounds good.
But Toronto says, do we get a say in all this? Because all week long, we've been giving away tickets to Toronto's finest Blue Jay fan, Geddy Lee. There's no other place to go than the Hall of Famers themselves. You've heard them all week, baby. Turn it up.
What do you say about his company? What do you say about society? Catch the mist, catch the myth, catch the mystery, catch the drift. The world is love and life body. Maybe as the skies are white. The days done so he gets high on you, and the space he invades he gets by on you.
There's a reason why both of these guys are in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, y'all. All right, so we turned it up loud. We rocked out with our sock out. It's Tony's turn to go first. Toronto's Rush, LA's Van Halen.
This is another tough one. Some tough categories, I will say. Some tough choices as well. I mean, you got to go Van Halen here, right? I mean, they're the absolute legends. I hate LA, but I'm going to go with Van Halen.
Okay, sounded good. I know you're a Van Halen guy.
Yeah, not really, but for this purpose, yes.
Yeah, not really. Well, I'll say this, Murph. I've really enjoyed playing Rush all week long. And growing up, one of my best friend's dad would be one of those guys that would consider Rush his fantasy band. And he would always tell me Neil Peart is the greatest drummer on this earth. So no disrespect to Rush, but I got to go with my dad, not my friend's dad, because, Murph, as soon as we put the boat on the lake, the first CD that goes in there is Van Halen. So you got to turn up some Van Halen. You actually deked me a little bit. I thought maybe we would go Red Hot Chili Peppers, who would also get my vote here. But Van Halen, nothing but respect.
Well,
I got to go with the VH
Great
here.
job. Great votes. Good job, everybody. Well, there's no question. Music, bro. I could have gone any number of directions. And everybody always chimes in on the UMA guest line or the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. And I appreciate everybody voting in. But yeah, I know the Beach Boys are from LA. I know the Eagles are from LA. I know all this stuff. The Bare Naked Ladies are from Toronto. But you got to go with what the heavens say.
I like it.
And the heavens said it was time for the heavyweights to get in the ring.
That was a good
Rush
matchup.
and Van Halen.
That was a main event matchup.
By the
right
way,
there.
maybe the greatest dream ship in 30 years was put together by preschool dad Peter. He hooked us up with his buddy who lived in Madison, Connecticut, who took us to this unbelievable place called Fisher's Island in New York. And he had a boat, and he had a ice chest, and we had a buzz, and we got outside the harbor right past the buoy, and he dropped the throttle right as Ain't Talking About Love blasted on his boat speakers. It may have been the single greatest moment in Dream Trip history.
Yeah, those are the vibes I'm looking for on the boat, Murph.
All right, guys, we're getting to the end here. Here we go. This is the heavens speak to you. It's Thanksgiving's coming up, right? There's only one Thanksgiving movie out there. It's planes, it's trains, it's automobiles. That's right, planes, trains, and automobiles. Do you know that the two legendary stars from Planes, Trains, and Automobile are from Toronto and Los Angeles? It's a no-brainer, y'all. John Candy from Toronto, Del Griffith selling the shower rings. Representing Toronto, the late, great John Candy. We lost him, of course, all those years ago. We're going to start on the plane. It requires a little bit of visual, but remember, he's the guy. He's annoying the piss out of Steve Martin. He's gonna take the shoes off. Oh, and the socks. Here he is, Toronto's John Candy on the tight squeeze on the plane the night before Thanksgiving.
Living, Neil Page. Marketing. Super. Fabulous. Isn't that nice?
Look, I don't want to be rude, but I'm not much of a conversationalist, and I'd really like to finish this article. A friend of mine wrote it, so...
Don't let me stand in your way. Please don't let me stand in your way. The last thing I want to be remembered as is an annoying blabbermouth. You know, nothing grinds my gears worse than some chowderhead who doesn't know when to keep his big trap shut. If you catch me running off with the mouth, just give me a poke in the chops.
There come the shoes and the socks.
Oh, that feels good. Oh, God, I'm telling you. My dogs are barking today. Whew. Oh.
Socks off now.
That feels better.
I'm telling you, man, Candy, he freaking owns me, bro. Oh, my dogs are barking. All right, that's Toronto's offering the late, great John Candy. They're in the same movie, y'all. Steve Martin's from L.A. He grew up in L.A. He's actually an L.A. guy. And there he was at the end of his rope at the rental car stand in the airport. He's done. And the woman, that guy, though, she deserves an Oscar. She won't talk to him because she's talking to her sister about, Mom's doing the turkey. Dad likes the ambrosia with the little marshmallows. Gobble, gobble. And Martin's just fuming. And this happens.
Oh, Jean Marie, you're a stitch. No, Mom's going to do the turkey. Welcome to Marathon. May I help you?
Yes.
How may I help you?
You can start by wiping that f***ing dumbass smile off your rosy f***ing cheeks. Then you can give me a f***ing automobile. A f***ing Datsun, a f***ing Toyota, a f***ing Mustang, a f***ing Buick, 4 f***ing wheels and a seat.
I really don't care for the way you're speaking to me.
And I really don't care for the way your company left me in the middle of f***ing nowhere with keys to a f***ing car that isn't f***ing there. And I really didn't care to f***ing walk down a f***ing highway and across a f***ing runway to get back here to have you smile at my f***ing face. I want a f***ing car right now.
May I see your rental agreement?
I threw it away.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy, what?
You're
Incredible scene. 19 F-bombs edited by John Joe Curley. We've all been there.
Yeah.
We've all been there. And by the way, Edie McClurg, she's unbelievable in that scene. She steals the show. She tries, says at the end, "You're effed." So good. Mom's doing the turkey. All right, it is the better character from Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. It is time for whose turn is it? Is it Tony's turn to go?
Young Tony's turn.
Is it one, two? Yeah. No. Yes. It's what would I? No.
It's
It's actually your turn. It's your turn. It's your turn.
Oh, so
Yeah,
me
yeah,
first.
Yeah.
All right, so Murph, this is another heavyweight category. And just to clarify the rules, does it have to be the better performance
No,
in
dude,
this
you're-
movie?
no, you.
Well, then if we're going outside of the box.
Anything you want. The heavens are speaking to you, buddy.
Steve Martin is no doubt about it a legend. But when I think about John Candy, man, you think about Uncle Buck. You think about him showing up in Home Alone in that polka band. And you think about him as the coach of the Jamaican bobsled team in Cool Runnings, Murph. Feel the rhythm, feel the rhyme, get on up. It's bobsled time. Give me John Candy here for the win.
Okay, Young Tone. I don't even know if you've seen the flick, have you?
I have multiple times, actually. Another one of my dad's favorites. Shout him out. Hey, I will say John Candy by a long shot here. I was trying to find the clip of Joe Montana saying in the stands. He's like, he was at the bowl at the time.
And is it Super Bowl 23 in Miami, right before they're down 13-10. They're about to start an 89-yard drive with 4 minutes on the clock. and they're a long TV timeout. And Harris Barton tells the story that they're standing there, and John Montana says, "AH, check it out." And he nods over. He goes, "John Candy." John
Crazy.
Candy was standing on the sidelines.
Check it out. But yeah, no, that's a great story, by the way. But yeah, gotta go John Candy here. It's a tremendous movie, and shout out Steve Martin as well. But like I said, John Candy.
All right, yeah. The dogs are barking. Del Griffith, shower rings. But I don't know, Martin, that scene.
Yeah.
You guys are moving on so
But
quickly.
it's the personality of John Candy, the delivery. I mean, he's incredible.
All right,
And it always
guys.
seems like fat guys are funnier, so I'm going John Candy.
Yeah, rest in peace, man. We miss him to this day. And then we have the one final category. We're just calling this one the coup de grace. There's really no explanation needed. And in all honesty, the entire pop culture showdown could have just been this category because the entire world knows that this is between Los Angeles' Kendrick Lamar and Toronto's Drake. The greatest feud since the Hatfields and the McCoys. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start up north. We're going to the big show.
The big show.
We're going to the big show. And ladies and gentlemen, you got to listen. Open your ears and your mind, Marcus. Toronto's Drake.
Baby girl. Baby girl. Baby girl. Baby girl. Let me see you do your dance, let me see you twirl. Shake a dance in the club with your homegirls. Take a pic for the gram, show the whole world. Yeah.
Is that your bestie? I'ma ice both of y'all like Gretzky. I'ma at you like bless me. Hit the dance floor, get nasty, impress me.
Baby girl, let me see you do your dance, let me see you twirl. Shake a dance in the club with your homegirls. Take a pic for the gram, show the whole world. Yeah.
Is that your bestie? I'ma ice both of y'all like Gretzky. I'ma at you like bless me. Hit the dance floor, get nasty.
All right, there he is, Toronto's Drake. Don't forget the body of work, Jed's Plan, you name it, guys. He is maybe the biggest selling artist in recorded art. Is he better than Taylor Swift and the Beatles? I mean, he might have more. Says he has more slaps than the Beatles, right?
So he claims.
And finally, we're going to go out west. Los Angeles has one last thing to say, young Tony.
Say, Drake, I hear you like I'm young. You better not ever go to cell block 1. To any that talk to him and they in love, just make sure you hide your little sister from him. They tell me Chubb's the only one that get your hand-me-downs and party at the party playing with his nose now. And Baca got a weird case, why is he around? Certified lover boys, certified pedophiles. Wop, 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 that fuck him up. Wop, 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 I'ma do my stuff. Why you trolling like a ain't you tired? Trying to strike a chord and it's probably A minor. They not like us. They not like us. They not like us.
All right, Tony, keep it playing.
They not like
keep
us.
it playing.
They not like
It is
us.
time for young Tony to go first. Better final showdown rapper. Toronto's Drake, LA's Kendrick.
This is another very easy one. Kendrick all day long. I hate LA, but Kendrick wins this by a landslide. Drake, I mean, listen, it's a nice little fun tune. It's a nice radio hit, but it's Kendrick for sure.
Marcus?
I mean, Murph, do I need to answer this question? I think everybody that listens to this shows knows that I've been a day one Drake hater. Yes, no, it's not because of the beef with Kendrick Lamar. I've been hating Drake for decades since he was stealing lyrics from Rapping Forte. And you asked the question, who's the better rapper? Aubrey is not a rapper. He's an R&B artist. Go ahead, make some dance songs. You're not a rapper.
Aubrey.
Kendrick is a real rapper, not some actor from Degrassi trying to role play and cosplay as a rapper.
With ghostwriters.
This is easy. K-Dot for the win.
All right, the votes are in. The world has spoken. The culture has spoken. And despite that fervent support for LA's Kendrick Lamar on the strength of some poutine. On the strength of making you horny, baby. Do I make you Randy? And on the strength of the late, great My Dogs Are Barking. Ladies and gentlemen, the train stops. We're going to have a major upset. It has been written. The Toronto Blue Jays will be World Series champ. Walt is pumped. Drop the mic. Pop Culture Showdown in the books, y'all, on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
All right, we're still mopping our brow from an epic pop culture showdown, but it is time to sip a little tea and calm down because Bigelow tea is the season. Every season is Bigelow tea season. That's why Bigelow tea is the #1 tea in the Bay Area. We reach for it every day here at the Leaders in our break room. A mug full of English breakfast, Earl Grey gets you going. Love all their different flavor options and perfect for those of us who make our living behind a microphone. So, keeps me going, keeps you going. Look no further than our cup of Bigelow tea right here. So grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
I'm just sipping on chamomile.
Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's been an epic Friday, 2010s Friday, a lot of fun guests, and the pop culture showdown. But we still got one last giveaway, Marcus. 2 tickets to the ballpark back 9. We're going to do it in the final 3 minutes of the show. Call Curly right now. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. 2 tickets to the ballpark back 9 at Oracle Park on November 9. It is the Bay Area's most unforgettable golf experience at Oracle Park. Ballpark back 9, presented by the Bay Golf Club at Oracle Park. It's November 5 through 9. Get your tickets at sfgiants.com/golf. 9 iconic ballpark locations. Greens on the field, 10th hole putting. Gotham Club's open for food, drinks, and live sports. Tee times are limited. sfgiants.com/golf. Tony, let's go. Let's do it.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
It is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Was it something from the pop culture showdown, possibly?
I think so. Yeah, so what was this Pauly Shore movie?
Son-in-Law.
Okay.
Where he is a L.A. hippie, cracked out California dude who his girlfriend's a young farm girl, and he goes to the farm and the culture clash ensues. So he's at the dinner table, and he asks for the peas, and they're kind of like bumming on him, and he bums on them bumming on him here.
Mr. Morgan, if you're edged because I'm wheezing on your grind, it's just chill. Because if I had the whole Brady Bunch thing happen at my pat, I'd go grind over there. So don't tax my gig so hardcore, Cruster.
English, they only speak English.
Dad, don't tax my gig so hardcore, Cruster.
English,
dude, the guy had
English.
one act, and he just milked it, man. He milked it. In that movie, though, I saw that movie in the theater, bro. I laughed out loud, though, because there's a scene where he's going to the bathroom, and the mom-in-law comes out of the shower, and he goes, Mrs. Morgan, she's got a towel. He goes, you're giving me a semi. And, dude, it was like the first time this anybody ever used that in a movie. It made me, I just laughed.
You're a Pauly Shore guy?
Yeah, for 30 seconds.
Okay.
For that length right there. For that length there.
For a semi.
Right.
So don't tax my gig so hardcore, Cruster.
I mean, you just laugh, and then you're like, yeah, whatever. And then you move on. All right, good job, Tone. You learned, all right? Marcus, it was fun. Like your sweatshirt today, your hoodie.
Final.
Have a great weekend, everybody. Papa and Silver is next. I think Kruger's in, right? When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Engine light on, we can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Man, the DJ was playing slaps.
Well, I was sitting there having a Guinness. I saw this hot blonde guy pass me.
Okay, do a spin. Turn around.
Baby girl, let me see you do your dance. Let me see you twirl.
Hey, Shoddy, do a twirl. Let me see that dump truck.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours. 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
Gordon, he's been hot all night. Got another one! 10th three-pointer for Gordon. Denver takes the lead. Warriors down 3. Curry is in the backcourt. You see Murray at midcourt trying to keep from getting a catch. Here's Curry, deep triple. It's gone! We're tied again! Butler on the cut. To the corner and Horford. And Horford got a triple. Now Horford making his presence felt in his home debut with the Warriors.
Little smile across Steve Kerr's face after that bucket because of the space provided by Al Horford.
They swing it. Horford in the corner with 3. Butler up top. It's good. A 3. That might be the dagger. Jokic to answer. No good. Curry secures it. Nobody picks up Curry. Takes it all the way and lays it in. 40 points for Curry. 33 since halftime, 20 in the 4th and overtime. And the Warriors on their way to a 2-0 start. Since the 2:45 mark of regulation, Steph Curry scored 17 points. He outscored Denver during that span by himself. And the Warriors win it in overtime, 137-131.
Welcome in on a Friday. It's Papa and Silver. No Papa today. We'll reconvene with him on Monday. We get the specialty of Silver and Friends. That means 3 hours of Larry Krueger, 1 hour of JD, and oh my goodness, that was the opposite of every game the Warriors play against the Denver Nuggets. They seem to be the team that controls it in the fourth quarter. They seem to have a role player, have a career night, and then it just gets spoiled because when Denver's half dead, they just stick around, and Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray find just enough to do to make it an overtime game or take in regulation. And then last night, you got it in reverse. Aaron Gordon is having the game of his life. We now learned that it's the DJ's fault for the reason he went 10 for 11 from beyond the arc. He went crazy, but there's a reason that the Warriors are trying to compete for a championship. There's a reason that with this old core and 4 out of the 5 in the closing lineup are considered unks. There's a reason they're trying to go for this for real, because you just can't ever take Steph Curry for granted. Krug, good morning. And he is the greatest showman in sports by a long shot. It is not close.
Good morning from Santa Clara. So I'm down here in Ninerland at our studio at Levi Stadium, and yes, that was a spectacular performance last night. 137-131. If you missed it, the Warriors beat the Nuggets in overtime. Holy Midi Monarchs! I could not believe what I was seeing from Aaron Gordon, but I will say this: I loved. The one thing I love the guys who work on their game and just get better and better and better. And that's here's a shout out for the WCAL, the hardworking kids at SI, SH, Reardon, Bellarmine, Sarah, it pains me to say that, St. Francis, and the Midi Monarchs. There's a lot of great coaching in that league. There's a lot of great kids in that league. And Aaron Gordon worked on his game this summer. And watching him go 7 for 7 on threes in the first half and just light it up, it was like, wow, this is what it's like when you really, really work on your game. He knows he's playing opposite Jokic. So it's like, I better be a better face-up shooter than I've ever been. He's always been a high-riser dunker, above-the-rim player, and he worked on his shot, and he just rained down shots. And yet still, Steph Curry owns the moment in the fourth quarter, and the Warriors get the win, and there were a lot of great stories. I love what I'm seeing out of that kid, Will Richard.
Yeah.
So we got a lot to talk about this morning, Greg.
I mean, and that's just the Warriors side of it. We haven't even gotten into the Niners, and Matt Mayoko is going to join us at 11:50. We talk to him every Friday. Obviously, you're down in Santa Clara. Nico Collins is out, so what is going to happen with that Houston offense that is already struggling? Oh, but their defense is pretty good, and we know D'Amico Ryans very, very well. As far as the Warriors last night, and I said this on the postgame show with JD, is it possible to have a statement win 2 games into the season? My answer is yes. For a lot of the reasons I just laid out about how Denver is a team that since Jamal Murray came back from that torn ACL, Denver's gotten the better of you. It was 9 straight until April 4th of the end of this last regular season. So to win that game, the offseason that Denver had, to consider yourself a team that believes they can contend in the Western Conference, that's a big statement. On top of that, it's another reaffirmation, Krug, where I get it. If you're Joe Lacob and you're Bob Myers at the time turned into Mike Dunleavy, why maybe you're starting to think about contingency plans in the future and the 2 timelines and all that, because why would you expect Steph Curry and Draymond Green to be playing at this high of a level this late in their careers? But they defied the logic, and Steph Curry is ageless. And it became very clear in the middle of last regular season that they were directionless. They were not a bad enough team to where they were just going to go into soft rebuild mode. They were not a good enough team to believe that they could get into the playoffs, and if they did, win a series or make any kind of a run. But they dug in, they committed to their vision, and the 2 words of Steph Curry, meaningful basketball. This is why you go and get Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler is getting paid $55 million on the average, not because he is a number 1 option on a championship team anymore. It's because him with Steph Curry makes it the type of team that you believe can win on any given night, even when you're down 109 to 100 late, even when you're down 7 with less than 4 minutes to go, less than 3 minutes to go. It's just that everlasting belief, and to give somebody another option. Oh, and by the way, if we're talking offseason additions and continuing to build around what is now your core, Al Horford wasn't all that effective in game one. Looked pretty damn good last night.
Yeah, he did. He did. And he's going to be a really good player. I mean, he's just first of all, he's a total pro, but he gives you a low post presence and he gives you a 3-point presence. So he's really a good fit too. But I'll say this. I mean, I told myself a couple weeks ago, do not get overamped on the Warriors if they get off to a hot start, because they should get off to a hot start. There's a lot of teams in this league that are just kind of figuring it out, and they got a lot of young players, and they're just kind of introducing themselves to one another. And the Warriors are not that team. The Warriors have old Jimmy Butler, old Draymond Green, old Steph Curry, old Steve Kerr, old Al Horford. They've got a bunch of old guys, who have played together. And so they should hit the ground running. They should play really good ball out of the chute. So don't be surprised by this. I mean, I know that the Warriors have this, but this is a team. It's the equivalent of trying to drive cross country on an old car with a ton of mileage. Could you get across country? Possibly. But you better not drive through the heat. You better make sure that you got a proper amount of fluids. You better make sure that the tires are all aired up, and you better make sure that you've done some maintenance on that thing. It may get across country, but it may not. And that's all I'm saying. This is a cross country drive. It's a long deal. I don't think this team is built for the long haul, and I like them under. Because I think you need another point guard. You need somebody else who can handle against pressure, because Steph Curry's not going to be able to play 37 minutes and go for 42 every night at this age. So he did it last night. It was awesome. You needed every one of those points to win that game. But I still think they need a primary ball handler in addition to Steph to take him off the ball, to let him play more minutes where he's not having to bring it up against pressure to preserve that energy.
Well, this is a good place to begin our discussion, because I think the questions to ask in 808 KNBR, we want to hear from you as we close out the week on a Friday here. Is last night's win worth the strong reaction beyond just one game? Is it worth thinking about this team as maybe being one of the top teams in the entire league, maybe the type of team that could make a deep run? And then my second question, we've seen the Warriors get off to hot starts each of the last two seasons, Krug, and pretty quickly that got washed up to some version of 500 by the time we even hit the new year. So would a hot start this year be different than last season or the season before? 808 KNBR, your reactions to last night's game. Does it extrapolate beyond just an incredible night at Chase Center? If you're watching us on YouTube and Twitch, I'm representing the hat. Big thank you to Raymond Ritter for the gifts. We had a great time at the Dubs Roundtable with Copes and Depop and everybody at Harmonic Brewing. And before we take our first time out of the day, just got to give a lovely shout out to everybody that came out. Some of those people in the YouTube chat this morning are Dom Peraltas, our Rockin' New Eras. We saw Ernie Chavez, Otis Bird III. Pat H went 3 for 3 on his roundtable. Paula and Kevin, it was great catching up with you. Our guy Mark in San Bruno. That's right, Walter. Walter had to leave so he could go do a little bit of extra work. Our first ever caller on Pop and Silver. Oh, you did see him. Got to see Mark in San Bruno. Was great catching up with him. So that's what it's all about when you're out at Harmonic Brewing or when we do any of our roundtables. It's getting to interact with you, the listener. And let's continue to do that this morning. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Talking a little Dubs basketball off of a thrilling overtime victory against the Denver Nuggets on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, yesterday wasn't so good for Adam Silver's NBA, but boy, is he glad he has Stephen Curry to clean up the mess at nighttime. This dude is an absolute psychopath. I don't know what to say about it, but I guess that's our job to try to find the words. Either way, we never get tired of watching it. Warriors come back, beat Denver in overtime. We'll be talking all about it here on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa, it's Larry Krueger on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, he loved the moment. That's just who he's been since I've known him. You know, the bigger the moment, the more he rises. He's this quiet guy. You know, we all know Steph, like, right, how he is. But he loved the show. I think, you know, and so anytime it's a show to be put on, he's going to do it. And, you know, he did that tonight in a major way.
The greatest showman in sports does it again. Steph Curry scores 42, hits the game-tying three that sends the game into overtime, and the Dubs get it done on Warriors ground, improving to 2-0, beating Nikola Jokic and the Denver Nuggets, and they got a little back-to-back action against the Portland Trailblazers tonight. Loving the moment, Draymond, I think, is putting it nicely. I think there's something borderline mental about these guys, Krug, to where they not only like these clutch situations, they not only live for the big games, they will crave these full-on adrenaline. Like, they're adrenaline junkies more so than just clutch players at this point with how long they've been doing it.
There's a great vibe around this franchise with Steph Curry and Draymond Green, and going back to Klay Thompson as well. I mean, it's just they're guys that are very special. I mean, they're the fan base have the affair that the fan base has with all three of those guys is unbelievable. And obviously now, Klay's moved on, but the addition of Jimmy Butler, the way the Warriors flipped that switch last year, the promise that this year would kind of be even better because Jimmy would have a full training camp and he would, know all the defense, know all the calls, be totally in lockstep with the team. And I think, really, I thought the other thing was the Jonathan Kuminga in that first game with the way he played in the third quarter. And, why can't Kuminga be the key piece that they need? A long, athletic forward who can play, 3 and 4 and get to the rim, and it looks like his outside shot's coming on. And so, I don't know, the more all this talk about trade Kuminga, what if they discover between now and middle of the year that Kuminga's actually the exact piece that they needed?
I mean, Kuminga, he's 2 for 2 to start the year. There's no doubt about that. I think we got to see it for an extended stretch, but there's been a lot of growth here between the preseason and what he's shown and how he contributed in the Lakers win. And then last night, being a part of that closing lineup, he was one of 5 players, along with Al Horford and the big three, to have a positive plus-minus, and he was a really big part of that in a lineup that, by the way, they had not practiced together in this jumbo lineup. Steve Kerr said Terry Stotts and Chris DeMarco, assistant coaches, came to him with that idea late in the game, and they all kind of decided, yeah, let's run this out there. It was the Steven Jackson lineup, and we'll play some of that sound for you a little bit later. By the way, you think anybody's happier last night outside of the Bay Area than my non-relative Adam Silver? I mean, the NBA wakes up to the biggest firestorm of this conspiracy gambling scandal involving Chauncey Billups, Terry Rozier. We're now learning that Kevin Garnett is one of the former players who was involved in all this. And you're supposed to be talking about Victor Wembanyama, your next rising star and possible face of the league, having 40 points the night before. Instead, we got this incredible scandal unsurfacing. Okay, let's just have Steph Curry go and clean it up once again.
Well, I mean, if it was only that easy, yeah, for the headlines, for the moment. But yeah, the reality is in Northern California on KNBR, the NBA is being talked about this morning in glowing terms, and what a great show, and all these positive stories, and the Warriors, and what could be, and potentially, and that, this and that. Everywhere else in this country, it's the demise of this league. If Silver doesn't get his arms around this problem, if it catches a lot of different big stars in its web, if it winds up being larger in scope than we even realize, it could be the death knell for the league. And that's the reality of the conversation in other markets around the country this morning is that the NBA, which you would think would be, incredibly powerful and to the point where it's almost invincible. It's such an unbelievable entity globally, and yet if the games aren't on the level and and you lose the public trust, and there's winds up being some scandal involving gambling and point shaving involving major players on major teams, it's going to be, you're going to be the butt of a joke, and it's going to cost the league millions and probably silver his gig. So this is a very, very sobering morning, I'm sure, for a lot of people in the New York offices.
Oh, no question. Yeah, as far as last night and washing away some of the taste, we're all happy about it. But the story is going to continue to unravel and unfold. And this was just a shocking headline to wake up to yesterday morning before I drove down to where you are in Santa Clara. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. The questions we're asking you on hour number one: is last night's win worth the large reaction? Warriors over the Nuggets and Nikola Jokic. And then also, would a hot start this season feel different than a hot start last season when they went 12-3, or the year before when they went 6-2? Let's get the phone lines rolling. Mark is in Millbrae, wants to weigh in on last night's win and what it means. What's up, Mark? You're on with Silver and Kruger. How are you?
Hey, what's up, guys? Yeah, to me, absolutely. Even though it's game two, Denver is a team that's had their number. It's a mental block they really haven't been to get over. They did beat them at the end of the last, but that didn't count because they really played their starters. So Denver, they got the all-world best player in the sport right now in Jokic. To me, last night was huge because Gordon had the game of his career. Jokic had his usual triple-double. Murray was really putting it on them. And for them to blow that game, because typically it plays out with the Warriors will make a run there, make it close, and Denver typically puts it away. It looked like Denver was going to put the nail in the coffin there multiple times down the stretch, but they couldn't. For Curry to really will this team and really take that mantle from them I think is huge, because Denver, I think, along with probably OKC and probably Denver, in my opinion, or Houston, probably going to be the teams the Warriors are going to have to battle with. So to know they can really get over that hump and beat this Denver team is massive for the Warriors, because we know how damn good that team is, and Jokic is unstoppable nearly. And for them to really put it to them and really take over that wheel, and Curry to take over in overtime, I think it's huge for this Warrior team. For them, they really need a huge start and maintain it, because they don't want to have to go through the play-in tournament and have to battle through these top-tier teams in the West, because it's going to be a gauntlet to go through them. So I think it's massive for the Warriors, and they really need to build on this going forward. So, yeah, big-time win last night, guys. Hell of a way to open the season debut at Chase Center.
Appreciate the call. Mark in Millbrae, 808 KNBR, if you want to weigh in. And, yeah, Krug, to Mark's point, there was a little bit of that monkey off your back feel with Denver in particular and the type of team that they've been, because it's not just the Warriors. We've seen it with the Lakers. We've seen it with most teams that have had to face Nikola Jokic in a high-stakes game or in a playoff series. They are really tough to put the nail in the coffin on and get rid of, but we've seen that play out in reverse many, many times. So for the Warriors to win a game like that on their home floor, where they looked maybe half dead, and yeah, they were never fully out of it, but it was going to be tough, and they put it all together and did just enough to give themselves 5 extra minutes and then capitalize on those 5 extra minutes. That goes a long way. Nikola Jokic last night had a relatively tame game by his standards, and it's laughable to say that when he had a triple-double, right? He goes for 21, 13, and 10. But, you know, Aaron Gordon has the game of his life, and you're thinking, wow, this is going to be one of those where he actually defended Jokic relatively well. But the kid out of Archbishop Midi, who has, by the way, gone from a pretty good player on a losing team to a really effective role player on a championship team to just an all-around phenomenal player on a really good team. His three-point shot last year is when he started to really develop that. They might want to defend him on the perimeter the next time they see him.
Exactly. And it's funny, I think of the Midi Monarchs, I think of a losing, they always lost in the WCL. I'm sure they won when he was there, because he was that great. And if you're that great, you're gonna lift the entire team by yourself. But yeah, I just think it's these early season NBA games are always pretty interesting, because you can see the new talent on the different rosters and what these teams look like. Like this Denver team, we haven't mentioned it yet, but they picked up Cam Johnson. Cam Johnson didn't do anything, but he is a big time shooter. And there, now you've got you think about Jokic in the middle of the lane and how he breaks teams down. And now if Gordon's shot has really come around, what's scary is that Cam Johnson is one of the best pure shooters in the league. So now you got a couple guys that he can throw it to on the perimeter in addition to others. So, yeah, I mean, this was a great win for Golden State. Why? Because, Jokic, it wasn't like Jokic was on some awful night. He had a triple-double. It wasn't like Murray wasn't there. He was there. He scored 25. It wasn't like nobody else stepped up with a big night. Heck, Gordon had 50. But the Warriors were able to withstand all of it, and they had enough firepower of their own to win this thing. And to me, couple things. One, they got points in this game from Draymond Green. There's a lot of games where Draymond Green doesn't provide any points. They need the points that Draymond Green. They need offense from Draymond Green. I thought that was huge. And then I don't know about you, but I'm really impressed by this rookie from Florida. He looked really good. And the other thing watching the game last night, it's like we always talk about, so many Warrior fans are like, it's time to move on from Gary Payton. And there's all these people that are tired of Gary Payton. All Gary Payton ever does is like play winning basketball. He defends, he rebounds, he finishes inside. He gets his hands on a lot of loose balls. I mean, I was impressed by him as well in kind of a limited role, but I like that rookie that they drafted. Is it Will Richard? Will Richard. And this guy did a lot of winning in college, but I mean, the length, the athleticism. The one thing Golden State doesn't do well is they've got so many old guys that they're not good getting on the glass sometimes, and they're not good, in the open floor getting to loose balls. And if you get a guy like Richard out there who's just super athletic and long and can get to all those loose balls, that could be a huge addition for this team.
Will Richard is already showing that he is a very instinctual basketball player. And that's going to bring me to another point I want to get to coming up here about this roster and the general construction of it all. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. I see a couple on the phone line, so we will get to you coming up in just a bit. Is it worth reacting in a major way to a win over the Denver Nuggets? Would a hot start to this Warriors season mean anything different than what happened the last couple of years when they got the hot start and then lost it pretty quickly? It's Papa and Silver hanging out with Larry Krueger on the Sports Leader.
back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. Filling in for Greg Papa, it's Larry Krueger on the sports leader.
It's Papa and Silver with Larry Krueger. We'll get JD for the last hour, and Krug's going to hang for the first chunk of the show. Get a lot of 49ers stock coming in the 11 o'clock hour. Matt Mayoko joining us at 11:50. Right now, though, the focus is what went down at the house that Steph built last night. My goodness, is he ever going to age? And I think the answer is no. And I'm glad, because I will never, ever, ever take any possession or anytime he steps on a court for granted. The aura, the winning, the clutch, the rings, and the ageless play of Stephen Curry never ceases to amaze. 808 KNBR, we're getting all into it. Let's get right back out to the phones. Scarecrow in Sacramento says the Warriors might be having a little bit of a house money situation. I'm very intrigued by that notion. Scarecrow, what's up? You're on with Silver and Krug.
Yeah. You know, there's an old saying that old age and treachery can win over youth and ability. And I kind of like that general idea. You know, do they have the ponies to make the playoffs? Yeah, probably. Do they have the ponies for championship? Hell, that's a hell of a stretch. But I happened to I was down in Paso Robles and caught the game about halfway through the first half or so, and was tickled to death to see that. And they were entertaining. They were fun to watch. And then, unfortunately, halftime came on, and I saw Charles Barkley almost turned it off, and I'm glad I didn't, because it was fun. And hey, you know, it's kind of nice for Sir Charles to to eat a little crow pie every once in a while. You know, they're fun to watch, and that's pretty much all you can ask. I kind of enjoyed them. They were really, really entertaining.
All right, appreciate the call, Scarecrow.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a fun night. I mean, come on, and the Warriors are going to have a lot of fun nights this year. I mean, they're going to play a good brand of basketball. The question is, are they built to last for a sport that will decide its champion in May? I mean, we're not even at Halloween. And they're, you know, so it's a long grind. Charles's point is they're too old and too small, and that they haven't improved their size. I don't know if I would agree with that. I mean, they added Horford. That gives them a big player in the middle who's absolutely going to be a rotation piece. But to me, I don't think it's about to me, it's cliche to say, oh, they're not big enough. They're not big enough. I think it's about Steph. It's about, can Steph, you know, can they limit his minutes? Can they make sure he doesn't play too many minutes? Because the hamstrings went on him last year, and that's what happens to old guys, you know? So I think they got to lighten the load way, way, way more than they're planning to, as far as bringing the ball up against pressure. Get another primary ball handler. I mean, I know they tried it last year with Schroeder, and it didn't really work, and maybe Schroeder wasn't the right guy. But they need another primary ball handler so that Steph can play more off-the-ball minutes to preserve his whole everything, his body, his energy. You know, I think he's at a different chapter of his career right now, and I think they have to protect him against all that pressure, all that ball pressure.
I think it's very accurate that this team, for an 82-game season and then their hopes of being in the postseason and making a deep run, they are old. They got to be able to preserve themselves. And when going back to the question of what would a hot start mean? Well, a hot start, if you're able to have a little bit of buffer and not just burn all that house money that you built up right there, to use Scarecrow's analogy, then all of a sudden that actually does give you cover. This team has been in a playoff push from the All-Star break onward for each of the last two seasons, and it's not sustainable. And I think the way their roster was constructed, Krug, they were both too old and too young, where your older players were still your best players, but you needed the youth. You needed your Jordan Pooles of 2022, your Gary Payton IIs of 2022 to come along and provide that support. And obviously, if we're going back to that last championship team, Andrew Wiggins was that perfect guy in terms of his age, his skill set, etc. So that brings me to this point, though, where every game can't be like last night. You can't go balls to the wall and play Steph Curry, Al Horford, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, all of those high leverage minutes. But tonight, you're playing a Portland team that is very different. They were heading in the right direction, at least prior to yesterday's news. I have no idea what to expect with Tiago Splitter running the team, but we do know that they are younger, more athletic, probably not quite as advantageous in the basketball IQ as, say, an older team like the Lakers that you went against on opening night. But I think this Warriors roster does have more cover than we saw even last year. So a good example that I brought up last night, and this is not to rag on an individual player, but last year, Brandon Pajemski did not have a good playoffs, right? He just wasn't quite ready to take on that role of being essentially the backup point guard, but also the starting two guard alongside Steph Curry. And that's fine. But last night, you didn't have to close with Brandon Pajemski. You were able to get away from that. And so there's just generally a little bit more cover and more options around Jimmy, Steph, Draymond. You're still going to be really dependent on those three guys and their health. But if we're talking about contributions you can get around the margins, well, hey, Will Richard, all of a sudden, what if he becomes a consistent three-point shooter and gains the trust of the coaching staff, which he already has? Seth Curry is going to come back to this team. Maybe he can take on some of those ball handling duties you just alluded to, depending on what his involvement is in the rotation. And then once he's healthy, DeAnthony Melton, I think you hope to get more than 6 games out of a season with him, because even in the small sample size last year, that was another option. That is a point of attack defender. He's a good two-way player. He is a defense-first mindset, and he can make the three ball at a fairly consistent rate for an NBA guard.
Yeah. I mean, you just got to see, you got to see how your veterans settle in physically to the season. It's week 1 of the first month. Let's see how they feel 20, 25 games in. Can they, what kind of energy they can bring. But I think you are going to see some of the young players, as you mentioned the rookie, but I think also, guys like Quentin Post and, some of the younger players, Pajemski, I think they are going to show improvement, and that's going to lift the team up. What's interesting is, can Golden State make a legit title run with a roster that has, 2 or 3 guys in the prime of their career? I mean, who's in the prime on their career in this team? Moses Moody, Jonathan Kuminga, maybe Pajemski. I mean, that's it. I mean, that everybody else is either past their prime or, they're really, really young, just getting rolling. So, we're going to find out. And I like what I've seen so far from Kuminga. When Moody, gets physically right, he'll give them a shot in the arm. But they're going to need all hands on deck, right? Because it's a long, long season, and they're just going to have to resist the urge. I think Kerr's going to have to resist the urge to overplay Steph, to chase wins, and just be satisfied getting into the playoffs with, prioritizing Steph's health over your win total, I think, is probably the game plan.
Yeah, last year they didn't have a choice but to do that, right? So this year, if you can have that luxury where you don't have to be chasing so many wins just to find a way to have a shot to play meaningful basketball, that's going to go a long way, because we saw how their season ended. Steph Curry's body broke down after a 7-game series and essentially a 2.5-month-long playoff push leading up to that. So lots of good points there. As far as the prime versus not, I think I would make the argument maybe that only one player is in the prime of their career on this roster, and that's Steph Curry. And I'm not saying that it's 2016 kind of Steph Curry, where maybe athletically it's not quite the same. But last night, it showed once again he's still the guy. He's still the person you want on your team. He's still the one that you would never want to count out in any kind of situation where it ain't over till it's over. And Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody, some of these other young guys, they're probably not there yet, or at least that's the hope, because Kuminga's had a nice couple of games, but this is a very different Jonathan Kuminga than the guy I saw wearing number 00. Moses Moody came along so nicely last year, but then he had that torn UCL in his thumb, and he couldn't shoot, and then he played his way off the floor in the postseason to where it wasn't the same. So they're going to hope to get Moody back tonight, and I think this could be a big Moody kind of game where Al Horford's not going to play, and you got to find a way to take care of business in Portland without playing your veterans so many minutes the night coming off a big overtime win like that. Got some good sound for you coming up as well. So we talked about that closing lineup, Krug. First of all, what'd you make of going Jimmy Butler at the 2 effectively, Jonathan Kuminga at the 3, Draymond at the 4, Horford at the 5, out there with Steph, and a lineup that they didn't really practice with?
Well, I mean, it's a bigger lineup for sure, but I like Kuminga, out there. It's nice to have somebody that big, that athletic. And if Kerr will trust him in that situation, I think that's going to bode well for the Warriors. But, it's funny. You mentioned Steph, and he's in his prime. I kind of look at Steph as like, if he were a car, he'd be like just an absolute pristine cherry 67 Camaro, but you're trying to drive cross country with it. You know what I mean? It's like we're pulling it off the driveway and we're driving it down the street and we're headed towards the freeway and we're like, look at that thing purr. Look at that car. That thing is just a thing of beauty. But then will we be saying that as we get to Kansas? I don't know. And there, you know what I mean? It's a long drive. That's all I'm saying. He looks good now, but I mean, I expect him to look good now. It's does he look good in May? And what does he look like when this thing is real? When you really have to contend for the championship, what does Steph have then? And I think that's going to tell the story.
Hey, it's a good analogy, and maybe somewhere in between California and Kansas, there's still those moments of hitting the on-ramp to get on a freeway, though, where you're like, wow, that thing just simply flies. 808 KNBR. We love the calls and texts we are getting. We'll continue to take your reaction here. And I do have a couple of pieces of sound about that closing lineup. I was skeptical about it. I didn't think it was going to fail, but I didn't know if it was going to work. And last night, it was the answer. Let's get into that next. The Steven Jackson sound on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
The Warriors can win the championship because they have this lineup that I'm about to say can possibly be the best lineup in the league this year. Steph at the 1, Jimmy at the 2, Kuminga at the 3, Dre at the 4, Horford at the 5. I like that. That's probably the best 5 in the league coming down the playoffs in the fourth quarter. I would trust. I would not trust more 5 than any other 5 in the fourth quarter in a big game than those 5 guys right there.
I'm mad at that.
That ominous music goes so hard after last night when that lineup was trotted out there and it worked. It's Papa and Silver, Larry Krueger hanging out in for Papa, and then we'll have JD come by for the last hour of the show. This music also goes hard. Little Rod Stewart, Forever Young. Yeah, that's what they were. They had a 23-year-old Jonathan Kuminga, and then Al Horford, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, and the ageless one, Steph Curry. That was the lineup that they ended up closing with, and it was one that Steve Kerr says they didn't really practice with at all, so they went jumbo. I know positions are not quite what it used to be, say 10, 15 years ago in basketball, and even Steph Curry, who is the point guard, is kind of a shooting guard in his own right. He just sort of does a little bit of everything at that position, but yeah, it worked. You had the jumbo lineup, and is that the new death lineup? Well, I'll pause and say we'll see what happens when Moses Moody comes back, because I do believe that Kerr still is very much going to be drawn to the Pajemski, Moody, Steph, Draymond, Jimmy lineup, maybe to start games. But Al Horford earned that closing spot last night. It helped Draymond in a major way defensively. And Jonathan Kuminga, hanging out with the old guys, has earned it for the second straight game in a row.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to play at the end of games, you got to know what's going on. You got to know what they're doing. You got to play the game smartly. But it's time for Kuminga to, for Kerr, it's like, is it on Kuminga if he's not advanced enough at this point? Yeah, of course. But it's also on Kerr and his coaching staff. He's on your team. You're the coach. You got 25 assistant coaches and a ton of all kinds of helpers, and coach them up, get them ready, bring them along. I mean, that's the job of the coach. So yeah, I mean, I don't want to see them get to the finish line and say, we can't trust this guy. It's on you to make him trustworthy. It's on you to coach him up. It's on you to bring him along. So, it's like I want to see. I don't want to see them get to a point and just quit on this guy again like they've done in the past. And I understand why they have. He's raw. He's frustrating. I understand it. Believe me, we all watch these games, but you're not going anywhere. I mean, it's like you're not going anywhere if your young guys aren't brought along in a significant way. Because it's easy for Stack Jack to say, this is their best lineup. He knows all those guys. He knows all those guys, and he's got a belief in those guys. But those guys because they've been around a long, long time, and that's the big thing. They gotta figure out a way to manage the minutes to get everybody through this marathon of a season. But then they also have to figure out how to incorporate Kuminga and some of their younger players into their closing lineup, and not just once. It's got to be a consistent thing. And when Moody comes back, he's probably got to be a factor as well because he's another guy in the prime of his career.
It's become a symbiotic relationship, or at least that's what it needs to be, between the Warriors and Kuminga when he signed that contract. Krug, JD, and I talked about this a lot. If he opted for the qualifying offer, he owed the Warriors nothing. The Warriors owed him nothing as far as his development. And they knew that at the end of the year, he was going to walk out the door and find some team that was willing to pay him whatever his market was going to be. And it probably wouldn't have been as high as we're thinking after a couple of games, because now it's on the Warriors to make it work for Kuminga, because if you do trade him before the deadline, well, help this man's value so you can go and get something that you think can even help you more. Or if we're seeing this version of him consistently, then all of a sudden that's a piece that could really help you win now and win today. And that's not what they've gotten, or at least felt like they've gotten, for the first 4 years of his career. Now, it's also on Kuminga to buy in, to accept being a role player. And by the way, if we're going to float around the whole effective role player thing, JD had this line last night, and it was perfect. all of a sudden, playing like an Aaron Gordon doesn't sound like such an insult, all right? Like, you're going to have your moments of being able to contribute in major ways. So Kuminga's done a great job since the preseason of buying in, playing the brand of basketball that this team wants, that this team is going to thrive in. Now we just got to see it stack over and over and over again, because at this point, I'm not thinking about January 15th into February 4th, that window in which he could be traded. This is October NBA, when there is so much still to be seen. Let's get back out to the phones. Frank is in Oakland, wants to talk about the Warriors' process here. Are we talking about trusting the process a la Joel Embiid, or maybe something a little bit different? What's up, Frank? You're with Silver and Kruger today. How's it going?
Good, gentlemen. Good morning. Thank you for taking my call. To quote Phil Jackson, the playoffs start, that's when the season starts. But for now, the old-timers, I think they're sharp enough to get this done, and I really want to see them get this ring. I think they got a good run at it, and the big rat on the table is they wanted KD. KD didn't come because of Kerr. And Kerr was kind of going down the same road with Kuminga. And that's a big thing nobody ever questions. And KD's a star. So if it wasn't for KD and Kerr's, whatever happened with them, KD would be a Warrior. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it, Frank. Yeah,
I'm
and
glad
look,
KD's not a Warrior. KD's so tired at this point. I mean, battling all these 12-year-olds online and everything. It's like, dude, seriously, he's an awesome player. He's a great player. But we saw that show, and it was a hell of a show. But I guess I'm not one of those people. I have a philosophy of life. Only look back if you plan on going that way, And if you don't plan on going back, then don't look back.
yeah, and also for KD and Kerr, like, we know how it was on the way out, and that last year in general, KD was pretty miserable here with the Warriors. They were been to multiple Olympics together. They're fine. Like, they're doing all right. I get why he maybe didn't want to come back as his full-time job and try to fit back in, and then also go to a franchise where he was going to be the savior this time once again and maybe feel underappreciated. Whatever. Who knows? We move on. KD's over in Houston. We'll see him a little bit later in the year. Now, to Frank's point about Phil Jackson, the season starts when the playoffs start. Well, when did the playoffs effectively start for the Warriors the last couple seasons? In February, in late January. So if you can have your playoffs start early April, when all that's left to be seen is, all right, like, what seed are we going to get? Who's our first round matchup going to be? Do we at least have our players healthy enough and preserved enough to trust that we can go on the road or take whatever seed, and et cetera? And that's that's a very, very different reality than what it's been each of the last couple of seasons there.
Greg, it's interesting. I watched a lot of those great Chicago Bulls teams when they just rampaged the league and won, 60 games, 70 games, 70-plus games one year. I think the smart approach for the Warriors is kind of the approach that I think they're taking right now, which is be ready at the start. Be ready at the start of the season. And I think a good mindset for them, for Kerr to, implore to them is be ready at the start of games. Because the one thing I saw from that Bulls team is they just took the game away from teams at the anthem. Like they hit the ground, they spurted with all kinds of energy early. They put teams away and just gave them that feeling they have no chance tonight. And I think if the Warriors do that in games, they'll be able to rest Curry more liberally. And I think if they do that as far as the season's concerned, they get off to a really hot start, then they'll have a bigger margin and be able to rest Curry when they get into the dog days. So I'd like to see them lots and lots and lots of energy early in the year and lots of energy early in games. And I think there'll be some of these young teams that just quit on you. That basically just go be like, you know what, we can't run with this team, and it will make for some easy games. And the Warriors are going to need some easy wins to get through this gauntlet of an NBA season. They're going to need some easy wins where Steph is not grinding for 42 and overtime. They got to play fewer games like last night and more games that are just like, you know what? They got a 27-point win, and Steph only played X number of minutes in the second half. I think that should be the goal.
And the NBA is a sport where you actually can get easy wins. I know it's any given Sunday in the NFL or any given night in a lot of sports. And we've seen the Warriors on paper have a reason to go into a game where the other team is undermanned or they're injured or they have an incredible rest disadvantage, and the Warriors show up and they come out flat and they lose the game. So it's not ever easy, but the NBA relative to other sports, I think is one, Krug, where you actually can find a way to get some easy wins because there are back-to-backs. A lot of these stars aren't playing every single night. There are teams that tank. Tanking still goes on in this sport, and I'm not even talking about the craziness of illegal stuff like Chauncey Billups and the gambling scandal. We have a draft lottery system where people will actively tank that still goes on in today's NBA, and we talked about that with Frank Isola yesterday. So tonight is one I'm really intrigued with. It's a big sports weekend all around. First of all, shout out to the Sharks for winning a game yesterday, ending the winless streak to start the season. Let's go Sharks. The Warriors, how they look against a younger Portland team. Can this be the type of game that they don't have to sweat out, Krug? I think that's a great point. 49ers got a big one, of course, in Houston going up against D'Amico Ryans, and we got a couple of World Series games to react to all around. So it's all starting tonight. Warriors are going to play tonight and then not again until Monday when they're going to see the Memphis Grizzlies, which I know the Grizzlies have had their ups and downs and sort of gotten quickly on the rise, fired their coach, torn it down, but that always seems to be a pretty good rivalry between those two squads. So I look forward to that. But look, tonight against Portland, I have no idea what to expect with a team that seemingly on the rise and had a lot of youth, and now they just got this bomb dropped on them. Tiago Splitter, San Antonio Spurs champion, now the head coach of this squad.
Yeah, I mean, I think what I just said. I mean, blitz them off the anthem with just tons of energy. You're right. This is a good, young, talented team. Denny Avdia is a hell of a player. Sharp is a talented guy. They added Drew Holiday. Klingon's a big man that has some ability. I think the kid, is it Yang Hansen?
Hansen, yeah,
Hansen or whatever. He's got major skill. Oh my gosh, the skill on that kid. He's really, really skilled. So, I mean, this is a talented Blazers team that's going to give some teams problems. But right now, you got this scandal. Their head coach has been yanked away. They're reeling. You got to put a ton of energy on them and put them away early.
No question. Going out to the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, 415-808-5627. Same number if you want to call in and join the show. We've had some good calls already to this point. Going through a lot of texts, I keep seeing comparisons to 2022, and I see the phrase strength in numbers come up a lot. So what does strength in numbers really mean in the essence of this team being a championship contender? Well, I think it's kind of what you were just getting into a few minutes ago, Krug, where you talk about having a whole bunch of players getting their opportunity in the regular season and being ready. How many players did the Warriors get meaningful minutes throughout the regular season when they were winning games in the 60s and, of course, the 73-9 season? Because Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and Draymond Green were chilling for a lot of fourth quarters. We could be talking about Mo Spates or Festus Ezeli or Ian Clark or JaVale McGee. I mean, just name all your favorite Warrior role players. The bottom line is anybody was ready at any given time. And, of course, you needed the foundation of your team out there in the postseason. But all of a sudden, it's like, oh, you're throwing in Mo Spates and clutch time minutes, or Quinn Cook is having to play down the stretch in a elimination game 6 or a game 7. That's because these guys got their reps in the regular season. So when I saw Will Richard play last night, chase down the loose ball and hit the transition 3, I just thought of 2015 to 2018 when you saw a lot of different role players get their opportunity in the regular season, so that when that postseason opportunity came around, it wasn't such a daunting experience like they were getting thrown into the fire of something they had never truly seen before.
Well, I mean, I think this is another area that I'm talking about as far as the Warriors coming out, playing good, smart, efficient basketball. I mean, look at the back of their bench for Kerr. Spencer, he was here. Santos, high-energy role player. TJD, He's been in the scheme now for a couple of years. He knows the offense, the defense. He knows everything. So they don't have guys at the end of the bench that are just taking up space. They got guys that can play off the bench and play minutes and contribute, and not just contribute to an efficiently run offense in the half court. Contribute to a well coordinated defense that can do a lot of different things. So I think the Warriors are gonna. It's interesting. The Will Richard addition, though, is nice because you added a long guard with defensive skills who's high energy, who can get to loose balls. That's kind of the weakness of this team. I mean, you look, what's the downside of having all these old guys? Then, well, guess what? When you play 15, 20 games, suddenly Draymond, Steph, Jimmy, these guys are not going to get to loose balls. They're going to wind up getting beat to those time and time again. But if you have a Gary Payton on your team, if you have an athlete like Richard on your team, now suddenly you're competing for some of those 50-50 balls, and those are big within the 4 quarters of a basketball game.
Yeah, well, we talked about this on the Dubs Roundtable too, right? The irony of the Jonathan Kuminga situation and it reaching this point is that he possesses a lot of what the Warriors lack. Youth, athleticism, bounce, length, the potential to defend on the ball.
Finishing ability at the rim.
Finishing ability and getting above the rim. You know what some of the issue is, though, is that he hasn't always been that player or really wanted to be that player for some of those ways. And I'm not entirely saying it's all his fault or it's all the Warriors' fault. I think at this point, the fact it got to where it was in the summer, there were multiple parties to blame. But Kuminga, and the number that I loved from opening night, and if you listen to the show after that, and if you listen to the Dubs Roundtable, you already know what I'm going to say. It's 15, Krug. He had 9 rebounds and 6 assists. So, yes, if he can shoot the ball from the outside well, that's a luxury for his game. That helps spacing. We know that. And we know he can score. That was something that was not a revelation in the Minnesota series. And part of why when Curry went out in the Minnesota series and Kuminga played well, I thought, yeah, that's good for him to get this opportunity, but he's not showing anything new. The Warriors aren't playing the style of basketball that they want to play because they don't have their entire system in Curry out there. But if Kuminga can be the player that he was on that last defensive stop last night with a little bit of rotation, if Jimmy Butler can be in his ear and he's receptive to it, and if he can get those rebounds and assists and be maybe more of the triple-double type of player, and just honestly on any given night, their 4th best player on this team, that is going to help him. And if he wants to be the type of player that's a focal point in that offense and get a larger role, well, then you can at least get with the program for a couple of months here, because maybe the reality is he is traded before the deadline. But what I've seen through a couple of games already, he is a player that with his skill set, he's using his talents in a way that helps the Warriors win games in meaningful minutes, plain and simple.
Yeah, no, you're talking. You know who Kuminga and the Warriors are, that couple that you knew in college that they dated. She always said she was going to leave him. He always said he could do better than her. And 25 years later, they're still together with 3 kids and then 2 houses and whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's like it was never perfect, but it just lasted. I get the feeling that that's the Warriors and Kuminga. It's like, you know what? They're not perfect for each other. They're both destined to leave each other, and then the departure never happens, and everybody lives happily ever after.
The one I saw online that made me laugh, and this was even before last night's game, was they're the couple that is going to stay together for the kids but end up falling in love again.
Exactly. It's a bad Disney movie.
The Kuminga rom-com through a couple of games so far. 808 KNBR, number to join the conversation throughout the entire show. Last one, 510. I think for the Warriors to win a championship, brother Seth Curry will need to play a bigger role than people imagine. He will need to shoot well from 3-point range, and other teams scheme against Curry. And when Buddy Hield isn't shooting well, look, if there's one thing that this team still does lack, and it's not the only thing, but for the style of basketball that they aspire to play, it's more consistent outside shooting. When Buddy Hield's on, that's a very welcome luxury. Seth Curry might be very meaningful minutes. Will Richard and D'Anthony Melton could be valuable 3-point shooters as well. And if Kuminga can hit at a 36, 37% kind of range from the outside,
take that all day.
And you'll take that all day. Not to mention Moses Moody and what he looks like when he's on from beyond the arc as well. So a lot of great Warriors talk here in this first hour. Matt Mayoko is going to be joining us at 11:50. So we'll change gears for a sec and go over to the 49ers. Krug, I don't know what to do with this game because the Texans are favored right now. I'm not worried about the spread, but I do feel like this has a 12-6 kind of feel to it. Now, last week I was wrong, and I thought that the Falcons and Niners was going to be closer to a shootout, whereas you thought, hey, I think the Niners can make this a low-scoring affair and win the game. That's what ended up happening, but the Texans defense is really, really talented. DeMeco Ryans is a proven good NFL head coach through 2 seasons. But that offense, what has happened to CJ Stroud? I want to get into some of that as we talk about young quarterbacks. Brock Purdy came onto the scene, was terrific. CJ Stroud came onto the scene, was terrific. But it's one thing to have success in this league. It's another to sustain it. Purdy has been able to do that. Stroud, after his rookie year, I don't really know where it's all gone south and what reasons are for his fault. It's Papa and Silver with Krug only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Kyle Shanahan was on with Dirty Work yesterday before our Dubs roundtable, and he got into George Kittle, the impact his return had on the run game, Matt Hennessy filling in for Jake Brendel, and facing his former defensive coordinator, DeMeco Ryans. We'll be playing some of those sound bites right here on Papa and Silver, and if you want the full interview, check it out on thesportsleader.com or however you access your podcasts.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa, it's Larry Krueger on the Sports Leader.
Happy Friday to everybody out there going into a busy sports weekend. Warriors play tonight off the heels of a thriller over the Denver Nuggets 49ers against the Texans. That's a little bit of an early one for you crowd that likes to sleep in there on a Sunday. 10 a.m. kickoff against D'Amico Ryans and the Houston Texans. It's Papa and Silver. Larry Krueger hanging out in for Papa, and we'll have JD on for the last hour of the show. Got a lot of dubs in. Let's go over to some Niner talk. Matt Mayoko going to be joining us in about 30 minutes or so. And Krug, let's just start with the matchup against assistant coaches. I heard this stat on the week. Sean McVay against his former assistants has a 5-7 record. Now, if you take Matt LaFleur out of the equation, he's 5-2. He's 0-5 against Matt LaFleur as the head coach of the Green Bay Packers. Kyle Shanahan is going up against D'Amico Ryans. He hasn't really had to face his former assistants a lot. He beat Mike McDaniel when he was the head coach of the Dolphins. He beat Robert Saleh when the Jets came here on that opening Monday night game. Is this the first time that he's going to see D'Amico Ryans in that tough defense? Yeah. And D'Amico, Texans are off to a struggling start this year, but the work speaks for itself in the sense of they've gotten to the divisional round each of the last 2 seasons, and now the Texans still got that great defense. The issue is they can't score.
Yeah, I mean, they got rid of, was it Bobby Slowick?
Bobby Slowick.
They said, oh, Bobby Slowick. Well, right now they're saying Nick Caley. You know, it's not. I think it wasn't Bobby Slowick. This just in. It wasn't Bobby Slowick. Also, it's, you know, it turns out that if you have rookies at all the key positions on offense, you tend to not be very good. They have no Nico Collins. He's out. They have no Christian Kirk. He's out. Kirk with the hammy, Collins with the concussion. So Jaden Higgins is going to play. He's a rookie. Jalen Knowles is going to play. He's a rookie. Their left tackle, Arianti Ursary, is a rookie. Their starting running back, Woody Marks, is a rookie. Their offensive line is putrid. They are 30th in the NFL in pass block win rate, and they're 30th in the NFL in run block win rate. So they're a bad pass protecting team, but they're bad run blocking as well. So he was ugly and he was dumb. But they're just not a great offensive line. But the Niners don't have Bryce Huff and they don't have Nick Bosa, and it's going to be, a huge challenge because this Houston defense is just awesome. I mean, you're talking about Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter off the edges. So your tackles are absolutely going to be challenged. And then you've got Azeez Al-Shaair on that second level. And then they've got a really good secondary with Derek Stingley, who was a high first-round pick, Kamari Lassiter, who's a great athlete, Jalen Petrie, who, as Tim Ryan told you guys in the football hour, the nickel corner Petrie is playing at a super high level. So, it's a really good defense on all 3 levels. If I was saying anything about this game to you that you want to heed, I would say take the under. Take the under.
Well, Papa obviously doesn't get into the betting space, but we do have a betting guy that we talk with every Thursday. And so before that, we were getting into some of those lines and the props. And, the over-under was set at 41.5. And I'm thinking...
That's low.
I'm thinking that's low, but also... I'd still probably hammer that under. I'm thinking we could be in for a 13-9 kind of game, possibly. I mean, this Texans defense, you just listed all the offensive metrics in which they're problematic. Their defense against the run is really good. Their defense against the pass has been really good. Their turnover differential is well into the positives, which is not the case for the 49ers. So defensively, they've had the full picture, and they just forced 4 turnovers on Sam Darnold and a Seattle team that has taken good care of the ball this year. They're on Monday Night Football to the point where that was still kind of a game until the very end. It technically was 1 score in the end with the 27-19, even though it felt like 40-6 when you were watching Houston try to move the ball right there. So Yeah, at 41.5, I mean, look, maybe there's some defensive touchdowns, maybe there's special teams points, and maybe we just don't know anything about football, and I get proven wrong again as far as the scoring front and what type of game it is. But I don't know. Robert Saleh's unit has played really well, even with all the injuries and these young guys having to step up. And this might be the best defense overall that the 49ers have yet to face. And they've already had to go through Seattle, L.A., Atlanta. I don't even think Arizona's defense is that bad. Even the Saints have a pretty decent front five. So the 49ers have been faced a lot of good defenses. This still might be their toughest test yet. And I would compare this more to a division game than your typical AFC, NFC game just because of the familiarity on the coaching staff.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think Shanahan, should have appropriate fear in this game because you're playing on one of the league's fastest carpets. This is a very fast surface. You're down a quarterback. Your starting quarterback doesn't move well. Your line is not very good, and you're going up against Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson, and possibly a blitzing Azeez Al-Shaair, who we know is probably one of the hardest hitting guys in football. So, have appropriate fear. Get the ball out. No 7-step drops. Don't expose Mac to any hits. Let him get the ball out on time. Throw it a ton if you want to, but I would try to. To me, the one thing that you really see when you watch this Texans team is their teams, try to run on them. Then they get real aggressive in how they attack the line of scrimmage against the run, and that's where I think Shanahan's going to make them pay. I think you have to play action pass and throw the ball over their head, and challenge them down the field. So I think it's going to be a well-timed, short passing game, and get the ball out of Mac Jones's hands quickly, mix in a lot of run, and just kind of a methodical, low-scoring 49er victory.
Kyle Shanahan was on with Dirty Work yesterday for his weekly hit, and here's what he had to say about facing DeMeco Ryans, his former defensive coordinator.
I mean, Saul and I just talk so much every day about everything. So it doesn't really go that much into like a former guy, especially, when it's dealing with guys that I've worked with. I think if there was a guy that I hadn't worked with that Salah has, I think it'd be a little bit more important, but there aren't a lot of secrets between us when it comes to this stuff, and especially when you look at DeMeco and everything in their defense. I mean, it's as sound of a defense as there is. They play to the right style. They play exactly how you expect a DeMeco defense to look. But when it comes to schematics and stuff, they're not going to try to out scheme you. They don't need to. DeMeco makes sure they're sound. He makes sure they play extremely hard, and that's what makes them so hard to beat.
So I want to hear your thoughts on this part, Krug, because Shanahan, for all the complaints people want to throw at him or not being able to win the Super Bowl, et cetera, I would say that when he goes against coaches he is very familiar with, that tends to be advantage Kyle Shanahan. It's coaches in the other conference or that come from a bit of a different system, or Andy Reid, obviously, in a couple of different Super Bowls where maybe there's a little bit of difference and there's not quite that familiarity. The more familiar Kyle Shanahan is with a coaching staff, it tends to go in his favor. We saw it with Saleh and the Jets. We saw it with Mike McDaniel in the Miami Dolphins. And now he's going to face DeMeco Ryans here for the first time. I'm not saying it's a guaranteed win, but for all that's gone well with Shanahan and Saleh this year, I would say that if we're just going to put it on a spreadsheet, yeah, the familiarity probably favors Shanahan more so than DeMeco Ryans.
Didn't help the Niners in the Super Bowl against Andy Reid, but yeah, I hear what you're saying. I mean, anytime you know your opponent really, really well, yes, you know him, he knows you. Who has the advantage, right? It's always hard to gauge. But, Shanahan's a top-tier coach, and, I think right now, he doesn't have to worry about coaching special teams. He doesn't have to worry about coaching defense. He can just focus on coaching offense. And he's got a quarterback that can process. He's got two quarterbacks who can process, and he's got a healthy Christian McCaffrey, and it all looks pretty good right now. So it's just a matter of getting a little bit better, a little bit healthier as the season goes on, if that's possible, because it seems almost counterintuitive that you could get healthier as the season goes on, but some teams do find a way to come back from their injuries. The Niners are going to have to figure out a way to overcome the loss of their edge rushers. I mean, this is a rush and cover league, and the Niners' 2 top edge rushers are down, and their 3 top corners are all dinged up but are playing hurt. So it's like they're not necessarily coming into this game with a full bore and like with tons of momentum. But I still think they're going to find a way to squeeze out a low scoring. It might be kind of ugly, but I think this is going to be a low scoring 49er victory. I think they're going to get the win. But I expect it to be a lot of offensive futility. I like the under. I think it's going to be something like, if you told me like 17-9 49ers, I could see that.
Well, Rams, when they faced Houston in week 1, and I believe that game was also in Houston. I might be wrong about that part, but what was it, 14-9? I mean, the Rams have a really good young defense as well with all those draft picks. So, yeah, no Fred Warner, no Nick Bosa. There's not the star power here for the Niners, but I do look at that as maybe a possible template for what this game might be. And, yeah, Matthew Stafford, Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams, that high-powered offense was only able to put up 14 because Houston defense is legit. But I like that, Krug. I think that 14-9 with the Rams game in week 1, and you're saying now 17-9 kind of range, I think it could be a very similar style of the way the game plays out. Mac Jones, so we have 408 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. I don't want to see Purdy out there this Sunday. Put Mac out there and have him throw the ball early and get the ball out of his hands quick so he doesn't get hurt. Texans defense is nasty. Well, the 49ers' best 2 offensive linemen in Trent Williams and Colton McKivitz got to go against Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter. So that is a couple of matchups to watch in and of itself. How many games this year has the 49ers quarterback been able to stay upright for the most part? I would say 2. This last game against Atlanta, when the 49ers finally found a rushing attack, and against New Orleans, Mac Jones, that first start, I would say was, for the most part, pretty well protected. Everything else hasn't been quite so easy.
Yeah, I mean, whatever the game plan is, the ball's got to come out fast. This idea that, you can win a game, but if you win it in an unsustainable way, is it a win? Yeah, it's a win, but it's like, are you really going in the right direction? Maybe not. I mean, the 49ers coming into this game last week against Atlanta had given up 20 hits on the quarterback the previous 2 weeks. I mean, that is an unsustainable situation. So they had to get the running game going. Absolutely had to do it. I asked Kyle Shanahan earlier this week, I said, Kyle, we always ask you when you don't get the run game going, what happened? Why didn't you? I'm like, in this game, you actually got the run game going. So what was the key? How did you guys do it? And he's like, it's never one thing. It's always a series of things. I think we'd be naive to think it doesn't involve George Kittle because it clearly does. And I think that overall, the Niners offensive line just did a better job in run blocking and than they've done. And maybe it was the fact that they went to a little bit more power, a little bit more lead, a little bit more gap scheme, a little less outside zone. They felt like they had the physical size advantage up front on the Falcons, who had kind of a speed-based front. They didn't feel like they could do that the week before with Vita Vea. So maybe that was it, and we'll see if they can, how well they can move this Texans line around. Because the one thing you want to run the ball on Houston because you want to stay out of 3rd and long. You want to stay out of, any kind of harm's way involving Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson.
808 KNBR, it's Greg Silver, Larry Kruger with you, Matt Mayoko joining us at 11:50. Let's get into some of the keys of the game coming up. Last week, we put it in the forms of 3 things we needed to see. I don't know if I necessarily have my list of needs, but maybe I'll think of some in the next few minutes. And either way, what do you want to see for the 49ers? What needs to happen to be talking about a team that, for all the adversity, could be 6-2 through the first half of the season? More coming up on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Silver with Larry Krueger continues. Happy Friday out there. JD coming by in the 1 o'clock hour. Krug is in Santa Clara getting ready to hear the latest for the 49ers, and we will catch up with one of our best insiders, Matt Mayoko, coming up in the next segment. General keys to the game. Well, we know the Texans have had their offensive struggles. We know the defense is maybe the best unit the 49ers will have yet to face, and they've already seen some pretty good ones on that side of the ball. But Texans coming in at 2-4, the 49ers at 5-2, and unlike the NBA, which we spent the first hour talking about, every little win means so much because you simply do not play enough games. So we're expecting another Mac Jones. It'll be his 6th start in 8 games. We'll see what happens as far as Brock Purdy. Now, Krug, just a quick note before we get into some keys on the game. You know, they opted to not put Brock Purdy on the injured reserve.
Right.
And the same goes for Ricky Pearsall, who is probably going to miss his 4th straight game. So coming up next, we have the infamous MetLife turf. So if Brock Purdy doesn't play in Houston, then I would have a hard time believing that he'll come back for MetLife in that game, and then he would come back maybe for the Rams game at Levi Stadium back on natural grass. Again, this is all speculation. I know I'm looking a little bit ahead in this one, but turf toe is quite a strange injury. He went through a pregame workout on Sunday before the game, did not feel as good as he was hoping at that point. And, you know, Joe Burrow was required to have surgery. Purdy, thankfully not. But I do wonder, how long is this thing going to linger? And then when he does come back, how easy is it to just re-aggravate it in the way that we saw in the Jacksonville game?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's safe to say that the Niners probably regret not putting him on IR because I think that whole timeline's been blown up by that workout that he had on the field last week where he didn't feel good coming out of it. So I think if they knew then what they know now, they would have IR'd him. Because he would have been gone for the 4 weeks. I think the plan was to get him out there this week. But, you know, and then as far as how much time, I had a doctor on, an orthopedic surgeon who actually had previously worked for the New England Patriots. We had him on Niners Nightly earlier this week, and Dr. William Workman, who's got a practice out in the East Bay. And we had him, and we asked him a bunch of questions about turf toe. And basically he made it seem like, 2 to 6 weeks, there's different levels of turf toe, but there's 2 to 6 weeks would be your standard rest time. But that's doing nothing for 2 to 6 weeks, and he hasn't taken 6 weeks and done nothing. So they're really not abiding by that. I don't know what their doctors are saying. He said that if you rested it, if you gave it 8 weeks, that would be, you're probably out of the woods. But they're not in that. They're either not in that position, don't want to do that. He's practicing. So I mean, practicing in NFL practice is not part of staying off your toe for the typical turf toe patient. I guarantee it. So I don't know what their doctors are saying, but they're clearly, he's practicing, but I don't know if practicing is in his best interest as far as the turf toe long term. I don't know what to say about it other than, he's not ready to go this week. And as long as Mac Jones is winning games, I mean, why would you put him out there at all? I mean, seriously, why would you do this? How Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch play their hand of cards at quarterback very well could determine what kind of season this is. I mean, think about it. If they play their hand of cards to saying, you know what, we're not going to back to Brock Purdy until he's fully healthy. And let's say Mac Jones goes on some unbelievable run and they hand the ball back to Purdy in December and they wind up being a number 1 seed in the NFC and he's totally now healthy and he's fresh and he comes back in December, he could easily lead them through the NFC playoffs and through the Super Bowl, and they could win the whole thing. Or they could go back to Brock Purdy like next week or something like that on the MetLife turf. Yeah.
He could hurt his toe worse, be out for the year, and you're one
bad, Mac Jones injury away from Adrian Martinez and missing the playoffs possibly. So, I mean, to say that this is monumental in how they handle this, I don't even think really speaks to it. It's the whole season wrapped up right in how they play their cards here.
I'm a little bit tired of what's the 49ers' best offseason acquisition discussion, because that was a topic for August when we hadn't seen them play yet. It's both Robert Saleh and Mac Jones, and without having both of those pieces, we're not talking about a 5-2 team. We're probably talking about a 2-5 team, to be honest, or some version of that. So you do Niners Nightly, and you always end it with a stat of the day, correct?
Usually, yep.
Okay, so I don't know if you ended up using this one or not. I will admit that yesterday was a busy day. We were at the Dubs Roundtable.
All right.
We had the long work day, but I'll give you this one. From 3rd and 6 or longer, the Houston Texans are 32nd in the NFL. From 3rd and 5 or less, they are 2nd. So if you can get C.J. Stroud into long yardage situations on 3rd down and get him under a little bit of pressure, he's not trusting his offensive line. He hasn't had all of his weapons, and now the best one of them all, Nico Collins, I'm expecting to not play after a Monday night concussion. That being said, they've still been a pretty decent team on the short yardage. So it comes down to, once again, how do you generate pressure? Here's another offseason acquisition.
Did you say 2nd versus 32nd?
2nd versus 32nd.
Wow, that is huge. That's worth writing down.
There you go. I might have given you some Friday material here.
Look at that.
There you go.
From you.
So Bryce Huff was another one of those valuable offseason acquisitions, and we found out that on pretty much the last pass rush of the game, he pulls a hamstring, and this was already someone that wasn't an every down guy, but with Bosa down, he was taking on a larger role. So now you got to find a way to scrap together some form of a pass rush, and Salah's done a great job dialing it up. I do wonder if we're going to see some more creative blitzes, and Chase Lucas, the other defensive hero, along with Tatum Bethune in this last game, well, he likes blitzing off the corner. Remember, he drilled Penix to draw an incompletion. So are we going to see more different types of blitzes? The 49ers haven't really been a blitz-heavy team as long as they've had Nick Bosa, but now you don't have Bosa. You don't have the guy that was filling in and patching up some of that Bosa hole. And if you can find a way to make C.J. Stroud uncomfortable, we just saw it with Michael Penix, a young guy all of a sudden doesn't really know what to do, not trusting what he sees. But if you can't, well, this is a quarterback who maybe not quite as impressive as his rookie year, but can still find ways to burn you.
I have those blitz numbers, by the way, in front of me. Against Atlanta, the Niners went with a 4-man rush 37 times, 5-man rush 5 times, 6-man rush 2 times. So they blitzed a total of 7 times, and they went with a 4-man rush 37 times. That was against Atlanta. For the season through week 7, the 49ers are rushing 4 80.6% of the time. They're rushing 5 14.5% of the time. They're rushing 6 4.2. So they have a 20.1% blitz rate. And so they're, the 80% non-blitz, 20% blitz. When in 19, when they didn't have Bosa, or the year it was a 20, they didn't have Bosa, Robert Saleh got to like 30 to 35% blitz rate that year. So he's not there yet. He hasn't blitzed as much this year. But obviously, you don't want to blitz certain quarterbacks. You don't want to give them the defined reads. You'd rather muddy the picture. I mean, that you were saying, what are some of the keys to the game coming up this weekend? One of them for me is give C.J. Stroud a ton to look at pre-snap and muddy his picture for him a lot. Mm-hmm. And I'm talking about sim pressures. I'm talking about all kinds of looks just to make him think. And because he's got a bad line. He's processing at the line of scrimmage. And if you give him a lot of different looks, confuse him. He's got a lot of young talent at the skill position spots on his offense. I think you muddy his picture consistently. And I think that's probably a key to victory.
808 KNBR to join the conversation. We got the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, the YouTube chat. It's pretty lively here for a Friday, and we love seeing that. And we have our first guest, and really our only guest of the day coming up, unless we We want to call it the JD hour. We had the football hour with Tim Ryan yesterday. I guess now we got the JD hour. And this guy has been all over the place. I've spent a lot of radio time with him between Dubs and Niners. So I got to make sure that he got enough sleep between now and when we last spoke. But that's a problem for 1 o'clock. Let's catch up with Mayoko when we return. We do it every Friday. And he'll join us next on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
And I am Greg Silver. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based here in the Bay Area, and some not even in California? Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm have been here for more than 25 years, and these are award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys who are fighting for you where you live. If you've been discriminated against at work, sexually harassed, wrongfully terminated, or had your rights threatened, go to DolanLawFirm.com, learn more about how you can be protected, because you should, and these are the best in the business. Chris and his team, unfortunately, have also seen an increase in no-fault injury accidents over the last year. So with all the motorcyclists, pedestrians, Friday traffic is always a big one, and I'm going to be doing a lot of driving this weekend. Please be careful. Let's work together to make the Bay Area a safer place. Feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, because the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients like you. You pay nothing up front, don't have to deal with the hourly rates and upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa, it's Larry Krueger on the Sports Leader.
It's Papa and Silver with Larry Krueger here, getting ready to close out the week. Krug is in Santa Clara where the 49ers get ready to face the Houston Texans. JD going to be joining us for the last hour of the show. But right now, as we do every single Friday, is catch up with NBC Sports Bay Area and the Sports Leaders 49ers insider, Matt Mayoko. He joins us on the Yuma guest line as well as the really, really, really ridiculously good-looking guest cam on the stream if you're watching us on YouTube and Twitch. Matt, yesterday we had our Dubs roundtable talking all things Warriors ahead of their home opener, and we got into the discussion about the logic game and how, well, Steph Curry's one of those people that always defies logic in the sense that, yeah, you wouldn't think the Warriors are a top 2 or 3 team in the Western Conference. They shouldn't be favored to win a title, but they're a team that you also don't want to bet against because they still have that guy. And so I used the line, well, hey, if we want to dive too deep into the logic game, the 49ers aren't 5-2. They're probably 2-5 at this point. A lot of that goes to Robert Saleh. A lot of that goes to Mac Jones. And a lot of it goes to collective team effort of making these game-winning, game-closing plays. But since we haven't talked to you since that Atlanta Falcons game, just your general thoughts on that Sunday Night Football display, the Atlanta offense, all of those top 10 draft picks, they got held to 10 points by a defense that had no Nick Bosa and no Fred Warner.
Yeah, and Bijan Robinson was the second best running back on the field that night. That tells you a lot right there. Yeah, I mean, it is a long season. You know, they have played 7 games, and so I think it's just going to be a constant evolution of where this team goes from here, and on both sides of the ball. But I would say specifically on the defensive side, Robert Saleh really has his work cut out for him to keep this thing going, and this week is going to be no different. The Texans don't have a great offense, but the 49ers right now don't have much of a pass rush. And the way you beat the Texans is by putting a little bit of pressure on C.J. Stroud. And I know all quarterbacks are impacted by pressure, but it just seems to me like Stroud is impacted maybe more than most. And so this isn't necessarily the game the 49ers would want to have their 3 top pass rushers out. You know, obviously Bosa for the entire season, Huff out for a couple weeks, and Yetur Gross-Matos out for a couple more weeks probably. So it does set up as not a great game where the 49ers meet this Texans team where they are 49ers from a health standpoint, especially on the defensive line. They'll probably have to do some more things, be a little bit more creative as they were, I thought, Sunday night against the Falcons, bringing up some well-timed blitzes and showing some different looks. So they'll probably have to do more of that. But yeah, I mean, 5-2, I don't think that could be anybody who roots for the 49ers who's disappointed with how the season has started.
Matt, is John Lynch, it sounds like John Lynch has got 2 different things going on. He's telling Murph and Marcus that, hey, we like our, do you guys need to acquire a pass rusher? We like our guys. We absolutely do not need to make a deal. And yet Adam Schefter and Albert Breer and others reporting that the Niners are, quote, very active in reaching out with teams to make a trade, presumably for a pass rusher. So is that Lynch just kind of publicly downplaying it and privately working his tail off to get a pass rusher?
Well, I do think that both things can be equally true. I think that they can look and make a lot of calls and just kind of see what's out there. It doesn't mean they're going to make a trade, a big money trade or, something like that. But, I mean, just logic would tell you, yeah, I mean, I can understand why they would like their guys. I mean, they signed these guys, they drafted these guys, they're on the team, and so they know all these guys. And like I said, I mean, I'm sure they do like him or they want to be here. But I think you, me, and everybody else can see that there's a major deficiency right now when it comes to the 49ers outside pass rush. And I think it would be, general managerial malpractice if he didn't canvass the league and see what's out there. Now it's a matter of, does it make sense? Making phone calls and figuring out who's available and who's not available. Doing all that work doesn't mean that a trade's going to happen. I think something will happen. I just don't think it's going to be like this huge splash. And I'm not sure that maybe that's what he's kind of talking about. Like, they don't need, to bring in a big name guy who's at the, on the final year of his contract. I would be surprised if the 49ers do acquire a pass rusher on a contract that's set to expire, because it just seems to me like it doesn't make any sense to strip away resources for the future that can only for it to acquire a player who can only help you this year. So if they can find that sweet spot of a player who not only is here for the duration of this season, but also is under contract for next year, now we're talking. I think now that's something that could work out. And the problem is, trying to find those teams or a team that has a player like that, a defensive lineman with upside who's under a manageable contract for next year. Those aren't easy to come by. One of the guys that kind of comes to mind would be someone that Robert Saleh knows well, Jermaine Johnson with the Jets. But would the Jets make that deal? A guy would be on the 5th-year option next year, $13 million, which is a fine number for a defensive end. Something that I think the 49ers could afford. But if you're looking for the Trey Hendrickson deal or the Max Crosby deal, I don't see those happening. But I do see the 49ers doing something. They just seem like every year they come up with something. Sometimes it's really small. Sometimes it's sometimes it's small that really doesn't amount to much. Like last year with Khalil Davis, not Kalia Davis, who's with the 49ers now, but Khalil Davis, who just finished out last season, and now I'm not even sure where he is in the NFL. They've also made the huge swings and the big splashes for McCaffrey and Chase Young. I'd put him in that category. And then they've done, some other deals, Charles Omenihu, Jordan Willis, and others. So they always seem to do something. I just don't think they're going to do anything that mortgages the future, whether it's a really valuable draft pick for next year or a high salary number that impacts how the roster stands a year from now. So I expect them to do something. I do think that, they might like their defensive line as it's currently situated, but if they make a deal to bring somebody else in, then they would like their defensive line a heck of a lot more.
It's interesting, Matt. Connor Hughes, who covers the Jets, to put out a video clip today saying that the Jets, that Quinnen Williams wants out, and that the Jets would be willing to take a second-round pick for Quinnen Williams. I only bring him up because I know Robert Saleh. I watched Hard Knocks. Robert Saleh has this love affair with Quinnen Williams. That would be a monumental move, bigger than the moves that we're describing here, most likely, or even expecting here. But, there's John Lynch, I think, doesn't want to – I think he doesn't want to get – I think he probably doesn't want to get anybody who has a questionable motor because of the Chase Young thing. And I don't think he really wants to get anybody that he doesn't have a real good feel of how hard they'll play. But that's why I think maybe the Jets guys are interesting, because Robert Saleh's got that firsthand experience with those guys, and he would have a much better feeling for exactly if they would play hard and if they would fit the Niner culture. But Quinnen Williams for a second-round pick would be a earth-shattering move, and that would really shake things up.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at his contract right now. So you're talking about $21 million for 2026, $25.5 million for 2027. So, and giving up a second round pick, it is a steep price to pay. They'd have to consider that. Like, if they take on that salary, what does that mean? Would they have to get rid of somebody else? So, that's something that they would have to figure out whether that makes sense for them. And you'd be getting a player for the rest of this season and 2 more years, as opposed to using that second-round pick on a player. And look at it this way. I mean, I think when you look at the 49ers draft for 2026, I mean, I kind of look at it like, right now they have picks in the first, second, and third round and a bunch of picks in the fourth round. If out of those first 3 picks, they can get an offensive lineman, an edge rusher, and maybe a wide receiver with those 3 picks, that kind of sets themselves up for next year. So, with defensive tackle be high on that list, I don't know, because I think that Alfred Collins is looking and trending in a very positive direction. CJ West is going to get better. They have some guys in the interior defensive line that are good, maybe not game-changing star types of players like Quentin Williams, but to me, their biggest need is outside pass rusher.
Yeah.
They just don't have the guys that bring the juice. And right now they're down Bosa, they're down Yetur Gross-Matos, they're down Bryce Huff. Now this is a temporary thing with Gross-Matos and Huff, although Gross-Matos' injury has kind of been lingering and just kind of seems at this point that he's never really going to be fully healthy. But to me, I think the bigger need for the 49ers is outside pass rush.
Talking to Matt Mayoko here on the Uma guest line. This is probably the question they continuously ask in Houston. CJ Stroud, it wasn't just that he had a great rookie season. He was so poised. He saw the field so well. He looked like a 5-year vet out there. Why has he regressed so much to where the offense can't really move the ball, and he doesn't necessarily trust what he sees, and he is more turnover prone and looks more like a rookie than he did in his rookie season?
Well, he really is impacted by the pass rush, and we could probably say that about every quarterback in the league. No quarterback likes to have a pocket collapsing around him. No quarterback likes to be hit as he's throwing. And I don't know if he's gotten gun shy a little bit with the inability of the Houston Texans to either craft game plans to protect him or acquire the offensive lineman or just the pass protection as a whole to protect him. I was just looking at what the Houston Texans have done as far as their drafts and the offensive line, and they have used a second round pick or better in each of the past 4 years on offensive linemen. And there's only one of those guys who's starting for them, and that's Ariante Ursary right now, who's their starting left tackle. He's a rookie, but the year before they took a tackle in the second round. He's a backup. The year before that, they took a guard in the second round. He's a backup. The year before that, they took a tackle in the first round, and he's not even with the organization anymore. So I do think that whether it's regressed or just not surrounding him either with the coaching, the system, or the personnel around him, CJ Stroud is not nearly the quarterback. He's not nearly thought of as highly as he was as a rookie, and that offense isn't very good. I mean, it's really bad. In fact, I mean the amount of the situations that the Texans defense put CJ Stroud in the offense in Monday night was remarkable. I mean, 4 takeaways, 1 touchdown generated by the defense, and the Texans could not hold up their end of the bargain at all.
Yep.
To me, this game, talking about CJ Stroud and how he seems to kind of crumble under pressure a little bit, the 49ers have to find a way to get pressure on him. And it's not going to be easy because the 49ers don't have those horses to get after him. So it might be kind of a similar situation as it was Sunday night, where I don't think the 49ers blitzed a whole lot, but it seemed to me like they blitzed more than they usually do. But they were able to really do it strategically and push the right buttons at the right time. Robert Saleh calling the defenses. So I think they're going to have to do more of that. I think if they can't get there with their 4-man rush early in the game, then they're going to have to find ways to get pressure on CJ Stroud and get some hits on him.
Maddie, forgive me if I'm asking you a question you don't know the answer to, but to me it's really interesting that Jed York and the York family are selling $275 million stake in the franchise to Peter Brigger, who's an Atherton resident, and I guess he purchased a non-controlling minority interest in the team, and it's supposedly 3.2% stake. So Jed York has sold 6.2% shares of the franchise in May. He still retains 87.8% of the ownership. But this guy, Brigger, is an executive chairman and managing partner of Fortress Investment Group. He manages a portfolio of over $53 billion in asset management. So that's how he came into his wealth. But I guess the question that I've gotten from many Niner fans as they've seen this headline the last week or so is why? What is the game plan here, Matt? And I don't know if you have the answer to this, but do you know why Jed is selling off little pieces of this? Are they cash poor? Is it in any way about the football team, the soccer teams, the Super Bowl? What can you share with us?
Yeah, what I've been told with that is that the soccer teams, Rangers and Leeds, is run completely different from the 49ers. And it isn't just Jed who owns the 49ers. It's the family. And what he told me in May, I believe it was that, there are different ideas within the family of how money should be invested or certain needs, both, inside, just family related businesses or whatnot. So it was my understanding that before the sales, that took the York ownership from like 97% of the team down to 87.9%, is that the 49ers, or the York family, owned more of the 49ers than any other family owned of any other NFL team. So I think it's a way to obviously generate revenue for some of the family members who have other interests and who might want to invest in other areas. So I don't think there's too much to be read into it. The NFL did allow teams to sell off up to 10% of their franchises to private equity. And so I think it's just a way to diversify and put that money. Would you say $273 million? Is that right?
Yeah, I think it's maybe 276 or something like that.
276, yeah. So I mean that's a lot of money, and so whenever the valuation was, I believe, 8.5 million, it only makes sense, that some family members would want to diversify and not have all their money, or liquefy some of that money as well. So I don't think there's anything to be read into it. I think. No, the Yorks and Jed in particular have always viewed this as a long-term family commitment, where the 49ers are going to remain in the York family through generation after generation after generation. So it's just a little bit, a small stake that's being sold off, but Jed York and the York family will maintain control of the 49ers as they believe they will for the foreseeable future, well into the future.
Last couple minutes here with Matt Mayoko. All right, so Brock Purdy, I asked Krug this. They didn't put him on the IR, but if he doesn't play this weekend, then you got the infamous MetLife turf coming up there, which I would imagine would be a tough spot to return. And then Brandon Ayuk, originally we were given that week 5 to 10 timeline kind of range. It is week 8, and he seems to be nowhere to be seen. So just want to get your insight if you've heard anything, seen Ayuk working on a side field, if there's any update on when he might return. I know John Lynch said that he will play this season. And then as far as Brock Purdy, what you expect to happen as far as his timeline.
Yeah, I wish I could tell you something that sheds some light on either one of those two players. I think that, the idea that why the 49ers didn't put Brock Purdy on injured reserve is because they wanted to at least be able to gauge him and track his progress on the practice field. And so if they had placed him on injured reserve, he wouldn't be able to get out there and practice. And for the past couple of weeks, it's been limited work for him. So they've been able to kind of monitor him and kind of, like I said, track his progress. I do think that, they thought that he would be back around that 4-week window or before that. But I think they also learned from week 4 against the Jacksonville Jaguars that you just need to make sure that he is ready to go when he's ready to go. I agree with you with the assumption that bringing him back against the New York Giants would probably not be the best plan of attack. Where the 49ers are right now at 5-2, it does give them wiggle room. Not that, if you sign a guy to that kind of contract, you're not going to rush him back. You don't want to anyway. But where the 49ers are very much in the playoff hunt, atop the NFC West based on their 3-0 division record, they really can just do everything cautiously and make sure that when he comes back, he has a good chance of staying back. So that's one thing. With Brandon Ayuk, it is very interesting. It's a little bit mysterious what's going on there. I remember the preseason game against the Raiders where he's out there seemingly running routes before the game at full speed, and the thought then was like, man, he's ready to go. He had to sit out obviously the first 4 games of the season, and then after that it's like, okay, where is he? I understand that there's been kind of a moving timetable of when he might be available. I think Kyle Shanahan said recently that he's kind of eyeing that 10-week mark, but as I understand it, that would be 10 weeks where they would open the window. And once they open that window, they're going to want to see him practice for a couple of weeks at least until he gets out there and plays. So yeah. I think it's very much up in the air of when Brandon Ayuk returns to the field. John Lynch, he said that he fully expects Brandon Ayuk to play at some point this season. I mean, I would say I would take probably the more cautious or skeptical approach and say, we'll see when he's out there. And then once he's out there, is he going to be the Brandon Ayuk of 2023? That remains kind of questionable. I just, we'll see. I'm just not sold yet that he will play this season. I haven't heard anything along that, but you're talking about a really serious injury. They're talking about it, not only the ACL, but it was other stuff there too. And so that takes time. And he looks, every time I've seen him, he looks good, but there must be something going on there with him in his interactions with the Foreigners medical staff or whatever, that maybe he's a little bit cautious right now and isn't feeling confident about stepping out there on the field or giving the green light for him to take that next step. So we'll see. I think it's all very much up in the air at this point.
Maddie, one last one for me. I was standing right there at the practice yesterday when Chris Sarek was putting his defensive lineman through the paces, and it just happened, I happened to have a very, very up-close look at the D-line drills, and Chris was just absolutely in full froth, just screaming and yelling and
When is he not in full froth?
I know, but maybe it was just my proximity to the froth, but it was unbelievable. I sat there and I've recorded it, and I thought to myself, man, when I put this out, people are going to be. It's like you were in the huddle. But now you have no Gross Matos, you have no Bryce Huff, you have no Nick Bosa. Chris was just yelling up and down at Mikael Williams and Robert Beal. He wants more out of those guys for sure. And then I'm thinking, who else has he got? He's got Trevis Gibson on the practice squad, and he's got William Bradley King on the practice squad. Are those guys going to get the elevation, you think, Saturday? Because, I feel like for edge rush-wise, they need all hands on deck. They may need to blitz Nick Martin in this game to get some rush. They're going to have to think outside the box here. They're running out of dudes.
Yeah, they are. There's no question about it. And, yeah, as I talked about earlier, where's that pass rush come from? There are guys, right now, of the guys on the 53-man roster, or put it this way, the guys who are going to be active on Sunday, there's only 3 sacks out of 7 games, and one of them's Upton Stout. Sam Okawanu with 1 sack, and it's Mikael Williams with 1 sack. So Chris Kocurek, I think he kind of senses the urgency, And, his thing has always been, I remember the first time I watched him on the practice field, it was in the off-season program. And I thought, is this guy nuts? Like, is he always like this? There's no way you can keep that up. Well, he does. And, his motor in practice is unbelievable. And it's his way of making sure that these guys are on it in practice. They never let down, so that when they get into a game, he tries to replicate that intensity, the get off at the snap of the ball. And that's something they work on every day in practice. But, at some point when you just lose so many guys, and I thought heading into this season that the weakness of the 49ers was its outside pass rush. Besides Bosa, who is going to be? Well, Bryce Huff has stepped up and he's played really well, but now he's out. I don't know how they're going to do it. Beal was brought up to the practice squad, or from the practice squad this week, so he'll be in uniform. It's time for him, if he wants to earn a uniform on game days the rest of the season, he has to show something. Travis Gibson, right now, when you look at the 49ers 53-man roster and getting down to the 48 active, they got, I would imagine in about an hour here, we're going to hear a lot of names of 49ers who are going to be out for this game. Brock Purdy, Ricky Pearsall, those are two that don't have anything to do with the defense, but, Bryce Huff, Gross Matos, there are going to be some guys there, and probably Luke Gifford. He's had a hamstring injury that kept him out of practice, so they're going to have to find a way with the defensive linemen that they have on the 53-man and on the practice squad, because I would fully expect them to elevate two guys off the practice squad, and Travis Gibson could be one of them.
Matt, we always appreciate you on a Friday when we get to catch up. And did you do an Ask Papa this week, by the way?
No, Greg was, he's not there on KNBR today. So, no, we weren't able to do it this morning.
Okay, yeah, just wanted to check because I know that he's missed the last couple of Fridays, but always enjoy when you guys do get to catch up on NBC. And we'll get him back Monday, and we'll have a lot to react to as far as this game. So whether it's with Krug, whether it's with JD, or whether it's with both Gregs, we always enjoy talking to you. And we'll see if, against all logic, back to where I opened up this interview, could the Niners be a 6-2 team by the time we talk next? We'll find out.
You never know. And by the way, for the next 49ers Talk podcast, instead of Greg Papa, Greg Bethune, who is the father of Tatum Bethune and also was the first youth football coach in Nick Bosa's career. And Nick credits Greg Bethune for being the person who turned him on to football and got him to love the sport. So, so check that out if you get a chance anywhere you get your podcast.
Oh, will do. Good plug. Since Papa's not here to say it, I'll say it. Gregexcellent. Matt, we appreciate you always. Thanks for coming by.
Thanks, Matt.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Matt Mayoko on These Sports Leader, NBC Sports Bay Area 49ers insider. Always good to preview a little matchup with him. And yeah, had to go all the way back to that Falcons game when we talked to him just a week ago today. All right, Krug, long interview, so we'll do a bit of a reset, react to some of Mayoko's comments. And yeah, when are we going to see Brandon Ayuk return to the field? Because the offense could use some reinforcements with the defense having to carry a lot of the weight, even with their injuries. It's Papa and Silver with Larry Krueger on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Game 1 of the World Series begins tonight in Toronto. Dodgers, Blue Jays at 5 o'clock. We'll have that broadcast for you on Mike Holder's KNBR 1050. And no matter our differences in this world, let us all band together for Walt's Jays. We need to see 4 wins, one at a time. Starts tonight.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for hanging out with Papa and Silver. Larry Krueger in for Papa. We got another half hour or so with Krug, and then we've got the JD show to close it down. JD was a busy man last night. Warriors, what a win over the Denver Nuggets that was. And we're talking a lot of things Niners. We'll get back into the Niners, but do got to go right back out to the phone lines because, Krug, I gave a bunch of shout-outs at the beginning of the show, all the people that showed up to the Dubs Roundtable. The very first caller we ever had on Papa and Silver is our buddy Mark and San Bruno, only I made the very bad rookie mistake of calling him Mort. So it's Mark/Mort in San Bruno, and we want to say what's up to him. Mark, it was so good to see you last night, and I know you stayed for that whole game, so that's why you stay for the full 48 and sometimes 53 in the case of overtime. How's it going, bud?
It's going great, man, great. Hey, listen, you were great last night visiting with all you guys. Larry, I love you to death because I always learn something from Larry the Krug, baby. And so you guys are both, bad, you know what. I don't want to say it on the radio, get you in trouble. But, hey, listen, here's what I don't understand. What did Curry do? Go in at halftime and tell those boys, move over. We're not doing it. I got to get in there, and I got to take care of this. I mean, the third quarter, fourth quarter, overtime, if it wasn't for Curry, man, I mean, people have to realize how special we are to be able to watch one of the best players in the game right in front of us. Man, it's crazy.
I said this at the beginning of the show, Mark. Steph Curry and Draymond Green are borderline ill with how adrenaline junkie they are and just wanting, craving those high-stakes moments. I mean, 35 of Steph's 42 came after halftime yesterday, and between the end of regulation and start of OT, he scored 16 straight. You laid it out there perfectly, and when you see it in person and the way it ignites that crowd, yeah, there's a reason why the Warriors are trying to go all in while he's playing his final few years of basketball or whatever that timeline is. But I think the more important lesson was we all live in the moment from that one.
What an incredible era we're in right now, by the way. I mean, this is a great era of sports in the Bay Area. You got the Niners, almost a consistent Super Bowl, contender year after year. Giants are trying to get up off the deck, but they've got tremendous, momentum as far as revenue goes compared to most teams in their sport. And we're still enjoying Curry and Draymond and Kerr and everything the Warriors have to offer. So, no, this is a good time to be a Bay Area sports fan.
Okay, thank you for all you do because you're both a couple of badasses, man. Love you. Love you.
We love you, Mark. Mark and
Thanks,
San
Mark.
Bruno. Oh, man. You can call anytime. That was the first time I met him in person yesterday, but it was long overdue. But no, I mean, that's what it's all about when you get to do events in person and interact with our listeners because, look, yeah, our jobs are fun. Okay, we get to yap about sports. There are a lot more serious things going on in the world, but ultimately, it's about connecting with the people over these teams because it's not always about what I have to say or what you have to say. It's about getting a bond with people, and we are very thankful that you let us be a part of your day. I said this on my very first show, and in light of a lot of changes that have happened around the station the last couple of years, look, radio is a very interpersonal experience, and even if I've never met you in person, if you're listening to us on the app or YouTube or in your car or outside of California or outside of the country, we're very thankful to be a part of your day, and that's why we do this for 4 hours.
Oh, I mean, I'll say this. I mean, I've been doing this a long time, but the best thing is, about this is like when somebody comes up to you on the street and the way they talk to you, it's like they know you and they've known you for years. And I always get a kick out of that because it's like, that's the beauty of the of coming through that speaker, or if you're on TV, coming out of the TV screen, or now on YouTube, coming out of the phone or whatever. It's like, they're people that it's entertainment, and they, after a while, they feel like they know you because they've heard enough of your opinions on different things. And, it's a kick.
Or maybe Apple TV Plus or Peacock or Amazon Prime. I'll tell you this right now, Walter. The second that one of our shows is not accessible because you got to go to Apple TV Plus, that's the day I'm walking out of this building right
You're
there.
gone?
Yeah. We appreciate Mark and Sam Bruno and everybody that showed up yesterday and everybody that gets to listen in and tune in. 808 KNBR, the number to join that conversation, because that is what it is all about. We'll go ahead, take a quick timeout, a little bit of a reset, and dive back into those 49ers topics we addressed with Matt Mayoko. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader. Filling in for Greg Papa, it's Larry Krueger on the sports leader.
Silver and Krug hanging out. JD coming up at the end of the hour. We'll take you through all the way to 2 o'clock, then get it over to Dirty Work. Niners getting ready for a little Week 8 showdown against the Houston Texans. D'Amico Ryans, Kyle Shanahan. We're going to play some sound from D'Amico Ryans coming up in just a bit. So, Krug, during the NBA playoffs, when the Warriors were going against the Houston Rockets, we had their television voice, Craig Ackerman, and radio voice, Matt Thomas, on with us a handful of times. And Matt invited me back to go on his show this morning. So, spent a little time on Houston radio. Always good catching up with Matt and Ross over there. And we got into all things Bay Area. They asked about Tony Vitello, little bitter comment on Steph Curry at the very end of that hit, but a lot of it was about the 49ers and Christian McCaffrey in particular, Mac Jones, and they said, well, why has Mac Jones not been quite as effective in the last couple of weeks? And I said, well, actually, this last week, it was great. He didn't get hit, and they finally had a running game, which is something we never, ever see in a Shanahan offense, even well before they got a player with the skill of CMC. So we got into Christian McCaffrey, and I said, all offseason and all preseason, we got into who is the most irreplaceable and indispensable piece on this roster. It is clearly Christian McCaffrey. And the fact that the run game wasn't there, but that he was still getting all those scrimmage yards, shows exactly just why. He is a damn good wide receiver, Krug. He is top 10 in wide receiving yards heading into the week. The only running back to be in that category. So finally, the run game gets a little bit of pop. And that's not to say that Nick Bosa and Fred Warner aren't major losses. The 49ers got a lot worse the second those players left the field. But number one, above all, is to keep Christian McCaffrey healthy and available. And he has gotten a lot of touches and a lot of run. And he's got to go against DeMeco Ryans and this Texans defense. Here is what DeMeco said this week about facing someone like CMC.
Christian McCaffrey is by far one of the best players in the NFL. Like what he's done in the game, I think, and I know for sure he has the respect of every player that's played against him, and also just respect from the offensive players. Like he's a tremendous athlete. I mean, physically gifted, a talented player in all respects, not just running the football, but also as a receiving running back. He's one of the best that we've seen. So, and that'll be their main focus, and that's their main game plan, rightfully so, because he's such a dynamic player, and he changes the game for them offensively, and not just what he does, but where he's able to align. And Kyle has done a really nice job of moving him around in a lot of different spots where he's not just aligning in the running back position. He can line up at receiver. He can line up all over the place. So, the game plan is we have to have eyes for Christian McCaffrey, knowing that he's going to get the bulk of the touches because he's their top playmaker.
Do you think having him has helped Mac Jones be successful despite Purdy's injury?
For sure. Anytime you have Christian McCaffrey, he helps any quarterback, right? Because he's a friendly target in the passing game. He has really great hands, catches the ball well, and he's also a really dynamic runner. He runs the ball tremendously hard. He understands the scheme. He understands how to press blocks. He knows how to set it up. He knows when to cut back. Just all around, really one of the smartest players I've been around, and that's one of the most reliable guys as well.
I mean, it's pick your poison with Christian McCaffrey. The run game, the pass game, getting into the end zone on short plays. Can he beat you as a receiver if you're a linebacker that matches up on him? Or can he just power through the middle and run in between the tackles like we saw against Atlanta? The bottom line is, Krug, with everything that this team did to get to 5-2, yeah, Robert Saleh, Mac Jones, Bryce Huff, Eddie Pinheiro, a lot of additions are a big part of it. But without Christian McCaffrey, we're not even having this conversation to begin with, and they probably don't win their first game in the first place up in Seattle.
Yeah, I mean, he's just, we could do Tony the Tiger radio. He's great, but it really is true.
Talking cereal on these sports leaders.
He's great. He's 148 rushing yards and 18 receiving yards away from becoming the fourth player with 7,000 rush yards and 5,000 receiving yards. The other guys on that list, Marcus Allen, Marshall Faulk, and Tiki Barber. So, I mean, he's a very special football player. When you're around him, he's such a quiet guy. Like if you're doing an interview, if you're not standing right next to him, it's like really hard to hear him sometimes. He's not a big, loud orator or talker. But I'll tell you, man, his game speaks very, very loudly, and he's a receiver. He's, in some ways, I'd like to see the Niners utilize him as a receiver a little bit more and play him with Brian Robinson. I'd like to see Robinson get off a little bit more than he has. I mean, the touch disparity should not be what it is. I mean, I realize Christian's good. He's a really good player, but I mean, ultimately, is anybody going to care at the end of the year that he had a big September if he's not there at the end? It's like you gotta preserve him. So I would like to see them, if they're not going to use Guerendo, then trade Guerendo and get a real third back. And if you're if you had a real third back, maybe you could take a little bit of the load off Christian. I also think that would take a little bit of the load off of him by using him, as I said, out of the backfield, because I think if you play him a lot of snaps as a receiver, he doesn't take quite the same number of hits as he would take if you played him as a runner. So, he's an incredible player, but being around him, the thing that you just don't bank on is he is the most intense competitor there is. He wants every single snap. He's super intense, Greg. I mean, this guy really, really he achieves a level of intensity that very few players get to. And you don't
I didn't need less touches.
Right, exactly. And he's all about the W. And he's a great teammate. I mean, Jimmy Garoppolo was instantly better. Brock Purdy was better. I always find that funny when people ask, does Christian make this person better? It's like, I didn't hear who you asked about, but yes, he makes everybody better.
Yeah, no question. And Walter, hit that again for us.
I didn't need less touches.
Yeah, Christian McCaffrey, even intense there at Levi's Stadium when we interviewed him out at training camp. So, I mean, look, Christian McCaffrey, we can go through all the numbers. He was the NFC Offensive Player of the Week. But there is the fair discussion point of, is it sustainable? Because this team is only going to go as far as Christian McCaffrey could take them. That was the case before they lost Warner and Bosa. It's certainly the case now, even with Brock Purdy or Mac Jones. It's all hanging in there because of Christian McCaffrey. He's on pace for more yards and way more touches than he had 2 seasons ago when he was named the Offensive Player of the Year. So as far as, has he lost a step, and has he, is he getting a little bit beat up and all that? Like, I mean, look, he looks fine within the offense, but I think it's fair that this is a position, and running back in particular, what's the reason that running backs don't get paid like wide receivers? Is because you can lose it fast. You can get worn down fast, and you take a big beating against linemen who are blocking for you, and then those 350-pounders that want to take you down every single play with full force. So using McCaffrey in that passing game, I think that's a good way of putting it, Krug, where you can maybe have him on the field a little bit more, not have to risk not having his skill set and his presence out there, because I get why Kyle Shanahan doesn't want to take him off, so much so that the clutch 3rd and 13 play, when he got the 17-yard catch, he was going off the field, and Kyle sent him right back out there because he said, no, dude, but maybe you can use more of the double running back set, because finally, when the run game picked up against Atlanta, this was also the best version of Brian Robinson that we had seen to this point in the season, too.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing is that I just think some of the answers that I hear, not just from media people or fans, but even from the coaches and Kyle himself, as far as, Kyle, Christian's on pace for 447 touches. Is that sustainable? And he'll be, then all of a sudden you'll get, you almost get that, he's great. He's our best runner. He's our best receiver. He's our best blocker. He's our check down guy. That's why he has so many touches. So it's like, I don't know. It's like if I told you I had some awesome car and I'm driving it into the ground, and then you say to me, Krug, you're driving that Bentley into the ground. And I'm like, yeah, but look how shiny it is, and look how awesome it is, and look how cool it is. And it's like, okay, but you're still driving it into the ground. It's like, so it doesn't really, like, none of those, answers are really answers. How about this? Don't drive him into the ground. Use your other back. If you don't have another back, then drive him into the ground. But you do have another back. His name is Brian Robinson.
One that you traded for at that.
Use him. And if you don't like Garendo, then get rid of Garendo and get another back that you can use. But don't drive. Nobody's going to sit there and say, nobody's ever said, hey, blah, 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 had an awesome September, and then they're out for the year and didn't do anything. They say, you know what, blankety blank was great in the playoffs. Blankety blank was great in the Super Bowl. People remember the Super Bowl and the playoffs. Nobody really remembers September. So I love and the people that are defending the usage are like, well, he's their best. I know he's their best. But, I mean, just because he's your best doesn't give you license to drive him into the ground.
We're going to connect with JD at the end of the hour, and I know he'll have some thoughts on this one as well. There is no modern comparison for Christian McCaffrey's start to 2025 in terms of his touches for a player of his age. And this I found very interesting from the Matt Barrows article. In 2004, both Curtis Martin and Priest Holmes were older than Christian McCaffrey is now. They had 10 and 11 more touches. Emmitt Smith in 1999 at age 30, so a year older than McCaffrey now, had one more touch, 186. Everybody else of that age hasn't had quite the workload that McCaffrey has seen to this point in the year. So when we connect with JD, we can get into some of this as well. And how much do they need to rely on Christian McCaffrey? And even when you can get Ricky Pearsall back, and if Brandon Ayuk finally makes that return, how much is that going to be able to shoulder some of the distribution? Truthfully, I don't know, because I don't know what we're getting out of Ricky Pearsall in terms of how long he'll stay on the field. I don't know what we get of Brandon Ayuk because it has been so murky. We'll continue to get into this. It's Silver and Kruger in for Papa today on the Sports Leader.
I didn't need less touches.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, yesterday wasn't so good for Adam Silver's NBA, but boy, is he glad he has Stephen Curry to clean up the mess at nighttime. This dude is an absolute psychopath. I don't know what to say about it, but I guess that's our job to try to find the words. Either way, we never get tired of watching it. Warriors come back, beat Denver in overtime. We'll be talking all about it here on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa, it's Larry Krueger on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, about them, for sure. Yeah, they have elite linebackers, and they have guys who have seen our type of offense a lot, so they kind of know what we're doing and what we're not doing. So just got to be, see them on each play, and they're going to make some plays. It's a really talented group, like I said, so definitely have our work cut out for us.
Mac Jones, rather serious cut for Mac. I always feel like it's a bit of a comedy routine when he's up there, and I say that in the best possible way. Like, for a guy that seemed to lose his personality when Joe Judge and Matt Patricia were calling plays for him in New England. Then he went to Jacksonville. The confidence was a little shot. All of a sudden, Krug, he's a pretty funny guy at the podium. I love it.
Dude, yeah, no, he's very funny. He's loose, and, he's got kind of a high-pitched, kind of a squeaky laugh that makes you laugh. Yeah, I mean, the guy's loose. What a find. It's funny. Somebody asked me the other day, who are the best young players on the 49ers? I'm like, what young player on the 49ers do I believe the most in? I'm like, well, first of all, how do you define young? It's like hard to define who's young and whatnot, but I would say anybody in their 20s is kind of young. And I said on defense, I would go with Upton Stout, but on offense, I think I'd go with Mac Jones. Mac Jones is a good young football player. And the question, I think, for the 49ers in the offseason is, what if Mac Jones has a real nice year, leads the Niners to a bunch of wins, Purdy comes back, let's say, and plays in the playoffs or whatever. Does Mac Jones whisper to John Lynch, hey, you know what, all things being equal, I'd rather you trade me so I can start somewhere next year? Or does he come back? And then if you're the 49ers, I mean, what do you want in return? I mean, I'm not trading that guy. I don't want to. I'd rather have Mac Jones than a second-round pick, to be completely honest. I'd rather have Mac Jones at this point. Mac Jones means more than a second-round pick.
Oh, there's no question, because without two capable quarterbacks, I don't know where this 49ers team is right now. You essentially got someone who came to be your backup, but isn't necessarily a backup quarterback. Mac Jones very well could be a starter next year if a team is willing to trade for him, and with each win and with the better he looks in a Kyle Shanahan system, that asking price only goes up. So the question then, I suppose, would become, Krug, well, Brock Purdy, does he not really get over this turf toe injury until the season is done? And coming into training camp the next season, do we feel like Brock is going to be an injury-prone type of player? I don't believe we're anywhere close to a quarterback controversy here in the Bay Area. But again, to have the quarterback abundance and to have two that you can trust and who have the brain to run the Kyle Shanahan offense, that's making a world of the difference. And if you didn't have Mac Jones right now, and let's say you traded him today, let's say you could go and get Trey Hendrickson in a trade where the asking price was just way too ridiculous and that you couldn't pass it up. Well, I'm feeling good about your team for when Brock Purdy's healthy, or maybe for the next season when you're going to get guys back. But I'm not feeling about it going into this Sunday against Houston and your playoff hopes and your division hopes for this year when, yes, you're 5-2, and yes, per tiebreakers, you're leading the NFC West. Seattle and the Rams are not going anywhere. This could very well be a 3-playoff team division.
You're totally right about that. I will say this, too. I think 49er fans ought to remember in this trade season here that it's approaching is that the Niners may have a little bit more draft capital than you realize, because you do have Mac Jones. If you want to trade him, he's going to fetch something. Robert Saleh, based on what I've seen, is almost for sure going to be a head coach. Don't the Niners get another third-round pick if he goes somewhere else as a head coach? I believe they do. So, and there are other people that could get hired and there's compensatory picks for the free agent class, and so I believe there's a bunch of picks coming the Niners way off of last year's free agent outcome. So, they're going to have picks. They're going to have plenty of picks. If John Lynch has kind of popularized this midseason trade, but he really wants one of two things. He wants difference makers. They don't want to just They don't want to just get just somebody. I think they would like to have somebody who really makes a difference. That's why when I heard the Quinnen Williams thing today, that the Jets may wind up, moving him, he's a difference maker. Okay, so there's a difference maker. And with that, and he's also not just about this year; it's about years beyond this year. So Shanahan, when asked about trades, Greg always says it's got to make sense this year, and it's also got to make sense for us next year. So I think what he's saying by that is we don't want to trade a bunch of assets that we're going to have to give you next year for somebody who we're not going to have next year.
Well, you can't. You can't, right? If you're trying to follow this 2023 Rams model of accelerating the rebuild and having your core but a bunch of young guys that can contribute instantly, this isn't the philosophy you had last year when you were so close to a Lombardi. You are desperately trying to chase that again before you know that guys are going to inevitably walk out the door, because that's the nature of the cap and this business and how it all works. Now it's a different philosophy where if you're going to sacrifice any capital, you got to be very resourceful with it.
No question. And the guys that you've got to figure out if they're going to be with you beyond this year, and if so, what do you want to pay? But I think the Niners, they absolutely should go for it. I mean, name me the team that they can't beat. I don't see it. And I definitely don't see it as far as, I think they can beat every one of these NFC contenders on the road. I know they've already lost in Tampa, but I think they could beat Tampa in Tampa. I don't think that's like, oh my God, they're shaking in their boots. There's no way they can do it. So they're off to a great start, and it's hard to you don't necessarily have to have just the greatest team of all time to win the Super Bowl. We've seen the New York Giants win some Super Bowls where they weren't great. I mean, was the Giant team that beat the Niners in the NFC Championship game and Alex Smith and went on to beat Tom Brady in the Super Bowl, was that an all-time great team? Or was that just a good franchise, an iconic franchise that, fired their best shot and it happened to be good enough? So you just never know what it's going to take to win the Super Bowl. That sixth Lombardi has proved to be elusive. By the way, I do want to mention one thing. John McVay, ex-Niner executive, is among 21 candidates that went to the next step. They've advanced in the voting for the Pro Football Hall of Fame for the contributor category. Amy Trask is on this list as well, but I'm a big fan of John McVay, who was New York Giants assistant coach, New York Giants head coach, came to the Niners in 80. It's no accident that he was there 80 through 95, and they won all their titles between 80 and 95. He had a huge hand in it. So the great John McVay, who's obviously the grandfather of Sean McVay, I hope he's in the Niner Hall of Fame, but I want him in the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Yeah, congratulations to John. Obviously love Amy Trask as well, so rooting for both of them. And that's the thing about these Hall of Fame votes. There's always more deserving names than spots allowed for a given year, but it's also what makes getting a gold jacket pretty damn special. A couple of 49er updates from practice. This via Matt Barrows. No Ricky Pearsall, Jake Brendel, Bryce Huff, or Yetur Gross-Matos at the start of practice. Diamador Lenore and Luke Gifford were back after sitting out on Thursday. Brock Purdy, with his toe, was working on a trainer at the side field. He was doing a little running, hopping on one foot, and then he did join practice in period 2. I would say all signs are pointing to Mac Jones starting, but we'll find out for sure when you go check out on Kyle Shanahan in about 40 to 45 minutes.
Yep. Yeah, that should be interesting. And the Pearsall thing is kind of a bummer because, he just has been unable to get back on the field from that knee injury, and it's been a number of weeks. The Niners say they're not frustrated by it, but it's definitely been slow to heal.
Yeah, I know. And again, another player that they didn't opt to put on IR, and I don't think they anticipated it being as long-term of a thing as it's become, but he's going to miss his 4th straight game in all likelihood coming up just now, so we got to monitor him ahead of the MetLife turf situation when they go and face the New York Giants. By the way, you see the Giants organization got fined $200,000. Brian Daboll fined $100,000, and Cam Scattaboo $15,000 for the Jackson Dart blue tent incident.
Yeah, they're very, the NFL with their injuries and what you reveal and don't reveal. It's like, man, you in any way look like you're doing an end around informationally, you're going to pay in the pocketbook.
Yeah, it was a funny sight, but it probably was the right move because Cam Scatterbo, of all people, going and clearing someone on concussion protocol. It's like, dude, you probably went into the tent, asked Jackson Dart if he was good, and while you were doing that, like bashed your forehead into his to hype each other up. I mean, that is a walking, smelling salt right there in Cam Scatterbo. And I know a lot of Niner fans were curious if the 49ers would end up drafting him, and Papa and I at the Combine actually had a very brief conversation with him as he was wrapping up an interview at the table next to us.
Well, I would have loved it because I'm a Sac State guy. He started at Sac State, and then transferred, and I just didn't think he was quite NFL star material, and I liked some other backs, including the guy that went to Denver,
Harvey.
RJ Harvey. I really liked him. But, and then I would have been interested in Scatterbo, but probably more on day 3. I think the Niners would have been interested in Scatterbo, but more on day 3. And then they just, they prioritized the defense. Stout, Martin, West, those guys were prioritized. And in that priority list, running back was down the list. When you have Christian McCaffrey, it's hard to prioritize a running back when you have so many defensive needs. But yeah, man, in hindsight, how great would it be to have Cam Scatterbo on this team right now?
Oh, there's no question. I'm very curious how productive he would have been with how much the run game struggled in the first place, because if Christian McCaffrey was struggling to find holes, pick up yards, and not get instantly met with contact, I can't imagine life would have been any easier for Cam Scatterbo. But with all the injuries and just the injection of youth that he and Jackson Dart have provided for New York, I mean, look, they almost beat Denver on the road. I know that was a brutal collapse in the fourth quarter, but Denver's a good team, and all of a sudden the Giants don't look so hopeless. I don't think they're good, and we'll see if Brian Daboll, Joe Schoen end up keeping their jobs, but at least for the first time in a while there, you can feel hopeful about what's coming and the energy that's surrounded that organization.
No doubt. I mean, they seem to have turned the corner. At least now they've got the face of their franchise. They got a couple of faces that they like. I mean, anytime you can draft a good quarterback, you're doing good things.
We're going to make the connection with JD coming up in just a bit. Something we got into earlier in the week when he filled in for Papa was just looking at all the other top teams in the NFC. Now, going into Monday night, I would have thought Tampa Bay's probably played the best all-around football, and they were incredibly clutch. But they just lost Mike Evans with the concussion and broken collarbone, and that is a brutal injury and a brutal blow for them. Now, we didn't see Evans when they played in Tampa Bay, and then Fred Warner's injury kind of just made that whole game feel very, very strange. But Baker was fantastic. Tampa deserved to win that game. You got a bunch of 5-2s, and the only one-loss team left is the team that had a bye and a tie. Green Bay at 4-1-1, still very young, has to prove that they can do this. So the question I'll throw your way, and we'll get JD's thoughts on this when we connect with him as well. Today, Krug, team you would least want to face in the NFC in a playoff game if you're the 49ers?
The team that I would least want to play in the NFC in the playoffs if I'm the Niners. The Rams.
Okay, that's my second pick.
The Rams, because the Rams have a really good front. The Niners have a really questionable O-line. And the Rams have a really good quarterback that will carve you up like a Thanksgiving turkey if you don't put pressure on them. And the Niners don't have Bosa for the year, and Huff's out right now. So, yeah, the Rams scare me a little bit for sure.
Rams would be my second pick.
You want Detroit?
I would go Detroit, because if you don't generate a pass rush on Jared Goff and you got those two running backs, and if that game was played in Detroit indoors, that's a really scary sight to deal with. This young defense has been so impressive, and I will always be a believer in Robert Saleh. But if you don't have Nick Bosa, now Bryce Huff is injured. This defense at full strength, it's a different conversation. No Bosa, no Warner, and going against Goff with protection, that O-line, Jahmyr Gibbs, David Montgomery, it just feels like they have too much to throw at you.
I hear you, but here's the thing about Goff. He's so immobile. And to me, when you have an immobile quarterback, you got a sitting duck target. I mean, with a lot of these quarterbacks, you can rush them and you can have a great plan, but you don't know where the guy's going to be. With Goff, you know exactly where he's going to be. And he doesn't have Frank Ragnow anymore. But you're right. Detroit looks really good, but they have no backup. They have no backup quarterback. Kyle Allen is their backup quarterback. So my game plan, if I was taking on Detroit, would be absolutely make Goff move constantly. If Goff is running for his life all day, I will take my chances with the rest of the game plan in every other facet. If you make Jared Goff move his feet all day, I don't believe he will be standing at the end of the day, and I don't believe he would not be in turnover. He'd be turnover laden at that point. So I think I like Stafford's movement ability a little bit better than I like Goff.
We'll get JD's thoughts on this, and we'll let you go in just a moment, Krug, but we got JD now connected, so let's do a little bit of a face-off here. JD, you busy man. I don't know if you're ever going to sleep again because I woke up this morning and I filled this cup of coffee to the very, very brim. I'm doing okay, but in about an hour from now, I think I'm mentally just going to completely crash. Anyway, what's up with you? What's new? Long time no speak.
Yeah, long time no speak, and just what a great time of year. I know I say it all the time. I said it to Krug, I think, on his stream on Sunday night after the 49ers game against the Falcons. It's just the best time of year. You got the NBA, maybe a little early for the NBA, but it's the way that they do it, and it creates a lot of excitement here for the first couple of weeks of the season before things kind of settle in, and we really all start to truly focus on football. And the NBA does take a little bit of a second seat once you get into the through those first couple of weeks. But just to have the Warriors back and playing well after what I thought was kind of an underwhelming preseason, to get to 2-0 against the Lakers and the Nuggets, to play the Blazers tonight up in Portland, going to be an interesting test, the first for the older team of a back-to-back. But then to have the Niners doing what they're doing on top of it, there's just a lot of excitement in the Bay Area. And, Tony Vitello, there's a lot of excitement surrounding that, whether you love it or hate it or somewhere in between on it.
It's certainly
but there's just a lot of excitement. There's a lot of excitement in terms of the debate surrounding it. So it truly is my favorite time of year when you get the overlap of the NFL's rolling, full swing, the NBA starting. The Warriors are very different. As you guys know, the Warriors are not your typical NBA team in terms of interest. They really are covered and discussed a lot like an NFL team and a lot like a top-flight NFL team. So when you talk about branding and day-to-day, they truly are one of the beats that is more like an NFL team, which I think makes the interest and the day-to-day very much different than what you get over the typical 82-game season if you're covering another team, maybe like the Memphis Grizzlies or the Orlando Magic or something like that.
Hey, don't disrespect my guy Jamal Mosley like that. But no, I hear you. Krug, we appreciate you for spending these last 3 hours here with us. And I know you got to go and hear from Kyle Shanahan. We're probably going to get the official word that it will be Mac Jones for the 6th time in 8 weeks. But always good to talk to you. We'll catch up on Monday and find a time when Papa's back and get a little reaction to this Texans game. But thanks for chopping it up. And don't place any bets on this Trailblazers game tonight, all right?
Yeah, no, I'm going to stay away from that. I am going to give a prediction, though, on the Niner game. I'm going to say 17-9 49ers, possibly 17-12 49ers. But I think it's going to be a low-scoring game. I don't think it's going to be a pretty masterpiece, but I like the Niners to prevail in a low-scoring, hard-fought defensive struggle on Sunday.
I like it. Okay. I'm going to have to give a score prediction. Thanks, Krug.
Good luck to you guys. Have a great rest of your show. You don't need any luck. And I should say good luck, though, to my son's Northgate JVs today. Take on College Park at 4:30 out in the East Bay. So I'm looking forward to that.
I hope that's streaming on your YouTube page one day.
See you guys. Have a great Friday.
Thanks, Krug.
See you, Krug.
Appreciate Larry Krueger and the 3 hours and 12 minutes that we got to spend together. JD is going to help me close this thing down because apparently we just can't get enough time together hanging out on the air. 3 shows yesterday all around, and we were out at Harmonic Brewing last night, so we'll do a lot of 49er preview. But when we come on back, just a quick recap on last night, Chase Center, the energy, the Dubs Roundtable, and that bad psychopath number 30 who got it done for the Golden State Warriors. It's Papa and Silver with Krug and JD and Walter and all of our friends on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Kyle Shanahan was on with Dirty Work yesterday before our Dubs roundtable, and he got into George Kittle, the impact his return had on the run game, Matt Hennessy filling in for Jake Brendel, and facing his former defensive coordinator, DeMeco Ryans. We'll be playing some of those sound bites right here on Papa and Silver, and if you want the full interview, check it out on thesportsleader.com or however you access your podcasts.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the Sports Leader.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. We'll hear from Steph Curry in that highlight in just a bit. It's Papa and Silver with John Dickinson now after Krug hung out for a few hours. Warriors get the win last night in overtime. It's a thriller in their Chase Center debut. They moved to 2-0, 137-131, your final score. And JD, we got into this one a lot last night, but since the shot from 34 feet was so good, let's hear it now.
Warriors down 3. Curry is in the backcourt. You see Murray at midcourt trying to keep from getting a catch. Here's Curry, deep triple. It's good! We're tied again!
Dave Pasch, Doris Burke on the call last night for ESPN. And wow. I said it last night. We maybe run out of ways to describe it, words to say, but you certainly never get tired of watching it. And they're adrenaline junkies. He is the ageless wonder. But we've seen that game against the Nuggets play out so many times in reverse where the Warriors look to have it in control, and then the Nuggets do just enough to go and take it from them and rip their hearts out at the end. Well, last night, it was Steph Curry, the ultimate killer, doing it to Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray, having the game of his life, Aaron Gordon in a career-high 50, and the Warriors get to 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a spectacular win, and I think it's one that you don't lose when you get a half night's sleep or maybe a little bit less than half a night's sleep, and then you get up the next day and kind of relive it back a little bit. And Curry was so hot in the second half and in the overtime and allowing the Warriors to come back that it gave Steve Kerr the path to use that five-man lineup that ultimately won them the game last night with Steph and Jimmy Butler, Kuminga, Draymond Green, and Al Horford. And I think it's going to be interesting. I think my prevailing thought, and we talked about it last night, you brought up what Steven Jackson had said early in the week about the belief that five-player group is the best Warriors lineup. Now, I found it interesting, and we didn't get to this part because we hadn't heard from Steve Kerr yet when you took off last night at Harmonic. But in our Sounds at Dubs OT segment, we played the clip from Steve Kerr. We played Steph Curry, and I was not surprised to learn that the Warriors had not even practiced with that lineup at any point during their training camp in terms of a five-player group, and that it was a suggestion of Terry Stotts and Chris DeMarco, a couple assistant coaches, that because Steph was as hot as he was and Jimmy is as much of a playmaker as he is, and Jimmy Butler and Al Horford was on the floor to help stretch the defense, that they thought they could figure the offense out in that short term, and wanted to go with defense and wanted to go with size, and the defense and the size against the Nuggets specifically really bothered them. I mean, it was the best, I think you could make the case, one of the best, if not the best stretches of defense that the Warriors played for the entire game, those final 4 minutes of regulation and then on into the overtime to take control and eventually deliver the night-night to the Nuggets in a game that it felt like for most of the night Denver absolutely controlled. But I think it's interesting because the big takeaway, and Steph's phenomenal. This has been just an extension of what we've seen the last 15 years, but also an extension of what we saw in terms of his training camp and preseason. But the big question, and I know they can't go to it tonight because Al Horford's not going to play second of a back-to-back, but the big question for me is how much would Steve really use that lineup? I still don't think he's going to use it as much as maybe the fans would want. It truly is kind of a fan favorite type of a lineup, especially when Kuminga's doing the little things as he's done through the first couple of games of the season, and I thought he played really well again. But I feel like that's more of a matchup-specific type lineup that works against Denver and might work against some other teams as they go through the season. But I still am skeptical as to how much the Warriors are going to deploy it. And I know there's a lot of talk about, oh, my God, is this the new death lineup? You got to find a nickname for this lineup. I would slow the roll as well as they played together on us seeing a ton of that lineup unless Steph Curry is as hot as he was in the game last night.
Yeah, it was Nick Uren, part 2, the one who had the idea to do the small lineup with Iguodala and not Bogut in the NBA Finals in 2015. This was a little Terry Stotts, Chris DeMarco coming to Kerr about this lineup that they hadn't practiced with. And by the way, I love seeing the online range about like, well, he should have thought of it himself. His assistants had to. It's like, okay, guys, they made the decision. They went with it. It all worked out. It was a pretty incredible win there on Warriors ground.
He gets credit for doing it. He didn't have to do it. Like you can, I mean, we all know how this goes, right? If the producer-host relationship, right? A producer can, or a producer co-host can say, "Hey, let's do this," and somebody else can say, "Yeah, I'm not going to do that. I don't want to do that. So let's not do that. I don't like that." Steve trusted his guys in the moment, so yeah, you can say, Steve. It is interesting, and I knew when it was basically admitted that they hadn't even really played that group at all. Like it wasn't considered to be something that like we got to get to this group. And how could you think that given where things were, especially with Kuminga? Because here's the thing. It's really Kuminga. Like the lineup is really about Kuminga because nobody is surprised that Steph and Jimmy and Draymond and Al Horford are playing together. Like I think everybody would have expected that those four are going to see the court a lot to close games. The thing that was different about it was that Kuminga was the fifth player with them. I don't think it would have been nearly as shocking if Moses Moody was the fifth player with them, or if Brandon Pajemski or DeAnthony Melton was the fifth player with them. That's the difference. Is that it was Kuminga and it was an extra big line. Like this is a super duper sized lineup. And no, I'm not trying to find a nickname for it. We're going to leave that to others. Maybe Papa wants to tackle it when he's back on Monday. But I feel it was a lot more specific circumstances with the matchup against the Nuggets, Steph as hot as he was, and also the fact that Kuminga's played as well as he has, put his game in that box that we always talk about. He's been doing it. And they didn't have Melton, and they didn't have Moody as potentials to go to. Otherwise, Steve Kerr may have gone to one of those two players. And I would bet that, Melton aside, because he's been injured, I would bet Moses Moody's seen a lot of time with those other four players in the Kuminga spot in training camp. And that specifically is a lineup that Steve Kerr probably had in his little lineup card to go to in some of these situations. So it worked. I said it on social media. We talked about it on Dubs OT. I was skeptical of it having enough offense. You surely would go to it because of the defense and rebounding and physicality. It worked. The Warriors get credit for it working. And as I always say, Greg, the beginning of a new season, however many number of games you want to put on it, the beginning of each season, we learn so many new things about teams. And I think, tonight in Portland is going to be another, how does this older team handle the younger, more energetic, athletic teams on the second of a back-to-back. But I think as we look at last night, the biggest takeaway is not that Steve Kerr must go to that lineup every game, but that it can be an extremely effective lineup against one of the two teams in the NBA that I think everybody would agree, at least coming into the season, are at a higher point in the pecking order than the Warriors, and it helped the Warriors beat them last night, changed the game, won the game for them.
808 KNBR, which fan base is more disappointed in their head coach, the Warriors or the Trailblazers, who they're going to see tonight with Tiago Splitter filling in on that? Crazy story out of the NBA yesterday. JD, I said it last night. It's worth reiterating. That's a statement win in game number 2 of 82 on many levels. It was the fact that Denver, with Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray healthy, ever since the Warriors won that title in 2022, they've been really, really hard for the Warriors to beat, even when it looks like they're ready to close out the game. And the Warriors are not the title favorites, but last night was also a reaffirmation that you do everything you can to win with Steph Curry. That was the only decision to be made. It was the only right move last February when this team went out and got Jimmy Butler. So, are they the best team in the West on paper? Do they need a lot of things to go right to even have a chance at making a run? Yeah, they do. And no, they're not the best team. But why should we draw that conclusion? Why should we say that they can't hoist the Larry O'Brien trophy if their best players are available and have a shot to win on any given night? Last night made a statement that, hey, Steph Curry's a little bit older in his career, and Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler are at an older stage in their career. Al Horford, you're probably not going to get 29 minutes out of any night. But if you get a game like that, and it comes down to crunch time, and then it comes down to an overtime, why would you ever draw the conclusion and say what these players can't do when they've defied the odds time and time again?
Absolutely. I mean, that last night they showed that they may be a level better already, or a level closer, let's say, a half level closer to the Nuggets. And the Nuggets have to get on the same page with some of their new guys. I mean, I thought Valanciunas and Bruce Brown were really good. Cam Johnson obviously wasn't. So they're a little bit of a work in progress. That was their first game. But I think the Warriors showed, again, if there's two teams on the list that you think are unequivocally better than the Warriors showed last night that they are closer to Denver, and we've seen them play Oklahoma City very well. Can they hold up in a 7-game series against them? I mean, we may find out in the spring of 2026, and we'll get a few matchups between those two teams in the regular season. But without a doubt, I think that the Warriors made a statement that they might be closer to Denver than we would have expected. And I think when you say that, you're also equally saying that this team might be already a little bit closer to, at their ceiling, being in that championship conversation.
I got a question for you. In today's game, as a current athlete, Steph Curry, there is no doubt, is the greatest showman in sports. Of the history of showmen in sports you've seen, where does he stack up?
He's in the top showman in sports. I mean, he might be in the top, 2 or 3 of my lifetime, I think, in terms of showman. I mean, I think Michael Jordan was the ultimate showman.
Like Deion Sanders?
But it's Deion Sanders, sure. But to me, if you're a showman and you're an all-time great, that, Deion is for his position. I think you're right. But man, I mean, I don't know. I think of Jordan. I think of Steph immediately in terms of NBA. And then there's lesser players that come to mind in terms of showman. Jason Williams, White Chocolate, comes to mind as somebody that I grew up watching closely and covered for a little bit in the early days of my career. So, those kinds of players that are nowhere near the level of, say, Michael Jordan or even Steph Curry, but I think you could put them in the category of true showmen. So, man, I mean, I think would you put Joe Montana in the showman? Probably not, right? Because he was kind of the more boring personality. I don't know, but you watch him play on the field. I think he was a showman.
There was the magic factor.
So yeah, I mean, yeah, no doubt. I mean, Magic Johnson. You say Magic Johnson for sure is one of the great all-time showmen. Just thinking of NBA. I think Barry Bonds was an all-time showman. I think Rickey Henderson was an all-time showman. When you start to think of baseball players that did their thing, Shohei Ohtani is a showman in his own way, in addition to being one of the greats. But no, Steph would be in the top 5, I think, maybe the top 3 in terms of NBA behind MJ, or in the conversation certainly with MJ, Magic, and Steph right in that group.
Isn't it pretty damn cool that we're here in the Bay Area, and of that short list you just listed, there's a lot of Bay Area for showmanship and all-time greats.
No doubt, and again, for the younger audience, I mean, obviously everybody's familiar with Michael Jordan, and go watch one of the millions of Magic Johnson highlight mixtapes that you can find on YouTube. I mean, you'll lose about 3 hours in doing it. Obviously, the nickname Magic and all of that, but we truly have been. I mean, there's no question. I mean, you go back the last 40 years from Joe and Jerry and Bonds and Steph, and I mean it truly is amazing, the all-time greats and all-time great showmen that we've seen, without question.
808 KNBR if you want to join the conversation on the back end before we hand it off to Dirty Work. Good little Warriors talk right there off of a thrilling night. They go ahead on a little back-to-back facing Portland tonight, and then the Niners got to worry about the Houston Texans. So let's do a little bit of a wrap-up on the week. Houston, tough Monday night loss. The Niners once again get that slight rest advantage. It's going to be a 10 a.m. kickoff Pacific time as they take the road for this one. Keys to the game, the big question, and how this defense from Robert Saleh can look to shut down a struggling Houston Texans offense, and how Mac Jones, in all likelihood, is going to get his 6th start and needs to go against a really staunch Houston defense. It's Pop and Silver with JD on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's Papa and Silver. Got to spend a few hours with Krug today. We got JD hanging out to shut this party down. We'll get it over to Dirty Work in about 20 minutes. Lots to talk about today. Of course, the Sharks winning their first game, maybe the biggest headline of all. No, but in all seriousness, congratulations to the Sharks for finally getting it done after a tough winless streak to start the year and some of those leads that they just couldn't hold on to. We also had everything that went down at Chase Center last night. The Dubs Roundtable was fantastic. First time ever, I think, that we did a Warriors pre- and post-game show at Harmonic Brewing. So we love the staff over there very, very much, and they take good care of us. And if you weren't able to make it out there, well, come by. We'll be there all season long, or at least JD will, and I'll go out when I can for sure. But 49ers also got a big one on Sunday. Chance to get to 6-2 if they can get this done against the Houston Texans. And if they're able to pull that off, JD, I mean, what a hell of a first half of the season that would be. With everything that they have faced, with everything they are going to continue to face, but it's not going to be easy. As gross as Houston has looked, they also just forced 4 turnovers on a really good Seattle team that, yeah, Sam Darnold can be turnover prone. They've also taken really good care of the ball all year, and that Texans defense went in there on Monday night and made life miserable for that offense, which has been really, really good for this year.
Yeah, everything about this game for me feels like it's going to be grimy. And we've seen the 49ers play a lot of grimy games at the beginning of the year, and they've been successful in these grimy games despite injury to their best players, despite playing with a backup quarterback, despite having very little in the wide receiver department, despite not having George Kittle for a good chunk of these games. I mean, the 49ers have been able to do, I think, what we haven't really seen them do a lot, which is win those grimy games this shorthanded. That's been the thing. When they've gotten this shorthanded through the years, it's really become tough. It's created a margin for error that's so slim to where they don't, come out on top in enough of these close games to really feel great about where their record is, all things considered. But they've done it this year. I mean, they've done it to be 5-2 and potentially 6-2. But yeah, this game I just think is going to be just a complete grinder. And the Texans are offensively challenged enough to where I feel like the 49ers defense, even without Fred Warner, I can't believe I'm saying it, but given what we saw them do against the Falcons, I think the Texans offensively are challenged enough to where the Niners defense, and I have all the confidence in the world, and I think Niners fans should too, that Robert Saleh can scheme it up. The good news on the Lenore front, that maybe he's got a shot because he was back out there today. It was not looking good on that front. Obviously yesterday and the day before. So we'll see on that here coming up. But I just think you trust Saleh to come up with a game plan because they're so offensively challenged, talking about the Texans, that can keep them in it. And then I do think it comes down to avoiding the turnovers because the Texans defense can be just an absolute terror in terms of forcing those turnovers. It's been kind of a week-to-week proposition. But they can do it, and if you protect the football, if you don't protect the football, I think that ultimately proves to be maybe the difference in a close loss. But I'm kind of with Krug. And I said it last week, and I was a little bit off. It was a little high scoring, a little more high scoring than maybe I thought it would be. But I think this game feels like it's both teams under 20 as well. And so I thought it was going to be a little more high scoring than that against Atlanta. But yeah, it does kind of feel like if you can get to 20 and not turn it over, it's almost a lock you win the game if you're the Niners.
So my score, Krug went 17-9. I'm going 17-12. I see it being Niners find a way to get into the end zone. It's 17-6, and then Houston makes a late push for a touchdown, gets stopped on the 2-point conversion. Good night. That's my call for this one.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel like it's maybe 19-17.
Ooh, okay.
So, 19-17, 16-13. That kind of a game where it's the field goal kicking is going to have to be on point, and Eddie Piñeiro has been there. But I think the single biggest thing, again, not to be cliche, and I'm sure we'll talk about it for a couple of hours on the pregame with Copes, but it's just don't turn it over. And week to week, we'll see how long the 49ers can continue to lose players or not have players and fight and scratch and claw their way through. But to this point, they've been able to do it. The one aspect of this game that I do think is maybe been a little under-discussed coming in is I always tend to look at where teams are in their respective seasons. Mm-hmm. And I think when you look at the Houston Texans coming into this game, they're 2-4. They've already had their bye. And I think they are desperate to get a win. And sometimes a desperate team, like it feels like this game in many ways for the Texans is their season. If you win it, you feel like you're maybe getting back to playing better. And if you lose it, though, it kind of feels like 2-5. What do you got to do to be a playoff team at that point? You basically have to go 8-2 in your last 10 just to have a shot. And the Texans would not have really shown that they have the ability to do that at least to this point. So it almost feels like a desperation game for the Texans. The 49ers are not really in desperation mode, and sometimes that can swing a game that really feels in a lot of ways like it's 50-50 considering all the players that the 49ers have out.
One of my big keys to the game as far as diving deep into the metrics, I gave this stat to Krug a little bit earlier because he likes to do his stat of the day, and he liked it so much he wrote it down. 3rd and 6+, the Texans are last in the NFL in conversion rate. 3rd and 5 or less, they are 2nd in the NFL in conversion rate. So if you can get C.J. Stroud with that rough offensive line protecting him in a long yardage situation on 3rd down, you don't have Bryce Huff, you don't have Nick Bosa, you don't have Fred Warner. We understand that it is not going to be an easy task regardless for the 49ers, but 3rd and long yardage situations are where the Texans have been eaten alive this year. But if they can keep it to a 3rd and manageable, 3rd and short, then they have not had a lot of trouble moving the ball for as much as they have struggled in the red zone, for as much as they've struggled to get the ball into the red zone. That's a big key to the game for me.
That's a great call. I really like that. And, yeah, that's where the Texans have been at their most inept. And I think it will be on the 49ers to be able to put them in those positions as often as possible. I also think, those are situations where, if you can dial up some blitzes as well if you're not getting the pass rush going naturally. If you can get in those types of situations, you can make it where if they're the quick dump offs, as long as you're tackling, you're basically making C.J. Stroud get rid of the football quickly. And if you can make the tackles on those, then you're going to be getting off the field. If you can get home, you're maybe creating some turnovers or some field position wins and really setting your offense up to be successful based on your defense. So I think it's a great call. I think it's a great nugget. I think it plays into the 49ers, what their new strengths have to be defensively in order to be successful. And, yeah, I'm interested to see how it all shakes out on Sunday morning.
Appreciate JD for stopping by as Krug went off to learn the official wording from Kyle Shanahan. May have some 49er updates before we get on out of here when Shanahan is getting ready to go to the podium. I also have a note on the Warriors I want to pass along before we get on out of here. So I'll tell you that when we return, and then we'll get it over to Copes, Depop, and Tim Webb at 2 o'clock. It's Pop and Silver with JD on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Game 1 of the World Series begins tonight in Toronto. Dodgers, Blue Jays at 5 o'clock. We'll have that broadcast for you on Mike Holder's KNBR 1050. And no matter our differences in this world, let us all band together for Walt's Jays. We need to see 4 wins, one at a time. Starts tonight. All right, I'm back once again. Let's talk about the Dolan Law Firm. Many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard aren't based here in the Bay Area. Sometimes they're not even based in California. Well, Chris Dolan and his firm, they've been here for a quarter of a century. They've been here for like 6 young Tonys. The number just continues to grow every time I do this read. These are award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys that they fight for you right here locally. So if you've been discriminated against at work or sexually harassed or had your rights threatened, you know the drill by now. DolanLawFirm.com is where you can go to learn more about how you can be protected. Chris and his team saw a lot of no-fault injury accidents as well over the last year. So when you got scooters and pedestrians and children and busy streets, and today it's going to be Friday traffic, please be careful and let's do what we can to make the Bay Area a safer place. Feel confident that you are in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, because if and when you need the help, the Dolan Law Firm is the best. They've secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients like you. You don't pay anything up front or deal with hourly rates, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, and yeah, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Final few minutes on a Friday. Silver and JD. Appreciate everybody's contributions today and throughout the week. What a week it's been, and when we reconvene on Monday, we'll have a couple of World Series games that will have happened. We will have the Warriors playing tonight in Portland, and then a couple of days off for them. See if they can get to 3-0. We'll have the 49ers having faced Houston, and of course, that will be the biggest focus of all come Monday, reacting to that one. As far as the Warriors, Moses Moody will make his season debut tonight in Portland. Al Horford is resting, which we knew, officially listed with left toe injury management, so something to keep an eye on there. Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler, and Draymond Green are all cleared to play, and Jonathan Kuminga is listed as probable with right ankle inflammation.
Yeah, and we'll see Moses Moody added to the mix. The big headline, I think, in addition to how do the Warriors look to spread out the minutes without Al Horford, who was such a key cog in helping them win. Looked a little out of sorts against the Lakers, but he looked very much last night like the Al Horford that the Warriors wanted to sign, and were happy that he was willing to wait for them to handle all their offseason business right up until the point the training camp was going to start, because he truly showed last night why he's such a good fit. And you know, picking the right game among the two, it's not always going to be the first game that he plays and the second game off in these back-to-backs. But, and you may say home opener against Denver, that's a pretty obvious one compared to playing a younger team in the Portland Trailblazers tonight. But picking the right game and matchup, because he's not going to play in back-to-backs, is going to be key. And the Warriors with an easy one last night, and he really helped them to the finish line in the big comeback win over the Nugs.
Final couple of minutes, and also thinking about the keys to the game here for the 49ers. You know, we've done this a lot together, whether it be leading up to the season, whether it be on some Fridays and Mondays during the season when you fill in for Papa. But I don't think there's anything really that new as far as the 49ers for keys to the game. It's really a lot of what we've gotten into with previous matchups. It's going to be an uphill battle for the rest of the way for this defense. That is not an insult whatsoever to Robert Saleh, who has done a hell of a job with Gus Bradley and this entire staff. But when you lose Fred Warner and Nick Bosa, it's going to be a challenge, and every week gets a lot harder. Keeping Mac Jones upright is very, very important. They were able to do that against Atlanta to the point where he practiced in full yesterday. That was great news. And not losing the turnover battle against a team like Houston in this defense, you could say it all we want. Every week it's going to matter a long way, especially in a game that I expect to be low scoring. Every turnover is going to mean a little bit extra.
It is, and I think this is the type of game, at least it projects to be, the type of game that the 49ers have been very comfortable in playing to this point in the season. That extremely physical, and the Texans are an extremely physical team, defensive battle. Maybe the offense looks a little clunky both ways at times, but the team that just keeps fighting to get off the mat and can win in some chaotic conditions, that I think is the team that ultimately will come out on top. And I think that's the one area of this game that I believe favors the Niners, who have had a little bit more go right for them in those situations than certainly the Texans have to this point.
And the Niners in one-score games last year, they were 2-6. We know it well. They've done just about anything but this year in all these one-score situations. And Tampa was not a one-score game, but outside of that, it's going to be close games the rest of the way for this team with the culture, the competitiveness, but then also, you know, having to probably be the type of team that doesn't blow teams out. So that's going to do it for us this week. JD, we'll catch up with you very, very soon. Enjoy a little Dubs OT tonight after Warriors Blazers. I know you got some Niner duties over the weekend as well, so we will catch up very soon. I love it. It's sicko season. Go get some sleep when you got to spare like 17 minutes here and there at some point. But other than that, Let's keep talking ball.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Listen, Sunday morning early, as I'll be with Copes on the pregame 49ers and the Texans, and really looking forward to the Warriors tonight in Portland and the 49ers on Sunday morning and on into the afternoon in Houston. It's going to be a great weekend, and we got you covered here on the Sports Leader.
Thank you to JD. Thank you to Matt Mayoko. Thank you to Walter. And thank you to Larry Krueger, everyone who chipped in today. Let's get it over to Dirty Work. Copes, Depop, and Tim Webb will take it away. Recapping a little Warriors roundtable, possibly. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, a Cumulus media station. Dirty Work starts now.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot, sir? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot. Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59.
We go with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb, soon as Walt gets his Blue Jay jersey wearing ass out of the chair. We got to ride with Walt's Jays night. You understand
hyped.
this?
Dude, he's hyped.
No, he's not. I mean, he's fine. He's not really hyped.
He's confident.
Yeah, but I'm saying like he doesn't have like nerves about it. He's not like.
Oh no, he does.
He's not like a real Blue Jays fan. That's the point.
He said they have to win tonight. He told me Blue Jays in 6 unless they lose tonight.
Yeah, that was a weird take. Derek asked Walter before the show, how confident are you in the Blue Jays winning the World Series? He said Blue Jays in 6, but they better win tonight. If they don't win tonight, it's over.
It was a very Will Ferrell, Harry Carey prediction where it's like, yeah, I'm saying Blue Jays at 6, but if they lose tonight, you never know. It could be the Dodgers.
Pretty flimsy-ass take from Walt. In 6, they'll win it. Unless they lose tonight. What, if they lose game 1, they get swept, but if they win game 1, they'll take them 6?
So if they lose tonight, then like the team's just going to be like, oh, my God, we can't come back. This is insurmountable.
I don't know.
We're down 1-0 in this best of 7.
It's frustrating. Here's a better question. What's the schedule? It's game 1 tonight. Is it game 2 tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay, so then game 3 is what, Monday?
You would think.
Game 4 is Tuesday.
Unless they want to.
5 is Wednesday.
They don't want to go up against Monday Night Football. Let me check.
I don't think it matters. I think they get the one travel. Maybe it does. Maybe they did schedule it that way.
Yeah,
2 days off in the
Monday,
World Series.
Tuesday, Wednesday, and then it should be Friday, Saturday after that.
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay, so that's the way it's going to go down. So it doesn't end on a football Sunday.
Yes.
Against Sunday Night Football, which is something they didn't want. Here's the question. Do the Dodgers wrap this thing up before Tony Vitello sits down behind the mic next Thursday?
Ooh.
Because that would be, if the Dodgers are like, do they have their parade before on the same day Vitello's out there saying, what up, Giants fans?
I could see it being where Vitello is introduced.
That's like on the table.
On that Thursday, and then the Dodgers have their parade on Friday.
Yeah, I mean, if they win it if they sweep the World Series, which is hard to do, hasn't happened since 2012. If they sweep the World Series, that'll be what, after Tuesday's game then? They'd probably have the parade, Thursday or Friday.
Yeah. And then Buster has to answer for that. So tell me how Vitello gets you over the top
Buster,
on the Dodgers.
Buster, have you seen pictures of the route in Los Angeles?
I'm not paying attention to that. I'm just focused on Tony.
Murph was all in on it yesterday. He's talking to me off air. He said he's hyped on it. He said you got to do something different.
Let's see what it's like in June and July.
Or you could do the same thing the other team's doing, buy good players. We could do that.
Yeah, but I'm with Rick Monday, where he's saying the
Rick
alternative.
Monday, the caller, not the actual Rick Monday.
No.
Rick who normally calls on Mondays.
I'm with the way of thinking that you may not convince a lot of free agents to sign with the Giants, so it's better just to build from within. Start with the farm system, and this guy will help with that.
Control what you can control is the
Exactly.
point. You know what else we can control?
What's that?
Well, that was a bad segue. You know what else was controlled in the overtime period last night that offense of the Denver Nuggets. Steph Curry and the Warriors picking up their second W. How about that?
Well, that was a stretch, but
That was a stretch. Yeah, I was trying to get something. I was trying to get something out there.
Dude, last night was awesome.
Dude, hell of a game last night. That was a fun game.
That felt like a playoff game.
They were down 9 at one point early in the third quarter.
Yeah.
They're down at the half. They make the run in the late third into the fourth. Jimmy hits the put-away shot. Steph hits the money three to send it to overtime. Some good defense. Kuminga played well again.
Dude, Kuminga.
Unselfish play, good distribution, attacking at the rim to try to get rebounds as well. I was really, really impressed with Kuminga last night. Obviously, game 1, too, and this is what we talked about at the round table yesterday, is when he's committed to doing that, it's great. If he can commit to keep doing what he's been doing, that's fantastic. It's what happens when they tell him, hey, we don't have a role for you tonight.
Yeah.
Or this isn't the role tonight. Draymond wanted to go small yesterday.
I'm still waiting for that moment where Steve tells Kuminga, hey, we have to start with Al Horford tonight at the 5.
Will he grow up? Yeah. Will he be mature about it?
And I hope so. Like, if you're bought in to being a guy that rebounds and passes the ball, then you should be bought in being a sixth man. But, dude, he was awesome last night, and in particular one play on defense where it's in the overtime period, and Steph Curry is on Nikola Jokic initially, then switches off, and Jonathan Kuminga guards him at the rim, and they get the rebound. But, yeah, just unselfish play by Jonathan Kuminga, and we were talking about this yesterday at the round table. I mean, how much longer? I mean, you brought up Anthony Slater saying this is the final chapter of Steph Curry's career.
Well, he didn't say that per se. It was the headline of his article, and it was Steph Curry's final chapter or something. Which I'm not saying season is a chapter.
And yesterday we were asking how long the chapter will be. I think it goes past these next 2 years. I keep bringing up. You have to maximize the Warriors' potential in the last 2 years of Steph Curry's career with the Warriors.
There will be sub-chapters. This is one of these chapters where you start the chapter. It's got the headline. You a chapter guy? You a bookman?
I read some books.
You read some books. There'll be a chapter, and you get into the book. Stephen King's big on this, and then there'll be like sub-chapters.
Oh, yeah.
Within the chapter.
I don't know if Captain Underpants had any sub-chapters, but I'm familiar with chapters.
Got a lot of pictures.
Yeah.
Captain Underpants.
Arthur, Captain Underpants, my favorite books.
Berenstain Bears.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Love that.
Berenstain Bears.
Jewish Bears.
Yeah. Okay.
Berenstain. I can make that riff. Anyway.
I could too, but it just wouldn't have gone anywhere. Kind of like yours did another.
Yeah, either way.
Anyway, this will have sub-chapters. I don't think it's a 1, 2, or maybe even 3 season situation.
No, I think it's likely that Steph Curry signs an extension after these next 2 years because he's not slowing down. It was amazing last night. Like, it felt like it was a April game where it was a playoff game against the Denver Nuggets, and just the way that the crowd was electric. Like, they could easily lost that game. Like, it's the second game of the season. And
it's electric.
Exactly. And the Nuggets are a little more fresh because they didn't have a game to begin the season. That was their first game last night.
That was their first game of the year, yeah.
So the Warriors could have easily just like, all right, second game of the season, we look good against the Lakers. Let's rebound and go up against the Portland Trailblazers. They don't have a coach at the moment. They do in Diago Splitter, but things are just terrible for them right now with the
You even made the first letter being a T a D.
What?
You know how everybody gets on you for making your T's D's?
Yeah, I'm aware.
But you just made the first T of the name of
Diago Splitter.
It's Tiago.
Oh, it's Tiago? Either way, whatever.
Yeah, it's not Diego.
All right, Tiago, whatever.
Santiago.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you got it.
Either way.
But
no.
yeah, he's filling in as our coach.
Yeah, so the Warriors getting the win last night. I mean, that was huge. Is it a statement win? No, I think it was just a really fun win for the second game of the season.
Can you have a statement win in October? That was kind of the point Murph was making and we were making yesterday. If you can have one, then yeah, I do think it was one. If you can't because it's October.
No, we'll talk about it later, but like there'll be
can
stretches.
You have a statement win in October?
No, you can't have a statement win in October.
But if that win happens in February, that's a big win.
If it's in February, if it's in March, we'll see the Warriors
schedule.
What
I mean? That's kind of my point. It's like yesterday was a good win. There's a lot of phases to this thing to get on the right path to building towards being a contender.
Right.
Last night's game is certainly one of those steps. I just feel like statement win, you're right, because the nature of October 23rd basketball,
they're 2-0.
What's the magnitude? Yeah, they're 2-0, though, against a couple of West teams also.
Yeah, I don't really know if I'm buying the Lakers this year, but the Nuggets, yeah, I thought they had the best offseason of any team in basketball. And last night was impressive, but let's revisit statement wins when it's March.
Who do you think had the best roundtable? Do you think it was JD? We were talking this yesterday.
Definitely JD, yes.
Yeah, like were you with me when I said, like, we did our Dubs roundtable yesterday at Harmonic Brewing outside of Chase in Thrive City, and I said if we did this like after there's like a political debate, they like rank all of everybody who's trying to get the nomination. They talk about who rose, who fell. Like It's kind of like a draft stock thing, right?
Right.
I kind of felt like if we had done that after the debate yesterday or after the roundtable, JD would have been the riser to the top.
Every day that ends in Y, bro.
Kind of like the dark horse who shot to the top of it. Like, man, he made strides. And then you got other people dropping out of the race today.
Dude, not only that, I mean, JD held his own in the roundtable yesterday. He's on a flight early this morning. He's already in Portland covering the game tonight.
He's already in Portland?
Yeah.
Damn, boots on the ground.
And I believe, I mean, it's an interesting night tonight because the Warriors are going against the Portland Trailblazers, and they're a mess right now with their head coach being arrested. But I believe also you can get beer in the media section.
I think JD's talked about this many times. I think he said the best press box he's been to in sports is Portland.
Yeah.
What's it called? The Hoda Center or something like
Center,
that?
yes.
Looks like Honda without an N.
Yeah, exactly.
He said it's the best one because you can get beer when you're in. He's like, yeah, you can like have a pop while you're sitting there.
Nice.
And they're working. I was like, dude, what are you doing? A round table? What are you hanging out outside a harmonic? Having a pop? Yeah, I thought JD was a riot yesterday. I thought he ran some good notes. And JD and Murph going back and forth was, I think, a head-to-head KNBR rivalry that none of us knew we needed.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I felt like there was a good
thoroughly entertaining.
But how about after the round table when we're standing around in like the little like patio area of Harmonic, and Murph was eating one of those barbecue sandwiches from Fiskew Barbecue. How about JD just reaching over to Murph's plate and eating chips off his plate, dude? No, didn't appear to ask.
Establish your dominance.
Didn't appear to ask. Just kind of, dude, is there anything more disrespectful? I'm just going to eat off of your plate, and I'm not even going to ask. It's mine.
That was his rebuttal to Murph had a pretty good line where JD said, I don't forget anything. And he said, especially days.
Especially when it comes to days of the week, dude. That was a good line. Murph also got on about the pop and the peas.
Yeah, apparently.
Which I thought was pretty funny.
Yeah, but no, like JD, I like
Dude,
that move.
JD came right back at Murph.
You're gonna talk your ass? I'm gonna take some fries off your plate.
Yeah, I like that, dude. I like JD throwing his weight around.
I will say there is nothing more disrespectful.
With the big boys, yeah.
There is nothing more disrespectful than someone taking fries off your plate. Did I tell you the story about how I threw a water bottle at a fan at the Warriors Raptors series?
Whoa, this sounds somewhat familiar. You threw a water bottle at somebody?
I did because
I chastised you for this.
Yeah, it probably wasn't.
I said you were in the wrong.
I probably was in the wrong, but no one should ever just come up to your seat and then like, oh, Raptors won the NBA Finals. Let me take fries off your plate.
Wait. So what happened? You were at the game where the Warriors lost the finals.
Yes.
So the Raptors win the NBA Finals.
They do.
At
Yes.
Oracle Arena.
In 6.
In 6.
Yes.
In Oracle.
And there was this obnoxious Raptor fan the entire time.
And so he was sitting in front of you.
Yes.
And you still had fries on your plate at the end of the game?
Sitting to the left of me.
You still had fries on your plate at the end of the game?
I was staying with a friend of mine. She didn't finish her fries. And he was like, Raptors win, F the Warriors. I'm taking your fries. I was like, get out of here, buddy. He ran up to you and your friend. She was holding fries. Yes.
He took fries out of the tray in her hand.
Mm-hmm. I thought the water bottle was warranted, but probably not a smart move on my part.
You shouldn't be physical with anybody.
It wasn't physical. It was a water bottle.
Did you throw it or did you hit him while it was in your hand still?
I kind of just flicked it like, hey, stop that.
Did it leave your hand ever?
Yes.
He threw it at him.
Yeah.
She assaulted this man.
Not a smart move by my part. But you know what? I'm not going to sit there,
brother.
I'm not going to sit there and have someone just take fries off my friend's plate.
I mean, no, but that's not a good move. I think it's a pretty big FU move after your team has just won its first NBA title.
It's a total D move to do that.
Absolutely. I can't really endorse his move, but I also like. He might have blacked out. He might not even remember having done. You know what I mean? Like that. He might have blacked out in that moment.
Hey, it's the last game at Oracle, man. I understand, but respect your ground. All right.
He might have blacked out completely. Might have been it.
I didn't care for that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's statute of limitations. That was 7 years ago. So.
Anyway, so the throwing of why did this come up? The throwing of the water bottle?
Because it was disrespectful, or
you said the eating of the food.
Yeah. There's nothing more disrespectful than taking fries off somebody's plate when you didn't even ask.
Well, it's a complete stranger, too.
Exactly.
Going up and taking a fry is kind of wild.
Exactly.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Where does that rank in like disrespectful acts? Just taking a fry off somebody's plate like that. That's pretty funny that he did that. It's such a D move. But it's
total D move.
It's pretty funny that he did that. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty work on a Friday afternoon. We got a jam-packed show for you, by the way. We're with you till 6 o'clock. Tracy Sandler, Fangirl Sports Network, and part of our Niners pre- and post-coverage at 2:50. Mike Silver of The Athletic at 3:50, talking NFL. 4:50, Marcus Thompson of The Athletic, the best sports writer in the country. Larry Krueger at 5:30 will join us from whatever high school he happens to be standing at under the bleachers today. How many high schools in the Bay Area can we check off with Larry Krueger on our Friday 5:30 hits? He joins us later in the Niners Nightly at the top of the hour at 6 o'clock. All right, we still got an opportunity for you to win a $50 gift card to Tony's Pizza. I'll tell you about that in just a little bit. We'll talk more about Steph and his 42-point performance. Went off in the second half. Did he have 32 in the second half in overtime?
I believe so.
I thought it was like 10 in the first half.
There was a stretch there where he scored 16 straight. Incredible.
And he had a huge fourth quarter also. 137-134. The Dubs win in overtime. And I got to shout him out because we haven't. The San Jose Sharks. The Baby Sharks picking up their first dub of the season. An overtime winner. I felt good about that game yesterday, too. They were up numerous times before it was 4-4 tied and then 5-5 into OT. Will Smith with a game winner. In OT, Macklin Celebrini with a hat trick. The Baby Sharks are on the board. And as Tim texted me last night, they're not in last place either because a couple of ties. How about that? He said,
Calgary's only got 3 points.
F you, Calgary. How about that?
Screw you.
Screw you, Calgary. Take that. All right, we got more to come. Dirty work on a Friday afternoon. Thank God, dude. Thank God.
Second favorite day of the week.
I got an off day tomorrow, too.
Oh, nice.
First time in weeks.
What you doing?
Mailing in today, I'll tell you that much. I'm not doing this. Tim, you take it from here, Tim. Go ahead.
Oh, I got it.
On the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
On Sunday morning, as you sip your 27 shots of espresso, make sure to tune into the Sports Leader. And on our YouTube page for the 49ers Texans pregame, Adam Copeland and John Dickinson get the party started ahead of the 10 a.m. kickoff in Houston. So tune in. If I have to wake up, so do you.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
You've found Dirty Work, the greatest show in America, right here on the Sports Leader.
Dirty Work on a Friday. It's a Ska Friday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. We got a jam-packed show for you today as we get ready for the Niners and the Houston Texans. Sunday morning, Tim, you ready to be here bright and early?
I'm ready for that first sponsor.
How about that? We get a Saturday off finally, Tim and I, and it's like, nice, what are we going to do? Derek asked me, what are you doing? You going to go to like Great Casino or something? I said, no, dude, we're on the air at 7 on Sunday. I got to get up at like 5 on Sunday.
Cleaning the turtle tank this weekend.
Oh, are you?
I mean, I'm just resigned to October sucking, so it's just like, just get all the crap out of the way.
I should tell you, who was I talking to yesterday at the game about this? I was discussing the turtle with somebody yesterday. And they were like, Tim has a turtle. It might have been young Tony and Marcus who didn't know, or maybe they weren't aware.
They don't know about
oatmeal?
oatmeal?
At the game. I don't think they knew about oatmeal.
Wow.
We were talking about it. I can't remember who I was telling this about yesterday. Anyway, they were surprised to hear that Tim had a turtle. And then, because somebody who knew him, so I can't remember who this was, but didn't know the story on the show. Then they suggested, dude, we should make that a fantasy football punishment. Loser cleans Tim's turtle tank.
That's not bad.
And I was like, that's a pretty good punishment, too.
By the way, speaking of
I can't remember who came up with that.
Speaking of old fantasy football bets, I saw the trailer for Wicked for Good or whatever, the sequel.
Oh, dude, I got offered an advanced press screening to go see that.
You going?
I deleted that email this morning. No, I'm not going to that one. I am going to see Now You See Me, Now You Don't. What was that movie?
Oh, the fourth one?
The third one.
Oh.
Now You See Me.
I never saw any
Now
of
You
them.
See Me Too. Now You See Me, Now You Don't. I don't know. I'm going to see the third one tomorrow.
Now you see me. Don't see me again.
Fool me once. Well, heck, you ain't going to see me no more. Anyway, yeah,
well, I'm just saying, if we have to do
Wicked 2 is
Wicked
coming
bet, and if it's a double bill of Wicked 1 and Wicked 2, I wouldn't mind that this time, because I haven't seen either of them.
Well, a double bill would be wild, because you're probably looking at like 5 hours of Wicked.
That's a lot of Wicked. But the bet last year of watching it back to back, I can't watch the same movie back to back. Tell me any movie. I can't sit in a theater for that long to watch a movie that I just saw.
But you're saying you would do it? Oh, you mean any movie didn't matter? You wouldn't watch them back to back?
If you told me Goodfellas is screening and I have to see it all over again, I'm like, I can't do that. I just saw that.
I don't know. My cousin Vinny could end, and I might be like, fire it back up. If it started again, like you ever watch a movie like on TV back when we used to flip channels and watch on TV, and a movie would end, and then
the
it would
encore presentation,
it would start again.
Yeah.
Sometimes it'd fire up, and every once in a while I'd be like, F it, dude, run it back. Let's go. I'm here. But you're at home. It's different. You're right.
Also, like if you started the movie like maybe half an hour in, you're like, I'm going to catch the first half.
I'm going to Tarantino it. I'll catch the front half at the end of the first half.
That's not bad. The only time I think I've ever done that was School of Rock was playing. Me and my buddy were watching it, and then the DVD just replayed it over again. We're like, nah, it's on. Let's just watch it again.
Just hit go again, dude. My brother at one point, like he used to sleep on the couch, like in the summertime or on weekends, and like watch TV. And I was probably in junior college or whatever. And at one point, he would like watch. I think we didn't have cable in whatever room he was. We didn't have a box in there, whatever room he was laying in on the couch. Yeah. But we had like a PlayStation or something. But the PlayStation had gotten messed up, or maybe it was an Xbox. I can't remember. But it used to play DVDs. But it stopped working playing DVDs. But my brother still wanted to sleep in front of the TV. Dude, the only DVD, we got to ask him. I'll text him and ask him what the only DVD he had that he watched every single night, every night for literally a summer and maybe beyond.
All right.
Was the Fat Albert movie starring Kenan Thompson. It was the only DVD that would play in the Xbox or the PlayStation.
Now, that's a hell of a movie.
And I was like, that's hilarious that you watch that movie. Like, my brother said, I know it better than any movie I've ever seen, maybe.
Yeah, because they were in their cartoon universe and then came into our
They
reality.
get thrust into reality.
And then, of course, Fat Albert meets Bill Cosby.
Like the actual Cosby? Is he in it?
Oh, he has a cameo.
I don't remember that. I'm texting my brother real quick. How long?
Okay, while you're doing that, let me give a shout out to the Filth yesterday for showing up. It was awesome to see everybody out there, especially Otis Bird. We never met this man, and he is the nicest guy in the YouTube chat, but it was a complete honor to meet this man. And, I mean, as advertised, super nice. You know, it's like, oh, I'm just happy to be here. Man, I can't believe I see you guys. And, oh, it's so cool. Otis Bird is the man. Thank you for showing up yesterday, Otis Bird.
Yeah, dude, honestly, when we say Filth, come out, come hang with us, we love it. We love that you guys come to hang. We love getting to meet you guys. We love getting to talk to you guys. It's a lot of fun. It's a blast. Sometimes it's busy and it's hectic for us, but we really, really do enjoy it. It's awesome to get to meet you guys and see you guys, especially, like, you guys are like, I mean, you're characters and personalities and celebs to us, too, sitting here in the YouTube chat. You know what I mean? Like, when we see Rockin' New Era and he shows up, we get stoked to see Rockin'
New Era.
We see Pat H more than we see our families, so, like, it's not as used to be more special to see Pat.
It's a little too much.
The thing, though, is if Pat doesn't show, then I'm pissed.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, I expect Pat to be
It's kind of like your dad, where you're like, I want my dad to be there. I see him all the time, but I want him at my sporting event.
Yeah, dude. Having Pat H come to your broadcast is like having your dad come to your Little League game.
I want to give some credit to Pat H because he has been there so many times. He saw that he got there before the show started, and we were a little, I don't want to say in the weeds, but we were getting stuff set up still. It's a lot to set up a panel for 6 people and whatnot. And Pat goes, oh, I see Tim's busy. I'll give him some space. I'm like,
there
thanks,
you go.
Pat. You get it. It's not that I'm trying to ignore you.
Well,
By
dude,
the way,
we say we're the greatest show in America. No doubt, though. The Filth is the greatest listener group.
Yeah, very selfishly, it makes me happy to see our crew represented very well at each one of these things. So thank you, Phil.
And again, if you're listening and you enjoy the show, you're part of the Filth. Embrace it. You are in. You're one of us. You're part of the Filth and part of the Dirty Work listener group. I'm just saying, it's the greatest listener group, or it's like a Beyonce hive. It's like the greatest hive
it's not that venomous,
any
though.
listener group has ever had at KNBR. I mean, the Filth are legendary.
Yeah, the celebrity chefs.
Dude, Tyler Florence, is that his name?
Yeah.
Dude, legendary.
Tyler Florence just comes by and goes, yeah, I listen to the station all the time. Drops a card with his cell phone on it.
I listen to you guys every day. I was like, dude, this is
what a nice guy.
Have you ever been to Miller and Lux?
No, I'm going to shoot him a text, though.
It will blow your damn socks off. That place is incredible. I would put it up against the places we love, right there with it.
You've been there, Tim?
I have.
We're
and
going to do this
great.
again. What'd you get?
I had a steak.
Okay.
And it was great.
All right, okay. I was going to grill
this
him.
time.
I knew I was going to grill him.
He came prepared.
I actually had a friend that worked there for a little while. The cocktails are incredible. But that place, Miller and Lux, that's a special one. Like, maybe that's our anniversary show, because that's a big one.
Ooh, maybe we get out after that.
Right.
Yeah, a little Miller and Lux. Anyway, do we have, we should do something, not that wasn't meaningful to say thanks to the Filth.
Something of value.
Say what up to Otis, but we should probably do something of significance here.
Yeah, so Kyle Shanahan just spoke to the media and talked about the injuries for Sunday's game. So Brock Purdy, Ricky Pearsall, and Bryce Huff are all ruled out. I'll get you a injury designation for Diamador Lenore. And he is questionable to go on Sunday, along with
Demo Lenore is listed as questionable, as is Luke Gifford questionable, and Spencer Burford.
There you go. And also,
that's positive for Burford, who practiced limited all week.
And a big detail here, Kyle Shanahan said that Brandon Ayuk could have his practice window opened up next week. No guarantee, but a possibility.
Well, if it's not next week, that means we're getting close.
Yeah,
that's a tangible update.
There you go.
Kyle Shanahan said Brandon Ayuk could, no guarantee, but could have his practice window open as early as next week.
Yes.
And if they do open it, then he's got, a 21-day window? Or
3 weeks.
21-day window before you've got to put him on the active roster.
Yes. So trending in the right direction.
We'll
see what happens.
That's big news.
That would mean that if he starts his practice next week, we're within 3 weeks of seeing him. That means we could see him potentially by week 13. I would venture to guess that they manipulated a little bit based on how everything's going next week early on.
Yeah.
Because they have a week 14 bye.
Yes.
What are we at now?
We are at week 8.
So if we're week 8 now, if they get through week 9 and they don't open up the practice window, you could put them on the active roster like the week of the bye even. And get a week out of it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
I would anticipate they're gonna take as long as they can.
I think they're going to use a lot of the 21 days is my point.
Like Christian Watson, who tore his ACL at the last game of the season with the Packers. He had his window opened up 3 weeks ago, hasn't been activated for any games. He will be next week.
So, that's kind of where I'm at. Is I think they're going to use as much of the practice window of that 21 days as they can or as they need to get him ready.
Right.
Kind of like how it's a different mentality behind it. But remember when like Gerard Encarnacion was coming back for like the fifth time?
Yep.
For the fifth time. Remember, he kept getting hurt. Like he'd come back and then get hurt again.
Yeah, it was quick.
But he's also ripping the ball a little bit at the end of the year. So when he came back like the fourth or the fifth time, I'm joking facetiously here, but he was like, remember, you only get a certain number of rehab games in AAA.
Mm-hmm.
They can only have you play like 20 or 30. Like they used all of them because they had a roster crunch and they wanted to sort of manipulate. I think the Niners will do that a bit, but if they have the bye week pending, plus, do they have a date they have to open the window by?
I'm not sure about that.
Because there must be. We can ask Silver about that too, Mike Silver later. But I feel like there must be a window, a date that you have to do it by. Otherwise, he changes designation because he's on the what? He's on the PUP list.
On the PUP list, and so it'll be 3 weeks. I anticipate that he won't be back for the next 3 games, and then after that, you should see Brandon Ayuk. We will see, or maybe he starts practicing but actually not active for games. We'll see.
I do want to point this out. When Kyle was on with us yesterday, Demo Lenore, he had just showed up on the injury report yesterday as a did not practice. Actually, excuse me, that was on Wednesday. He showed up as a did not practice. He also did not yesterday. When we asked Kyle about it, I said, does that mean he's trending towards not playing this weekend? And Kyle said, oh, we're still hopeful. And he pointed out it was a quad bruise.
Right.
So it wasn't necessarily like a pulled quad or something like that, like a soft tissue thing. It was well, I guess it is still soft tissue, but it was a bruise and not something that could be injured more, I guess. And so he said he felt some pain yesterday, and so they kept him out. But he did practice in a limited fashion today, and he said they were hopeful yesterday. So still a chance you see Demo. That might have been more of a precaution.
Probably, but as far as the pass rush, you won't have Bryce Huff, you won't have Yatir Gross-Matos this weekend as well. So not ideal when it comes to the pass rush for the 49ers.
No good. I do like that Spencer Burford could be working his way back. Do you think if he comes back, he slots back in as a starter? Or does he
Burford?
Yeah, does he stay your swing tackle?
I would say swing tackle.
Because when he went down, that's when so Connor Colby stepped in, obviously.
Yeah.
And so did Drew Moss, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Drew Moss stepped in when who went down?
I need to refresh.
Because we had the big inactive. We had Ben Barnes. Was he the left?
I believe it was the center. I believe it was Brendel when Moss.
No, Brendel went down last week, and Matt Hennessy came in.
Right.
So you're thinking Drew Moss is maybe he's just coming off the bench right now. I'm only thinking of Connor Colby because it's McKivitz on the right, then it's Pooney, Brendel or Hennessy in the middle. I guess now, then it's Colby. So he's not starting anywhere. No. I'm just saying, would you put him back in over Colby?
I think so.
It gives you more value as a swing tackle. Though,
yeah, absolutely.
To play more positions and let Colby stay there.
You need the depth with him to plug him anywhere.
Total depth, yeah.
Yeah, I would say just roll with what you have with offensive line wise since it was working last week.
He kind of played his way out of that role.
Yeah, exactly.
As a starter. Anyway, Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. That's the news today. How about that? Demo Lenore questionable and is actually practicing a limited capacity today. Luke Gifford practiced today after not yesterday. He's questionable, as is Spencer Burford, who could be returning. Bryce Huff is out. Brock Purdy's out. Ricky Pearsall's out. Yetur Gross-Matos out for Sunday's game, as is Jake Brendel. That's all the negative stuff. The positive is that Kyle said you could see Brandon Ayuk's practice window open as early as next week. We'll talk more about this with Tracy Sandler, who joins us in about 15 minutes of the Fangirl Sports Network. Also, a little bit later, we'll talk to Mike Silver at 3:50 plus Marcus Thompson and Larry Krueger. When we come on back, the 49ers and the Texans, let's get an official prediction. I don't see how the Texans are going to move the football in this game. We'll talk about that next. Dirty Work rolls on. Greatest show in America with the greatest listenership in America on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty work on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. How about this? Next Friday is Halloween.
How about that?
You ready for that?
Not really. I don't have a costume or anything.
Yeah, I'm still thinking I'll pull off the Fred Warner thing unless you and I decide to do a joint costume.
All right.
We'd have to think of one, and I'm open.
Can I be Nick Bosa?
You want to be? Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. I mean, I don't need to wear the jersey or anything, do I?
Just got to get that white and gold hat. That's what you need.
Oh, yeah, I don't know about that one.
No, you don't want to do that one?
No. I think I can find a way to be Nick Bosa without all that.
If you want to be Bosa, that'd be good. We could also find another funny tandem costume to do together, or a trio costume.
Yeah, we could do that.
We could be Mr. Salt, Mrs. Pepper, and Paprika. Tim could be Paprika
from Blue's Clues.
Yeah, like we're Mr. Salt and Mrs. Pepper. Tim's our baby Paprika.
All right.
That's a good one.
Which one of you is Pepper?
We could be Jules and Vincent from Pulp Fiction.
Yeah, but I would be,
and I'm Jules.
Yeah, so what would happen is you'd have to get the mustache and the afro.
Exactly.
And I would just wear my hair down. We could do that. Just wear black suits.
That's fine.
That'd be pretty good.
Okay.
And eat a couple Royales with cheese.
Yeah, that's not bad.
That'd be good.
Have some fake pistols.
Yeah, you want to be Uma Thurman, Tim?
I was going to say either that or the Wolf.
You could be that, or you could be
Ving Rhames.
Yeah, Ving Rhames.
I don't know if you want to be Ving Rhames.
Yeah, maybe not.
Yeah, exactly. He had a bad moment in that movie.
Yeah, it's a tough deal. Fell on hard times.
Yeah, he did. Arby's.
We could be like Woody, Buzz, and then Tim would be like what, like the T-Rex?
Bo Peep.
Yeah, Bo Peep. Yeah. Or Woody, Buzz, and Tim's Bo Peep. Like that's the third character.
Or I could be Mr. Potato Head. You could be Miss Potato Head, and then I don't know what Tim would be. The
Ham.
Yeah, Ham. Yeah, there you go.
Well, Rickles is in Toy Story.
That's true.
Pay homage to Rickles.
Oh yeah.
So you know that after Don Rickles died, they were able to, and it was through the permission. It was more of an honoring of him after he passed away. He had done so many, because who was he the voice of? The Mr. Potato Head?
Yes.
So he did the voice of Mr. Potato Head. He had done the voice since the start of the Toy Story era, which was, I was a little kid.
95,
I was in like kindergarten or first grade or something when Toy Story came out. I aligned with the same age as Andy, I think. That's kind of how it goes. So he did that voice, but he also did Toy Story 2 and 3, however long they went.
Yeah.
He did a bunch of them, but he also recorded video game stuff for them. He also recorded audio that was played in Toy Story moments at Disney theme parks around the world. Right?
Rickles did that?
Rickles did as part of it's part of the character. It's part. No,
I know, but
what a great way. So when he passed, they had all this recorded audio that they'd never used, like cutting room floor stuff. They put Mr. Potato Head and his voice briefly in the last movie they did as an homage to
Toy
him.
Story 4.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Well, I think they did another one, or they maybe
there's one coming up.
They did an homage to Rickles with audio that they'd had previously from him, which his family was in support of, which
I'm surprised that Rickles agreed to do all of like the off movie stuff, like whether it's like the video game.
It was like free money.
I know it's free money, but Robin Williams wanted no part of that.
Yeah, well, that's Robin.
Yeah,
Rickles wasn't out here trying to win Oscars.
But then Robin came back for the third Aladdin movie, straight to video, and that's a lot of Robin Williams.
Is it?
Oh, it's a fantastic performance, but it's a lot of Robin Williams. He's making Mrs. Doubtfire references in the third Aladdin.
As the genie?
Yes.
I thought we freed the genie after one, too, by the way.
No, he comes back. He still has those shackles on his wrist.
Oh, he's back.
Didn't he go back to being the genie?
Yes.
Number 2 is the Return of Jafar.
Return of Jafar.
Yeah.
And then the third one is the Prince of Thieves.
Don't remember that one.
Yes.
Okay.
It's where Jasmine and Aladdin finally get married.
I think that's where the Aladdin saga lost me.
Oh, yeah?
Kind of fell off Aladdin.
It kind of fell off Aladdin.
You didn't see Jafar needs glasses?
Jafar needs glasses?
It's a Family Guy riff where it's like Disney always goes overboard with these straight-to-video
that's
classics.
Right. Jafar needs glasses.
Now, coming up, Jafar needs glasses. Number 1 or number 2?
Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you. The Niners and the Texans get going on Sunday from NRG Stadium in Houston. A 10 a.m. kickoff, pregame at 7 a.m. with myself and John Dickinson right here on the Sports Leader. The Texans are 2.5-point favorites.
Why is that? Because I'm a little have a weird feeling about this game, and the Texans might win this game. But why are the Texans 2.5-point favorites? That's crazy.
That is, I'm a little bit surprised by that. It's funny because you said last week you are less confident in their matchup this week than Niners.
I am, yes.
With Houston, you felt better about the matchup against Atlanta.
Yes, because of what Kyle said yesterday.
Well,
in order to beat them, we have to run the football, and I knew the Falcons could not stop the run.
But that aligns with you're thinking the spreads at least. The Niners were favored in that game. They're not favored in this game.
Yes.
Also, it's on the road, and a 2.5-point favorite for a home team is kind of a push. You kind of give the home team 3 points unless they're significantly better.
I hear that. But I was trying to be, the one guy say, like, I think the Texans are going to win this game. And then Vegas is like, I think the Texans are winning too.
Oh, so you thought you were being trendy.
I thought I was being the one guy that had, a little different thinking of this game.
Do you think you have a good pulse on the Niners right now in terms of thinking game to game? Because I feel like right now I'm on the pulse. I feel like I'm pretty good about what game they're going to win and lose.
Copes, as a host on KNBR, I have a good pulse on everything.
Okay, right, okay.
I mean, I like to think I do, but this is a weird matchup. And the reason why I'm surprised the Texans are favored is because they're playing on a short week. They just played in Seattle. They came back in that game, but they looked terrible offensively. And they're missing Nico Collins and Christian Kirk. Nico Collins has a concussion, Christian Kirk with a hamstring. Both did not practice today and aren't expected to play in this game. And the 49ers are missing Ricky Pearsall once again, but yeah, I'm just surprised Vegas favors them.
It opened less than that. It opened as Niners favorites.
Okay.
Niners -1.5. It's now Niners, like, depending on the book, 2 or 2.5.
Yeah, so the money's coming in on the Texans.
Yeah, I'm gonna look and see how stuff's moving. Yeah, it looks like a lot of money has come in on the Niners, but it's moving the Texans' way.
Well,
which tells you,
Let me just make my argument for this game. As far as I know, last week I said I like the fact that the Niners have familiarity with the defensive assistants. Kyle knows Jeff Ulbrich. Robert Saleh obviously knows Jeff Ulbrich, and they know Raheem Morris. Same thing this week, where Kyle and Robert Saleh know DeMeco Ryans very well. And DeMeco Ryans did a fantastic job. Probably the best guy to come after Robert Saleh. No question about it.
There's not even a problem. He's the only other one that well, I don't want to say was serviceable. He's the only other one that instilled any kind of confidence. He's also the only other one that served more than a year after Saleh.
Exactly. So the Texans defense, it's one of the best in football. They're first in points against, third in pass defense, and fourth in rush defense. Pretty good across the board there. As far as the offense, it is terrible. 27th in points scored, 29th in passing offense, and 28th in rushing offense. And this is the second 10 a.m. start for the 49ers this season. The only one came week 2 against the New Orleans Saints. So
I remember it. Yeah, I was sitting at Tim's table at the Tim Webb Broadcast Center in his kitchen.
With oatmeal.
Dude. Yeah, that was the first one we did there.
So, look, everything's going in the Niners' favor for this game. I mean, it makes sense for them to win this game, but it's just so weird. 10 a.m. start. They're going on the road. DeMeco Ryans knows Kyle. Kyle knows him, obviously. I just have a bad feeling, and I don't know what it is. I think it's just the fact that the Texans' defense is that much better than the Falcons' defense. The same game plan cannot be established for this game. If Kyle goes in saying we got to run the ball 40 times, that's not going to happen. And I don't think they should be able to throw the ball 40 times with their pass rush with Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson. So I know the Texans' offense is terrible.
You got to be careful about To'o.
Yeah, Toho, Henry To'o. And then you got Azeez Al-Shaair and E.J. Speed as their linebackers. I've talked about Derek Stingley Jr. They have a great secondary. The key is, can the 49ers just stop them offensively? And most likely they will. This is going to be an ugly game. Obviously, take the under. I don't even know what the over-under is. But I see this game being like...
Take the under? You don't know what it is, though?
I mean...
I bet you it's... I didn't even see what it was.
I bet you it's in the 30s, maybe 38.
It's kind of where I was.
Yeah.
It is at... right now, it's sitting at 42.
I would take the under.
It's gone up, by the way. It was 41.5 earlier.
Yeah, but it opened at 45.
Yeah. So, look, I know the Texans' offense is terrible. Something tells me, though, kind of like a couple years ago when the 49ers went to Cleveland and they were dominating that game early on, and then just some screwy stuff happened. Was your guy P.J. Walker that won the game?
Are you talking about in Cleveland?
Yes.
Not in P.J. Walker?
Not in P.J. Walker.
Yeah, that was a good riff.
And then Jake Moody had his first miss where everybody started to hate that guy.
Well, he missed. That was the game. That was in the rain.
Yes.
They were missing Trent Williams and Deebo Samuel, I think.
That's right, yeah.
I want to say they were missing both guys, or Deebo got banged up. I'd have to go back and look, but I'm pretty positive they lost Trent in that game.
They did, yes.
They didn't have him.
Yes.
I think Deebo was out. It was a rainy day.
Yes.
I want to say Moody had hit a kick earlier, or maybe he missed one earlier. I can't remember, but he did miss that one that would have won the game, and they got in range. Brock had a really bad day that
He
day.
did.
Brock, that was one of the early rain days for Brock where we're like, oh, this might be a thing.
Yeah, but I had the feeling like, kind of similar to the Buccaneers game.
When was that, 2 years ago?
That was 2 years ago, 2023. So I have a weird feeling that Mac Jones, like, the reason Kyle wanted to run so much is because he could, but also he knew the secondary of the Falcons was much better, and their pass rush was pretty good, so they didn't want Mac Jones throwing for it 40 times.
So what do you think the game plan is here? Because you keep saying they're not going to be able to throw it 40 times, they're not going to be able to run it 40 times.
Just have a balanced attack, but I don't think they're going to be able to run like they did last week. So I think the 49ers have a lead for the majority of the game. I see this game going like 13-9 for a good deal of time, and then out of nowhere, Mac Jones throws a pick or it's a strip sack, and then you're like, damn, the Texans have the ball on the 25-yard line, and they score, and you're like, how'd this happen?
Well, yeah, a turnover in deep territory can always swing the game, but you think this is going to be a low yardage, low scoring game?
Absolutely. So I think this is the type of game that people are going to be pissed off come Monday morning, where the Niners outplay the Texans for a good deal of time, and then somehow, some way, the Texans pull the win out of their ass.
So why? But the Niners have done that numerous times this year. So why do you think the Niners won't somehow, some way pull it out of their ass?
I just don't see it.
They've moved the ball better than Houston has. If they can keep it close, I would go with the team that has a better chance at scoring, and that's the Niners.
Yeah. I have a weird feeling, dude. I think that like this could be a game where the Niners score on the opening drive, and then everything after that's like so hard for them to do offensively. And then we just see C.J. Stroud. Like, there's not a lot of pass rush for him this game, but I think that Robert Saleh could find some creative ways to get pressure in his face. And even though they don't have Nico Collins or Christian Kirk for this game, they can, I think that, I don't know. I have no faith in their offense anyway. Like, I don't think Nick Chubb's a good runner anymore. Their other running back, Woody Marks, is just okay. I have no idea when Joe Mixon's coming back.
If he's coming, they haven't made any kind of move on him, have they?
Again, this is like against my better judgment, but I think somehow, some way, the Texans win this game. I say it's 16-13 Texans.
Tim, you got something on this?
Well, just I'm stealing directly from Krug, but the Houston offensive line is putrid. Yeah. And I understand that the 49ers pass rush is going to be a little challenged. The way I see it is it's going to be a keep-away game. The way that they try to do with the Rams and the way they try to do with Tampa Bay. If you can keep the ball away from them and just sustain drives, it doesn't need to be big plays, but I can imagine a lot of Texas routes, a lot of Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah.
If you manipulate the time of possession, that's the key that's how the Niners win.
Yeah, I think the more possessions the Niners have, the better chance they're going to have to win this game. Whereas, like, sometimes you want to suppress possessions and you want to make it a low possession game and make them premium possessions. I kind of think if the Niners can get several possessions out of this, they'll be okay. I actually don't think it's going to be as low scoring. I don't feel as weird about this game as you do. I think this is a game that does look ugly. I do think it's kind of a brawl game. I do think it's going to be a game that has to be like last week, where it's a team performance. My biggest concern is not having Bryce Huff. He's played really well, even in the absence of Nick Bosa. I mean, it's been frustrating to not have Bosa, and then frustrating to not have Fred. Tatum Bethune, if he plays in any way like he did last week, a fraction of that, or continues to grow in that capacity. I mean, he said he really wanted to be better last week. The way he talked about preparing for last week's game was pretty impressive, into how he talked to D. Winters about everything, how they went about the linebacking meetings, how he said he was texting him. He said he was with him all week. They were talking on the phone at night, trying to understand concepts, what you're going to call out, what you're going to see. He blamed himself for one of those blown coverages on that touchdown in the corner in the Tampa game after Fred got hurt. He said he didn't want that to happen again. So much of football is about doing the homework and being prepared and making it second nature. It's kind of what we're wanting to see with Kuminga on the basketball side of things, right? But if this guy's getting up to speed, like I'm intrigued about another opportunity for him, right? I don't feel the same about the absence of another pass rusher, where I'm like, yeah, somebody else is going to have to go do it, but Huff has been the guy, and he was brought here to be that guy and had clearly found a role in some sort of understanding of what he was supposed to do. He was hitting the stride.
Right.
I mean, he's already got the second most sacks of his career. He was the sack leader on the team with 4, which is what Danielle Hunter has, by the way, for Houston.
Yeah.
With 4. So I don't think I don't feel this game's as daunting. I do think turnovers will make it a premium. Like if the Niners turn it over in the way they did last week, I think that could be problematic. Or 2 weeks ago against Tampa. I think that would be problematic. I think they could still be in the game because I don't think Houston's going to score. I just don't see him moving the ball enough to do it. And I think the Niners can. I'm gonna give it to Kyle to patch something together. So I'm gonna take the Niners in this game.
Okay.
I like the Niners winning this one. I think they're going. I asked you which one gives you more pause, the Giants or the
Giants gives me more pause than this one.
I think they win this one, and then I'll deal with the Giants. How I feel about the Giants next week.
All right.
I don't trust the Giants. I'm not buying Jackson Dart yet.
That's fair. We'll get a good gauge this weekend when they play the Eagles again.
There might be some talent, but they are a rudderless ship.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Yeah.
And they're all forking over cash now. You see that?
What do you mean? Oh, yeah.
They officially got fined for the
as they should have.
So the NFL investigated the Brian Dable walking into the medical tent situation.
Not only him, Cam Scatterby.
I didn't even know Cam Scatterby went in there. Scatterby was like, "Hey, everything okay in here? We need you back."
No, dude. Dude, you cannot do that.
So
like,
basically,
it's funny that Brian Dable did that, but like, come on, dude.
So basically, what they did was it was a breach of the rules for concussion protocol. They messed with concussion protocol.
Yeah.
Protocol is only the doctors deal with them, take them into the tent. The coach then can find out stuff from the doctors or whatever. But Dable, I guess, went into the tent and was like, get the hell back out here. What's going on? We need you out here. Russell Wilson stinks, which is funny because Russell Wilson didn't apparently take exception to that. Only what Sean Payton said the other day.
Yeah.
And then apparently Cam Scatterbo was fined $15,000 because he also went in the tent. So Scatterbo $15,000.
That's nuts.
$100,000 for Dable, which is, by the way, the same thing Jonathan Gannon got in Arizona for the DeMarcado situation.
Right, yeah.
He got $100,000 for the concussion protocol, same as he did for the DeMarcado, and the team got fined like $200,000.
Yeah.
Tough deal.
Yikes.
Tough deal. We are still, by the way, giving away a $50 gift card to Tony's Pizza. It's a Friday. What better day to have pizza than on a Friday night, hanging out, eating Tony's pie? All you got to do is hear the cue to call between now and 6 o'clock. When you hear it, be caller 10, 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win a $50 gift card to Tony's Pizza. You can get it at Slice House. Tony's in North Beach. He's a legend. Every slice, fantastic. Over 12 styles, under one roof. You got to get Tony's Pizza. And you can start by getting this gift card when you hear the cue to call. Tim, what will it sound like? Hey, y'all, it's the cue to call. If you want tickets to a $50 Tony's Pizza gift card, call right now. There you go. That's what it'll sound like. When you hear that, be caller 10, 415-896-KNBR. All right, we'll take a quick break on a Ska Friday. We'll catch up with Tracy Sandler of the Fangirl Sports Network pre- and post-game coverage of the Niners right here on the Sports Leader. Look at that guy in there. Look at him.
Got a good mug.
Danny and his mug showed up.
Hey.
What up, Dan? Dan, you drive the Miata in today? No Miata?
No Miata, but he is breaking into the candy.
Ooh, you're breaking into the candy.
Got the Twix.
Hey.
Too cold for the Miata.
Danny, there's some ketchup out there if you want to just squirt some of that in your mouth again, too. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, Tracy Sandler joins us on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The World Series gets underway tonight on Mike Holler's KNBR 1050 as the Blue Jays face off against the Dodgers. Catch all the action beginning at 4 p.m. And if you're not rooting for the Jays, I don't think we can be friends.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Love a Friday on Dirty Work. Love a Tuesday on Dirty Work, actually, too. But we love a Friday getting ready for a football Sunday, especially when we get to catch up with one of our favorites, Tracy Sandler of the Fangirl Sports Network. And she's a part of our pre- and post-game coverage of 49er football right here on The Sports Leader. She's also sponsored. You know, she told me she loves her sponsor. It made her laugh when she heard it last week. Sponsored by TimberTech Decking and Railing. #1 in premium decking, as Tracy will tell you. Order free samples at timbertech.com.
There you go.
When you think decking, you think Tracy Sandler and the Fangirl Sports Network. Tracy, how are you today?
Always. I'm good, thanks. How are you doing?
Doing well.
Decking.
You're decking. Have you made it out to Houston yet, or are you going tomorrow?
I go tomorrow.
You go tomorrow. All right. First time Kyle's getting to face D'Amico Ryans. We were just talking about him. I mean, back-to-back weeks now that Kyle has seen coaches that he's familiar with. But this is one from his previous staff, and we were saying, you know, it's another guy that 49er fans think highly and fondly of. He was the only other DC who had been here for at least 2 years besides Robert Saleh. Just what do you make of what's going on with him in Houston and this matchup on Sunday?
Well, in Houston, their offense is a mess. I mean, the defense is still playing well, but their offense is it's a mess, and it doesn't seem to be getting better, and that really goes back to last season. So with that in mind, the 49ers defense can really capitalize on that. I mean, C.J. Stroud is certainly someone you get pressure on him. He will turn the ball over. I know that that's true of a lot of quarterbacks, but he has quite the track record of that. Nico Collins is dealing with an injury, with the concussion. There's just a lot going on in that offense, and none of it is good. So it is a really good opportunity for the 49ers defense, who really dominated the Falcons offense that was doing really well, to capitalize on that.
Pretty good news today. It's not for sure yet, but Kyle alluded to the fact that we could see Brandon Ayuk have his practice window open up next week, which could be in line for him to play in a game the next 3 weeks here, or possibly longer. But what'd you make of that news today?
I thought that was really good news and a good sign for Ayuk, because Kyle definitely would not have said that if they didn't feel like it was pretty imminent. So I think that was very good news for the 49ers, especially they're out without Ricky Pearsall another week. He's dealing with a knee injury. So some welcome wide receiver news, I think makes everybody happy. And of course, everybody wants Ayuk back in the offense. It'll take time. I'm not saying his practice window's open next week, he necessarily plays next week, but it's really encouraging as the 49ers go into those November, December months, because these are the months where teams really start to separate themselves.
Yeah, what's the vibe around the Ricky Pearsall injury right now? Because this is his fourth missed game, and Kyle said the other day that it's not anything really that they're concerned about. It just hasn't healed properly. But what do you make of the Ricky Pearsall injury so far?
Well, what he said, actually, not to be that person, but I think it's an important distinction. He said there hasn't been a setback.
Right.
It's just not healing the way we thought. And to me, that's a little bit different than we're not concerned. And maybe that's just me reading into everything. But, it certainly is somewhat concerning, because it has been 4 games. They obviously did not put him on IR. I doubt they want to do that now. But if it's not healing the way they thought it would, how long is it going to take to heal? Is that another week? Is that another 2 weeks? So we'll see. But I think it is relatively concerning, especially because Ricky was having such a great season and had been really somebody that they could count on. And he's been 4 games is a lot of games. And if he's not back in a week or two, it'll be interesting, though, because next week they play at MetLife with the turf. So I don't know if that factors at all into if he's back next week. Yeah. But I think it is. They don't seem super concerned on the outside, but to me it feels just like maybe the slightest bit concerning.
Talking to Tracy Sandler here on the UMA guest line. She's a part of our pre- and post-game coverage here on the Sports Leader of Niner football, which, by the way, starts at 7 a.m. on Sunday morning ahead of the Niners and the Houston Texans. I was talking to Derek just a minute ago about our level of confidence in this game, and Derek was kind of echoing what you were saying, that, yeah, the Texans can't move the ball really at all. They're putrid on offense, but their defense is tough. They got a good D-line. They've got a good secondary. I said from the Niners' perspective, I'm not really worried about Houston moving the ball. And part of that is, I think Tatum Bethune calmed some of he was like Pepto-Bismol for my Fred Warner upset stomach last week. You know what I mean? Not that I think they figured it all out or he's going to be, flawless from here on out, but I felt like he was, the way he talked about his preparation, that he was up for the task. I'm more concerned with the loss of Bryce Huff. Where are you in how the 49ers are stacking up now defensively?
First of all, I think that either you or Tatum Bethune or both should now be sponsored by Pepto-Bismol.
I'm in. Yeah, I'm good.
There.
I'm trying to get us something. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's that. That's a pretty big loss for the 49ers, obviously. Bryce Huff, in typical kind of 49ers fashion, had his best game, and now he's out for a couple of weeks. So the defensive line is very thin. It is lucky that they're going against this particular offense, but there is talent on that offense. So in theory, they potentially could come alive, but I think that's something that the 49ers have to be really cognizant of and really careful about, because I said earlier, you bring pressure to C.J. Stroud, he will turn the ball over, but someone on that line is going to have to step up and bring that pressure that Bryce Huff was doing, because that's a huge loss for them as well. What did I say, Adam? Every week, there's somebody.
And it flared up the way I hate it to flare up, which is the day after the game. Like, we didn't even know. And then Kyle's like, oh, yeah, by the way, it was the last two plays. It's like, damn it all, man.
Which is, it's just really annoying for them. But, I think that the line will have its work cut out for them in that way. But I think we saw with Robert Saleh, he's up for the task. And I think there's a lot of talent on that line. There's ability on that line. But it is thin right now. So we'll see how that goes on Sunday.
Talking to Tracy Sandler on the Uma guest line. Yeah, Robert Saleh had a fantastic season coming back in his second tenure with the 49ers. And I thought before, with his first time with them, he just had so much talent on the defensive side of the football. This year, it's so different where he has a lot of rookies, and obviously he's missing his two superstars in Nick Bosa and Fred Warner. And there's a lot of talk about, could this be one and done? Could he be a head coach next season again? I do wonder about what owners look for in a head coach these days, whether they want an offensive play caller or a defensive leader of men type. Do you think there's a good chance that Robert Saleh will get a head coaching gig next offseason?
I think that he will be with the 49ers for 2 years. I think that was a very tough gig he had before. He's been very successful here. I also think it, of course, will depend on what jobs are open, but I don't know that he will be in such a rush to take a job, that doesn't feel particularly attractive to him. I think there are 32 head coaching jobs, so it's not that many, so it's hard to turn them down when offered. But I think this time around he will be perhaps, not that he wasn't selected before, but the Jets are just a sinking ship no matter what seems to happen to them. And I don't think he wants that again. And I think he'll be with the 49ers for 2 years. I don't know why. I just kind of feel like it's a good situation. Let it, get those 2 years here and then, move on. But, obviously anything can happen. It'll depend what's available. But I don't know why. Just kind of my gut tells me 2 years.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that too. I kind of feel like maybe he takes some interviews. If you get the offer, you get the offer. But, it's a league where you get a second chance sometimes, and you got to make sure that's the right chance because you may not get a third. And I'm kind of with you. I think he now that he's got the experience, it's maybe like, hey, make sure it's the right decision and the right place for me and my family. Plus, they're building something here, and he's already starting to build in the way that he did in New York and when he first got here in 2017. Tracy Sandler of the Fangirl Sports Network. Tracy, have a great trip down to Houston, and we will talk to you next week.
Thank you, Tracy.
All right, sounds good. Bye, guys.
All right, talk to you soon. Great. The great Tracy Sandler. She's a part of our pre and post coverage. And make sure you're reading her and following her on the Fangirl Sports Network.
Well, there you go.
How about that?
Yeah.
She kind of felt the way you did about the offense and the defense of Houston.
Offense is terrible, but the defense is no joke, dude.
She also said, though, they do have players where, they could explode. They haven't, but, do you get what I'm saying? Is Nico Collins out? Has he been ruled out?
Not officially.
He has been ruled out.
Not officially. Him and Kirk are both out.
Christian Kirk officially ruled out, and Nico Collins. There you go.
Yeah. Nico Collins is their number one wide receiver. They have another guy, Xavier Hutchinson, who's kind of their, just a good complimentary receiver.
Guy.
Yeah, there's also the guy, I think his name is Jaden Higgins, the guy they drafted in the second round from Iowa State, I want to say.
All you have to do is go to your free agents in fantasy football and hit wide receiver, and all the Texans receivers who are at the bottom of the depth chart are now available to be picked up because they don't have their starting receivers out.
They also have Braxton Berrios. Their receiving core is not great to begin with, but I don't know, dude. This seems like a kind of a screwy game to me where kind of like with the Green Bay Packers and the Browns earlier this year. You remember that game where the Packers were up for most of that game and then just the defense kicked the ass of the Packers in the last 4 minutes, and that was the difference maker where, believe me, the Niners are the better football team. But for whatever reason, I just feel like, I don't know, maybe it was just the last half of the Texans-Seahawks game where I was like, if the Texans do anything offensively, they would have won this game. They don't mess around defensively. They get turnovers. They get after the quarterback. And I just feel like if they do enough of that, then I think that it's going to be harder for the Niners to win this game. They can't run it like they did against the Atlanta Falcons.
No, I'm with you.
It's definitely going to be a rock fight, though. This is going to be a very ugly game.
Yeah, I don't feel as bad about it as you do. And I'm not being swayed by it either. I'm feeling like usually on Fridays I'm getting my vibes set. I'm like, I feel pretty good.
All right.
About where they are in this game. I think this is a game they could win, I don't know, 8 points maybe? By a touchdown maybe? I think this is a game they're going to win.
Okay.
By 6 to 8 points.
All right.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. By the way, we've had a couple of show themes that I was ignoring from people checking in on the text line. A couple of things we've talked about already today. Well, I told you, we were asking, we're talking about how JD yesterday kind of came at Murph. Started a new sort of intriguing wrestler-like spat between Murph and JD yesterday at the round table. And afterwards, they were like kind of chumming it up, but you weren't really sure if it was legit. Murph was eating a sandwich, a barbecue sandwich, and JD was just eating chips off his plate, like
chips or fries.
Like there was like chips. Like he was trying to, he just ate them right off of Murph's plate without asking.
I can't decide if chips or fries are more disrespectful.
Well, that's all that it had on the side, but he was just like eating off of Murph's plate. Didn't appear to get permission, just to kind of show him who was boss.
I like that.
Just to kind of throw his weight around. You then told us about a story at the NBA Finals where the Warriors lose to the Raptors.
Yeah.
A Raptor fan runs up and takes fries out of your friend's hand.
Yes.
Which is preposterous. Diabolical, really.
Evil.
Diabolical.
Downright evil.
Yeah. Well, somebody checked in here because we talked about, is that the most like disrespectful thing to do, to eat off of somebody's plate, or to take food out of somebody without asking?
Right.
916 checks in and says, dude, my buddy and I once went to a Mexican restaurant to watch our favorite teams play against each other. After my team won, my sauce-drenched enchilada showed up.
Okay.
My buddy grabbed my fork and spoon, shoved them both into his mouth, and said, go ahead and eat those with a knife, B.
Wow. Well, that's a friend.
Yeah. You're also at a restaurant where you can just grab more.
Exactly. Now, I say all this, and I've learned in the last few weeks, Chips McCarthy, good guy that works here, I take his Cheez-Its without asking. And since that time where he's told me, dude, I'll give you Cheez-Its, just ask, I've learned that it's the best course of action to ask.
You were straight rude about it, I thought. You would just like walk out. This kid would be sitting out there with his bag of Cheez-Its, cutting sound or whatever, doing his job, and you just roll out and you say, where's my Cheez-Its? You just like go out and grab his bag of Cheez-Its.
It was a joke.
He didn't think so. I didn't think so.
Well, come on now.
What was the joke? You just ate his Cheez-Its and said, give them to me.
That was kind of the joke.
Who was this funny for? Just you?
It was just kind of witty of me to be like, hey, come on, Cheez-Its, give me them.
It wasn't witty. It was you just took them.
I know.
Give me your lunch money, Weaver.
It started with him bringing in a box of Cheez-Its, and I was like, nice, now I expect you to bring Cheez-Its in all the time. And he did, and then I realized, okay, I'm just taking this kid's Cheez-Its.
I think we have audio of Derek bullying in the past.
Do we?
I think we do. Of Derek bullying kids for maybe milk money. Or...
Oh, my God.
Hand over the milk money, Weaver.
There he is.
I'm afraid I can't do that, Derek. I'm just not sure you'll spend it on milk.
That's a line from the movie Dirty Work.
Opening scene.
That's one of the lines from Dirty Work. We were talking about watching movies back to back.
Yeah.
Could you end one on TV and then fire it up again? You said no.
Rarely.
Somebody says here, 707, I've definitely watched A Christmas Story back to back times when they play it at Christmas time.
No.
I'm not a Christmas Story guy.
I can't do that.
It's not my favorite.
If it's on the background and the family's doing stuff, that's fine.
Family's doing stuff. If you run a Tim Allen the Santa Claus at me, I'll watch that twice in a row.
I'll watch.
I could fire
I'll watch
that up.
the Santa Claus 2 afterwards.
No, come on.
I mean,
you want to go 3 with Jack Frost?
Yeah, I would. I don't know if it's on.
209 says I was hungover once on the 4th of July and I watched Independence Day 3 times in a row on TNT or something.
No. I can't watch the same movie right after it just played. That's insane.
Dude, 415, our guy Rosenbag says, thanks for the shout out, guys. You guys are the best. We love Rosenbag.
We do, Tanner.
Dude, shout out my guy on Twitter who tweeted at me, Himstifer, I think is his name.
Himstifer, huh?
Himstifer, at CMoney5300 on Twitter. He sent a photo, he tagged me in it. He just says, just Oliver and I watching these dirt bags, and he tagged me. It's like a photo of his big screen TV.
He's watching us on the big screen?
And his baby Oliver is like hanging out with him, dude.
Nice.
Much love to the baby filth.
Babies love dirty work.
I've heard that.
Yes.
Somebody on the text line also gave a pretty good suggestion. You could be Lenny Leonard and Carl Carlson from The Simpsons.
Ooh.
And they said I could be Barney.
I like that a lot. I actually like that a lot.
That'd be good, dude.
Just walk around drunk. Sure, I can do that.
Yeah. Which one's Lenny? And which one's Carl?
Well, you know.
What?
Lenny's the white one. And Carl's
which one of us is which one?
Oh, I see.
Larry Kruger checks in, by the way. He says, dude, once at the Kickin' Mule in Danville. When Krug
this is a true story.
At the Kickin' Mule in Danville where Kruger and John Lund were doing Niners pre- and post-game.
Yeah.
He says, a drunk man in a full Elvis costume put a fist into my fries on a Halloween 49ers.
Fist into my fries.
On a Halloween 49ers post-game show with Lund. Dude, a fist into his fries. Was this the Thursday night game against the Cardinals?
No, this was a Sunday game, and they were having a costume contest or something, but there was not that many people there, and this guy is fully decked out as Elvis, but like late Elvis, not like good looking, like late Elvis.
Fat
Comes
Elvis.
up mid-broadcast, goes full hand into the thing, and John was just beside himself. He was like, what is happening right now?
Yeah, that's incredible. That's incredible.
I think I have a photo.
How you doing there, Kruger? Let me get some of those fries.
Oh, come on, baby.
Hey, come on, baby. Let me get some of those fries.
So it wasn't the Thursday night 49ers and Cardinals game?
The Kenyon Drake game?
Oh, I don't think so.
The Buda Baker on George Kittle game?
I would have loved that if Larry Kruger's just like, I watched Manuel Sanders in a Spider 2 White Banana score a touchdown, and then this jackass just ruins my fries.
Dude, don't forget my fry story with Marty. Is that Marty's sitting there on the patio, and Barry Bloom comes out, sits across from us to do a hit. And Marty's eating a ham sandwich. Barry Bloom reaches across the table to pull a French fry off of Marty's plate, and Marty slapped Barry Bloom's hand.
No.
And Marty looks at him crazy, and Barry gets shocked that Marty slapped his hand from taking a fry off his plate. And by the way, Marty's eating a ham sandwich. It's a Saturday afternoon. And Barry Bloom goes, a ham sandwich? And on the Sabbath.
He smacked his hand like Aunt May.
And then Barry Bloom ripped on Marty for eating a ham sandwich. But here's the kicker. No ham sandwich on the menu at the patio.
That's interesting.
Marty's getting items.
Marty slapped his hand like Aunt May to Norman Osborn at the dinner table in Spider-Man.
It's a very specific reference.
You remember that scene?
Tobey Maguire?
No. Wait for everyone else, Norman.
Yeah, I vaguely remember that. It's a weird. They've made like 6 Spider-Man movies since then.
Yeah, but then he gets all pissed off and starts like licking his chops while he like puts the knives together.
I do have a photo of Elvis and the fries. I just sent it to both of you guys.
Right, I think we need to send to Mr.
See if we can figure out Mr. KNBR and get on the thing. Yeah.
Thanks for chiming in on that, Larry. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Anybody got stories on people reaching onto your plate and eating off of it?
We're getting a lot of texts about people that watch movies back to back, like from the 480. I've watched Debbie Does Dallas twice in a row.
Debbie Does Dallas twice in a row. Haven't seen it once.
Me neither.
All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come on back,
it's a porn.
Let's get into some of the NFL. Is it?
Yes.
Like the original. Yeah.
I don't even know that reference.
It's like it's like a classic like porn movie.
I'd probably get like 4 minutes in, and then I'd have to start, and then I'd have to stop, and then pick it up from there again later on. Yeah. NFL.
4 minutes, huh?
I know. I'm being generous, dude.
Don't act like you're not impressed.
I'm being generous with the 4. I'm being gratuitous with myself. NFL games of interest this weekend, plus the World Series starts tonight. We'll get into some of that. Is it a lackluster weekend?
Oh, yeah.
Of NFL ball?
Yes, it is.
It's by Mageddon.
I love the NFL, but this is a bad weekend.
I was like, nice, dude. No 2 games on a Monday. None of that nonsense. No London game. It's because they just give everybody the week off. Let's talk about it next. Only here on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We here at the Sports Leader love all sports, but our Sharkies have a special place on Dirty Work. So a quick nod of the cap to Macklin Celebrini, who netted a hat trick in yesterday's win over the Rangers, the first win for the team this year. If it's puck, it's Dirty Work right here on the Sports Leader. Please, Nicole, don't yell at me.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. You can declare your retirement independence, and you should do so today with a call to O'Donnell Financial Group. Having the proper investment strategy in place may allow you the freedom to do what you want and when you want, potentially for the rest of your life. You've worked hard, you've saved hard, and the folks at O'Donnell Financial Group are here to help you avoid common mistakes in retirement. Having that right investment strategy for the future could make all the difference. You can reduce what you owe to the government and keep hundreds of thousands more in your pocket, especially for those who have already saved a lot. So don't wait. Declare your retirement independence and call O'Donnell Financial Group today at 866-496-2300 and learn what it means to truly achieve retirement independence. Again, call 866-496-2300, or you can learn more online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300 or odfigroup.com to learn more. O'Donnell Financial Group. Let us help you retire confidently.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dude, week 8 of the NFL season is upon us. Used to be the midway point. We used to be like, we're halfway there. We're about halfway there.
Not there yet.
Through 9 weeks now is the halfway point because there's 18 weeks, right?
Right.
That still throws me. The 18 weeks and the 17 games still throws me off.
We'll get there one day where it's a full 18 for everybody.
Just give me a round number for the games.
Yeah, I know.
I want a round
I don't like
number.
this where some people, like some teams, the AFC has more home games than the NFC. I'm tired of that.
What do you mean?
because they trade off every year. Where
Yeah, is that how? I mean, I know that you go back and forth each year, where you get 9 home, then 9 road.
Yeah,
but I wasn't aware that it was a conference thing. Is that how they do it?
It's a conference thing. Yes,
that makes it simple, I guess.
It is, but like,
so this year it's the NFC has 9, or they?
I actually don't know, but whatever it is, that's unfair. Like every team should have the same amount of home games or road games. So as soon as we change that, although the CBA won't be changed anytime soon, but I feel like we're around the corner, hopefully, for 18-game season.
I imagine it is coming at some point in the near future. Let's get into what's going on this weekend. It is Buy-Mageddon in the NFL, meaning make the proper adjustments to your low-scoring fantasy teams this week.
Yep.
Because there are 6 teams on bye, some of them mercifully. The Lions, the Raiders, the Rams, the Cardinals, the Seahawks, and the Jags. Every NFC West team but the Niners is on bye this week.
Well, there you go.
Niners can extend their lead another half game over some of these teams with a win this weekend.
Pretty good.
How about that? In terms of the games on the docket this week, Giants are at the Eagles. By the way, I'm struggling a bit trying to make my survivor pick for this week.
Yeah.
So there are 19 people left in the survivor pool that we're in.
I'm one of them.
6 of them are here at the leader.
Nice.
It's me, you, Walt, Chips McCarthy,
okay,
Jacob Violante, and Young Tony.
Well, there you go.
So I was considering going Eagles this week. A.J. Brown is out.
Now I would not go Eagles this week.
They just lost to the Giants 2 weeks ago.
I know.
On the road.
But it's not a sure thing, though.
They ain't going to lose the Giants at home.
Yeah, okay.
2 weeks later.
I know. But the
Do you
Giants...
even watch football?
What's up?
Do you even watch football? That's not going to happen.
I know. Dude, it shouldn't happen. Don't ask me if I watch football. How dare you?
What are you talking about? Dude, you know the Giants aren't winning this game.
I know, but it's not like I want to put that in my survivor pool, though.
I know. I'm scraping. I'm looking for something.
No, the Eagles should win this game even without A.J. Brown. But it might be a dogfight. It might be a closer game than what the 7.5 spread suggests. I don't know. I think the Eagles win this game, but I think it's ugly. I think the Giants want to prove something after that letdown against the Denver Broncos.
I think the Giants I think they hit their high point against the Eagles. I don't think they're going to get them again in Philly.
Probably not.
I don't think that's happening.
This might be a game where Saquon gets going.
And they got I know what you're saying. They're coming off a devastating loss, but this isn't the type of game that young quarterbacks rebound from. Like, he played great in that game already.
Right.
Until he threw that pick.
Yeah, I'm going to say the Eagles win, but survivor pool, I'm not that confident.
I might go that route.
All right.
This might be my play.
All right.
Bills are at the Panthers. No Bryce Young. I've already used the Bills, so this would be a good play, too.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the few games where you see 2 teams above 500, but it's not even that good of a matchup to me because I don't believe in the Panthers. So I lay the points with the Bills. They need to rebound after 2 bad losses, and they have the bye week. So, yeah, give me the Bills. Lay the points with that one.
How quickly I've changed my mind about how great it was to have Chuba Hubbard and Rico Dowdle.
Yeah, what was...
I'm going up against the Bills. I got no quarterback. I got Dalton. Is it Dalton?
It's Dalton, yeah.
Bad Andy, huh?
Yeah, they'll just sell out for the run.
I don't need bad Andy.
So, yeah, you got Rico. How was he last week?
There's 6 bye weeks. I got to start them both.
Yeah.
I got to play them both.
Yeah.
They basically split carries last week, did Rico Dowdle and Chuba Hubbard. They basically split carries. Dowdle was more effective.
Right.
Chuba was not very good. I think they were split like 17-14 in favor of Dowdle.
Yeah, I'm not buying the Panthers. They've had, 3 wins in a row. Last week was against the lowly Jets. Give me the Bills.
Real quick, are you with me yet on the Jets? That you can't, I don't understand.
They're going to win a game.
I think so, but I think it's like 1 at the most. I don't understand. I don't understand what he's doing this week with this whole. He still is being demonstrative. Aaron Glenn about naming a starting quarterback.
Okay, I count. They're playing the Cleveland Browns in 3 weeks. They got the Miami Dolphins later on. They play the New Orleans Saints. I'll give you 3 wins for the Jets when it's all said and done.
You think they're going to win all 3 of those games?
Yeah.
No way.
I say they beat the Cleveland Browns. They beat the Miami Dolphins. They go on the road to beat the Saints. Yeah, I got 3 wins for this.
And who's the starting quarterback in those games? Tyrod for all 3?
Maybe.
This is my problem. Is they're not even naming a starter.
It sounds like it might be Justin Fields based on a necessity because Tyrod's day to day.
Aaron Glenn, by the way, just so evasive, just totally into it.
Yeah.
It's funny because it's like, I think he's trying to be like, I don't really care about the media. I don't really care about any of this. I only care about turning things around. And I think that's a good mentality to have.
It is.
The problem is, and you're not losing games by being rude to the media. I could really give a damn about what anybody says to the media. I mean, Bill Belichick didn't say anything for years, right? Like, I could really care. I don't care at all.
So exciting.
I couldn't care less. Yeah. The thing that's interesting, though, is that because you're in New York and because you're a Jet.
Oh, no. It's so exciting.
Is that if things are going as badly as they are and you're being terse with some of these reporters, it might paint you in a way that could cost you your job. Do you know what I mean? Like, not immediately, but I'm saying, like, you're not going to lose games in the media, but it's certainly not an enemy you want to have while you're trying to do this turnaround.
Yeah, I mean,
you know what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
It didn't help Robert Saleh, where people would ask him to explain what happened in a game, and he didn't give a good explanation of what happened. He was kind of be generic about it, and Woody Johnson didn't hire him in the first place. Woody Johnson has confidence in Aaron Glenn. I think it doesn't matter what happens this season. He's already said, I hug this guy after every loss and say, I believe in you. So we shall see.
All right. Well, I don't believe in you, Jets.
Yeah.
It's not Aaron Glenn. It's nothing personal. I don't believe in the Jets or Woody. Woody, I don't believe in you.
Yeah.
Not at all. Not one little bit.
No.
Cowboys were at the Broncos. Cowboys coast.
Broncos win this game.
Yeah, I think were you surprised about the Cowboys' performance last week against Washington?
Not really. The Cowboys have really good offense. Brian Schottenheimer's been a good coach so far.
That's the first time it really, outside of week one, looked like it kind of clicked.
Yeah, like this, now they have CeeDee Lamb back. I mean, their offense is pretty good. And Javonte Williams.
He's looked really good back there.
You might have to put him in the comeback player of the year category.
It's a revenge game for Javonte, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Javonte in Denver, revenge game.
But I'll take the Denver Broncos here, just because I think the Broncos, they do enough on offense. Their defense is really good. And by the way, did we talk about Drake Greenlaw getting suspended for this game because he went after a referee in the closing moments of their victory?
I did not see why he was suspended. I saw on the bottom line Dre Greenlaw suspension upheld.
He gets in the face of a referee because he didn't like a call earlier in the game.
Is that after the game ended?
I think he pushes him too.
I can't do that.
And he tried to appeal the fine or the suspension. They're like, "No, man, you put your hands on the ref."
Dre, come on, man.
Nah,
can't be doing that.
Can't be doing that.
Come on, bro. And then Packers at Steelers, the Aaron Rodgers revenge game. But it's at Pittsburgh.
Yeah, they're doing really bad uniforms this week. Like, I think the Steelers' uniform's awesome. I think the Packers' uniform's awesome. But they have these yellow uniforms they have for the Steelers.
We got two legendary uniforms and two of the most classic franchises in the history of sport. And let's put alternates on them.
Yeah, I don't like that at all. But I don't believe in the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think that they every now and then Aaron Rodgers looks good. He looked great against the Cincinnati Bengals. But I think this Packers pass rush will get to him. I don't like the Steelers offensive line. Yeah, I'm going with the Packers here.
I think the Packers win, but as I've told you before, I don't buy the Packers.
Yeah.
Get on board with me now, dude. I'm telling you. I got
green fraud Packers.
No, you know what?
Tim jumped on. Watch this week, because I wouldn't be shocked if the Steelers won this game.
I wouldn't be shocked either, but I'll say this. Their offense is not great.
I'm gonna pick the Steelers to win this game.
Okay, fair
I'm
enough.
taking the Steelers.
Okay. I think when they get back Christian Watson, you might see their offense be a little more explosive. Just a little. Just a little.
Okay. Maybe. But until then, I'm taking the Steelers.
All right, fair
I'm
enough.
just not buying the pack. I don't know why. Fraud. That's where I'm going.
They play down to their opponents, definitely do.
Yeah, I'm not into it. That's what's going on. We can mention the World Series a little bit later. Snell.
Well, real quick.
You Savage.
Blue Jays win?
No.
You don't see it happening?
No.
I'll say Jays in 7.
Okay. I mean, I'm rooting. I'd like it to be Jays in 4. That would be really nice.
Well, that's not happening.
Yeah.
I
said yesterday, and I'd like Sidney Sweeney's phone number, but that didn't happen.
Yeah,
either,
I know.
You know.
But I kind of believe. I don't know. Maybe it's because they have home field, and the whole country's behind Toronto.
The whole country, yeah.
Well,
maybe it'll be like that. Maybe it'll be like that Raptors fan.
Yeah.
Maybe the Blue Jays will win the World Series.
And somebody will snag fries off a Dodgers.
That same guy will run up to a Dodger fan and be like, run up to Tracy Sandler eating her fries.
I was about to say that.
Tracy Sandler will be at Dodger Stadium and he'll run up to her and take her fries and be
Hey,
like, sorry
stop
about
that.
Yeah. He'll be like, Jays win the series. Go Raptors.
Yeah, I'm going with Jays.
We're rooting for the Jays.
Jays in 7.
Yeah, Savage tonight, he'll be the second youngest pitcher in World Series history.
Wow.
How about that?
All right.
All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come on back, I do want to get into what's going on with the question you asked Tracy earlier about Robert Saleh. The chances he gets another head coaching position before it's all said and done, and how long is he in San Francisco with the 49ers?
Yep.
Mike Silver actually spoke to him, has a relationship with him. We'll talk to Mike Silver about this at about 3:50. We'll pick his brain about some of the other stuff going on around the NFL as well. 6 teams on bye this week. Plus, the people clamor all week long. They say, Copes, you're off on Saturday. You know what you're doing, but how do I spend my weekend? And that's when I provide to you the unsponsored Dirty Work KNBR Weekend Sports Calendar. It's next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Friday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop. Tim Webb with you. Mike Silver of The Athletic is going to join us, one of our favorite dudes, breaking down some NFL, bro. He's in town, though, this week, right? He's not
going anywhere. I asked Greg Silver, he's going to Pittsburgh to see his guy, Aaron Rodgers. He said no.
No, he's not.
No.
He's like, no, he's gonna clean up the pack. No big deal.
I think I'm going to stay home.
Is that your Mike Silver?
It's really bad. I think I'm going to stay home. I don't think I'm going to do that impression anymore.
I don't think we've heard Tim do impressions ever. Is that our first foray?
Tim does a few impressions.
Mike, I like doing Tim Kirchkin, but that's really it.
You do Kirchkin. I have heard you do that off the air.
Can we get a little Tim?
On the air, we haven't heard
Tim.
Give some Kirchkin on the World Series.
Listen, the Giants are terrible.
It's not bad.
Tim Kirchkin, ESPN.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. Drinking a Diet Mountain Dew.
Right.
As he's obsessed with.
Tony Vitello will not be manager long because he was fired.
Okay.
I have no idea what's going on in San Francisco.
Leave the Tim to the Tim.
All right, fine.
Tim doing another Tim.
All right.
Impression there. Mike Silver is going to join us here at 3:50. Marcus Thompson at 4:50. And then Larry Krueger at 5:30. We'll talk to him about eating food off of other people's plates.
Yes, we have photographic evidence.
We do have that Elvis guy. The guy dressed in a full Elvis costume.
Big Elvis.
Who put a fist into Kruger's French
I said Elvis, later years Elvis.
At a Niners broadcast.
Vegas Elvis.
707 says, you guys try to take something off my plate, you're going to pull back a nub.
Okay.
Cut my hand off, I try to steal a fry.
Good to know.
Somebody else said there's a TikToker who goes around just taking food off people's plates. That's not funny.
There's also a TikToker going around that goes up to Sharks players and be like, oh, so you play for the Sharks.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that later.
This is a Bill Murray legend where Bill Murray would evidently walk around restaurants and he would take a fry off somebody's plate and he would look you right in the eye and say, no one will ever believe you. And he'd just walk off.
That's really good. I've heard that story.
I believe. And I'm like, yeah, sure.
That I love.
That's really good. And if that's not true, even better.
Yes.
I mean, if that's just a legend of Murray. Yeah, we'll talk about that woman who did a TikTok video where she ran into both Macklin Celebrini and Will Smith on the street in New York and didn't know who they were, but wanted to do an interview with them.
Tell me about yourself.
It was bizarre, yeah.
You play for the Sharks?
No, she didn't know the name. She said, what's the name of your team? Where are you performing? Yeah. You're performing at Madison Square Garden,
Performing.
All right. We'll catch up with that with Krug, Marcus Thompson, and Mike Silver in just a bit. What you put here in the rundown for today, before we talk to Mike.
Yeah.
Mike Silver caught up with Robert Saleh.
And many others talk about Robert Saleh.
Other coaches to talk about Saleh?
Lenore, George Kittle.
Other players.
Kyle Juszczyk, Jeff Ulbrich.
So here's what Demo Lenore had to say about Robert Saleh. Quote, he doesn't just game plan, he dissects. Jeff Ulbrich, on being back with the 49ers after being fired as the Jets coach, said it's healing for him to go back to the Niners. George Kittle on Robert Saleh said, quote, it's not just how smart he is, but his juice, he's inspirational, he's great in meetings, his energy is infectious every single day, and he gets our young guys ready. Only 3 of the 7 coaching hires made this offseason were defensive guys. Mike Vrabel to the Patriots, Pete Carroll to the Raiders, and Aaron Glenn to the Jets. Only one of those, Mike Vrabel, has a winning record right now. So the question is about Robert Saleh having been fired last year by the Jets pretty early, too. When was he fired?
When they were 2-3.
I was going to say 5 weeks in, 5 games in.
Yeah, it was right after the London game where they lost to the Vikings.
Now, of the 7 coaches fired last season, 5 of them were defensive coaches.
Yeah, so here's my thinking about, like when we're talking about Tony Vitello, like nowadays you have coaches that are younger in age, relatable to the players, and kind of, as we talked about, the Ted Lasso effect where we're building guys up, we're instilling confidence in them and not breaking them down. Where there's differences where sometimes you have guys like Mike Vrabel, where you just want to have establish a winning culture again because he was a Patriot. You want him to come back. Or, like Jim Harbaugh is such a legend in coaching that the Chargers, have to go after him as a coach of their team. But, for a while there, you saw a lot of younger guys get opportunities, and it's about the motivation factor. So with Robert Saleh, it's a mixed deal where you see the quote with George Kittle, where he's like, he brings the juice, he brings the positivity every day for us. I think that, owners like that. And I go back and forth with the fact of if defensive coaches will be given opportunities as head coaches. Like I said the other day, I think that the ideal thing that owners want to have is a offensive play caller as your head coach, but also a former, head coach that is now your defensive coordinator. That's the ideal tandem as far as an offensive-minded coach and a defensive-minded coach pairing up with each other. But Robert Saleh has, that motivating factor where the players love him. They love that he flexes his muscles on the sideline. Everybody loves Saleh. So I do wonder if he's just the exception to the rule where some teams will go after him because he's a guy that everybody loves. He motivates this team. He's doing a fantastic job. Like, he was a great defensive coordinator before. I remember the days in 2018 where fans did not like him and they wanted him fired. And then they acquired Dee Ford in a trade. They drafted Nick Bosa. And then their defense was filled with stars. And like, okay, I kind of like Robert Saleh now. The defense is good. And then he had his opportunity to go to the Jets. And you saw, D'Amico Ryans take over, and then Nick Sorensen, or Steve Wilkes, then Nick Sorensen. And no one really could replace Robert Saleh besides D'Amico Ryans. So it's good for Robert Saleh to come back. I remember when there was the rumors of him potentially coming back to be DC for the Niners. I was like, okay, I don't know if that's good for him because it's just the same thing over again where he's teaming up with Kyle and Kyle will save me. But you know what? It makes sense. He went through the ringer with the Jets, and you just, as Jeff Ulbrich said here, you just want to heal sometimes. You want to come back to what's familiar, and you want to establish, why you got into coaching again. Like, what made it so fun for you? And it's rubbing off on everybody else. He's doing a fantastic job with these rookies filling in for, a lot of guys they lost in the offseason, and not to mention the guys that they just lost in Nick Bosa and Fred Warner. So even though we're seeing a lot of, defensive coaches not perform well as head coaches or guys get fired, I do think that Robert Saleh will get an opportunity to be head coach next season.
I don't know if it's next year. I hope it's not. Honestly, I mean, and good for him if it is. I hope it's not. I'd like him to be here longer. I don't think there's any question that he'll continue to interview this offseason for vacancies, whether he gets an offer or not, or accepts an offer or not. I do not doubt that that's coming, mostly because the guy is a builder. And when you can build and you've proven you can build, and that one build was not an anomaly and it wasn't just great drafting, it was developing and honing and game planning and dissecting like Demo Lenore talked about, and the relationship building, and he's already now had that experience as a head coach. And while they didn't have success there, I don't think there's a lot of people outside of New York or outside of the Jets fandom that view what happened in New York with Saleh as his fault or as their, again, you were 2-3. You had a top 5 defense when they fired him.
Yeah.
Didn't make much sense to me. And Woody Johnson's one of the worst owners in all of football. They also saddled him with Aaron Rodgers, and I'm not saying he didn't want that, but then the injury to Rodgers right out of the there's some stuff that's just going to fall in the realm of football that you can't control and stuff you got to deal with.
Yeah, to Tracy's point, though, I do think he's going to be picky about where he goes.
I think so, too. I think that would mean, what I would say is I don't think he interviews or accepts an interview for a job unless he's likely to go there.
Yeah.
Because, you don't want to do the interview and then get offered and then say, no. Because then that leads to potentially not being a guy down the road.
Yeah, like Ben Johnson interviewed with the Commanders and Seahawks, and ultimately he said, I'm not taking those jobs.
The difference is he hadn't necessarily been through that process before.
Right.
So he might have done that to go through the process.
Yeah.
Whereas Robert Saleh has been through this process numerous times now, has had a job, wasn't even viewed as the at-fault guy necessarily for why he was fired. Nothing over the top happened. They just didn't win in the time Woody wanted to win. I think Aaron Rodgers had a problem with some of this too.
Yeah.
Then his guy gets fired. His was Nathaniel Hackett.
Right.
The OC got let go. So there was some weird stuff that went on there. But because he's proven he could build here, that he built in New York, he's come back, maybe proving again that he can build and game plan. That's what teams want. They want stability. They want a professional. They want somebody who they can hand the keys to and get out of the way. And coming again from Kyle's organization, this doesn't feel like a Belichick, Matt Patricia return. You know what I mean? It doesn't feel like that at all.
No, it feels different. It feels like Robert Saleh is handling his own this time, where, not that he wasn't before, but it's just like, all right, we trust in Saleh. We trust the fact that Fred Warner's not there, Nick Bosa's not there. He'll find a way. And a year ago,
Robert Saleh finds a way.
He finds a way. And during the whole process of whether or not he was going to return, he did interview with the Raiders. He did interview with the Jaguars. And had those teams said, we want you to be our head coach, he probably would have taken those jobs. But now, he was holding out. We knew he was going to be defensive coordinator for the 49ers. It was just, let me be told no on the Jags and Raiders. And I think that, whatever happens this offseason, whatever jobs are open, like with the Miami Dolphins, there's rumors that they want more of a hard ass if Mike McDaniel's fired. you have to think about what's the best opportunity for him to win. But I do think Robert Saleh will have chances to be a head coach. Just a matter if he wants to do that all over again.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. We are still, by the way, giving away that $50 Tony's Pizza gift card. So listen for that cue to call. Be caller 10, 415-896-KNBR when you hear that cue to call. So I told you, like, we go out to Jack's Restaurant. We go out to Harmonic Brewing, which, by the way, Derek and I and Tim will be at Harmonic again on Tuesday.
Yes.
Who the Warriors play Tuesday?
The old-ass Clippers.
The old-ass Clippers. The Clip Show.
Yep.
Come to town. Tuesday, we'll be at Harmonic from 2 to 6. When we're out at these places doing remote shows and when I'm just out in the streets, frequently people run up to me or they walk quickly, briskly. And they say, Copes, I heard you got a Saturday off this week. I said, thank God, dude. Got to be up early Sunday, but thank God for the Saturday off. And then they'll say, well, I'm not really interested in how you're spending your weekend. I'm more interested in what I can do to fill my weekend.
Tell me, Copes.
And that's when I say, look no further than the unsponsored KNBR Bay Area Weekend Sports Calendar, sponsored by nobody. It's that time once again for us to answer the biggest question surrounding Bay Area sports and maybe the most important question of your life. What are you going to do with your weekend? It's the unsponsored Bay Area Sports Calendar here on Dirty Work, and we are here with all the answers. So without further ado, let's start with the basics. You know the deal when we start basics. The 49ers and the Texans right here on The Sports Leader. Pregame, 7 a.m. And our first sponsor at 7 a.m. when I do the quarterback comparison. 7 a.m. sponsored by Dolce Vita Tequila. Ooh. Tequila pure and simple.
Ready to go.
Let's keep that out of here, though, because this is unsponsored. You're going to have to pay for that, Dolce Vita. You might need it because it could be a low-scoring affair in Houston. And then finish the afternoon with the Sharks at Minnesota for a 3 p.m. football puck two-step. What could be better?
Sounds like a good day.
That's, by the way, the Sharks are wrapping up their rodeo on Sunday.
That'll lead right into the Sunday night game as well.
We got puck dropping tonight, right?
About 15 minutes.
Who do we got? The Devils?
Yeah, the 6-1 Devils.
The Devils!
Support the team.
I'm not looking forward to the Devils on a back-to-back. The Devils!
The Devils!
But hey, maybe Texans football gives you gas. And maybe Sharks hockey reminds you of that tragic sports fishing accident. You're saying, Copes, I need something more fashionable.
Okay.
Can I bring my dog? Relax, baby. We have you covered. It's the Palm House Bark Bash. Dog brunch and fashion show on Union Street in San Francisco. Palm House, dude.
Did you say Bark Bash?
Yeah. This Sunday from 2 to 4, get ready for the ultimate doggy fashion show at Bark Bash, where furry models strut their stuff in their best Halloween costumes, dress your fashionable pups in their spooky season best for a chance to win prizes. Swag bags will be available for dog attendees and adoption coupons for aspiring dog owners. Nice. I love that. That's good. So get bombed and throw that hot dog costume on your pooch and head to the Palm House this Sunday and ask for bartender Kevin. He's a member of the Filth and is loose with the dog trees.
That is an absolute true story. Kevin, big member of the Filth.
Shout out, Kevin, dude. Shout out.
There you go.
Shout out guy Jacob Violante, who's former, I think he's an alum of the Palm House.
Oh, nice.
Jacob Violante used to work there at Palm House.
Yeah, I remember.
But listen, I can hear you guys out there right now, and you're saying, quote, quote, my dog can't be in public or she'll pee on my shoes. Do you have anything else that will help fill my weekend void to light up my otherwise dark weekend existence? You know, I have you covered.
Okay.
To light up, is that where you went, Tim? It's the Turkish lamp making workshop at Studio Flora in San Francisco. Create your own Turkish mosaic lamp in San Francisco this weekend. No experience needed, Derek. Designed with colorful glass and beads in this fun workshop. If you're like Brick Tamlin and you love lamp,
I love lamp,
then this event is for you. Step into the world of traditional Turkish craftsmanship and create your own stunning mosaic lamp at their immersive workshop. Guided by expert instructors, you'll learn, ready, the 500-year-old techniques, more beads than you can handle. And if your lamp is a complete disaster, it will make a great paperweight. So get bombed and light up your life with the Turkish lamp making workshop in San Francisco. And that is your unsponsored weekend Bay Area Dirty Work KNBR sports calendar presented by Nobody. That's it for your calendar on a Friday. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, our guy Mike Silver of The Athletic is going to join us talking Robert Saleh and some Niner football.
There you go.
Only here on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The 49ers are off to Houston for their Sunday morning rodeo with the Texans. Kyle Shanahan will be without Ricky Pearsall, Brock Purdy, Jake Brendel, Bryce Huff, and Yetur Gross-Matos, who were ruled out after today's practice. For everything 49ers, keep it locked right here to the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop with you. We are joined on the UMA guest line, one of our favorite guys, Mike Silver of The Athletic. Covers the NFL.
Yeah.
And just all-around good guy. Mike, what's going on, bro? How you doing, man?
Hi, guys. How are you?
We're good. We heard you're not traveling this weekend, huh? Nice weekend in the Bay?
I'm trying to stay home. A certain KNBR host might make an appearance. So, watching football with him is a great pleasure, and his brother. We like having NFL Red Zone on, and, the guy who is talking a lot is open for target practice.
He's good riffing on Hanson is what he's saying.
Yeah.
You should ask Greg one time about the time Hanson really wanted to trade Aaron Rodgers for Alvin Kamara in the NFL Network Fantasy Talent
Wow.
League, when Alvin Kamara was like the number 2 overall pick. And he kind of made it personal in a weird way that, and my son, Robbie, I think, was running the team, and it just got really got a little creepy. So ask Greg Silver next time you guys are on the air together. It's good content.
Scott Hansen creepy? No.
Oh, Derek,
come on.
Derek's been around.
I have the text to prove it.
Derek's always been more of a Siciliano guy anyway.
Always down with Siciliano.
Big Siciliano guys.
Mike Silver with us on the UMA guest line. We were just talking about you catching up with many different people to talk about Robert Saleh. We were talking about Saleh and his future as a head coach again in the league. And I was saying there's no doubt in my mind. He's already been interviewed again since being fired by the Jets. But I'm like, all the guy does is build. And he's looking to prove again, or he's proving again, that he can build again. And if he can build, there's a spot for you at that position, I feel like, in the NFL. What's the scope on him in terms of the job he did in New York, how that ended, and then a return to his previous team? Does that change anything, or how is that viewed?
Well, first of all, thank you for reading my story in The Athletic. I know some people on social media are complaining that it costs money to read The Athletic. So I want to offer some thoughts and prayers to those people who didn't live in an era where you put a quarter into the newspaper box. But hey, I went down and spent some time with Robert watching his daughters play soccer and couple of rec league games, and it just brought back so many memories for me as a soccer dad. I miss it so much. But I'm sensitive to the whole, hey, the guy's a great coordinator. Oh, he fails as a head coach. Then he goes back and proves he's a great coordinator. Like Josh McDaniels, for example, has done that, right? And you're like, does that mean he's a good head coach? But I do think that every day that Robert Saleh spends away from the New York Jets ages well for Robert Saleh, right? Like he did okay there, and it's a tough place to do well. Aaron Rodgers, the Achilles injury obviously derailed that year 3, and now they're looking way worse. And yeah, he went back to a place he'd been, but it's crazy to think about the impact that you guys know, all the injuries, and now Bosa and Warner, all the rookies. He's proving once again that he's really good at scheming defensively, but he is a leader. He did get interviews, may have finished second in 3 jobs, the Cowboys, Jaguars, and Raiders. The Raiders offered him a boatload of money to kind of be Pete's heir apparent. They also gave a boatload of money to Chip Kelly to coordinate the offense, a record $6 million a year. How's that going?
Yeah.
Let's see. They had 3. Wait, I'm going to try to do some math. I'm not great at this, but $6 million a year divided by 3 first downs equals 1 giant cluster. That's really bad. So, he didn't get those jobs. And by the way, the Jacksonville, let's review, because I think with the Liam Cohen thing, which I mentioned in the story, there's some backdrop there. Robert Saleh was maybe going to get the Jags job. Liam Cohen had pulled out.
Right.
He was very close to leaving for the airport to get on a plane for the second interview and got a call saying, oh, hey, we're pausing the search. That's because Liam Cohen had gotten back in. So not like he's not like Robert's all bitter about that, but it is kind of funny that they had that whole thing.
Yeah.
I think what's happened is when he first got with Kyle in 2017, Kyle wanted a very specific, hey, we're just going to run the Seattle 3 scheme. Robert has experience there, and with Gus. Then they evolved it in 2019 with Kasarik and the drafting of Bosa, and they ran the wide 9 with it. He's back. That's still their base, but it has evolved, and people in the story talk about this. It has evolved to an incredible degree. And one thing in this story that we note is that Saleh is doing the Kyle thing. No one is better at Kyle than opponent-specific week-to-week game planning on offense. Every week is a new, you start building the house anew each week, and you're trying to use that opponent's rules against it and exploit it and counter its counters. And that's, Kyle is a genius when it comes to that. And Robert's kind of doing that on the defensive end, and you're seeing it, right? You're seeing every week they are, seemingly either in games you wouldn't think they'd be in or winning them, or, exceeding the sum of their parts on paper. So, probably no team, if you count, each side of the ball who's running it, has been better prepared through 7 weeks this season than the 49ers in each of those 7 weeks.
And Robert Saleh's had an amazing season so far, given the injuries and just how good the defense is playing. But, Mike, when you look at how owners think these days, like, what kind of coach do they want? Like, I remember a few years ago when Sean McVay got hired and Kyle Shanahan, you saw a lot of young offensive coordinators get head coaching gigs. Then when Dan Campbell had success, you kind of saw leaders of men. And, like, right now, which way do you think owners lean as far as what kind of coach they want leading the way?
Well, we're kind of in that leader of men zone still, although, Aaron Glenn's having a rough start in New York. So you go, but Vrabel's back being a leader of men. I was talking to people in Tennessee who were anticipating a search after the season. It turns out that shortly after I left Nashville, they decided to fire Brian Callahan. So now we know there'll be a search after the season. But the people who will be running that search were essentially indicating to me, I don't want the hot young play caller. I want someone who's either done it before or who has great leadership credentials. I've talked to 3 people who got GM interviews last year who will be hot GM candidates this year, who presumably could be running a search in conjunction with that. Every one of them told me, I'm open to a guy who's done it before and learned from it and grown. And, you hear about Matt Nagy. I would point to a guy like Brandon Staley potentially. Saleh obviously is in that group, and we saw him get the interviews immediately. But, just because someone failed or didn't, or ended up getting fired the first time around doesn't mean they're going to be bad the second time around. On the other hand, I think you can fall into the trap, as I said, just because they went out and showed they were a good coordinator again doesn't necessarily mean they'll be good. But if you're asking me right now what's in vogue, I would say it's more leader, experience, steady hand over the, wow, he calls good plays on one side of the ball or the other.
Right. Mike, you've undoubtedly seen the gambling scandal that hit the NBA yesterday. I see this happen and I go, yeah, it's not a surprise to me, because I think every league, every business, everybody who knew that they were getting in bed with a gambling company knew that this was kind of what was at risk. And I know that they spend so much time and effort trying to tell the guys what the players and employees what the pitfalls are of this and how to stay away from this and whatever the trainings they've got to go through. But from an NFL perspective, like, I look at this and I go, this is just going to be the first of however many more are coming. I mean, I know that this is maybe a unique one and there's other gambling stuff outside, and we've already had the Calvin Ridley situation and some other stuff within the NFL. But how do you see this from an NFL league standpoint in terms of how they've done in monitoring this around their own league?
Okay, well, first of all, this segment is brought to you by the official gambling partner of the National Football League.
Seriously. DraftKings.
Look at young people, and I've brought some of them into the world, right? Like, look at how easily on their phones they not only can place a bet, but are encouraged to repeatedly.
Yeah.
So, it's funny how we have, crazed members of a radical right-wing regime out there, puffing out their chests because they ensnared a player or a coach who obviously, if they did something wrong, they deserve to be prosecuted. But yet they are persecuting, political enemies needlessly and, kind of laying waste to our democracy. So just seeing certain people like that in conjunction with this just gives me the heebie-jeebies because I don't trust anything about this regime.
I hear you. Yeah.
That's the first thing. Second thing, if you had a childhood friend who was about to coach a game in Portland tonight, would you send the text that was like, "Hey man, I hope I just play the hand you're dealt with tonight," and like, would you start doing that, or would you say it's too soon? I'm just curious.
I would. If I were you, I would do it.
Yeah,
because that's what I would do. That's how I would behave.
Well, I mean, and listen, if it's your childhood friend, you know that too soon never applies.
Well, Mike, you've got the equity.
It's tried and true in much more sensitive ways.
Of course. And Mike,
I'm not going to say I did or didn't, but I'm just curious if we're on the same
well, we
page.
know that Tom already did as well, so you're in good company.
Yeah, I would say Tom and I, and probably very similar sensibilities, and I'm sure the answers were very similar. And no further comment.
Mike's over with us on the UMA guest. I mean, do we know that anything else like this could be coming with the NFL? Do we know that this is a problem for them?
I mean, it's like saying, "Hey man, we're gonna get some tobacco companies to sponsor the league and do commercials and show how cool it is, and we're gonna make tobacco available just right there for anyone. And if you have tobacco, you'll probably get addicted really quick. And oh, by the way, there's a way to smoke tobacco and make lots and lots of money." I would think probably we've had it in the NFL. We just haven't had the that guy limped out of a game
intentionally,
so everyone could hit the under. But it sucks. I mean, but I'm not going to sit here again. There are many, 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 many other things that bother me more in the world right now. I also am, mindful that it's so much hypocrisy. I mean, the league that wouldn't let Tony Romo go to a fantasy convention in Vegas, not too long ago has 42 official gambling partners and gamble responsibly. By the way, gambling is possibly more addictive than tobacco. But sure, do it responsibly. It's totally cool. We have a team in Vegas. We do the Super Bowl in Vegas. Okay. I don't think people should break the law. Obviously, if you're swindling people in a card game, that's a terrible thing to do, both legally and practically. If you are an athlete who is willing to sully the purity of competition for money, and that's illegal, then bad things are going to totally happen, and the leagues have every right to enforce that. And apparently our FBI, which enforces some things and doesn't enforce other things, would enforce that. So everyone knows the deal, but we also know the NFL is profiting wildly off gambling. It is total hypocrisy, and the NBA as well. So I don't like scandals. I don't like breaking the law, and there's a whole lot of other things I don't like, for the record.
Couple more minutes with Mike Silver on the UMA guest line. We won't talk to you next week before the NFL trade deadline, so I'll ask you now, which teams do you see being the most aggressive at the trade deadline?
Which direction, right? I think, it's if you go to the baseball model, you're like, well, if we just think we're a piece or two away, or we can make a push, we'll go get guys. And if you think, hey, we're just going to pack it in, we'll get rid of guys, then you'll trade them. And that's cool, except that it's so early. And I know we've moved it back in the NFL a couple of times, but it's still super early. So do the Dolphins just go, fine, we're going to trade the Jalen Phillips type, Chubb type person? And if so, what do they want? Do the Titans say, man, Jeffrey Simmons is our only good player right now, let's definitely trade him? I mean, at least they don't have to feel bad about telling Brian Callahan, yo, hey, good luck. They already fired him. So I think there may be some of that, but I think it's the usual suspects, the teams, buy or sell. I think it's the teams that are open to being aggressive. So the Eagles, would they trade A.J. Brown? Maybe. I think they would, because it's clearly not working and they're paying him a lot of money. And They don't seem to use them a lot if they got the right offer. The 49ers, who traditionally in this era with Shanahan and Lynch have gone after it. I know people say, well, they're probably not going to be able to win it this year with the injuries, and they're not a player away. But they got to, I think, try to look at helping the pass rush or doing something on the front. So I think it's the usual suspects. The teams, the Ravens, I could see deciding they got to go get an interior defensive lineman with Matabuke out. I just think everyone's going to talk, and then a lot of teams are going to go, man, that costs so much or whatever. But the aggressive teams are going to be way more open to at least having those conversations. And when you have those conversations, sometimes things get done.
Mike Silver, the voice you hear, covers the NFL for The Athletic, and you should be reading and subscribing to The Athletic.
What are the odds? What are the odds that it'll? Oh, I'm sorry, we're not supposed to talk about that.
What are the odds? We can talk odds.
So someone could bet on that. I guess I don't know. Maybe if you knew if you were a player and you knew like the odds on you getting traded were long, and then you marched in and demanded a trade, and urinated on someone's desk like a former 49er way back when, and then you had money, someone had put a bunch of money on you getting traded at those odds. Wow, that would be wild. Just don't tell the FBI.
Just don't tell them, but they'll probably figure it out anyway, or decide they figured it
out.
Or
I got a better idea. Just be someone that the president doesn't like, and maybe you could just get prosecuted that way.
You're well on your way, Mike. Mike Silver, the voice you hear.
I mean, I'm not saying anything untrue. Like,
no, you're not.
They are selectively prosecuting political enemies at the behest of the president openly. I'm just a journalist. I'm just telling the truth. And by the way, if you like that and you're listening, hey, congratulations! Great, things are great.
Meanwhile, the Cardinals are cursed.
Isn't it like the time? Yeah, isn't it the time where the other Bay Area radio station that is now in the family would be playing "Smoke the Joints" every morning, like it's Friday? Hey,
right? Yeah. Exactly. We're 6 minutes from that, right? Yeah, we're 6 minutes from.
We're close. We're close to Cal and Virginia Tech as well.
I'm hoping I don't get cut off before then.
Mike, enjoy the Hokies tonight and enjoy your weekend.
We love you, Mike.
Watching ball with Greg. We'll talk to you later, bro.
Hey, what's the spread on that game, man? I'm really curious.
The Niners, I think they're dogs now. I don't know about the Dubs tonight,
though. Whoa. I think if people, really felt pure about gambling, they wouldn't even know that.
No.
I guess they do.
They do.
Crazy, man. It's a scandal.
And JR's coming by again next week to give you some picks with Derek. He'll be by right here on the Sports Leader.
I think Greg Silver does some reads as well for gambling.
Gambling advice in a city where you can't gamble.
Greg Silver better, heed my advice. Never gamble.
I don't think he has.
I actually don't gamble. That's the funny thing. I actually am pure. That's the funniest thing.
I am pure at heart. I actually am pure.
Not pure in other ways, but when it comes to gambling, I am the most pure.
Oh, Mike, have a good weekend, bro. We'll talk to you next week.
Love you, Mike. Thank you.
We'll see you later. The great Mike Silver. Catch all of that available. TheSportsLeader.com and the Sports Leader app. By the way, Sharky's already up 1-0 on the New Jersey Devils.
There you go.
How about that in the first period?
Early
goal for William Eklund.
Let's see if it lasts.
Well, it won't. They're terrible at defense.
I know.
It won't last. I'm looking for more goals. I'm looking. Dude, winning in a back-to-back against the Rangers and then in overtime and then against the Devils, who are 6-1, would be electric. Yeah. Be electric going into Minnesota.
Well, they might not hold the lead, but it's better to be ahead than behind.
Yeah, it's nice to start up 1-0. Because when you lose this way, then when you're up first, it hurts more. That's how you become that's how your fandom cuts deep.
I get it.
We've met with Tracy Sandler and with Mike Silver. Marcus Thompson going to stop by in about 35 minutes. The best sports writer in the country will join us talking some Dubs at 4:50. Warriors in Portland tonight. How about that?
Yeah.
Tough deal. Warriors Zers immediately.
Yeah, I could see, you expect the Trailblazers to lose tonight given everything going on with their team, but I could see the Warriors kind of we won these last two games against the Lakers and Nuggets. Let's not try as hard.
I did see Bam Adebayo had some comments in support. He's like, we all back Terry Rozier. And his lawyer already came out and put out a statement as well, being like, we've already fought this. There's nothing wrong. The NBA, I don't know to what extent. The Chauncey stuff is much weirder because there's more
there's mafia ties.
Other stuff involved.
There's
I don't really know how Rozier is tied to all that stuff per se.
Yeah.
Damon Jones stuff and this Chauncey stuff seemed more related.
Well, now they're saying that Kevin Garnett is involved with these poker games as well with Chauncey Billups.
Like he was one of the other big fishes.
That's
maybe?
what Pablo Torre reported today.
Dude, Pablo Torre, the goal used to be don't be the number one, don't be the focus of social media like every day.
Yeah.
The goal now in this industry for me is like don't ever get in Pablo Torre's crosshairs. Like he's uncovered. This guy's going to win a Pulitzer Prize. I'm telling you.
He's going to find out.
He's on his way. He's going to find out.
He's going to find out. He is. I mean, he does practice
Derek's not having it.
true journalism. I just feel like he picks on people sometimes. Like now he's going after Michael Lombardi to say
I saw it because Michael Lombardi's been a fraud.
But like what? Okay, like Belichick chose him to be his GM.
I didn't say anything about that. Nobody said he didn't. What he's talking about is him claiming he was part of a Super Bowl winning team that he wasn't a part of.
What's the claim?
He exited. He calls himself a three-time Super Bowl winning executive and strategist. People say he had very little, if anything, to do with the two 49ers, included Super Bowls that he was a part of, mostly including Bill Walsh's son. Other people on the staff have said he had very little to do.
Who doesn't try to sell their media career?
I'm not saying that.
Though?
What I'm saying, though, is then he was relieved of his duties by the Patriots before they won the Super Bowl that year. He was like relieved in June. They started the training camp in July, August. He claims to have been a part of that Super Bowl team.
Yeah.
He wasn't even there.
He was Al's right-hand man, though.
That's not what I'm arguing. That's not what he's arguing. He's just like, anyway, stay out of Pablo Torre's crosshairs. If I were you, I'd keep his name out of your mouth because you might be.
He's not coming after me.
Okay. All right, bro. He's like the Kendrick of journalism now. All right, take a quick break when we come on back. Dirty work rolls on. Warriors got a win last night over the Nets. We'll talk more about that. But first, a sound soiree featuring Steve Kerr on some of this gambling stuff. Yep. We'll get to that next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
On Sunday morning, as you sip your 27 shots of espresso, make sure to tune into The Sports Leader. And on our YouTube page for the 49ers Texans pregame, Adam Copeland and John Dickinson get the party started ahead of the 10 a.m. kickoff in Houston. So tune in. If I have to wake up, so do you.
You can always clean that turtle tank tomorrow. Right now, it's dirty work on the sports leader.
Is that going down tomorrow, Tim?
I think Tim said he's doing it, yeah.
I think I'm going to do it tomorrow, yeah. Commit to the suck, and it's going to October always sucks for us. It's fun, a lot of football, a lot of Stanford, a lot of Niners, but it sucks. And so just embrace the suck, get it all over with. Let's go.
Embrace the suck, dude.
Embrace the
suck. Embrace the filth, Tim.
So,
that's it, dude. That's the dirty work, brother.
It's the dirty work.
That's doing the dirty work.
Well, you're going to clean his tank in a sanitary way, right?
Of course. He's actually doing his Superman thing for the last, I would say about 36 hours. What he does is he climbs up on the rock and he extends all of his hands and everything, and then he just absorbs heat. And he'll just sit up there. He won't eat. He'll just lower his heart rate and just hang. So probably be there when I get home. So I'll give him a good probably 48, 50 hours of that and then clean the tank.
Damn, turtles, man. They're wild creatures.
Are they?
It's a real party over at my place.
Again, it's a pet that an adult man generally doesn't have, you know?
Well, it's a rescue, so.
It's a rescue.
It's a rescue
still going with that story, huh?
It's a rescue turtle.
It's a rescue.
For 20 years, dude. All right, moving on here with the
official pet of Dirty Work, by the way.
Yeah, Oatmeal is the official pet
that
of Dirty
Brown
Work.
Cat, but we don't talk about Brown Cat all that much.
It's gone, dude. Brown Cat never comes by anymore. All right, let's get into the sound soiree. Tim, why don't you open it up for us?
It's
Dirty Works.
Sound soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
It's always cut off a little bit.
Sounds you might have missed.
Dirty work.
Or what?
Soiree.
Keep moving, fellas.
I think that means party.
We're almost done.
Sports leader.
All right, yeah, dude. Friday afternoon. Keep those feet moving. Stay in bounds. Bleed that clock. Get up slow. It's almost the weekend. You know what I mean?
Almost there.
Just deflate these possessions right now is what we're doing. All right, we're starting with Steve Kerr. Yeah.
Yeah, let's do
it.
it.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr. Warriors play tonight, 7:00.
7:00 against the Portland Trail Blazers.
Against the Portland Trail Blazers after their win last night. We'll talk more about that in just a few minutes.
With Tiago Splitter as your head coach.
Yeah, that's right. Well done.
Yeah, I learned.
Do you remember him? Former Spur?
I do remember him, yes.
Yeah, Tiago Splitter.
I always called him Diago Splitter. Or Iago.
San Diego. Santiago. Here's Steve Kerr. He's talking about how the gambling scandal that's now hit the NBA.
Yeah.
But he's talking about the ridicule from gambling from fans to players to himself. Like fans get on players about the gambling stuff.
Yep.
He's experienced it himself as a coach. Here's Steve Kerr last night after the game or before?
This is before the game.
It's before the game. There you go.
The biggest thing is that our players face a lot of wrath of fans. You know, I know I've talked to our guys. Our guys get nasty social media posts from people who have bet on games, and that's the thing that I don't like, you know, about this the most. I mean, just you know, our players should not have to deal with that, but they do. They probably would anyway. You know, even if we didn't have a partnership with these companies. So it's just kind of the modern life, you know, social media, everyone having access to everyone else. And, yeah, it's rough. I mean, I feel bad for our guys. I've gotten some emails in the past, like, you know, from people I don't know saying, hey, thanks a lot. I had money on the game tonight, and you screwed up by subbing so-and-so in or something like that. And, you know, I've gotten those too. It's weird. It's really weird.
It's a very real thing that Steve's talking about, that players go through. I mean, yeah, even before kind of how these gambling companies have been kind of celebrated in the last few years. It's something that coaches go through. It's something that players go through. But I did think when I saw this quote from Steve, Tom must have texted him and like right after them, been like, "Dude, don't act like you don't know me."
Yeah, dude, don't act like those aren't my emails. That you don't know my emails, dude. That's exactly my first thought too. It's like, bro, you know my email. Come on, that was me.
And you're letting everybody know about that? Come on, stop.
It wasn't an email, it was a text, Steve. I called you. I told you about that.
Email, come on.
That's pretty funny. No, I mean, that's terrible. It's terrible.
Yeah.
But as Steve said, we'd probably still be getting it. This doesn't even have to do with anything to do with a league partnership. I think the league partnership is significant because, one, it makes it more favorable to the consumer when you're like, oh, the league, like whether you agree with that or not, like the league being, they're like, you're going to use our stuff. We may as well get something out of it if this is going to be widespread is part of it. But the other thing, too, is like when the Jonte Porter thing happened, I pointed this out yesterday, I think that the league then, because they're partnerships with DraftKings or whoever it is, went to them and were like, hey, can we do something about not having like two-way players, individual parlay stuff available?
Right.
But like, don't do stuff with players who have no vesting interest or equity in the season itself, aren't on full contracts, because maybe they would be more likely to do something like that, where they're looking out for themselves more than they're looking out for trying to win a championship. And so maybe that would dissuade some of those lower tiered players, but that doesn't stop obviously what's happening. And if the Chauncey Billups thing is as reported, it's far beyond that of just NBA games. Or
no, agreed. That's a deeper thing with mafia and poker games. The Terry Rozier thing, yeah, that's affiliated with what's going on right now with team partnerships with these gambling companies. But the Chauncey Billups thing is a totally different deal where you have a active head coach arrested for being involved with the mafia with poker games. That's wild. Absolutely wild.
Well, and the thing to me with basketball is like, if you go back and you watch like 8 Men Out or you read read up on the 1919 Black Sox scandal, players were in on it. Like you can't throw a baseball game. You can't. You have to have the players in on it. Like a manager can't solely throw the game because nothing happens until the pitcher throws the ball. And like once it happens, it happens. There's too many individuals on the field for you to throw a baseball game. Like if the center fielder's in on it and he gets 3 at bats and never has a ball hit the center field, how could he impact the game? He could just be like, you could never swing at a pitch and still walk 3 times. You know what I mean? Like you'd have to be in on it in a way where more people were in to throw it. A basketball game, like, doesn't take much to change the outcome of a basketball game.
It doesn't, but
because it's so, even the officiating, things that are supposed to be totally, what would you say, like objective, where it's like, they're still subjective. Like,
of course.
Even when you're deciding if a ball is goaltending, like that is you should know objectively, is it over the rim or not? Or is it on its way down or not when it's in the air? Sometimes that's just still up to a referee's decision.
And a foul is never clear cut.
No. Also, if you're an official, you can call 2 fouls on a superstar player and he's down for the first however many minutes.
But what I don't think is fair is that I see a lot of people yesterday on social media posting clips of players doing questionable things during a game. Like, obviously, this guy's in on it. This guy's affiliated with some gambling thing. It's like, that's not fair.
Also, being aware of a spread does not indicate or imply any...
Absolutely not.
Any changing or fudging of said spread.
No.
It's probably better if guys don't know. I feel like I wouldn't want to know because that would be weird. But it wouldn't change how you go about the game itself.
No.
If you didn't have any money on it, why would that, I don't know.
I still think of the story that Tom tells with him and Steve when they were playing in Arizona, and they had like something on the whiteboard of the game plan, and then Steve erased it all and put the betting lines for all the games. And then Steve goes, yeah, that's Tom's doing. And then Lute goes to Tom and is like, Tom, do you have a gambling problem? And Tom's like, no, I don't.
Steve's messing with me, bro. That's pretty funny. It's pretty funny. We'll do the, never mind. But well, there was the Mac Jones thing earlier this year. Remember they beat the Rams in L.A.?
Yeah.
I guess Kyle said something to him about them being, remember he said it after the game. Kyle had mentioned they were like underdogs and they were.
Yeah, but that's like a motivating thing.
Right. No, he said they're 3-point dogs. He said, I don't even know what that means.
Right.
Mac was like, I don't even understand that. I have no idea what that means.
No, but you'll see like at press conferences now. Like Ben Johnson, when he was playing the Raiders, said, we're underdogs this week. Like said in his press conference, people are like, that's interesting. You don't see a lot of coaches say that, but it is kind of a motivating factor. It always
That's
is.
literally what decides underdog or favorite is the biggest line. What up, Tim?
Well, how about George Kittle just the other week said, sorry to all the fantasy managers that played me that didn't get a catch. They know. I mean, clearly they know. It's not...
Yeah, but that's different where obviously he didn't get a reception. Where if you acknowledge the spread in a game, I understand why some people are like, but like they're just having fun. Like,
I guess the point that I'm trying to make is it's pervasive. It's everywhere.
Exactly.
It's impossible to ignore, and it's impossible to just say, hey, we're all having a good time here. And like, there's been multiple people who have suggested that as well, that like when you're seeing this in the pro ranks, you know it's happening in the collegiate ranks.
Right.
Because, I mean, if you're a 17-year-old kid, you don't know. I mean, think about like somebody trying to get their claws in you when you're 17.
Yeah. No, exactly.
408 checks in on the text line and says, why don't they just make a really simple rule? If it's your sport, you can't bet on it. That is a rule.
That is a rule.
That is, in fact, a rule. If you bet on your sport at any level, you'll be banned for life. That's basically the rule. If you're in the NBA, you can do fantasy football. That is allowed. If you're in the NFL, you cannot. I don't know what that rule is.
Say it again, the last
Can you
part?
play fantasy football if you play in the NFL?
Yes.
I think you can.
Yes, you can.
I think you're allowed to.
But like Isaiah,
if you want to play poker, fine. Just don't break the games. Everything you've said is already a rule for it.
No,
That's the problem. Is right now, if you're in the NFL, not only can you not gamble on the NFL at all in any manner, you're also not even allowed to like place a bet on a college football game from the NFL facility.
Yes. Like you're
not allowed to bet on the premise. That's just how a couple of Lions players got suspended.
Jameson Williams.
Yeah, a couple last year. They had wagered on things that were not even NFL related, but they had done so on the premises of an NFL facility, and that is against the rules.
But it's not even for life.
So they were suspended.
I don't even know all the details, but Isaiah Rodgers, who's now on the Minnesota Vikings, who had a great performance a couple weeks ago where he had 2 fumble recoveries for touchdowns, he was suspended a full season while he was with the Colts for gambling. Same thing with Calvin Ridley. So it's not for life anymore, I don't believe, but yeah, every situation's different. But yeah, those rules are in place. NFL players cannot place bets on NFL premises or any sport for that matter.
510 says, my curiosity is Chauncey involved in the cheating. From what I'm reading, he was there to lure people to the game, basically having a star at your table, and then mobs were doing all the cheating. He was luring big money people to the games, I think, at the behest of the mob. Now, his involvement or knowledge of the cheating remains, I guess, unclear at this point. We also do know that he was at some point informing somebody about Damian Lillard's health and whether or not he was going to play in a game.
Yeah.
That's the other part of this. So he was giving insider information.
Not only good for Chauncey.
Or he's accused of giving insider information.
Yeah.
All right, we can come back to the Sound Square a little bit later.
Let's do that.
We'll come back to it. When we come on back, let's get into more what happened with the Warriors last night. A big win over the Nuggets. Steph goes for 42, 14 of 25, 6 of 12 from 3. Jimmy Butler with the shot that iced it in overtime, but he didn't hit the night-night. We'll get into it next on the Sports Leader.
You've found Dirty Work, the greatest show in America, right here on the Sports Leader.
Warriors down 3. Curry is in the backcourt. You see Murray at midcourt trying to keep from getting a catch. Here's Curry, deep triple. It's good! We're tied again! Curry, a little airspace. That's all he needs! 38 for Curry. He has got the last 16 points for the Golden State Warriors. To the corner and Horford got a triple! Making his presence felt in his home debut with the Warriors. They swing it. Horford in the corner with 3. Butler up top. It's good. A 3. That might be the dagger.
Sound from Chase Center last night. The Warriors in overtime over the Denver Nuggets. That streak is over, man. 9 losses in a row until, as Derek will tell you, April 4th last year.
I remember.
Since then, 2-0.
And that last year was a statement win. Last night was fun. It was a fun game in October. Last night was not a statement win, though.
It wasn't a statement win because it's October.
Yes.
That's kind of
it's way too early.
That's kind of the path we're going, is no win can be a statement win in October when you're a team as good and as talented and as tenured as the Warriors. I would say it could be if you were like a team that was up and coming or a team that was full of like youngsters that you're like, is this team going to be good? You could have a big win early in the year against a veteran team, but also it was the Nuggets' first game of the season. So I'm more leaning on your side here, where this is like playing baseball games in March.
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of March, we got a week left of this month. And
let's be honest. Like, if OKC lost to Utah Jazz, is that a statement win for Utah?
No.
Exactly.
It's more about how you play at this point. You know what I mean? It's like,
well, it's also the time of the year. Like, yes, last year when the Warriors went back-to-back against the Lakers and Denver Nuggets, that was a statement win. Like, we're not going to have statement wins for the Warriors until March of this season, when in March, as I pull up the schedule here, they'll play the likes of the Rockets, the Oklahoma City Thunder, the Minnesota Timberwolves. They go to New York to play the Knicks. They play the Boston Celtics, and they'll play the Denver Nuggets at the end of the month. If they win those games, those are statement wins.
That's in March.
Yes.
Well, they're only statement games if they matter.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like, that's, again, you can't say those will be. We don't know where they are. If they're running away with a conference at that point, you're like, they don't mean anything.
Right.
You know what I mean? So, no, last time was a good win, and this time of the season is more about what can you lay for a foundation or as a foundation.
Right.
They've looked really sharp, I thought, the first 2 games. Their depth looks really good. The rotations look good. Makes me intrigued and excited about when Melton comes back, what he's going to add to this roster.
And not only him, I mean,
they all of a sudden look like they could be fairly deep.
And Seth Curry with his 3-point shooting. That's the one thing I think they lack at the moment, where, Thursday or Tuesday night, they looked really good from 3-point range. Last night, I mean, Kuminga wasn't amazing like he was on Tuesday night offensively, but like I said earlier, he knew to take on the switch where Steph Curry was guarding Nikola Jokic at first, and then he got in there. He's just playing smart right now. If he keeps playing this way, then I'm all for it, man. Like, I don't want to hate on the kid. Like, he's 23 years old. If they trade him, they trade him. And if it's for a good piece, then I'm all for that as well. But for the here and now, if he's going to play like that every night, I'm cool with that. What was interesting, though, was when they went to overtime and they went with the lineup of Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler playing the 2, Jonathan Kuminga, Draymond Green, and Al Horford at the 5.
Instead of pods.
Exactly. That's a very veteran lineup, and one I like to close out a game. I wonder if they ever would start a game like that. Because I remember when they acquired Jimmy Butler last year, and we had Mark Spears on. I was like, could they have Jimmy Butler play the 2? And he was like, I think they could. And then, talking to JD, like, no, they're not going to do that. Marcus Thompson was like, I think they might do that with Kuminga starting. That's a very interesting lineup. I don't know if they'll do it consistently, but I'm liking what I'm seeing from this team right now, man. Will Richard coming off the bench as a rookie, got his first 3 last night. I mean,
he looks good the first couple of games. Yeah. 17 minutes for him last night. I thought he rebounds, which is great.
No, he's
they've
good.
got a couple of guards in him, and obviously Podziemski, who can pull boards.
Yeah, I just got to see more. Like, last night was a great win against the Denver Nuggets, a team that, with the exception of last April 4th, they dominated you. But I have to see what they're like against the Thunder and the Rockets and all the teams I mentioned yesterday, the Timberwolves. But so far, it's looking good with the Golden State Warriors. It's just the fact that Steph Curry right away is looking like, Steph Curry. Like, usually, not to say like he ever has slow starts, but sometimes it's a little off. The 3-point game's not as strong. But last night he was electric, and I do wonder, past the 2 years left on his deal, if he'll re-up and keep playing, because I remember Marcus yesterday saying, like, we haven't got to the stage of Steph Curry's career yet where he's like Ray Allen, where he's just that three-point shooter in the corner.
When we talked to Marcus earlier this week, you mean?
No, sorry, Marcus Boucher yesterday.
Oh, he was saying that yesterday, right, yeah.
And I just wonder if, like we're seeing so many guys play longer in their careers, like Aaron Rodgers is 41, Tom Brady retired at 45, Justin Verlander's still pitching. I wonder if Steph Curry, with, the later part of his career, if he would go into, until he's 45 or 48 or whatever. But yeah, dude, I'm liking what I'm seeing right now. It's just, let's keep it up. It's only the second game of the season.
Well, that's the question with Steph, and I've wondered that with LeBron, is how will their careers end if, like, LeBron was the one I always think about when he's not the best player on his team, and he's now at that point.
Yeah.
Where he's got Luka, like, you could.
But he doesn't like
LeBron's maybe a more complete player, but he liked it when he had Anthony Davis. Anthony Davis was the best player on that team.
But he chose Anthony Davis.
Sure. Of course.
This was the organization saying, we're getting Luka whether you like it or not.
Right. This is them looking beyond LeBron.
Yes.
That's my point, is he's not the best player in their mind anymore.
Right.
For them to build for the future, and they had a chance to do that. So I wonder, like, if Steph gets to a point where he is, again, I don't think he'll ever be just a bench shooter.
No, I don't either. No.
But, like, will we get to a point where he's playing not as the best player on his team? That would be an interesting world to live in.
Well, I'll say this. I think that Steph Curry can walk away from the game more than LeBron can, where I think that Steph's fine with his 4 championships. He wants another one, obviously, but with LeBron, there's a lot to prove of, I have to be better than Michael, or I have to prove whoever is on TV wrong a little bit. Like, I don't think he cares as much as Kevin Durant does, but I wonder, like, is LeBron going to handle a life without basketball the same way Steph Curry will? Because Steph Curry has aspirations of, owning a team, or, I guess being on television, or whatever he wants to do. I think he's comfortable with that. LeBron seems different to me, where I think LeBron would struggle with life without basketball.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think everybody now has their whole mogul thing they do afterwards, right?
Right.
Like, I think LeBron's not going to be gone from the game of basketball. I don't know. I don't think he's going to go away, is my point. Like, I think he'll be tied to the game. So I don't know that he's going to struggle. I mean, I think everybody does when that's what you've been defined by for him since he was 14 years old. I mean, of course, it's the only life he's ever lived. He's not a normal person. Like, he wasn't raised normally. Steph had normalcy in his life to some extent until he became a national star with the Davidson Sweet 16 run, or the Elite 8 run.
Yeah, and also
and then became the global brand and name that is Steph Curry.
And also he has, his dad who played in the league, and I'm sure.
So it's he was more open to this. He was more aware of this. Wasn't such a daunting lifestyle to him anyway.
No, of course not. But I could see Dell even at some point being like, son, what do you have to prove at this point? You have these championships?
I don't know. I don't know that anyone could say that, considering none of them have reached this level. You know what I mean? Like, he means something different. And again, he's still playing at this level. So, like, to say, I think he's fine with his 4, I don't. I think he's playing right now because he's not fine with 4. I think to be who Steph Curry is and to be who LeBron is, you and I can, and nobody listening can comprehend the level of wanting to be great that they perform at, or that they wake up every day trying to attain. Like, they go about their lives in a way that if they want to be who they are right now, they have to do more today than they did yesterday.
Right.
And as they age, Steph talked about it in that interview with ESPN.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, as I've aged now, it takes more time to get loose, or it takes more time to get to a place where I'm playing than it used to. So you have to be more calculated about it. You have to be more, you mentioning Scherzer, technology and science and all that stuff have helped with all this.
Right.
And how they train and how they go about it. And guys are going to keep playing later and later now into their lives and careers. But I think that you can only be who they are in the way that Kobe thought, in the way that Michael Jordan thought. Like, they are the ultimate competitors, not just on the court, but they have to be in themselves when they're preparing to get to the court,
Right.
So I don't think he's playing. He's not playing for a check, to your point. He's playing because he wants 5.
No, he definitely wants 5, and I'm not saying he's content with 4. I'm just saying there'll come a certain point if he doesn't get 5 where he's like, all right, I put my time in this league, and I think that LeBron is just fighting for something a little bit more. But yeah, Steph is crazy about winning, and that's what he wants to do these last 2 years on his contract. I fully expect, though, they'll send him to extension after that.
Yeah, we'll see how many more he gets, how many more years he stays on for. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. Why don't we talk to Marcus Thompson about that?
Let's do it.
Marcus Thompson, the best sports writer in the country, the Steph Whisperer. He joins us next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We here at the Sports Leader love all sports, but our Sharkies have a special place on Dirty Work. So a quick nod of the cap to Macklin Celebrini, who netted a hat trick in yesterday's win over the Rangers, the first win for the team this year. If it's puck, it's Dirty Work right here on the Sports Leader. Please, Nicole, don't yell at me.
By the way, Sharks are up at the end of the first period. How about that? In the first
Celebrini
intermission.
got an assist on that goal.
In their first intermission, Sharks are up. Adam Copeland here, by the way, for Tony's Pizza. Talking Sharks, talking pie. It's a Friday. Pizza sounds great. I might pick some up on my way home in North Beach at Tony's Pizza. And you should too. I'm picky about my pizza, but not when it comes to Tony's, because they've got 12 different styles under one roof. I'm talking Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, grandma style, whatever you're into. They've got it, and it's fantastic. I'm big on the New Yorker. It's one of my favorite pizzas there. It's big, it's bold, it's cheesy. One of my other favorites, the Diavola. That one's got a spicy kick. It's got some sausage on it. Fantastic stuff. Don't sleep, by the way, on their pastas. A lot of variety on the pastas. But the penne alla vodka, not as famous wings, the honey fried chicken sandwich, all that stuff is fantastic. So you don't just have to stick with the pizza, but you should. You should eat the pizza when you're at Tony's Pizza. Here's the best part. You don't have to be in North Beach. You should get there, but you don't have to be to get it. Now Tony's has a location inside of SFO, so you can grab a world-class slice before you fly out, or you can hit up Slice House. They're all over the Bay Area, including a location inside of Chase Center and down at Levi Stadium. If you've never been, take my word for it. Make it happen. Tony's Pizza Napolitana. Go hungry, and trust me, you're going to leave happy. It's Tony's Pizza Napolitana.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, T-Pop with you. We do it every Friday with Marcus Thompson of The Athletic, the best sports writer in the country, and we do it after a Warrior win. Marcus, fun game last night, man. That was a cool one to open the season at Chase.
Yeah, that was pretty epic, right?
That was good.
Shout out to Aaron Gordon.
Dude, 50?
Archbishop Mitty's finest. 50-piece, 10 for 11 from 3.
That was wild.
And was loving DJ D Sharp's Bay Area music track. He said D Sharp had him hype on the sideline playing hyphy music. So that was a Bay Area night. I loved it.
No, it was an awesome performance from Aaron Gordon. Did you see the last time a player had 10 threes in a season opener? That stat line?
I did not.
Tell you can't make this up.
The last guy to hit 10 threes in a season opener, Terry Rozier.
Wow.
Yeah. And then
and the guy before him was Chauncey Billups?
Yeah, probably. Ernie said it last night on TV on Inside the NBA. He goes, "You're never going to believe this. I'm not making this up." Ernie reads it, and they all were just quiet. And Chuck goes, "We should probably go to commercial break now, man. We should probably get out of here on this, man."
ESPN is the greatest platform.
yeah, right. It's sponsored by ESPN Bet. Is what he jumps to into a commercial. Marcus Thompson with us. I mean, I guess my takeaway from the first two games is they look really good. The rotations look cool. Will Richard's been a nice addition. Kuminga's played great in the first two games in terms of his decision making. He had 6 assists in the first game, something like that. He had 5 more rebounds last night. What's your evaluation of how they've looked over the first two against one really good opponent in Denver?
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of start they needed. I feel like the Denver game was a big one. Like, obviously going into LA and beating the Lakers without Bron was like essential. But like this game against Denver, who, when it's all said and done, is going to be a factor in the West. Like, this shows, hey, they could play with anybody. They could beat anybody. And I know last year when they lost to Minnesota, when Steph got hurt, the thinking was, I mean, they just felt like they would have won that series if Steph played.
Yeah.
And they felt good about Oklahoma City. And, everybody else is like, I don't know, it's Oklahoma City. But, like, man, we played them 4 times. We beat them twice. Like, it's close every time. Like, they felt good about it. So some of this, like, whole kind of plan is based on the concept that, like, if they get good enough around the edges, their top end can compete with the best in the league. Last night was one of them games you're like, okay, they might be right about that. Like, the best of the Warriors can compete with the best of any team in this league. And those teams do not want to see Steph Curry in those moments.
No, I mean, Steph was incredible last night with 42 points. And we keep talking about maximizing the next 2 seasons for him with his time left with his contract. But, I mean, when you watch him last night, like, how long do you think this guy can play? Because we're seeing more superstars go into their 40s, like LeBron still playing, Aaron Rodgers. How long do you think Steph Curry can play with the Golden State Warriors?
I don't know. That depends what's in that gentleman's cut whiskey. Something in there. I don't know what he's doing. It's 45. It's insane. What's crazy? Like, he don't look 37.
No.
Like, that's the wild part. Like, and, you can look your age and still be good, right? It doesn't have to be, a bad thing to look like 37. Al Horford looks like he's 39 out there.
Yeah,
like,
right.
he's producing at 39. Like, you can see it. Like, Draymond looked 35, right? Like,
Yeah.
He looked like a 35-year-old still cooking with these youngsters, right?
Right.
Steph looked like one of the youngsters. Like, his vigor, like the way he moves, like how fast he is, like, he looks like he's 28 years old. Like, he looks like in the middle of his prime. So, like, that's the marvel. Like, how do you measure the decline if you aren't seeing it? There were a couple plays last night. I know people think he shoots a lot of threes, but it's the drives that open the threes. And he had one-on-one against Aaron Gordon, who's 6'8", supreme athlete, and historically has given Steph problems, right? It's a guy you want to set a screen for to get him off Steph. Steph takes him one-on-one off the dribble, gets around him with relative ease. Then it's Christian Brown, another athlete, another, like, strong, physical, big wing who they like to throw on people, flows by him. Steph lived in the lane. And that's the stuff where it's like, hey, this dude is 37, and they can't take him off the dribble, and they can't stop him from getting into the lane off the dribble. Like, that part is like, hey, I don't know when this ends if he's doing this at, as I put in my column in The Athletic, he's actually 37.6.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like he's close to 38. He's closer to 38 than he is to 37.
Right.
So like this is kind of insane when you really think about it.
Well, I was wondering that because like we were talking about it yesterday at our Dubs roundtable, and Marcus Boucher brought it up. Like, are we gonna see him ever be? I don't think we will. Like a Ray Allen type, where he's like a shooter on it. Like, are we gonna see him get to a point where he's not the best player on his team? And that I'm not really sure of. Like even Jordan in his last year, he's probably still, I know they were a bad Wizards team, but he like averaged 20 and played every game of the season. Like, I don't know if we're gonna see Steph be not the best player on his team unless they end up with somebody who's a young superstar like LeBron and Luka.
Yeah, I do feel like Steph might leave before he gets to that point.
Right.
Right. It's like when he gets to the part where he's like, coming in as the hot guy off the bench. Like I don't know. I wonder if he does that because that's like 45 at that point.
Right. Yeah.
Right. Like that's because if he can do this, that's the thing. He can do this to like 41. He still got another 4 or 5 years just like as a player. He could because he can shoot, right? He can, like Kevin Huerter is still in this league.
Yeah, right.
Like he could be that guy, right? So I don't know if Steph will want to be that. Like when you've been the emperor, I don't know if you want to go back to being a citizen, but I do feel like he could if he wanted to. But I'm with you. I think with Steph will know because it won't be a championship team when he's not that guy.
Exactly.
Unless he's on a team with like whoever the next superstar is, and I just wonder if he'd want that, if he'd want to be like the number 4 guy on another team. I don't know if Steph needs that. I think he'd rather probably go raise his children.
Talking to Marcus Thompson on the UMA guest line. Jonathan Kuminga's looked great the first 2 games of the season, and it's just a matter of...
Oh, say that again, because you was hating on the whole 4 months. Go ahead and say it again.
I was a child to hate, Marcus. Come on.
I don't know. Say it again. I don't know. You was like ready to get him out.
Hey, man, I was hating on the contract negotiations and really Aaron Turner. not Kuminga the guy, but Kuminga looked great. The first 2 games of the season, he has looked great. But are you banking on, like, I worry about the nights where he's not in the starting lineup, where they ask him to come off the bench when they want Al Horford to be the starting 5. But if he keeps playing like that, then yes, I want him on the team. But are you banking on it looking like what we've seen the last 2 games, or are we still going in the direction of most likely they will trade him after January 16th?
I mean, the contract says they're going to trade him. I've never been convinced they're going to trade him.
Yeah.
Like, when have they ever done that? Like, I guess you could say Jordan Poole was that, but that
was unique.
There was some circumstances behind that, right? Like, they just aren't a trade our assets type of team. Like, are the ones we build. Here's the problem that they're going to have. If JK doesn't look good, his value is going to be low, right? And we've seen that. Like, they could have traded him, but they're like, I don't want Malik Monk, right? You're not just going to give us anything. But then if he plays well, his value goes high, and now they're going to want the world for him, right? So there is a world where you could see this playing out like, hey, we might think it's better to keep you, because there are advocates in the franchise, the chief one, who like Kuminga. What we're seeing, here are some things that I thought, like, if you just know how players are, this is how it works. Number one, it was always the agent, and that's the agent's job, is to be the annoying one. Like, some players can do that. Like Draymond, like Steven Jackson, those guys don't need an agent to blow up the shop, right? Right? They can do it themselves. Jonathan Kuminga is not that type of guy. So his agent did it, which means he's a good dude, which means he was going to always come in and fall in line. And that's what we're seeing. The other thing is, it's a whole lot different when you get $23 million than when you was getting $5, right? Like, so that'll ease some things. Like, he's feeling good. There was one moment in the bowels of Staples Center where him and Jimmy was talking about going to dinner, and Jimmy's like, hey, you got it. And he's like, no. He's like, no, you got it. And he had to remember, like, yeah, no, I do make some money now, right? Like, hold on. So the money helps. But also, more important, everybody's saying Kuminga's bought in, right? So you're right. Let's see how he handles it when he doesn't close a game, when Steve sits him. but there's nothing that suggests like he won't handle it well. The question is, will they play him when they need, like, because he's playing well, will they just go with him? So far, they're just playing him. Like, the stakes, all that, and he's showing, like, if you play me, the net is going to be a net positive. So we'll see if they keep playing him. I don't see why they wouldn't the way he's playing.
Talking to Marcus Thompson on the Uma guest line. The Warriors play tonight at 7 o'clock against the Portland Trailblazers. Just a thought from you on this, dude, this wild gambling scandal. The reports are crazy. How bad is this for the league? Is this something that rocks them to their core, or are they like, well, we knew this stuff was coming when we got in bed with gambling companies and became partners with them? So what's your take on all this and how serious this is for the league?
I mean, I think it's serious, but I don't think it rocks him to the core. I mean, if you just survive Tim Donaghy, you know, you can overcome some stuff. And in the end, I mean, if we just want to be real about it, part of it is the constant complaining about the league, right? That's also engagement, right? It's like no such thing as bad PR. Like, we're going to talk about this. Even if this didn't happen, you're going to have these conversations about what the league needs to do and all that. All of these people are watching and paying attention. So I just don't think people care enough to be taking these, like, moral stances. They're just used it to troll, right?
Yeah.
Like, when something goes, they're going to watch the game, and when it don't go right, like, hey, see, this is like poker game. This is mafia. Like, it's just going to be a new, like, vernacular to troll the league. So I don't think so. I do think they've got to be very, very, a little bit more careful and a little bit more diligent about understanding and operating like they did get in bed with this stuff.
Yeah.
And so it can't just be like, hey, man, y'all know you shouldn't be doing this. Because in the end, these are lives being ruined, right? And while it's all fun and games, like, Chauncey Billups is a Hall of Famer whose whole existence, his whole legacy is going to be tainted by this if it turns out to be what it was, right? And if you look at how this is playing out, you know, you got Congress asking to meet with Adam Silver. You know, you got every station talking about this. I ain't seen a mafia guy yet.
Nope, not one.
Like,
no.
Right? So you already know that if anything happened, they can't wait to plaster some NBA players' names up there.
Yeah.
Right? So the league has to know, like, even if, all right, as you just say, man, it's 450 of us, 1% might get caught up in this just because, like, we're in it. Like, if you at a chocolate shop, you're going to stick your finger in the cake. Somebody's doing it. Like, so if it's 1%, that's still like 4.5 people, right? So it's like, hey, you got to be prepared knowing that they're going to come for the 4.5. Like, it's not going to be like, that's just a small portion. No, this media landscape is going to tar and feather whoever gets caught up in this. And they'll make sure it's the NBA players. They're going to make sure it's the athletes. You know, Scully and them, and like Fat Joe and all these other, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Tony and them, they ain't get no shine. Like, it's all of a sudden Terry Rozier is like, you know, the guy, right? Like, Chauncey Billups ain't make no X-ray table.
Yeah, right.
Like,
No, it wasn't him.
He didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on him.
The question is, and somebody texted this in, it's about why and how did they get their hooks into him to begin with? Because there was some NBA stuff that he's being accused of. Like, that's where I'm like, how did this begin? Was it simply a card game and it went bad? Were you involved? Was he owed money? Did he owe money? Like, I don't know. That whole situation is bizarre. It's the story itself is crazy.
That's what happens, though. Like, you just gotta know a percentage of your people are gonna be in this.
Yeah.
It's not 0%. So when they sign them deals with FanDuel and DraftKings and BetMGM, and it's all over the place. Or, you know, I was just at the Phoenix Suns Stadium for the WNBA Finals. They one of them teams that got the
you can bet in the arena. In the arena.
Yeah. Like, well, you did that. You just whatever it is, if you say 1% a year, that's like 5 dudes a year getting caught up in this. Last year was Jonte Porter, right? This year is gonna be, next year is gonna be somebody. You just got to know that every year somebody's gonna be in this, and you're gonna have to deal with this, and they're gonna parade them in front of Congress and all that. So this is what you signed up for. So the least you could do, put some rehabs in these jokers or something, right?
I'm with you on that. But like, does any of this, and this is where this maybe piggybacks on top of that, and part of where Adam Silver may have to answer for this. The NBA did an investigation in Rozier, and they dropped it and said they didn't find anything of significance. But now the FBI, I guess, continued with that, and if they've found something that the NBA either did not find out of line or did not prosecute within the league, but I can't imagine the league wouldn't have punished if they thought something had happened. That's where some of this is a little odd, and Rozier has been the most outspoken to this point about having not done anything wrong.
I mean, this is like, hey man, you can fool the principal, but you
not
can't fool
the
the police.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Like,
yeah, I got you.
Like has been said, I think Brian Windhorst was saying that like NBA ain't got no subpoena power.
Yeah, right.
They can't pressure nobody
They can't
under
make
oath.
you do anything.
Cash,
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Cash Patel probably got a waterboard facility somewhere. He said they pull up, you talking. Like, hold on.
Yeah.
That's a little different. You know what I'm saying?
That's tough. It's tough.
Kiki Vandaway asking, hey, did you do it? Right?
Yeah.
Like, that's not that scary.
Yeah,
but
safe house with Denzel. You know what I mean? I've seen it. Yeah. Yeah.
Y'all saying like, get the equalizer pull up on you like, hey, I need to know what happened. People start singing at that point.
Oh, dude, I got Rozier rolling around like it's a safe house, and Adam Silver's trying to keep him safe. All right, Marcus, have a great weekend, man. Great to talk to you. Enjoy the game tonight. We'll talk to you next week.
Later, Marcus.
All right, have a good one.
All right, good one, Marcus. Marcus Thompson of The Athletic, best sports writer in the country. I mean, he's right. It's about like, will Steph ever want to be the second best guy on his team?
I don't think so.
I don't think LeBron wants that.
I mean, what Marcus Boucher was talking about yesterday, like, yes, like Steph Curry could be that guy, but I don't think Steph ever wants to be what Ray Allen was on the Miami Heat, where he's the sixth man coming off the bench and he gets that game-winning shot to win the championship. But he wants, like Steph wants to be the guy still.
Like being a shooter, he could do that. Like Marcus is saying, he could do this and carry a team until he's like for like 3 or 4 more years and be the best dude on a championship team. But I think that's Marcus's point is well taken, that if Steph is not the best player on the team, is that a championship team? And unless you have another superstar, the likes of Steph or somebody, a young superstar between now and then what is he doing? Why would he continue with that?
Like, Steph's not going to be like Vince Carter playing on the Atlanta Hawks in his 40s, where it's like, oh, Steph's on this team?
That's different.
Gotta watch some of this Atlanta Hawks with Steph tonight.
And as good as he was on
his whole career,
as good as Vince Carter was, and as a superstar as he was never Steph Curry.
No, of course
never
not.
that level. So
No.
it's like even Ray Allen, we're all going, yeah, Hall of Famer, he did that.
Yeah,
but he was never Steph Curry.
No,
he was never that.
Nope.
You know, Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb. Why don't we take a quick break? When we come on back, we haven't replayed it for you yet.
No. We had our roundtable yesterday.
49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan joined us yesterday. What, you thought you weren't going to hear it again? You are.
We are.
It's the replay leader.
It's a Friday, everybody. We're tired.
It's a Friday. I am on fumes right now. And I'm working hard as I lean back here with my feet up. I'm trying, folks. All right, when we come on back, you'll hear from Kyle Shanahan like you did yesterday. Then we'll talk to Krug. Then we'll put this S to bed on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The 49ers are off to Houston for their Sunday morning rodeo with the Texans. Kyle Shanahan will be without Ricky Pearsall, Brock Purdy, Jake Brendel, Bryce Huff, and Yetur Gross-Matos, who were ruled out after today's practice. For everything 49ers, keep it locked right here to the Sports Leader.
Hey, y'all, it's the cue to call. If you want tickets to a $50 Tony's Pizza gift card, Call right now.
Faithful to him, it's not just a team, it's family.
I appreciate everyone in here. Love you guys.
Yes, sir! Here's the head coach of your 49ers, Kyle Shanahan.
We got a chance to do something this year, man.
On the Sports Leader.
We do it every week with 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan on the Yuma guest line. Kyle is sponsored by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers. By Ayala, Morgan, and Bazard. When you've been injured in an auto accident, you don't just need an attorney, you need a heavy hitter. Contact Ayala, Morgan, and Bazard. And by Friedman's Appliance, proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Friedman's difference. Kyle joins us on the Yuma guest line. What's up, Coach? How you doing, man?
Good, guys. How you guys doing?
Good, man. Well. Good to have you on with us. Congratulations on a win last week as we look ahead to Sunday against Houston. We just saw the injury report came out. I know Brock was limited again. How's his progress gone this week?
It's getting better.
Good on Brock.
But that's all I got. it is getting better.
Fair enough.
We're still limited this week. It's tough because I get asked all the time, and so the shorter I get, it sounds like I'm being a jerk, but I really have nothing else to say. It's just getting better.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. I feel like I have to ask it, or I'm going to.
Oh, you definitely do. So. I get it. I know you do. You said this every person in the world, but
goes both ways.
I get it. That's how it is, man.
In terms of one of the things we saw crop up yesterday, Demo Lenore, was he a no practice today? Is he in jeopardy of missing the game on Sunday?
I mean, there's always a chance, but I mean, we feel pretty optimistic he'll be all right. You know, just dealing with the thigh bruise here, which takes some time. But we thought he'd be all right today, but it was still a little stiff on him, and but hopefully he'll be good for Sunday.
Talking to head coach Kyle Shanahan on the Yuma guest line. Let's focus on the victory on Sunday night against the Atlanta Falcons. You said in the past you never want to go into a game wanting to throw it a lot or run it a lot because the game itself will dictate that. But what made you this past week want to run it 40 times going into the game?
I felt that was the way that that team needed to be beat. Just in terms of how they played, just their style of defense. You know, I thought we had a chance to do it offensively if the whole game could go right. And you know, they're so good with some of their pressures and everything. Their safeties were such ball hawks, and how they play the pass. They have one of the best corners in the league. That if you threw the ball too much versus those guys, that there was just a high chance of getting some turnovers. And then also the way that their offense was playing, just with, you know, just some of their heavy hitters, like their running back. You know, if you let him get going and how quickly they can score and they can get a lot of momentum on you. So I thought it would just be so important if we could control the game. Could slow it down a little bit, could frustrate them a little bit. It would be the best way to beat that type of team. It's just sometimes it can be a little harder said than that, and harder to get that done than just saying it. There's so many factors that go into it, and that's why I was just so proud that all three phases kind of allowed us to do that.
It felt like a real team win on Sunday. I wonder about that, like on defense, when there's a big play made. I mean, sometimes I watch you roaming the sideline. What are you doing, or what's like? Are you hearing the defensive play call in that situation? Are you just watching and seeing what happens? What's going through your head in some of those situations?
It depends. I mean, I'm all over the place when they're up because I'm always studying all the pictures and stuff on our tablets that happened the drive before. I'm always trying to get my mind ready for the next series in terms of what we're going to adjust based off the series before, where we're going to go. I'm usually on the defensive headset, so I'm listening to it all, and I'm constantly looking up and down at both things. Sometimes I'm switching back over to the offense because I got to ask a question to one of the position coaches about something that I just saw in the picture or something that they saw. So it's pretty hectic. It's probably not the most fun thing for guys if you just sat and listened to it. It's a bunch of intense guys kind of yelling at each other, trying to figure stuff out. But no, I'm always looking up on the defense. Sometimes I'll switch over there and see like a busted coverage, and I get in to kind of lose my mind and yell at something, and usually I can hear Salah already yelling. So then I'm like, all right, that's taken care of, and then I kind of go back to my life.
This was the first time Mac Jones didn't have to throw it close to or more than 40 times a game, and I thought that Mac Jones did a great job of managing the game, given the game plan. I know some quarterbacks don't care for the term game manager, but do you feel that's a negative term?
Not at all. I mean, I thought Mac played unbelievable in that game, and just what he did on third down, what he did. I mean, if you don't throw the ball like we did in that game, there's no way you're getting 40 runs. The passing is almost when you challenge a team to get 40 runs, it can sound like you're trying to ignore the pass game. But I truly believe the only way you can get that is if you do extremely well in the pass game. We are not going to get 40 runs by going run, pass. That's something when I say that, I'm never going to come out and be like, all right, we're running on first, we're running on second, all right, we'll only throw it on third. You have to mix it up. You have to stay balanced. But when you kind of get them on their heels and stuff, then that's when you can get 4 runs in a row. When you start to tire them out and things like that, and that's where it starts to add up. But if you aren't keeping them on their heels, if you aren't moving the chains in the pass game on third down, if you aren't able to score some points doing that, or at least have the threat of it, there's no way you're going to get 40 runs. And the way Mac played is one of the big reasons we were allowed to do that.
How big of an impact when you watch the tape was Kittle in the run game? I mean, it's easy to say, yeah, he came back and the run game took off, but was it as simple as George being back, or was it the offensive line as a whole maybe playing their best game?
I mean, it's never as simple as one person, especially when you talk about the run game. I mean, from the running back to the O-line to the tight end, but, I mean, George does have a huge effect on everything. I mean, George is that good of a blocker. Him being out there and the threat he is in the pass game also really helps. It really helps the run game, whether a coverage change, whether a guy's got to play it differently, how the safeties react. I mean, all that stuff helps when George is out there. And not to mention, he did block extremely well in the game.
When a player goes down like Jake Brendel at center and Matt Hennessy has to step in, I mean, how big of that's? I always imagine that's like one of the next biggest roles next to quarterback. There is he's calling out coverages or he's calling out where defenders are lined up. How big of a role is that, and how well did he do on Sunday?
It's as big as you say. I mean, whether it's the quarterback, the center, or the middle linebacker, all three of those, just communication-wise, they dictate so many things. And just like losing Fred in the middle of the game the week before, and how much that puts on Tatum's plate to just come in, because everyone he's dictating everything and how guys line up, how they treat a formation, all that stuff. And the faster that guy plays, the faster the other 10 can play. And it's the same thing for the center. I mean, he's getting up there. He's making all the calls. He's directing the O-line. As soon as he gets those calls done, that's when the other 4 guys in the O-line know how to come off and who to target. So when you change that guy up, it takes some time. And also how they snap the ball, whether it's shotgun, all that. It's all slightly different, which adds a different timing element to the whole offense. But that's why you got to rep those guys throughout the week. The backups never get as much as the starters, but that's why we do rotate those guys in the O-line throughout the week. And I was just pumped with Matt that when he did get his opportunity, he was ready for it. He had a hell of an offseason. Since he's been here, he's done a great job. He got his opportunity, came in, did very well, and I was pumped that he was able to do that, especially versus former team like that.
Talking to 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan on the UMA guest line. This is the second week in a row you'll be facing a defense run by a coach you worked with last week, Raheem Morris and Jeff Ulbrich. This week, D'Amico Ryans. You know these defenses very well, but how much does Robert Saleh provide insight to you as a play caller when facing former defensive assistants on his staff?
I mean, Saleh and I just talk so much every day about everything. So it doesn't really go that much into like a former guy, especially, you know, when it's dealing with guys that I've worked with. You know, I think if there was a guy that I hadn't worked with that Saleh has, I think it'd be a little bit more important. But there aren't a lot of secrets between us when it comes to this stuff, and especially when you look at D'Amico and everything in their defense. I mean, it's the sound of a defense as there is. They play to the right style. They play exactly how you expect a D'Amico defense to look. But when it comes to schematics and stuff, they're not going to try to out scheme you. They don't need to. D'Amico makes sure they're sound. He makes sure they play extremely hard, and that's what makes them so hard to beat.
I mean, obviously, Robert was great for you back in the day when he was in his first iteration as defensive coordinator, but do you think he's been that much better as a coach given his time as a head coach with the Jets?
Yeah, I think, I mean, I don't want to say he's a better coach because he did so good then. It's just, it's different times for both of us, and the more you coach, the better you get. It's just like usually, I'd like to say the more you play, the better you get, which is true until you hit a certain age. But when you work hard at stuff and you just go through different experiences, you usually just accumulate knowledge and you accumulate things that you have to adjust with. And I mean, when you get to coordinate for a while, or head coach, and which is, and even when you're a head coach, you're still coordinating at times. Even when you go through bad experiences, as long as you survive them, they make you so much better. It's sometimes, there were certain things that I did in Houston as a coordinator, and had a lot of success doing it in my first 2 years there. And I just thought that's how you did football. Like, this stuff should be unbeatable. And then you get with different players. I go to Washington, it's a different situation, different quarterback, different team, and the stuff that I thought was really good and it's what I knew didn't work at all there. And so I had to go through stuff to where I had to get worse to get better, where you get to try different things and you get to go through situations that you don't necessarily want to be in, but you got to figure out a way to get out of it. And that allows you to understand how to make more adjustments, how to do different things. And I think that's why when Salah coming back here, I mean, just the 4 years we had together, building the defense and to get into what we did in 2019, having to go through what we did in the COVID year in 20. I mean, we learned so much through that. And then for him to go to New York for 3 years, have to build a whole new team, build it in a different way, have to go through some of the ups and downs he went through. When he came back here, he has so much more experience and so many more different things he's gone through, myself included, which makes us usually better.
Voice of 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan, the Niners and the Texans. We got pregame at 7, kickoff at 10 a.m. right here on Sunday on the Sports Leader. Kyle, good luck on Sunday, and we will talk to you next week, man.
Thanks, Kyle.
All right, guys. Thanks. Good talking to you.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Friday. Dude, love this song. Someone to say. Is this in School of Rock?
Can't recall.
I think it might show up in the School of Rock soundtrack, yeah.
Okay.
Little Clash, Tim, is that what this is? Those are Ramones.
That's the Misfits.
Those are the Misfits, my bad. Good song.
I think they play this at the end of one of the Jackasses.
Static Age, is that what this is on, Tim? That album?
It's called Last Caress. I'm not sure where you've heard it. Maybe one of the Tony Hawk Pro Skaters.
Maybe it's in one of those. Anyway, we're not going to catch up with Krug tonight. He is going to be on at 6 o'clock for Niners Nightly. But we felt like we'd robbed the people of their sound soiree.
And also, I think Krug has another high school game, so let him enjoy that.
Also, I'm just, as I said to you earlier, at the start of the show, I'm mailing it in.
Okay.
So what better way to do that than to play some more sound and riff on it? So why don't we, for the second time today, open up the Dirty Work Sounds Soiree, Tim? Why don't you go with that?
This is
Dirty Works.
Sound Soiree.
I like this,
I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds of the weekend you might have missed.
What?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, the Sound Soiree. We started earlier, and then we played, one piece of sound.
We just had Steve's reaction on the gambling scandals.
Really a soiree.
Yeah, it was more of a Steve Kerr. We could have just done a segment on Steve Kerr talking about the gambling situation.
More of a mixer than anything.
The Steve soiree.
Yeah, it was more of just like a little appetizer.
Yeah.
Little appetize.
Yeah.
You like an appetizer?
Well, who doesn't?
Well, I mean, what kind of appetizer are you into? Are you into like a like a fried calamari, or do you like a cheese and a cracker?
I love me some calamari.
I think I kind of knew that. I mean, who doesn't? Calamari is fantastic.
I can go with any appetizer. A little.
I'd like some.
Yeah, a little.
Cusack loves
charcuterie
calamari.
board.
I'm a big charcuterie guy.
Yeah.
I'm a stinky cheese guy.
Yep.
I'm a goat cheese guy. I'm a soft cheese guy.
If you go to Cheesecake Factory, good with white bread, good with brown bread.
Oh yeah, they'll give you the little like half rolls.
Yeah.
Up there. I like. Good call. It's warm.
Yes.
Yeah.
So-
House of Prime, they'll give you that loaf of bread.
I always fill up on a good appetizer and then not hungry for the main course.
Yeah. See, that's the thing about the appetizer. I like it. I like a cheese and a cracker and a salami.
Oh, dude, what's your go-to football snack?
I don't really have a consistent go-to football snack. I'll tell you something I've loved since I was a kid. I'm big on a taquito.
Oh, taquitos are
If
good.
I'm sitting there eating,
I'll
like,
have some taquitos.
Dip that in some guac or some salsa.
Yeah.
Taquito's fantastic.
No, those are good. The Papa family.
And it's no frills. You know what I mean? There's no.
Yeah.
You just pick one up. You're eating it. It's got some protein to it. It's got a carb to it.
Do you like the flour ones, the corn ones?
See, there you can go either way. I like it. I like the beef with just the corn with just the beef is a good one.
Okay.
Also, you can get the flour one where you get like a chicken and a cheese inside. Those are fantastic. Also.
Okay.
I'm talking Jose Ole chicken taquitos.
Nice.
Yeah.
Papa family is really big on pepperoni and brie, and a little Triscuit or wheat thin as the as the bread.
Wheat thin's got a little bit more too much flavor for me on the appetizer.
Really?
Well, I mean like to be on the cheese. I like to taste the cheese and the salami.
So would you
talking-
rather prefer like a saltine?
Yeah, well, no. I'd go more with like a water cracker. It's like watercress crackers.
Either way.
I'd go with like a more plain cracker.
You can't go wrong with the cracker.
Yeah, you can. But I mean, like, see, if you're having meat, it's a little salty to have a saltine with it in addition to a cured meat.
I'm not a big saltine guy when it comes to that. I usually go for the wheat thins. My pops and little brother always say, "You always get the wheat thins." No, we don't like that.
They put saltines.
They put saltines on their brie and pepperoni.
Brie and saltine is okay, I guess, but I think pepperoni with that too. That's a little.
It's a little much.
A sodium bomb.
Yeah, I know.
That's a little too much.
You feel like crap the rest of the day.
Yeah,
but
I'm going unsalted after I do the if I'm doing the cracker and the brie.
You got to hydrate during that.
Yeah, dude, I'm a big soft cheese guy. I'm hungry now, dude. The appetite.
Yeah, me too. When you were talking Tony's Pizza earlier, I got a little hungry thinking about it.
Speaking of pepperoni, you know what I'm saying? Sounds soiree. That's what we're doing.
That's right.
D'Amico Ryans, former 49ers defensive coordinator.
D'Amico.
Current head coach. What's that from?
I was going to do like an Emilio thing from Ninth of Roxbury.
All right, just roll
D'Amico!
with it. D'Amico Ryans, a current head coach of the Houston Texans. He's got to go up this week against Christian McCaffrey.
He does.
We keep talking about the Niners having to go up against that defense that they got. So I'm like, they got to go up against Christian McCaffrey, NFC Offensive Player of the Week.
I'm digging this music, by the way.
I like that it's rolling under us. It's like a knockoff Back to the Future or something.
Oh, this is Oingo Boingo. This is Dead Man's Party.
I have no idea. I probably just insulted like a whole bunch of people. They're like, how do you not know this? Here's D'Amico Ryans on Christian McCaffrey. There you go.
Christian McCaffrey is by far one of the best players in the NFL. Like what he's done in the game, I think, and I know for sure he has the respect of every player that's played against him, and also just respect from the offensive players. Like he's a tremendous athlete. I mean, he's physically gifted, a talented player in all respects, not just running the football, but also as a receiving running back. He's one of the best that we've seen. So, and that'll be their main focus, and that's their main game plan, rightfully so, because he's such a dynamic player, and he changes the game for them offensively, and not just what he does, but where he's able to align. And Kyle has done a really nice job of moving him around in a lot of different spots where he's not just aligning in the running back position. He can line up at receiver. He can line up all over the place. So, the game plan is we have to have eyes for Christian McCaffrey, knowing that he's going to get the bulk of the touches because he's their top playmaker.
Do you think having him has helped Mac Jones be successful despite Purdy's injury?
For sure. Anytime you have Christian McCaffrey, he helps any quarterback, right? Because he's a friendly target in the passing game. He has really great hands, catches the ball well, and he's also a really dynamic runner. He runs the ball tremendously hard. He understands the scheme. He understands how to press blocks. He knows how to set it up. He knows when to cut back. Just all around, really one of the smartest players I've been around, and that's one of the most reliable guys as well.
And that's the key of why they keep winning games, and they're 5-2 right now. And yeah, Christian McCaffrey, I think when it's all said and done, I asked Tim Ryan this earlier in the week, like when you look at Christian McCaffrey as a wide receiver who plays running back, like as far as like the best
receiving running backs of all time, where would you put him? He's like, I can't go that far yet, like where he's with Marshall Faulk or Thurman Thomas or any of these other guys. But I think when it's all said and done, we'll say he's one of the best. And he's on pace to have another 1,000 season. I'm not going to say he can't do it. It would be crazy if he did. But if he accomplishes that, in my opinion, like he's that much better than Marshall Faulk. He was able to do that in like 2 separate seasons with the Panthers, with the 49ers, let alone his season with the 49ers a few years ago where he was Offensive Player of the Year. I mean, other guys have done it differently. Marshall Faulk was electric as a pass-catching running back, LaDainian Tomlinson. But in my opinion, I think Christian McCaffrey is the best receiving running back I've ever seen.
Yeah, without question. Listen, I think he's the best running back I've ever seen, maybe the best player I've seen, at least on a regular basis. I saw Jerry Rice as a kid, but I don't think I understood the magnitude of how good he was. You know what I'm saying? Like where I could register that or compare it to anything else. No, he's incredible. And he's the only, not the only, but he's a key reason that they are 5-2. I mean, D'Amico just told you everything that he does, and that's why I give the 49ers as good a shot this week as they had last week because of Christian McCaffrey.
But I'll say this.
I am concerned a bit about the usage still.
Yeah, I mean, that's
24 carries left.
That's definitely something. But I will say this. I think that, like last week, the 3-14 play where Christian McCaffrey gets the first down on a pitch and catch from Mac Jones when they were in the red zone, that was the key to me. Like the Falcons linebackers are really good, but they can't contain Christian McCaffrey in the passing game. No linebacker can. But I don't think the Houston Texans are allowing a 3rd and 14 play like that. I think that's the difference, where no one can stop him from getting, dump off passes in the middle of the field. But if it's a 3rd and 14, I think Azeez Al-Shaair and Henry To'o can cover Christian McCaffrey in that regard, where they're not allowing a 3rd and 15 play. So that's a difference to me. I think this linebacking core is pretty good for the Texans. Their whole defense is pretty good. I think they can shut down the running game. It's just a matter of, can they stop Christian McCaffrey in space when he has the ball as far as a reception?
You think Niners are going to lose this game? You said that earlier.
I do, yes.
Okay, so you're picking it. You're standing on that.
16-13 Texans.
Okay, I think they're going to win this.
All right.
I'm not going to bet you on this one because we bet last week and I did win I still don't see how the Jets are going to win a game. Like, I know they will. I still think they will on accident.
3 games, Copes. 3.
You think they're going to win 3? That's insane to me. Tim, are you in on this? Derek thinks the Jets are winning 3 games?
I mean, once you get to 1-10, there's no motivation for you to win anyway.
Oh, I disagree, my friend. The Raiders started 0-10 10 years ago, and they finished 3-13.
Yeah, he would know.
But they didn't know how to tank properly. That doesn't make them a good team. It makes them stupid.
They weren't trying to tank. They're trying to win. They're establishing culture with Derek Carr.
There's nothing about Woody Johnson and the Jets make me go, yeah, they got it in them. Like, come on.
They're establishing culture with Derek Carr. Yeah, how was that?
Well, the next year they went 7-9, and then next year they went 12-4.
Yeah.
And that was short-lived.
That was short-lived, yeah. When Connor Cook came in and McGloin.
McGloin.
God. Who was the guy that started
McGloin played well for a minute.
Who was the guy that started the playoff game for the Commanders when they were the football team for Ryan Fitzpatrick and Alex Smith? What's his name?
Heineke?
Heineke.
Tyler Heineke?
Wasn't that like one of his second or first starts in the NFL? And they were in that game. And I remember like, now why couldn't Connor Cook do that?
Yeah, I remember being like, this guy's got something. And then immediately he did not.
Connor Cook was like, oh my God, this guy sucks. Thinking he was a rookie. His first start ever as a playoff game.
Yeah, it's like, come on, what's he supposed to do? They just threw him in there.
Yeah.
I don't see how they're going to win 3. I'll take the under on 2.5.
Okay. I'll say 3.
Should we put that one on the board, Tim?
I've already forgotten it. What was it?
Over, under, me and you, we're going head-to-head on
2.5?
On Jets win total for
I'll go over.
So for the rest of the year.
2.5 is the number. Okay.
You're taking the over on 2.5?
I say 3.
All right. I'm going under on 2.5.
And then I
feel pretty good with 2. 2 and 15 feels pretty good.
If I lose, do I have to go see Wicked, this first one and the second one, or do I have to get you a nice meal from Oakland?
Well, we already have agreed on what side we're going to be on. We can decide like later what we want.
Okay, all right.
If we want it to be a meal or if we want it to be a losing thing. So I just feel like we should just continue to place bets like this on football. So
fair enough.
Yeah, I don't see
until we're busted.
I don't see you think I don't know how you think the Jets are going to win 3.
Because it's the NFL.
I know, but they're terrible.
Let's see what happens past the trade deadline.
I don't think they're going to go winless. I do think they'll get one.
Right. It's just the idea that it's Justin Fields and, if Brees, they might even move him. Like
Brees Hall?
Yeah.
They have 7 losses now. They're 0-7.
They're 0-7.
They only have 10 games left. You think they're going to go 3-7?
I've seen crazy.
I mean, they'll play Miami, who will probably be packing it in. It's basically who are you going to play that you could beat, and that's really more the game.
Daniel saves his job for another week.
And, this could be the 49ers game because I saw today there's a Jets reporter, Connor Hughes, says that Quinnen Williams is done with the Jets and wants to be traded. And he threw out there like a second-round pick for Quinnen Williams. Don't forget, Quinnen Williams was in that 2019 draft where he went third. Nick Bosa went second to the 49ers, obviously. I don't think it'll cost a second. It'll cost you a first-round pick to get Quinnen Williams.
I think so, too. Because I think like Kayvon Thibodeau they're projecting as like a second. If they were to trade him. So Quinnen would cost you more than that. People are checking in, by the way, on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line at 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. We were talking great appetizers.
Yeah.
We said when we played one piece of sound earlier, it was like an appetizer. So far, same rate. We played one piece of sound.
Don't worry. We got time. There's 7 minutes in this segment.
408 checks in and says Costco flautas are fire.
Can't say I've had them.
Don't know about a Costco flauta.
Yeah, I can vouch for that. That's it's sort of what you were talking about. It's the kind of a chicken and a cheese. Very good.
I like that, a chicken and a cheese, dude. 408 says appetizers. My friends, I used to throw big Super Bowl parties every year. One year, we mixed a bowl of crumbled bacon with blue cheese crumbles and maple syrup.
Ooh.
First thing to go.
Ooh.
That sounds fantastic.
That sounds great.
Like
Okay.
dip a chip in that?
Now, this brings up, of course, Tim's famous bacon tower. And will we be invited to a Super Bowl party where you have this bacon tower, Tim?
Oh, we'll have to figure out what our Super Bowl plans are. I mean, I've got a sneaking suspicion that we're going to probably be doing a bunch of stuff because the Super Bowl is here this year.
But we probably aren't going to the game.
However, I'm thinking that we should have a Super Bowl party here during the week at some point, in which case I would bring a bacon tower, yes.
Not during the game?
If the Niners aren't playing in it.
Wait, what are you talking about? Doing a Super Bowl party during the week?
During the week? Come on.
No, we just have a show Super Bowl party, invite a bunch of our friends from the filth and everything, make it like a viewer thing. It'd be fun.
But there's no Super Bowl.
So what the hell are we
The point
watching?
of the Super Bowl party is to like watch the game. What are you talking about?
You don't know, you guys. Watching you guys is like the Super Bowl.
Tim, I think you're.
No.
I don't like this idea. Tim.
We're an acquired taste.
Tim, just admit this is a bad idea.
Yeah.
You guys just want a bacon tower.
A midweek. We want a Super Bowl party in a bacon tower, and then he's talking like a Wednesday Super Bowl party.
Well, what about at Young Tony's?
This isn't like school where like Halloween falls on a Saturday, so we do our Halloween party at school.
No, you're watching the damn Super Bowl.
Exactly. We're watching the bowl.
That'll be like, hey guys, Super Bowl's supposed to be here, but instead we're watching the Bad Bunny halftime show.
Right. Or the alternative one.
What are you talking about? Yeah, what is going on? Oh man, that's hilarious. More people checking in here on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Williams is the dude that sneezed, blessed himself, and then thanked himself. Quinnen Williams.
Yes,
408
Quinnen Williams.
Yeah.
Bless me. Thank you.
Yeah, he sneezed and blessed me. Thank you.
Yeah.
Connor Cook, LOL, poor Derek.
Yeah.
Says a 707.
God. So the story of that day, I was at the old Pick Six in Dublin Pleasanton for our Raiders pre- and post-game show, and George Lopez came into to the bar because he was performing at Tommy T's that day.
Yeah.
And he's a diehard Raider fan, was wearing a Jim Plunkett jersey, and bought everybody vodka shots during the game. Yeah, I know. But not anybody wanted to drink it, so I had my plenty of vodka shots.
Derek was taking them home for later, yeah.
And then George Lopez shows up, and he's like, man, I can't believe the Raiders going to lose this game. And I'm like, I can. And he goes, you a true Raider fan? I listed off, like, all these scores.
All your accolades, yeah.
I know Tom Flores.
All of my accolades. And then George is like, man, you're a true Raider fan for life. I go, yeah, man, and you're my second favorite Lopez. He goes, who's your first? And I go, well, Jennifer, obviously. And he goes, yeah, me too.
It's not bad.
That's a good interaction,
It's not bad.
Dude. That's nice. It would have been funny to see Derek like, am I a real Raider fan? Tom Flores used to wipe my ass. You know what I mean? Like,
change my diapers.
Yeah, right.
Along with Jim Barnett.
Did Jim Barnett change your diaper?
I think so.
Oh, damn, dude.
Chances are good, right?
Chances are high.
My dad always drops that line. He's like, Jim would change your diapers all the time. I'm like, why was he doing that? Left me alone with Jim Barnett?
This guy was in the NBA.
That's so funny, dude.
Hey, Jim, can you change Derek?
Why was that happening? Where were you? I was busy, Derek. That's hilarious.
Why weren't you calling the game?
Jim, go get the shovel.
How about some more sound in the sound soiree?
Yeah, let's do that.
Can I offer you this? The San Jose Sharks got their first win last night.
They did.
How about that?
That's pretty good.
6-5 in OT. Finally, it goes the Sharks' way in overtime. A hat trick for Macklin Celebrini.
So the coach has to give up one of his children, right?
He did not have to, in fact.
Good.
Will Smith ends up scoring the winning goal for the Sharks in overtime. Here's our guy, Dan Ruzanowski on the Sharks Audio Network.
Score!
On the final victory. We're just going to hear the final goal here in overtime.
Let's do it.
First win.
Celebrini digs it free. Cross ice, Smith shot. He scores! Will Smith gets the game winner from Macklin Celebrini, and an entire Sharks bench comes roaring out with Nedeljkovic from the goal crease to celebrate with Will Smith. The Sharks win it in overtime, 6-5.
Nice.
Love Ruz.
He's
dude.
got.
Nice work, Ruzanowski.
Oh, yeah.
First guest I ever booked, by the way, Dan Ruzanowski.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It's a true story.
Nice.
You're scared to text him? Call him?
I did say hello, sir. I remember.
Hello, sir.
Dude, we all do that. Like, young Tony, when he was producing, would always do the, hello, Mr. So-and-so, I'm Tony from KNBR. Like, that's how you start out, like, when you're a young producer. Then you realize, God, it makes you sound so young. You just, call them by their first name.
Yeah. Yeah. Sometime we'll talk about the time I pissed off Bucher on accident.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he came after me. It was tough. A tough deal for a young Copes as a part-time producer.
Rick Bucher, huh?
Like, it was like a week later. He's like, hey, what was up with that BS last week? I was
Oh, my
like,
God.
I was like, excuse me?
Dude, I would hate when guests would do that.
Calm down.
Yeah, dude. When you're getting ripped a new one by Kevin Kurz, it's tough. You know what I mean? When Kevin Kurz is ripping you one, it's a
Diamond Leon coming after you.
Yeah, dude, you really you gotta love you're in this for the love of the game at that point. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Here's more. How about this? This one showed up on TikTok 2 days ago. This is hilarious.
Yep.
So the Sharks are on a road trip, East Coast road trip, right?
Yep.
They're in New York. They faced the Isles the other day, right, Tim? First game was the Islanders.
Yep.
Then they had an off day. Then they had the Rangers yesterday, and they got the Devils tonight. They're playing right now. Second intermission right now. The Sharks are down 2-1.
Okay.
And then they're going to go Minnesota and then come on home. Well, 2 days ago, while they're in New York, it's the afternoon of 2 days ago before the Rangers game, so probably Wednesday afternoon. Macklin Celebrini and Will Smith are just sitting on what looks like outside of a coffee shop in New York. Just kind of hanging. Don't forget, these guys are 19, 20 years old.
Yeah.
They're young, or 20, 21. They're not even drinking age.
Not drinking age.
They're sitting there, and this woman, her name is Judy Jupiter on TikTok. I don't know how this conversation started, but she's filming them, and she starts talking to them and asking them questions, and then finds out that they are, in fact, players for the San Jose Sharks, which she also doesn't know much about. By the way, as I look up right now on the Sharks intermission, they are playing this video.
Yes, they are.
We're going to let you hear it. Here's TikToker Judy Jupiter, and she's an older woman. She's not like this. Yeah. Here she is running into a couple young Sharks players, Macklin Celebrini and Will Smith.
Okay, guess who's performing at Madison Square Garden on Thursday? Thursday the what? What date is that? This Thursday. This is the 20th, 21, 23rd. October 23rd, this team, what's the name of your team?
San Jose Sharks.
Who are you playing?
The Rangers.
Oh, you gotta be kidding. Wow. And how long have you been playing for the team?
This is my second year with the team.
Are you good? What position?
I'm a forward.
And who are you?
I'm Will, and I'm a forward too.
Okay. And what's your Instagram?
Mac Celebrini. Will Smith too.
Okay, stand up, please. We're going to see what real athletes look like. Okay,
She makes them stand up and twirl around. Yeah.
Wow. Now, these are perfect specimens. They're athletes. These are like Olympians. And where are you from?
I'm from Vancouver, Canada.
Oh, I love Vancouver. I used to go to Victoria.
Yeah.
I almost got in a car accident with a woman in a Rolls Royce. I went through a red light. I mean, not red light, stop sign. She was petrified. And where do you live now?
I live in San Jose.
That sounds nice.
Yeah.
And how about you? Where are you
from? Boston, Massachusetts.
Where do you live now?
San Jose.
Wow. Do you like San Jose?
Yeah, it's nice.
Perfect weather.
Very good weather.
Warm all the time?
Yep.
Wow. How are the women? Gorgeous?
Yep.
Yeah. And how about you? You're single?
I'm single, yeah.
These guys are single. Now, don't blow up their, Gmails, but come on, girls. And guys, these are real babes. Okay, what do you want to say to my followers?
What's up?
What's up? And how about you?
Have a good night.
Okay, I want you to say hi. Give me a hi. Okay.
Oh my God!
Dude, these guys were such good sports. They weren't
love that.
They weren't even weirded out. They didn't seem weird by it. They were just kind of like, "Who is this lady?" She was so friendly to them.
Yes,
she's being so nice and so sweet. She really doesn't even know who they are. She just struck up a conversation, I think, with them.
Yeah,
and they're like, she's like, "What are you two young guys doing here?" And like, we're hockey players, and they just start talking about this. As we're watching right now, Ted Ramey, our guy, Bald Ted. is up doing the Sharks intermission. He did a thing called TED Talk that he does in between on these
Yeah, I
intermissions.
like that.
And he played that video just now. He also showed that after the Sharks got a win last night, they had a photo of Macklin and Will Smith arm in arm with each other, just like they're sitting together there. And the Sharks, from their official account, tweeted.
Their Gmails must be blowing up right now.
Making Judy proud is
Yes.
what it said. So that was Judy Jupiter. That was hilarious.
Dude, I love that. And you know what? I've been in that encounter so many, like, not of course, it's different as an athlete, but like someone's like, you know, like an older woman, you meet them like, oh, you're on the radio? Well, that's incredible. So where you from? The Bay Area? Must be nice there.
Dude, when
Must be nice.
when he says he's from Vancouver, and she goes, "Oh, I love Vancouver. I've been to Victoria many times. I almost got in a car accident with a woman in a Rolls Royce. It's my fault. I ran a stop sign. It's such a funny
Now
thing to do.
stand up. Let's see you. Look at these bodies
Dude,
they
don't
got.
be blowing up their Gmails as if everybody's got access. That's hysterical. That is your sound soiree for Friday, October 24th, 2025. We will take a quick break, and when we come on back, we will put the show to bed before we hand it over to Larry Krueger with Niners Nightly at the top of the hour at 6 o'clock. It's Dirty Work. It's the greatest show in America, and it's only here on the Sports Leader.